It's a vibe, man. When you burn that rubber and you turn your music up, it's the best ever. You can't even hear your car, you just hear all music. It's a vibe.
Hyper. Too soon. Yeah. Yeah. Too soon. Yeah. Not now. Yeah. Not now. Too soon. Why try and get in my? Why try and get in my? Why try and get in my? Not now. Why try and get in my? Why try and get in my? Why try and get in my? Not now. Why try and get in my car? Why try and get in my room? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my hotel? Why try and get in my boat? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my car? Why try and get in my room? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my hotel? Why try and get in my boat? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my life? 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 Not now. Too soon. Yeah. Yeah. Too soon. Yeah. Not now. Yeah. Not now. Too soon. Why try and get in my life? Why try and get in my life? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Too soon.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Berlin, Germany. It's quarterfinals day and we have 4 incredible matchups coming up today. I am Yingsu and I'm joined once again by Kakuka and Sean. You guys, I'm ready. Are you two ready as well?
I'm so excited. We get 4 quarterfinal matchups. We get to see the interregional matchups we've been looking for. I can't wait for the opening match, but I'm not going to dive in too soon.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
And finally seeing the crossings between groups, and I cannot believe that we're only going to have 4 teams by the end of the day still in the competition.
It's getting brutal now, but let's talk about the 2 teams that made it last, Acend and Gambit. Yesterday, they were the last 2 teams to lock in those spots. I'm still a little bit sad about SMB, Sean, but I think Acend a very worthy team to be here.
Yeah, it was actually funny. I saw Tani actually tweet out earlier today. They're undefeated still against international opponents. They've only lost to Acend. But that was such a hard-fought series by Acend yesterday, and honestly well-earned. They're on the NA side of the bracket facing against 100 Thieves. That's our 3rd match of the day. But I think I'm most excited for this first one.
Yeah, it's going to be a banger indeed.
It was such a close match, that one, SMB versus Acend. We didn't know who was going to win because none of them seemed dominant enough to take the win. But at the end, it was Acend. And also about yesterday on the matchup between Gambit and Crazy Raccoons, I have to say the improvement from Crazy Raccoons, doing everything and reading Gambit so well. That is not something that every single team can do. So props to them, even though they're not in the competition.
I couldn't agree more. Nothing to hang your head on if you're Crazy Raccoon. What a showing by them. Bouncing back the opening performance against Gambit, 2-13-1s, to coming into yesterday where they looked like they could win the series. I mean, looking at their faces after that killed me on the inside.
So close.
Oh god, yeah. From Iceland as well, when we saw them being really sad and after yesterday. But the thing is, they proved themselves to be a really good team. So the next time they come back into this tournament, I think people should be scared of them. But we do have those 4 matchups coming up today. I'm not going to talk too much about the first one yet because we got an entire pre-match for it. But I do want to just quickly go through the other 3 and get your opinions on what you think is going to happen today. Let's start with G2 versus Crew. Kakuka, what are you expecting from that matchup?
Look at me.
And who's going through? You're wearing pink today. So.
I'm wearing pink, okay, but it's not a sign. I mean, maybe it is. No, but if you're a Spanish speaker, just like me, if you come from one of those regions, I think it's a very important matchup, but I feel like it favors G2 just because they've proved that they can overcome even Sentinels. So I'm going to think it's going to be a hard one.
I think it's very hard to predict against Kellogg's form right now. That guy is tearing it up. G2 looks like they could potentially be the best team in the tournament, which is crazy if you've been following the EMEA scene.
Yeah, well, Sean, who do you think is coming out of that one? G2?
Oh, for sure, G2. G2O.
Okay, you're backing G2O all the way till the end, it feels like. But the next matchup is the really, really tough one, I feel like. I think this is the one that everybody, maybe after the first matchup we have today, everyone's going to be wanting to tune in for this one. Sure, I'll come to you first. What are you expecting from 100 Thieves versus Acend?
Oh, man. I love the boys on 100 Thieves. I really do, and I have to root for my NA team. But I think Acend is just too hard of an opponent, right? Their map pool's so deep. They're just so skilled and stacked with CNET on the operator. Oh, man, I have to side with Acend, actually.
Oh, Sean! Okay, well, you betrayed us with the Sentinels pick in the beginning, so it's okay. Sean's doing the betraying today.
We're just both traitors. It's fine. Yeah. It's fine. You get used to it. No, but I have to agree. I feel like Acend proved themselves yesterday. We saw an X-Star show that just was living the dream. We saw them being super loud, super confident. It's going to be a tough one, but I feel like the easiest opponent for them would be 100 Thieves.
Ooh, okay. Arsenal versus CNED as well. That's happening.
I have to say, 100 Thieves' form this tournament has really surprised me. They've upped their level massively throughout the tournament. And I think if they brought that form in, the same form they played Gambit in, they could win the series. But I think that's like kind of their peak that I've seen them at. And I don't know if they can achieve that again.
Well, do you think it was a little bit unlucky for them to maybe draw Acend as their next opponent?
Oh, yeah. I mean, of course. Who'd expect Acend coming in as the number 2 seed in any in any tournament? Like, it's just so unlucky for 100 Thieves to get the top seed and then get matched up against the Sen.
Yeah, that's going to be a banger, though. I'm looking forward to that. But, of course, we're closing the day out. Luckily for this one, Sean, you don't have to betray your region because it is NA versus NA, Sentinels versus Envy. Who have you got for this one?
Oh, my God.
You have
I just go full upside down and pick Envy in this?
I will say, though, Riv said something really interesting in the interview last night that Sentinels, they haven't lost to many opponents, but when they did lose to Icebox, Ye was on that roster. So maybe we get the El Diablo back today on form, you know, Envy surprising Sentinels.
I have to go with Sentinels. They just have that regional kind of advantage, right, where they're going to be playing with so much confidence. They haven't lost to these ND players in a long, long time. So it kind of adds an additional layer of confidence to every peak. And the opposite can be said for Envy, right? I'm afraid they're going to shell up and not show up. But I think they could steal the series based on Sentinels' form we've seen in groups.
And talking about form, actually, I think it's only Vision Strikers and Envy, the only ones who haven't dropped a single map so far. So I feel like they're coming in great shape. I still have to go with Sentinels because, you know, I chose them from the beginning, so I'm just sticking to it.
Yeah, it would be interesting, though, I think, if Envy can steal that one. But
I think they could. I think they can, yeah.
That is going to be the last match of the day, though. You guys, you got to stick around for all 4 games today. You know, these are the top 8 teams left in the tournament. And speaking about the top 8 teams left in the tournament, we've got an interesting graphic to show you guys. This is at the top of 5 players sorted by kills, from the remaining 8 teams. So, obviously, Heat is not going to be be in there. He's no longer in the tournament. But Tens, Kellogg's, Nookie, Sick, and Shazam. What do you think about this, Kukuka?
I think it's, first of all, super interesting because these 5 players were on the same group and especially playing against each other. So it's literally like looking at a head-to-head. Tens up there, and as you were mentioning, Kellogg's and Nookie. We also saw Mixwell on the race, and probably if he would have kept up with that one, we would see him here as well. But amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned they're all in the same group, but it's because that group had to play the most matches.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
kind of sorting by kills, you'd expect to get a result like this. But Ten's on the top right there with almost 300 ACS. He looked a little bit off yesterday, if I'm being honest. He kind of took a dip in form. But yeah, the players on the top, we mentioned Kellogg's previously. He is in rare form this event.
Yeah, obviously, like you guys said, all of these players played a little bit, a few more maps than others. But do you see potentially the tournament winners coming from either G2 or Sentinels, Sean?
I mean, of course, you would have to say that, right? Because I came into this event thinking Sentinels are going to clean the house, and then a team like G2 comes along and just dismantles them in the second matchup against them. So now I have to think of G2 in that same regard. So yeah, I could definitely see either of these teams winning the event.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, is the fact that they have played the most matchups, so they come in really well prepared. They've only had 2 opponents, but still, I mean, they proved themselves, and they're gonna keep doing it. I feel it has to be one of those too.
Well, looking ahead as well for the bracket for G2, Kukuka, if they're able to take down Crew, do you see either Vision Strikers or Gambit beating G2, or do they have, you know, not a free ticket, but a somewhat of a ticket to the final?
They have, I would say they have an easier ticket, but I think it's gonna be a great fight. I think they have the preparation, enough preparation to get through that one.
I agree. I think they definitely, I have to side with them. Yeah, they just have too much preparation, too much skill.
And they've proved that they can change things and overcome their opponents, so.
Well, G2, they're going to be in action a little bit later, but for now, we're going to take a quick break. But when we come back, more on the quarterfinal match between Gambit and Vision Strikers.
Misconnections with you. I won't give up when you're walking out. So don't give up. Just try to let it know. 'Cause this time we'll make it through.
Welcome back, everyone. Before the break, we previewed the other quarterfinals, but it's time to take a look at Gambit versus Vision Strikers. Let's start with Vision Strikers first. Kakuka, like you mentioned, they're one of two teams that haven't dropped a single map yet in this tournament.
And we wanted to see them because we obviously didn't get to see them at Masters 2. So everybody was expecting, I mean, we've been hearing about this since the beginning of the game, and now that they have Lakia back, I feel like they're such a strong team, and they can take everything from themselves.
Yeah, you mentioned they haven't lost a map in this tournament yet, Yinsu. They haven't lost a series since stage 2. 12-0 in series, 25-1 in maps. They've only dropped one single map, and that was a map of Split in a best of 5. So this team has been nearly untouchable since stage 2. And
also that split was against F4Q, so I kind of understand it. To me, they're undefeated in my mind, you know, because I would lose any split to F4Q.
Yeah, but, you know, Sean, those figures you mentioned, how does that translate here? Because if you look at some of the opponent they played against, of course, back in their own region, do you feel like they've come up against a team of Gambit's caliber?
Oh, that's the thing, right? We're not sure if the opponents in the region really stack up to the other regions yet. But what we do know is what they did to Acend a couple days ago was absolutely filthy. And any team that can do that can beat anyone on any map, because that was unreal what they did to Acend.
Yeah, and talking about maps, we've only seen them play here in 2 maps, Haven and Icebox. So I'm expecting to see something different coming from today, because they're against Gambit. So there's no way that we see Gambit playing on a Haven if it's not on a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, something would have to go really wrong if they bring out the Haven today. And, you know, on the players, from the players of Vision Strikers as well, you know, they're known to be some of the best roles in the world. People really regard this team as almost a perfect roster, with Lakia included. But I want to ask you about Mako, because I feel like, you know, his teammates all hype him up. They big him up. You know, Stack saying that Mako is one of the best players in the world. Do you think he's proved that here, Kakuka?
Yeah, completely. We don't have that graphic today, but the other day, you remember that I wanted the assist one, and Mako was leading that. And the fact that you play in Astra and Viper for your team and you get those sick stats means that you value your utility so much, that you prepare for your opponent so much, that you get so much value out of the little kit that you have.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm so glad we're highlighting this player, because his gravity well usage on this Astra roll has been phenomenal throughout the event. He is just the assist category for him. Like you mentioned, Kakuka, he's tearing it up, just supporting his teammates. And same thing with Stacks. And that's what's so scary about Vision Strikers, is they have these players that are so comfortable not getting the frags, but making sure their teammates get them every time, and they don't need the credit. And they're perfectly cool with that.
Yeah. I mean, how scary do you think it's going to be? Because, you know, when it comes to having good Astra players specifically, it's not something that we see in the EMEA region. I wouldn't say that they've been able to really lean into that meta as hard as some of these Korean teams.
Yeah, and being good in the Astral form is so difficult, because you need the communication. You have no sound when you're in that Astral form. So having communication amongst the players, that's why when you see these top Astras, I know their teams are great. And they'll always be great, because that means their communication is on point.
I love that we're talking about this, and we're talking about the Astra, because to me in EMEA, it's Redgar for the Astra. And the fact that we're going to get Mako against him is going to be the best, because it's all about the team play.
Yeah, that's something that I think we need to have a look out for, and perhaps maybe break down more of the telestrator as well, because it's so hard, like you've said in the past, to really see the impact of what these players do when they're not just putting up numbers. But one player we haven't seen is Lakia. We haven't seen him yet, but we did hear from him. He thinks that his team have proven themselves quite a bit, and now they are aiming to propel Korea even further into the conversation.
그래도 결국에 저희가 와서 8강에서 저희 팀원들이 이 챔피언스 자리 얻어주어가지고 너무 전 기쁜 것 같아요. 자랑스럽기도 하고요. 일단 사람들이 NA랑 EU 쪽 관련해서 많은 그 다툼이 있었던 것 같은데, 이젠 KR도 빼놓을 수 없는 지역 중에 하나가 아닌가, 조심해야 되지 않나라고 생각합니다. 그리고 저희가 이번에 챔피언스를 얻은 기념에 더불어 이번에 우승까지 노리려고 저희는 이 스테이지에 온 거기 때문에 저희는 그걸 목표로 하고 있습니다. 그리고 진짜 저는 저희 팀원들과 저희 감독 코치분들이 노력하는 것만큼에 따라 그 값어치를 이번 대회에서 얻고 싶거든요. 그리고 우리 팀들도, 그리고 우리 팀들을 믿고 있어요. 여기까지.
Well, I like what he said there about the argument between is it NA that's the best or EU that's the best, but I do feel like Newtown, they put up a great performance at Acend, but Kukuka, the fact that Vision Strikers won there is probably the reason that people haven't really thrown Korea into the conversation.
Exactly. They're not in the conversations because we haven't seen them from them. We haven't seen them against the international teams. We got to see a little bit from them, and they're doing awesome. What we want to see, obviously, today is Lakia coming in.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Lakia come in. But something about that interview that I found interesting is he gave so much credit to the coaching staff, and that's what's expected when you watch a team like Vision Strikers, right? They have these layered utility executes. What happens when they end up in mid-rounds? This is part of the reason why I was doubtful about them, this year. But moving forward, I'm very optimistic about them. When Gambit slows down the rounds today, how do they play when there is no game plan, when it's 20 seconds into the round and we're in a 3-on-3?
Well, speaking of Gambit, of course, they're the opponent today against Vision Strikers. I think they had a slightly rougher journey here, and maybe a little bit rougher than we expected, at least from the #1 seed coming from EMEA.
Yeah, I think everyone kind of knew it was a coin flip against 100 Thieves, but we still sided Gambit. It was a little bit shocking to see them crumble. They had, what was that, an 11-3 lead on Icebox.
Yeah.
Up one map. They needed to close out the game, and they lost 10 rounds straight to go to the third map. They just have crumbled under pressure time and time again in the EMEA scene. But everything we hear about them behind the scenes is this is the team to look out for. This is the best team in the region. And they will eventually break through and be the best team in the world.
And we look at the rosters and we only see stars practically. We saw Nats that yesterday pull out a great performance against the Crazy Raccoons that, as we were mentioning, really prepared for the matchup. It wasn't enough, but as you were mentioning against 100 Thieves, the fact that they got the first map kind of easily from what we expected to see. And then on that second one, I think it was too hard to take on that, and they lost the third. They just crumbled up.
I mean, we know what they can do, right? We've been seeing them literally all year, this roster. They've been together for the longest time. They put out some great results. But are you concerned at all, Kukuka, that they cannot afford to have the start they had against Crazy Raccoon against a team like Vision Strikers?
Completely, yeah, because it's if they start to crumble, I'm kind of worried that it's not going to be, probably it's not Nat's day as yesterday. I think he pulled out like almost 400 ACS on first map. That was just crazy. He's there when you need him, but we need the entire team to be cohesive today because that is what they need against Vision Strikers.
Yeah, you look at the top ACS of the whole tournament, right? The top 5 are all jet mains. Number 6 is Nats. Like, that's where he is.
That's our boy.
He's right behind the jet mains, which are putting up monster numbers. So he is a pivotal role in this Gambit squad, but that's not what happened in that 100 Thieves series. Defo on that third map, 2 for 7 in First Bloods. That comeback that 100 Thieves had, 10 rounds straight on the defensive side of Icebox for Gambit. They're typically strongest there. Those are the inner demons that they need to exercise here today.
I mean, one of the guys that really needs to step up as well is Redgar, their in-game leader. I know you mentioned him earlier, especially, in a comparison to Mako. And talk me through what this guy can do, because he's improved so much over the last few months.
So much. And we were mentioning in EMEA, if you need to think of an Astra, you need to think about Redgar. He's also the IGL for his team, and he just performs so well, especially when they're using the double control with Nats. I just feel like they're so in sync. They have it so well prepared, and they know and just perceive each other's reactions.
Yeah, Redgar is one of those IGLs that you can rely on to put up big numbers, right? He's not that IGL that's gonna suffer mechanically. That's the worst ACS on their team, 194.
Great clutches.
That's insane. Yeah, he's so good in the clutches, and he's such a highly skilled player. It's almost like he's not the in-game leader of the team when you watch him.
But how much does he personally need to step up, you feel? Obviously, they all had a slow start yesterday, but that wasn't really down to him specifically.
And I don't think a lot is on his shoulders besides the fact that he is the IGL. Like, that is the problem for me, because I feel like it's going to be too much. I'm also suffering for his neck because of the posture that he has while he's playing. We'll probably have to give him a talk about that, because I don't think it's healthy for anybody that we're promoting that. So kids, please don't do that. But yeah, it's going to be a hard one, especially since he's on the head-to-head against Mako.
I don't want to distract us from the great conversation we've been having, but you have a theory as to why he sits like that. I want you to tell us.
He's like balancing it out, because we always look down at our phones, so he has to balance it out by stretching it out the other way.
Maybe we can ask him if we get him in an interview. Yeah, I'll tell Dash too. But speaking of Redgar, here is what the in-game leader had to say after facing Japan's Crazy Raccoon yesterday.
I think it was really tough game for us. We tried to play our play style, but on first map they counter us on attack side really hard. But after a few rounds, we know what we're gonna do. We know how to counter them. If we win this game, we're qualified for Champions. So it was our goal since we are starting to play together. We're really happy, but we can't like show it right now because we have game tomorrow. We will try to win this one too. So we have to keep focus on these games. We will show it, I guess, tomorrow in our game.
You know, the pressure they speak about, of course, for the rest of this tournament, because Gambit, they locked in their champion spot after winning that game yesterday. Similarly to Vision Strikers as well. Both of these teams, from their results in this tournament, meaning that they're guaranteed to go to champions at the end of the year. Kukuka, they're definitely a very, very worthy representative of the EMEA region.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not over because they were not a Masters 2. Now they're a Masters 3 and they need to prove themselves. Come on.
Yeah, and they're not happy with going out here. I mean, they're happy about making it to Champions, but you listen to that Nats interview yesterday, you listen to the Red Yard interview just now, they're disappointed in the results despite getting the win against Crazy Raccoon. They know that wasn't their best form. So these guys know their level based on their performances, you know, against these top EMEA teams, and they're looking to bounce back today.
I mean, like you said, they all seem to be a little bit disappointed with the way they performed. What are your takes on how they've been so far? Do you feel like maybe it is a land thing that they're experiencing, or maybe they're just kind of getting countered a little bit by the teams they're facing?
Well, the 100 Thieves series was just a total collapse, right? They had that, like I said, they were up 11-3 on the defensive side of Icebox. They crumbled. Split looked pretty rough as well. But yesterday against Crazy Raccoon, when they found themselves down in these huge deficits to start 6-0 on like both maps, I believe, it was nice that they bounced back, but I was shocked to even see them get to that scenario based on, you know, watching their VODs and knowing how they play typically.
Yeah, and I think it's also they need to keep their mental for today, as we are mentioning. I compare them a lot to G2. I feel like they can read a lot, especially on the long term. I am concerned, though, that they didn't have enough time to prepare for such a strong opponent as Vision Strikers is.
But this is Gambit we're talking about.
Yeah.
They've always got something in their pocket. We are moments away from the quarterfinals day here at Masters Berlin. We'll be back right after this break. It's quarterfinals day today, and Gambit are up first against Vision Strikers. We've spoken about Lakia, about Mako, and also about Redguard, but we haven't spoken about the Jet players, and it feels a little bit wrong that we haven't. But let's start with Buzz. We do have a bit of a head-to-head between him and Defo as well. Sean, he thinks the Korean Jet is the best Jet. Would you agree?
Oh, wow. I actually think Buzz is really, really good. I'm not going to lie. I was worried when they took RB off of that Jet role that he had played up until they brought Buzz in. But man, has this guy performed in spades. He has looked so good throughout this tournament. But when you watch Buzz, you're going to get a totally different look than a lot of the other Jets. Everything is set up perfectly for him. He doesn't have a lot of reactive, freedom in the round like a lot of the other top Jets do. But he does everything so perfectly, and his aim is incredible, even on the rifles.
Yeah, the stats are not very far from each other. I have to say something that I like, but I feel like it's right what you say. I agree with it. It's like Buzz just fits into more of the structure. Vision Strikers always having a structure, and therefore can be, one round I'm just gonna go something crazy, and Reg is gonna be just do your thing, and we'll trust you.
Yeah, do you feel like the consistency here from Buzz, Kukuka, is gonna give them an edge?
It's a game changer for them. Yeah. Because Defo, as Sean was mentioning yesterday, maybe he didn't have the best of the starts, and with Buzz, that just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I agree. And when we see Defo, we see him make these crazy plays with Blaze Storm, just like 3 kills and then dash in at people. I don't really see that when I watch Buzz, but you see like gravity well setups and things like that, which he capitalizes on every time.
Well, 2 very different players looking to make a mark here. This is it, guys. It's time to officially kick off the knockout stage for Masters Berlin with Gambit facing Vision Strikers. First, let's go!
A masterpiece lasts forever, while the artist will find death awaiting every turn. A moment that will outlive me, to become eternal, or to be forgotten. Ars longa, vita brevis. Art is eternal. Life is short.
It is a massive day in Valorant history with 4 quarterfinal matchups.
I think that the NA team will win this event. We reset. We've only come back stronger. We have good confidence.
Not a shred of doubt.
저는 솔직히 저희 팀 상황을 봤을 때 불가능한 일도 아닐 거라 생각하고.
What a powerful team to be watching going into the quarterfinals.
Vision Strikers versus Gambit. Such a clash of style.
I guess it will be another tough game for us. They like to play together, combinations of skills.
There is no doubt that Korea have come to play.
이쪽 상대가 좀 많이 강하잖아요. 그래서 이쪽 상대팀에도 저희가 이제 좀 쫄지 않고 계속 이길 수 있도록.
What a powerful team to be watching going into the quarterfinals.
100 Thieves versus Acend.
100 Thieves, they were able to weather the storm. That's the mark of a championship team.
They have a good LAN experience, stage experience, but I think we are better individually.
It just really depends on who shows up.
Acend, I think, might be the most fearsome team in the EMEA.
At the end of the day, anything can really happen.
Envy versus Sentinels.
NA versus NA.
We know how good they are, so whether it was clean a win or not so clean win, A win's a win. For a team to knock us out, obviously they're just gonna have to be better than us.
Someone please stop him!
To reach the champions. We don't have that pressure because we already qualified.
Crew, they're going to the knockout stage.
If we keep playing like this, I really think that we can win the event.
They've shown depth. G2 are back on top.
Many players have much more FES experience. This is our town.
Nice!
We know what we're gonna do. We know how to counter them.
그리고 우리 팀들을 믿고 있어요.
Prepare for jet dash.
I gotta say, you two, I feel like we're getting a spoiler on the map, Vitos, but yes, that is correct. Ladies and gentlemen, we see Lack here for the first time in this tournament, Sean, on the Masters Berlin stage.
Oh man, I got goosebumps right now. I can't even believe it. A player's gonna make their appearance in the playoff stage here in Berlin. The pressure is on.
The pressure is on, but we were promised that we were going to see Lakia finally today, so I'm sure that he is on for a good show.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz did say in that interview that Lakia, they saved him explicitly, specifically for the playoffs. They were confident they were going to make it, and now, yeah, their secret weapon is coming out today. And speaking of that secret weapon, we know that Kakuka, they've been playing Lakia on Bind. So are we getting spoilers a little bit that we're seeing Bind first today?
I would love to see it. It would be King coming out of the team and Lakia going in, because they will be playing, you know, the double flashes, double duelists, something really disgusting to play against. And if that is the first map, I feel it's compulsory to watch these teams here. So I love it.
Yeah, I love the idea of potentially getting a bind opener between these two teams. It's a map they're both very, very solid on. I wouldn't even know which team would make the pick if we were to get a bind as the opening game. Honestly, both teams phenomenal on the map. But that man on your screen, Lakia, he was one of the top performers for Newturn, which was the representative from this region in Iceland. Here he is on Vision Strikers, the competitor, and we can't wait to see what he has in store.
Yeah, and in structure, I would say that this possible bind would be the best structure map for Gambit. So if this is what we start with today, this is going to be a sick day.
It is going to be a sick day. We're starting off strong, but at the same time, if we don't go to bind first, how surprised are you going to be, Kakuka, for Vision Strikers to bust out Lakia on another map?
Oh my god, because I thought that Icebox was going to be first. So if they kick up with bind, I mean, I love it, but if it's another map, we're seeing something new.
I don't think I would be surprised at all, based on how I know Vision Strikers prepares and what their mentality is for win conditions. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they had a whole different layer of strats, you know, for each lineup. But what they don't realize is that they're playing against the Scrim gods in Gambit. These guys can play on the fly against any comp. They don't need the preparation. In fact, this might actually benefit them.
Well, we are into map selection now, and as you can see, Vision Strikers, they've banned Breeze before, but they've also banned Acend before, Kakuka. Are you surprised they didn't ban Acend against Gambit?
I am surprised. Definitely, they know something that we don't, because Gambit and Acend is like such a strong duo, and they'd rather go there than going Breeze. I mean, for Gambit, we knew that it was going to be Haven.
Yeah.
Unluckily, because we love to see a little bit of Redgar on Jet or Reyna.
Yeah, now I'm curious where Gambit goes with this. Oh, the first map is already locked in by Vision Strikers, and it's Bind. So they're the ones that picked Bind. That's why we're seeing Lakia.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Vision Strikers, for spoiling the map vetoes for us. But I'm super excited for Bind. But of course, starting on the attack side there as well. Kakuka, what do you make of this for Gambit?
I think that they want to start off strong. We were mentioning that they need this strong start. They, for Vision Strikers, they haven't played this map just here yet. I mean, obviously we haven't seen Lakia, but maybe they even had something else prepared. Who knows? This is like a big question that is going to be answered first.
Well, Bind is going to be first. Second map, which of course is going to be Gambit's pick. They chose Split over Acend here, Sean. What do you make of that decision?
That is definitely going into the weakness of your opponent. I mentioned that, Vision Strikers was 25-1 in maps in stage 2. Well, their 1 map losses on Split. So maybe Gambit sees something in the formula, but maybe they see some weaknesses in their Split, and that's why they're going here. Yeah, it's interesting that they wouldn't pick their Acend.
Yeah, they decided to start off on the defense. Pretty smart, I would say, not knowing what Gambit has prepared. Gambit did lose against 100 Thieves. I'm kind of concerned. They have to be super sure about this pick for it to be here.
Yeah, one thing to note about Split is that that Vision Strikers is the only map they don't have above 70% attack rate.
Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, we talk about crazy percentages. We talk about, being above 60 is crazy, but for Vision Strikers, they're above the 70 barrier.
Of course, they had the last pick here, and obviously Vision Strikers, they're not going to want to choose Acend into Gambit. They've opted for the Icebox. Kakuka, a pretty strong map for both teams, but maybe leaning towards Vision Strikers a little bit, you think?
Yeah, a little bit. We were talking about percentages where their attack is close to 80%. That is crazy. So probably that's why Gambit decided to start attacking, because they need to pull out a good defense against them. This is going to be crazy. I really hope that we get into map 3.
Yeah, I think we have some really good maps between all the teams, and I honestly, this series could go either way based on this veto process. This first map is so pivotal.
But how important, Sean, do you feel like that Gambit, they didn't get Acend at all in these 3 maps, and they have to play Vision Strikers, and they have to play against Lakia on Bind?
Yeah, they have to play against Lakia on Bind, but like I said, I think Gambit might be better in this reactive type scenario where they're not over-prepared. We saw them look over-prepared against Crazy Raccoon, look what happened, but then we hear the words about what's happening in scrims and what's happening in their practices. Maybe they're better without overthinking things, so we're about to find that out in this series.
I'm actually super surprised that they didn't go for the Acend, because we know that it's super strong for them, as they were mentioning, but it is a big question, both maps for Vision Strikers, because as we also say, we haven't seen no Split, no Acend from them, and that you can find some weaknesses on Split, but is it going to be enough? Do you have enough record with only a couple matches played? I don't know.
Of course, Gambit, they took away the Haven as well. That's always going to be good for them, given that Vision Strikers, they've been playing Haven a lot. But let's talk about Bind a little bit more here. Now, Kakuka, give me the rundown on how big of an impact a player like Lakia has on this map.
Oh, so we were mentioning they're going to be playing, I mean, we suppose, as we're seeing Lakia, that he's going to go on the Sky alongside with Stacks on Breach, and we're going to see also a double duelist. So it's a lot to break through Gambit's defense. They are probably going to be playing that double control with Viper and Astra. That is going to be crazy. Is it going to be enough? Because with all those flashes, they can break through all those walls and all that preparation. I don't know.
Yeah, and you mentioned we're likely to see a Breach pick come out of Vision Strikers. They're one of the few teams in the world that have nailed that agent down completely,
100%.
and they just are perfect with his utility usage. They use the fault line to get Showers control quick. By fault lining the player off of that, they'll do it in Hookah as well, and even Long B will flash up as they fault line. It's incredible the timings they have with the Breach Jet combo.
For sure, and on the other side for Gambit, they run a Viper, and we know what it's like when you run a Viper into a team that doesn't play Viper, and that Viper just happens to be Nats.
Yeah, and we have broken down so many clips from this guy throughout this tournament. He has had some stellar performances, and it's primarily on this Viper role. He does such a good job of denying vision in this A site and then getting really insane lurks off.
He popped off yesterday. We need him to pop off again today. I'm kind of concerned because we know that they can throw a lot of different strats. Maybe maybe Vision Strikers are already read into that, and maybe they know things that we don't. I'm kind of concerned about that because, it can happen.
I mean, they know that Nats is going to be on the Viper. It's very unlikely for them to take that out. And Sean, how do you prepare against a team that runs Viper on Bind?
Oh, well, you have to have all kind of things to get information behind the wall, behind the poison orb, because that's what Nats is doing. He's denying your vision. So you use your initiators, such as Sky, or if you have a Sova you're running, to get information on the other side of that wall, so that you don't need to make the risky peeks all the time.
Well, we are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and now with both teams, this is not the time to make drastic changes, into the quarterfinals. Both teams are very, very comfortable on this map, and of course, Mako locking in the iconic Astra, Kakuka.
Yeah, something that we love to see. And following what Sean was saying, playing with timings against Viper is the best thing that you can do. You need to exactly know when things are gonna go up and down. Oh, Lakia, here it comes. I'm waiting to see if he actually picks the Sky. I'm not expecting any changes, and there it is.
There it is, yep. So Vision Strikers go with the tried and true roster right here, the comp that they've been practicing with. Something I can say to look out for here is Redgar on this Astral. We talked about him before. I look at his early round star placement. He's putting them by the TPs a lot on bind at the start of the round on attack. I would imagine a team like Vision Strikers that has tons of set plays are going to have crazy TP collapses.
Also, the fact that their Vision Strikers are going to be running a race that allows you to get that early control needs to be countered, especially by Redgar.
Well, the agents have been locked in. The maps have been picked very quickly. Predictions from you two. Who are you backing for this best of 3?
I think we get Scrimbit here. I'm going Gambit all the way. They're about to run this bracket.
I mean, I'm scared about Lakia, but I'm going Gambit as well.
Well, you're scared about Lakia, Kakuka, and I cannot wait to see what Lakia can do here, making his Masters Berlin debut. Over to you, Doug and Rid for map 1.
Welcome here in Masters Berlin. We are casters filling the strategy right here, and mga kaibigan, is going to be the first match of the night. It's Vision Strikers from Korea and Gambit from their respective countries. It's gonna be Korea versus EU for today, and if ever you're gonna ask me, Ilu, it's gonna be Vision Strikers all the way. How about you?
I mean, the panel all were going for Gambit, pero nakita naman natin that, I think Vision Strikers, they have the chance to claim the title of the EU Slayers, and it's a very, very I'd say it's very possible. I think they underestimate yet again. How many times will this panel underestimate Vision Strikers? How many times? I think it's gonna be once more here. This would be the last, especially if Vision Strikers take this one. Now Lakia is joining the picture. Nakikita natin the first time debut ni Lakia, and tingnan natin kung malaki yung debut niya.
Malaki si Lakia. Pero yun nga, Ilu, the reason kaya hindi nilalabas si Lakia kasi wala naman bind. This is the time na magbabind sila, and lumalabas lang naman talaga si Lakia if ever may bind. And sa lahat ng games ng Vision Strikers sa bind, so far, yung last 3 matches sila sa bind is panalo sila. This is our first map. Next match is actually Split. Split, natalo sila dun sa last match nila na split yung nalaro nila for Gambit. Second is tinalo naman nila ang Supermassive Blaze, and natalo din sila before that. Pero next map is Icebox. So wala pa ring talo ang Vision Strikers doon sa Icebox, doon sa ating third match. So pwede nating sabihin na 2-1 in favor of Vision Strikers to, if ever lang talagang dumating sa point na talagang naging solid yung mga positions nila, yung mga wicks nila, yung mga angles nila, everything para sa team ng Vision Strikers.
Oh my God, Nat, what was that whiff? He had opportunity to kill 2 pero nag-whiff siya sa dalawa, pero dito sa lamps mukhang mababawian niya. It's gonna be Defo to get 1, Redgar to follow. 12 seconds na lang natitira para ma-plant ng spike, and this is so classic. So classic Gambit to always do this kind of stuff, late plant, but he still gets the plant off. Now, Flash comes in, Chronicle, makukuha pa niya yung kill. Regardless of being flashed or not, Defo just hard check the corner, and that's gonna lead him to get the first pistol.
Yeah. I actually really love the thing na talagang nagstay lang si Defo dun sa may lamps and waited for someone na makapasok doon, which is yun nga. He actually caught a buzz off guard. Pero this is the first time na may natin si Lakia, and ito si Lakia kasi, galing siya Newturn nung tapos kinuha sila ng Vision Strikers. Well, Newturn sila yung nag-third sa Iceland, no Masters to Iceland.
Yeah.
Tapos kinuha nila kinuha si Lakia, which is siya yung star player. Yung star player din ng team na yun. At ito si Lakia, parang nakikita ko to na parang si A-Mix eh. Diba? Talaga nilalabas lang talaga sa nilalabas lang talaga sa Split, nagpa-flash siya sa split and dun lang siya, alam mo, para talaga siyang secret weapon kumbaga.
Yeah, and it's a really good example of what a team can do when you have a 6-man roster. Makikita natin dito, you know, you have a specialist comes out. Just like the way in... Oh, before I get to that, Shados, getting that opening pick here, but it is a pistol round. And, you know, going back to what I was saying, para siyang ano yung sa football, sa American football, kumbaga. When you have a punt kicker to take the punt, you know, or a certain role to take on a certain, you know, thing. This is the way to. This is the equivalent of that here in Valorant.
Ale, dito naman sa speaking of football, dito naman tayo sa EU teams na to. Parang andito ngayon si Cristiano Ronaldo na pinapatay ngayon si Stacks. Parang gano'n na nga. Pero papasok lang siya. And Nats with a goal! Take it down 3 already. But you gotta shoot us from behind. We'll take down Lakia 2. 2-0 already in favor of our EU friends, Gambit. Ito, daming kalaban ng Gambit, daming kaaway ng Gambit eh. No? Daming teams na gusto ko kalaban Gambit, gusto ko kalaban Gambit, ganyan. Ewan ko ba? Daming kalaban, daming kaaway. Akala mo naman talaga.
And of course, second place went to Fnatic back in Iceland, and the first place went to Sentinels. So new turn.
Yeah.
I really think that's just okay. First of all, new turn. This wasn't even Vision Strikers that took third. I really think Vision Strikers can actually win this entire tournament here. There is a chance here. Push towards long.
There's a huge chance.
Flash. Beautiful lineup onto one. Gets traded out, but that's an equal trade, 2-2. Not really as good as a push as they'd hoped, but they're not ready for Defo, who's already gotten up close. Nandito na nga. Ang rotation 2v3 coming all over the way from A site, heading towards B. They only have 2 players left standing. Naka-upgrade na nga ang mga members ng Gambit dito.
Yeah, meron naman silang patience, so they can actually go in. Pero yung nga lang na, well, with that, Vipers, but giving them a hard time dealing with the site. 1v3, walang chance dito sa Mako for sure. He's gonna go on the safe side. He's gonna save this Phantom instead. I mean, bawi lang siguro sila sa next round if ever. And doon talaga sa nangyari na yun. I mean, that is actually a really aggressive pick coming in from Vision Strikers. Yeah, they took down 2, but yung they have no idea at all. There's someone just waiting there in hookah and just flanked the 2 players nga na nandun sa Bilong. So yeah, 3-0 already. And for Vision Strikers, oh no, mukhang delikado ata sila.
Still a clean round here and a good one for the bonus round. Gambit's gonna be happy about that. Makukuha nila yung economy na gusto nila in the very early stages of this game. 6-1 for Nat. Mukhang bumawi si Nat sa early whiff niya. Pistol round.
Nakikita talaga natin ngayon yung mga players na naka-stretched. Diba?
Dami nilang naka-stretched,
dami.
No?
Parang si kaibigang Asuray lang, yan. Ito si Asuray, kahit di siya ngayon kasama dito sa broadcast, alam mo yun, parang lagi pa rin siyang, na-mention. The big shoutout nga pala kay Asuray. Papaubo ko na lang talaga.
Pero, Eco yet again here for Vision Strikers, and you know, like I said, Vision Strikers is a team that's really good at getting the Eco wins. It hasn't been evident thus far. And as I say that, of course, Nats just melts them down.
Yeah, pero nga lang Chronicle, tama shoulder peak lang, pero he needs to be really careful kasi meron dalawang tao doon na baka mag-double peak niya sana, pero yun nga lang, it's all up to us. If ever makita yung dalawang players ito, pero yun nga lang, he take down Defo. So, if ever na talagang mapatay na yung dalawang players ito, medyo magkakaroon sila ng konting, hindi naman advantage, pero konting area, konting opening rather, para lang at least magkaroon sila ng win dito. Pero yung nga lang, dalawang company dito, which is Acend Lakia. Sheriff na talaga ang gamit nila. They got this utilities naman doon, pero yung nga lang, is it gonna be enough? Stacks with a kill again, but Chronicle with an upper hand, getting no damage at all. Will take down Stacks 4-0 at Ilu. Tulad nga na pag-uusapan natin, pag magkasama tayo, sobrang bilis ng laban. Sa tingin mo ba mangyayari yun ngayon?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a 2-0 for Vision Strikers, dude. They're gonna come back and it's gonna be fast. It's gonna be done over with. Almost an expensive round. Well, it was an expensive round. 2 kills for Vision Strikers. Almost got a third. 5 HP na lang dun yung isas. I forgot who it was. But yeah, timeout na no. Aga timeout.
Actually, ang ganda nga ng timeout nila eh, no? Nung na 4-0 agad sila, timeout agad din. Okay. Ba't nagkasalita sila? Okay, so pag timeout ka... Hindi, timeout lang.
Tactical pala to, tactical pala.
Oh, tactical tack lang. So if ever na tack, pwedeng magsalita yung ano, yung coach lang.
Oo. Hindi, pwede sila magsalita pero kasama yung coach.
Pag tack hindi.
Pag technical hindi, pag tactical oo.
Ay, pag tack oo, technical hindi. Okay. Hindi pwede mag-tech post here.
Oo nga pala, Vil, may kwento ako.
Ano yun, man?
Napanood mo na siguro tulog ka na nito pero yung curse ni Ray sobrang totoo nga pala. Alam mo ba, nagtuwan yung Sentinels dahil nag-cast siya?
Seryoso?
Nagtuwan yung Sentinels, natalo ng isang map yung Sentinels sa F4Q.
Oh my God.
At the end
sabi pa siya lagi, sana mag-OT, sana mag-game 3, tas lahat ng matatagal nasa kanya. Diba? Oh.
So, mamaya, siya yata yung magkakas ng Sentinels ata ulit, matagal yun.
Okay lang, mamaya pa rin. Alam mo ba na hindi pa talaga ako nakakapag-cast ng Sentinel? Kahit anong NA team, wala pa ako nakakast.
Okay lang yan, bukas meron na yan.
Sana bukas meron na. God, nakakamiss. Gusto ko talaga i-cast yung yung 100 teams.
Ako rin gusto ko yung 100
sila
teams.
Yun talaga ang pinaka gusto ko i-cast.
Sino ba favorite team mo dito?
Bren. Ay, Secret. Sino pa ba, diba? O sila lang. Pero yung Shadows, we go on to our base. Stacks will be falling down as well. It's just that they have all the utilities, they have all the firepower, they have all the strats that can actually take down Vision Strikers right now. And in order for them to take down everyone, they need to finish off the 3 remaining players, which is sila Mako, Buzz, and Lakia. Pero kahit 3v5 to, meron pa rin silang tsansa. Big shoutout sa mga nanonood dyan. Shoutouts nga pala sa mga hindi pa natutulog ngayon and sa mga mapupuyat mamaya nilabas ng Pechay, pero medyo na-reveal siya pero yun nga lang, hindi niya alam if ever talagang kung gumalaw ba yung na-reveal na yun with that Seekers. Buzz, however, just checking out that area of the map or hook pero mukhang wala tayong pumapas dito. Aljo just to start things off, pero hindi pa rin talaga gumagalaw dito si Buzz. They have no idea at all na meron tao doon, and now he will take down the wall with the updraft pero wala tayo naman dito, pero nga lang this is just meron pa silang oras dito. Nats with a double kill right there plus a bomb plant. Sobrang solid ng ginagawa ng Gambit dito, taking down Vision Strikers one by one.
Yeah, easy dismantling of the defense. They get one shot off pero yun lang ang yung nakuha. They deal with this crossfire so well, and honestly medyo whiff to. Actually RB should have gotten through there, nag-line up pa nga pero hindi ko alam kung bakit nag-whiff yun. I think it was RB I think, and that crossfire towards bathrooms was actually a really good idea. I just don't think that they hit their shot. So another slow start here from Vision Strikers, and actually nothing surprising for Vision Strikers na mabagal yung start nila, pero this is also a surprise kasi if we talk about teams that start slow, Gambit talaga yung pinakamabagal mag-start. Parang late game team talaga sila. And we saw that in all of their games this tournament. Pero ngayon, they're starting with a 5-0. So this is a very, very good sign for Gambit.
Kumbaga Ilo, parang makina na ng coach yan. Paiinitin mo muna. Pakukondisyon mo muna. And that's the thing that they're doing. Pero yun nga lang, it's just pagka-start nitong match na to, hindi talaga sila tumigil with all these wins. It is actually 5-0 na rin. So, ano ang kailangan gawin ng Vision Strikers ngayon? They don't have any utilities, they don't have any firepower at all. And it's just really, really hard for them talaga na at least lang makabawi na kahit isa lang. Mahirap.
I don't think that, well, honestly, like I said, this is one of the maps where you can easily win pistol rounds, on equal rounds. Kasi kaya First of all, madaming tight corners, madaming places for crossfires. Kailangan talaga ng madaming utility in order to clear them out. And so, Vision Strikers, kung mahanap sila ng ways to get a couple of punishes, they might be able to win this round here. But as I say that, Shadows, he's gonna get the entry onto Mako, 11 HP onto Nats. He's gonna fall back rather, as Buzz actually gets a kill with Shadows. Lock is following it up with another. Red Guard gets 2 here, and it's gonna be a final kill on the board for Depo with the operator 6-0 yet again.
Gambit is like literally all over the place right now. Defo, ang kailangan namin gawin is probably like spot someone with that operator, then patayin na yun stuff, then biglang papasok yung sky nila and stuff. Actually, yun talaga yung ginagawa nila. Sabay-sabay talaga sila pumapasok dito. And it's just that their entries is really that amazing. They have no idea at all na si Astra is nandun pa sa nandun pa sa showers. Parang ginagawa lang nila, parang nagde-decoy na lang sila eh.
Yeah.
Parang basic nga lang yung pag-entry ng Gambit dito.
To some extent, at least, they're keeping the economy challenge with Gambit. So, actually, if Vision Strikers, if they win a couple of rounds, baka mapa-force pa nila yung eco. Pero teka lang, big whiff from Defo as Mako gets the punish there. That should have been a kill. He didn't even have his gun out, actually, si Mako. Pero nakuha niya pa rin yung kill. Now Buzz with the operator here. Click downwards. Doesn't get it. Nas is better.
Yeah. I mean, actually, isang blade storm knife na lang eh. Patayin dito
What?
Si Mako, pero but still, si Nats, it's just taking down these players one by one. Me too. Redgar, what are you doing there, bro? Now, Nats going in, taking down Mako as well. That's all up to Lakia. The star player of New Turn, mga kaibigan. Can he do this? Nats with the 4K, 7-0 already in favor of Gambit. Sabi ko kanina, there's a chance na baka Vision Strikers to. Pero yun nga lang, oh my god, Gambit.
Nats 14-3.
This is 7-0, bro. I mean,
you know, there's a reason why he's one of the best players in the world, and this is 7-0. Hindi ito yung ina-expect natin eh. Even the paddle gave a lot of respect to the teams, and we expected much better from Vision Strikers, but this is just not it. This is the second timeout in the first half for Vision Strikers, and this is both their timeouts gone. So, ngayon, napapaisip, ano ba pwede gawin ng Vision Strikers? Kasi wala talaga sila makuwang round. They can't win map control. They're not hitting the shots. Parang hindi sila nag-warm up.
Yeah, man. I mean, siguro ito na yung warm up nila. I mean,
warm up nila game 1 kasi alam na nilang game 2-3.
This is the quarterfinals already. I mean, naglaga na to eh. Hindi naman to, hindi to double elims. Diba?
Oo, tama.
Oo, hindi to double elims itong playoffs na to. So, if ever natalo ka dito, you're done. Bye! Bye-bye! See you again! I mean, sa well, pwede natin sabihin na pasok na to sa pasok na to mga to sa Champions eh. Tulad nung tulad ng mga tropa natin sa Sikat, pasok na sila, di ba? Sipin mo, ang kailangan ng gawin ng paper next, matalo.
You know what?
Nakapasok sila.
You know what I don't like about this format though is that you can go 2-0 in your group stages, and still you don't really have that much of an advantage pagdating sa playoffs.
Yeah, it's like the same thing. Parang yung ginawa mo lang is just a slot lang talaga. Slot lang talaga para sa playoffs. That's
Hindi
it.
siya katulad ng may lower bracket. Sa tingin ko yung pag-playoffs dapat may lower bracket.
Oo. Alam mo yun, parang ang pinaka-okay talaga na format siguro para sa akin yung C Challengers. Yun talaga eh.
You know, people were giving that format a lot of hate, but I actually thought it was good.
Yeah. Which one?
Because you got to play, your team got to play with a lot of other teams.
Yeah.
And you had multiple chances, and okay lang naman, it came down to numbers, but at the same time, I think it was better for the teams in general kasi I don't know. I just thought it was a better format overall. Lalo na may lower bracket pa.
Actually, pinalitan na eh. Pinalitan na yung format, di ba? Hindi naman kasi talaga ganito yung format.
Yeah.
So, ayun. Well, parang yun lang yung thoughts namin dito. Pero yun nga lang, para sa akin talaga pinaka-okay na format is yung sa Southeast Challengers. Talaga. Yung group stage, then playoffs, and lower bracket pa. Ano man?
Yeah. I mean, it's something that we're used to, at least in SEA and in a lot of leagues across the world, ginagamit yun. Pero, naka-experience ka na ba ng Swiss system, Vil?
Yeah. Solid ang Swiss. Pero ang Swiss kasi maraming laro eh.
Oo, sobrang dami talaga.
Oo.
Pero okay lang sa atin yun.
Okay lang sa atin yun. More work, more appear. Pero, Chronicle will take down Buzz with a hand. Really great entry. Defo, what are you doing, man? You're inside the side already, taking that one. Planted. And another one. Jesus.
So na lang natitira dito para kay Vision Strikers RB. He only has a share. I don't think he's gonna get much more with this. If he can get a kill, if he can get a lucky headshot. Nope. That's the 8-0.
So ito ginawa ni Defo, man. Kasi nasa loob na siya ng site eh. Wala pa siyang bawas, tsaka nag-go-up siya doon. I mean, he's actually really open.
Sobrang confident eh, no? Labas lang siya na sabay.
Eh, si Teo, you know. Pero siya, may nakapatay pa ng isa. Dash lang. Bang! Shoutout sa mga nanonood dyan. Big shoutouts nga pala kay itatago ko sa pangalang Meika. Shoutout sa'yo.
Wow, ang galing. Ang galing mo magtago, bro.
Itatago ko siya sa pangalang Meika Cabral. Oo.
Shoutout sa'yo dyan, May. Sana kaya mo pa. May civil kahit madaling umaga na.
Actually, nanonood nga siya nung match ko yun sa PPGL eh. Labo nga eh, kasi narinig niya na sa akin yung
Hindi lang siya tumingin sa screen mo. Diba? Iceman? Pero mukhang bumabawi na Vision Strikers. 2 kills, make height. Never mind. Nats, he gets 2. Cleared out by Buzz. Now, 2v3 Redguard Chronicles sila na lang ang natitira. And they still have a lot of time. Isa pang minuto ang oras ng Gambit dito. And we know Gambit. They like to waste as much time as they can. They like to run the clock down very low to the last 20 seconds, the last 25 seconds. Tingnan natin kung gagana.
Sobrang close ng laban.
Dito sa round na to.
Dito sa
round na to.
Dito sa round na to. After 8 rounds, finally, dumating na rin yung point na mas lamang yung Vision Strikers in terms of heads.
How do you miss that? How do you miss that?
That's the
Buzz,
second time. Come on,
bro.
man, Buzz.
It's like the easy shots, man.
Third time.
I would have
Double pick. Op. Okay na yan, lucky. 8-1! Finally! Ang pagbangon ng api. Ano ba? Actually,
3 rounds na lang sa
gusto kong kumain ng Korean food na nung isang araw. Bumili kami ni May ng Korean food. Bumili ako nung times 3 na
spicy noodles.
No, na spicy noodles. Oh my god, parang sobrang excited ako. Nilagyan ko pa ng tofu on top. Tapos nung kinain ko nung unang subo, dude, it's just pain, man. It's just pain. Oo, pinagtatawan ako ni May.
Trinay niya.
Hindi, ayun na i-try. Kasi baka doon ko sa hospital to, pinakain ko ng ganun. Hirap.
I had the 2x at saka naubos ko naman. Pero yung 3x di ko pa na-try.
Yeah, hirap.
I love spicy. I'm really good.
Yeah, same.
But the 3x, it might be a little too much. I actually ordered sa baba merong sunrise bucket sa baba, and meron silang yung super nuclear whatever, super spicy wings.
Pangalan pa lang yun, nuclear.
I forgot, and I tried it. And actually, yun yung first time na napasuko ako sa wings. I only had 2 pieces, hindi ko na kaya.
Wait lang. Anong ginawa nila doon? Nila doon? Okay. Never mind. Dito sa Hoka.
Yeah, but now they rush towards A. Defo is gonna entry here towards Lamps. Sinabayan ng ultimate dito ng breach, pero wala namang, they're not gonna really be stopped here. They still have a lot of time. 25 seconds. Mako just popping off some shots, and dalawang Vipers with yata yun. Hindi, isa lang.
Down A.
Nats with 3 already. Pushing this to a 3v2 situation and probably gonna get that. Is pero nga na si Bato. That is a showstopper. Pero will get denied actually.
Sayang yun.
Yung showstopper hindi man lumabas, bro.
Kung tumago lang dun si Buzz, wala nang oras eh. Tignan mo yung oras. Hide that replay. We're looking at the time. Well, you can't see it.
Okay.
But there was like what 2 seconds, 3 seconds left for them to get that plant.
Sabi ng mga Korean. Ash. Ganoon sila lagi. Ash. Hindi ko kasi pwedeng kumpletuhin baka kasi maban ako dito sa Ash.
Akala ko yun talaga expression na
Ito meron akong nabasa. It's lucky. At bakit? Bakit? Sila naglalaro lang naman to pag bind.
Napakalalim naman ng analysis na yun. Bakit kasi natalo? Kasi kasalanan ni Lakia.
Oh,
Magaling mag-analyze.
Kahit i-check mo sa stats, si Lakia, pag naglalaro dito sa Bind, laging panalo. Hindi ko lang alam kung ano nangyayari ngayon. We can say this is just Gambit is a better team, man. Walang may kasalanan.
Baka sobrang aga lang kasi mag-start ng game. I mean, dun sa Berlin. Maaga sa Berlin ngayon eh. Ewan.
Ano sa Berlin? Berlin time today.
Okay, awkward, but he still gets it. Snaps with 2. Gets around the corner. Chased by that jet. Flash, nice flash, but still Defo gets the kill.
2v2. Buzz kasi may meron sila ultimate, so they can actually use it now para lang at least makapasok dito sa site. Pero yung nga lang si Buzz with that double updraft, pero wala siya makikita dito. Nag-whiff yung dalawa yung knife, pero yung nga lang nakikita yung dalawa. Oh, Meiko! We'll check down na rin nilabas na nga yung kanilang mga utilities, pero maganda ang position dito ni Defo. Hinati na nga ang mundo. He will push in, but they already know kung nasaan ba dadaan si Defo dito, and with that, at least 9-2 rin, and ginagawa nila, kunin mo up. Sige, Sam nila.
Pero sa tingin ko si Buzz, wag ka muna mag-off eh, di ka tumatama eh.
Kanina pa, di ba?
Hindi tumatama eh. I mean, minsan tumatama siya isa, pero yun know. Kuha pa niya yun. Grabe naman.
Baka talagang gusto lang talaga nila itutin. Sabi ni Ching.
Oo, baka
talagang pinapananalo ni Vision Strikers para lang magkatutin sila.
Alam mo naman, mga tao mahilig magtutin.
Oo. Si Ilo, mahilig.
Mukhang idamay dyan ha. Mukhang isama.
Si Asoray.
Tulad sa'yo, Villa. Tulad kay Asoray. Yan!
Kaya tropa yun si Asoray.
Tropa na mahilig magtutin.
Wow, give the kill out to Defo. Stacks mga kaibigan. Delikado siya dito, pero they need to like molly yung backside. And it's just Chronicle. Hindi ko ba alam kay Buzz?
Why?
Hindi talaga siya tumatama, man. Chronicle, why do you have to pick that, bro? Sa kay Stacks.
Okay. Dude, Stacks, why are you not peeking when your teammates need you? And why are you peeking when there's no one else alive? I don't get the decision making on that peek. Dapat unang nagpipick si Stacks para kay Buzz. Tapos si Buzz yung magsiswing out. But the contact play was the other way around. Nakatago lang si Buzz, probably with a flash in his hand waiting for contact. By that time, nakalapit na yung isa. I don't know. It's just the communication is looking like it's failing for Vision Strikers. So wala pang nag-push pa siya na huli.
Ano nga siguro, sila? I mean,
wait. He gets the kill. Sorry, naglag sa akin.
Pero actually, dun sa kill, dun sa napatay na si Stacks, actually, yeah, that's true. I mean, peak siya ng peak eh. Alam naman yung talo siya dun eh. Talo siya dun, man. Kahit anong gawin niya dun. Dun sa, nasa hookah siya, tsaka nasa city isa. Ang gagawin dun, man. Pero yung nga lang, they need to go here in, they're gonna go here in A or not. Pero they're gonna, up here. Dito lang sa B instead, and Spike is planted already, and Nats has a perfect angle for him to take down Meiko, and medyo delikado siya dito. Pero yun nga lang, alam din na meron tao dyan. Nats, hindi pa siya gumagalo dito, but Meiko with the sprint will take down Nats as well. He's actually hiding inside that smoke. Chronicle will actually kill one more. Redguard, low on HP. Pero yun nga lang, yung ginagawa mo sa Chronicle!
Will you expect Redguard in the corner? No. It's gonna be another kill here. 2-10!
Switching sides.
20-7, Vil. 20-7. Oh my god,
And
this guy is
you're a
just
duelist.
insane.
Yeah. Oh my god, what is happening to VS? Victoria's Secret.
Halftime break, and we're going to be just chilling out for a while. So Vision Strikers on the 210. Medyo nakakalungkot para sa mga Vision Strikers fans kasi napaka-hype nga naman.
Yeah.
But they're just not playing well today. They're just not performing. Buzz is missing shots. Stacks is peeking weird angles. I don't know. It's just not a Vision Strikers game or day. Lucky is not even having that much of an impact like we thought he would.
Pero at least talagang they're gonna have a really big comeback if ever talagang makuha nila to. And it's just mahirap talaga malaman kung paano sila makakakuha ng ng comeback dito eh. I mean, sobrang solid na ng lead ng Gambit dito. 8 points, laki nun,
There's
man.
no way you lose that many
Laki nun.
rounds.
I mean, all you need to win is just 3 rounds. That's all. Sobrang daming buy round na mangyayari dito. You still have that pistol round. I mean, if ever na matalo ka dun sa score na 2-10, oh my god, kailangan mo na mag-isip-isip, man.
Yeah. Well, we've seen it before. We've seen even bigger. Yung nangyari sa Gambit, 100 Thieves, na-comeback sila nun. I think it was 11-1, di ba? 11-1 yata. Tapos na-comeback pa ng 100 Thieves yan. Crazy stuff here. But,
dami talagang pwede mangyari dito eh. Mga comebacks sa ganyan.
It's LAN.
Yeah. I mean, latency nyo, 3, 5, yun lang. Para kayong naglaro sa para kayong para kayong Singaporean na naglaro sa Singapore server.
Pero online.
Pero online.
Madaya,
Ano pa rin, ang ping nyo dun, 3, 5.
Ano ba yung
Big
ping?
shoutout nga pala kay Key.
Shout out.
Halftime break, mga kaibigan. Pero it's time for us to witness the second half of the game. Can Vision Strikers do this? Or tatapusin na to ng Gambit? This is the map na pinili ng Vision Strikers, but they're literally getting owned. Hindi nakita si Redgar dito. Oh my god!
Inikutan.
Redgar! Pero ba't still, pero yun nga lang, oh my god, Nat!
Nats, how does he still win one? Even though, oh my god, there's no reason this should happen. Oh my god, Shados with a double stacks with a triple. And it's all in a 1v2, and this is looking like it's gonna be a very, very much GG if they win this pistol round.
Ang ganda ng ginawa ni Redgar doon. Ni parang Edgar. Parokya ni Redgar. Man. Oh, I mean, alam ko tapos na eh.
Lucky Bill. You get the fast
Yeah,
game.
dude. Yeah. Shoutout nga pala kay Ariski. Pero but still, alam mo yun? Sobrang solid ng ginawa ni Parokya ni Redgar. Andun lang siya sa gilid, sa mid, with that smoke. Kumbaga nasa lisigang ang ginawa ni Redgar dito, man.
Blinded.
Mamaya.
Ingatan nyo na yung mga jowa nyo, baka di nyo alam. Kausap na ni Redgar yan.
Yan.
Defo with a 2K here, but Shados another one. Burning is happening on stacks. Will take down 2. Chronicle, however, from up top heaven. Can they still do this? What is happening to Vicious Strikers? The pride of Korea, mga kaibigan. But still, Lagya all the way here from mid will take them red as well.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Nats with a kill onto 1. Pero makakabawi pa nga ng isa stacks, mga kaibigan. Meron siyang ultimate. The clock is ticking already. They need
One enemy
this. Stacks with a kill onto 1 too. Chronicle, mga kaibigan, 1v1 situation. Wala silang utilities, but Chronicle with that angle will take down Stacks.
Match point.
Ooh. 1 more point for Gambit. They're gonna win this. What an easy kill na ginawa dito ng veto, mga kaibigan. But Stacks, however, at least iban ROI niya agad yung kanyang stinger. Pushing this to a 1v1 with that bomb plant. But it's just the angle of Chronicle denying him, dominating, just dominated everyone here in this map right now. Shados, dito lang naman siya. Dito sa may Hawkeye is gonna deny that Roomba, but it's fine. Trailblazer all the way from B main, mga kaibigan. He actually spotted one, pero hindi na nakita na meron tao dito sa may labas ng Kapitagana stacks with that ultimate already. Pero nga lang nagkasabayan dito. But yung nga lang that is, Vicious Strike is going in all the way from Oka. Shados with that anchor. Nilabas na nga dito yung Seekers. That's with the kill again. Trying to go with the second one. Nilabas na nga classic, pero he might actually kill one, and yes, he will! Take down Mako with Temple, finishing it off. 13-2, map number 1, Gambit winning it, and Vicious Strikers is in a huge slump right now, and they can do anything dito sa side na ginagawa ng Gambit. Total domination, pandemonium indeed. Guys, huwag niyo sisihin si Lakia. Huwag niyo sisihin si Lakia kasi si Lakia talaga sa fight lang naman siya naglalaro eh, yun lang. Kung malakas talaga yung kabila, eh wala naman tayong magagawa dyan. Yeah.
I feel like, honestly, if I were to point one player out,
si Buzz yung hits niya hindi na tumatama. Sobrang daming miscommunications, lalo na kay Stack sa kay Buzz.
yeah, there were a lot of plays that just, and you see it here, ito na nga yung mga replay natin. Just not the performance that Vision Strikers we were expecting from Vision Strikers here on map number 1. Medyo disappointing, but you know, still fortunately meron pa tayong game number 2 and maybe potentially game number 3 again. So yeah, we'll be taking a short break. We also are experiencing a couple of technical issues. Again, papakilala kami, ako si Lusrado, it's VIL. Babalik kami sa game number 2.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Girl.
What a start for Gambit, finishing that map in such a dominant fashion. 13-2 Vision Strikers. You know, I had to check Sean and Kakuka in my stats. That is the hardest Vision Strikers have ever lost Unbind in their history. In the 35 times they have ever played Unbind throughout 2020, throughout 2021, they have never lost 13-2.
Sheesh! Nats just tore them up. Welcome to EMEA. This guy is unreal.
Oh my god.
It looked like Gambit had Vision Strikers' number everywhere. I mean, Vision Strikers tried a lot of things. I will give them credit for it. They tried so many opening plays, but the passive style of Gambit just shut down everything. There was no openings to be found.
Yeah, exactly, because they're always playing the default, and there's not much that you can do. We saw RB only getting one single kill in the 15th rounds that were played. We saw Gambit something like this to Crazy Raccoons, but I think I can safely say that nobody expected such a big dominance coming from them, and Nuts is just insane. I think he just made it into the top 5 with that 460 ACS.
I mean, this is the quarterfinals we're talking about. This is the playoffs. This is not like a group stage match, and we got to remind ourselves that, you know, Vision Strikers, they brought in Lakia. They knew that this was going to happen today. Sean, we didn't see too much from him, but I mean, it wasn't down to him either. Gambit somehow just completely ran them over.
No, like I said, it's not Lakia's fault at all. It's this style of Gambit where they're okay with giving you Shower at the start of the round. You're using a lot of utility. You know, they're okay with giving you B-Long control at the start of the round. You're using a lot of utility there as well, and then they take it back from you. And then you're stuck in this weird utility battle where you're always one piece behind them, and they're winning the mid games all the time. And it just plays perfectly into this matchup.
Yeah, and it's something that works perfectly for Gambit, because you're saying mid-round and what the response are to it, and I feel like Rega was an example from that. He was retiring his stars, just changing the plan all the time, something that Vision Strikers couldn't face. They just couldn't do anything. And that last round, Jesus Christ.
I gotta say, I just had a quick look behind me, because obviously the players are there. I don't see Lakia being back for this next map. So, Kakuka, how would you feel if that was potentially the only performance we see from this player throughout this entire tournament?
I mean, based on what we just saw, I'd say that's going to be probably it. And I'll be kind of sad, you know, because we've been hyping it up, and now we're only going to see it get one bind.
Yeah, it is kind of unfortunate when you look at a star player like Lakia. It's kind of unlucky that he finds himself on the receiving end of that loss when the team was so successful coming into that matchup. But yeah, they're going to go back to the lineup with King on the Sentinels, and, you know, maybe Lakia is just like a one-map kind of thing, or one-map player for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, that seems quite crazy, right? Getting one of the best players in their region, potentially in the world as well, just to have him play one map. Head-to-head now.
Wow.
I mean, Defo was also just hitting all of his shots.
But he was really smart, especially at the beginning of the rounds. He knew where to look for those duels. He was finding them, and he had always someone behind him to make him feel safe.
Yeah, this was the worst performance Buzz has had so far at this event, right? There just wasn't anything there for him. The only time where I feel like he had a shot and he kind of missed was that time we saw in the highlight reel where Nats walked up along his wall by the box and Short A, and, you know, Buzz is on top of that platform, Short A, and he just missed the shot. There wasn't opportunities, though. That's the thing. He didn't have those shots that he had in previous games, like against the Ascend.
Yeah, I mean, Nats was just killing them before they could even do anything.
Yeah, completely. I said it before. We need the Nats that we saw yesterday, and we're 100% getting it.
Well, how do we bounce back from this? You know, Vision Strikers, they are one of the best teams in the world, but what do you do when you lose that hard on bind?
I think you just have to stick to the basics, right? We're about to go into a lot closer quarter map here in Split, I believe, and it's going to operate a lot differently than Bind. They're not going to have to deal with this weird, like, Viper on one side of Bind, whereas you don't have it on your side. So you saw what happens. We've seen it time and time again this event. When one team has Viper on Bind and the other team doesn't, more often than not, we've seen that Viper come out on top.
Yeah, but we also need to think that they're actually going to see the Viper on Split, because that's probably going to be it. I don't expect many changes coming from Gambit, and I'm just scared that they're going to be as comfortable as they were on Bind because everything was working for them. And as we mentioned, they were just playing Gambit. They were playing their style, and it was enough.
But this is Vision Strikers we're talking about, and you know they can also adapt. They can also learn and bounce back. Are you expecting that here?
Oh, absolutely. I think the set plays on both attack and defense are way more open on a close quarter map like Split, right? You can see a Breach and a Jet combo or even a Raze Astra. They can have so much success in taking positions quickly. But without the lacking a middle on Bind affects those type of plays, and you don't get to see them as much, especially against the default heavy team like Gambit.
Also, we need to think about the fact that Vision Strikers decided for this split to be an option, and they knew the Gambit feels comfortable, so they definitely have something prepared. They have been reading into them, and I mean, they lost against 100 Thieves. It wasn't a super hard loss. I believe it was a 13-10. So is that going to be enough? How much information do they have on them?
I mean, this is also the other issue, right? Because we saw them against 100 Thieves. They also had a very, very dominant performance. And then something just switched in them and it didn't go so well. Kakuka, what are the chances of that happening here?
I think with that first map, I don't think there's many. This is all the pressure right now is on Vision Strikers.
Yeah, well, we are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. That performance from Gambit was just too much. Like, I'm getting brain farts right now from
Do you guys expect another 13-2? Could we have Gambit doing 13-1, 13-1, and 13-2?
You know, for the sake of the competition, I hope not. And I do want to see more from Vision Strikers. Straight in there, Astra and Sky both locked in already. Sean, no surprises.
Yeah, no surprises at all. Something that interesting to point out about Vision Strikers comp on Split is very, very, very rarely. Okay, I was gonna say it's very rare to not see a Sky right now in the current meta on Split, and they typically lean towards Breach. So I don't think there's a lot of footage on stacks in this Sky role on Split. I'm curious to see if Gambit had some kind of counter plays ready that are now thrown out the window.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see stacks, but it's something that I like. Obviously, no changes coming from Gambit. They were comfortable in the first one. Why would they not be as comfortable in Split?
Do you think that's a good idea, Sean, to switch stacks out of the Breach and onto the Sky?
Well, Vision Strikers is one of those teams where I trust their preparation, right? This isn't like, our Breach didn't work last map, so let's throw everything out of the window and let's just go with Sky. Nah, they've been practicing like this, and they definitely have set plays.
And also, they know that they're going to be against Astra and Viper, so I think it's way better to have a Sky.
Well, Vision Strikers have to bounce back if they want to stay in this tournament. Riv and Doug, take it away.
The fuck? Welcome back here in Masters Berlin. Villain Shadow here, and nakita natin yung match kanina. It's just nuts. Just exploding with 3.4 KDA. Taas.
I mean, there's just nothing much you can do about it. If he just goes on the server and he starts killing all of you, I mean, no amount of strats can really account for it. And you know, wala talaga eh. Pag palong-palo, yun lang talaga eh.
Oh man, palong-palo eh, no? Parang kakatapos lang mag-session eh. Ng deathmatch.
Nakasampung deathmatch yata ito eh.
Oh, tas ACS niya 460.
I think that's the highest that we've seen in Berlin so far.
Tignan natin yan. Depende yan sa stats nila. Pero actually, yun nga, based on their picks ngayon, it's just a Jet. So far, merong probably mga 80+% na pick rate. Pero si Yoru, 0 pa rin. Well, if you're picking Yoru sa Masters Berlin, parang kailangan mo mag-isip. Kasi paano mo gagamitin si Yoru, man?
Yeah. I mean, Yoru is very, like, sobrang specific lang niya. Only in very specific instances will it ever be viable.
Hindi nga maps, instances pa nga eh. So, at saka yung instances na yun, sobrang low pa.
Yup. I mean, we've seen it work like here and there like a couple of times, pero there's a reason why most teams iniiwasan yung Yoru.
30 seconds left.
But, so, kaya nga, wala namang Yoru here. Yeah, we got a 5v5 here as we go on over to that A site. Gambit looking to start on the attacking side. Vision Strikers, unahin nila ang defense nila ngayon. Flash comes out. That's gonna be a nice hit from Buzz. Gonna miss the next couple of shots here, and yet again, just the shots are not connecting right now. flash coming through just to delay the plant. 4 seconds, they have to stick it. Can they stick it? It looks like he'll deny it. He wins the round. Stacks on his own, he wins the round for Vision Strikers. And ito na yung problema ng Gambit eh. Sobrang tagal nila bago mag-commit ng site. Moments like these are inevitable.
I mean, yun nga, di ba? Paikot-ikot sila from B to A. I mean, yes, napatay nila yung mga tao sa may heaven. Pero yun nga lang, sobrang ganda na position ni Stacks dito. Actually, pwede natin sabihin na hindi to chamba. I mean, alam mo yun? It's just him with a precision, with a really great angle dun sa may
Going Astro, guys.
elbow. Solid. I mean, really great performance coming in from Stacks, which is siya yung MVP ng last match for Vision Strikers.
You know, one of the reasons that make this map so defensive-sided is malayo at matagal lang rotate ng attacking side. And with a team like Gambit na matagal talaga mag-rotate, mabagal talaga mag-play, this goes against their play style actually. Unlike Bind na pwede ka mag-teleport, mga ganun.
Oo.
Bilis lang yung rotation.
Oo nga, tama. And maliit lang tong mapa na to eh. Talagang if ever na kunyari, nandito ka sa may, what do you call this? Sa may ramen, rinig ka all the way sa kabila. Alam mo yun?
Yeah.
It's just the
so you have to
footstep
walk
as well.
actually.
Yeah. I mean, yun nga, di ba? Mag-walk tapos, gagamitin mo pa si Yoru. Parang para saan, di ba?
Tumakbo ka sa sewers, rinig ka sa A-ramp, yung ganun. Which is why this actually might, and I know this might be a long shot, but this is maybe one of the strats to actually beat Gambit, to just waste their time so much.
Yeah. And that's the thing that they're doing right now. I mean,
30 seconds
kumbaga
left.
dito sa match na to, it's just Defo and Chronicle na nandito. Si Defo super low. I mean, just literal na one hit na siya dito. Pero yun nga lang, Chronicle, you can actually take some shots. Pero yun nga lang, if ever head yan, might as well say GG na rin. Pero yun nga lang, it's just the time lang talaga ang ginagawa. Play for the time, really slow push na ginagawa dito ng Gambit. Pero in this type of HP and possession, delikado ngayon ang Gambit for sure. They don't have any utility. Si Chronicle, yes, meron siyang Spectre dito, pero if ever nakapatay siya ng dalawa, it's gonna be great. Pero yung kalang definitely na remaining here. Nakita ka isa, pero that is Mako. Shutting him down. Inom ko muna ng vodka.
2 HP lang siya. Kaya, there's really not much you can do. But still, 2 kills and a spike plant, that's still more than enough for the side of Gambit here. The replays. Ano yung Vil? Ano yung next match natin today?
Next match natin, actually, KRU versus G2.
Ikaw ba yun o hindi?
Oo, ako.
Kayo ni Terror?
Secret.
Onting teaser lang sa mga nanonood dyan. Secret daw.
Secret. Kami ni Dubstep.
Wala naman secret dito eh.
Wala ba? Bakit sinabi mo maglalaro? Going back here in this game, let's see what's gonna happen here. Mga kabayan ba dito ang Gambit sa ginagawa sa ng Vision Strikers, pero nakita naman natin na pinili ng Gambit yung mapa ng ang Vision Strikers ang pumili ng map kanina, pero yung nga just Gambit just shutting them down with a 13-2 score. Meanwhile, ito yung pinili ng Gambit, pero it's just the other way around. Mukhang nakakabawi ata dito ang Vision Strikers to a 2-0, pero yun nga lang 4v4 na tayo dito sa mapa na to. And wala na rin actually si Buzz, so they don't have this main entry fragger. They still have that pseudo duelist, which is si Stacks, pero it's just the Sentinel. The only Sentinel na meron ang Gambit is patay na, which is si Nats. They need to know the information na meron sila. Actually, sobrang solid ng information gathering nila. They have Shadows and they have Nats as well. I mean, okay na, goods na.
Yeah, it's true, but what about that information? What can they do with that information? They actually get 1 kill already onto Buzz. Playing the close angle. Nice adjustment.
Solid adjustment doon. I really thought na una napapatayin yung alarm, but pero yung once na nakita yung ulo dito ni Stacks, I mean, hindi na siya nag-isip eh. Siya yung tao na lang talaga, diba? Very delikado siya, pero yun nga lang, all these spot shots na ginawa dito will take down King and kanina hindi naglaro si King, no?
Hindi.
Oo, tama, hindi naglaro si King, but now King is here. Para lang at least let's see if ever makakabaya pa sila dito. And actually si King, para siyang si ano eh. Para siyang si Lakia, di ba? Para siyang si Lakia. Si Lakia naglalaro lang si ano sa bind if ever kailangan ng Sky. Tsaka Sky lang naman talaga ginagamit ni Lakia dito eh. And si King, kasali siya sa lahat. With him playing Killjoy. So alam mo yun?
Yeah.
Palitan lang.
It's just a matter of comfort nga, and honestly, I feel like putting out Lakia there on bind might have actually been a little bit of a misplay. So yung secret weapon ng Vision Strikers dito wasn't really very much of a deadly weapon, more like a airsoft or a paint gun.
I actually like realized na double flash pala sila kanina, Lakia at saka si Stax with that breach. Lang, ay, tama. Ngunit lang ako, ngayon ko na-realize, pero yung nga lang, RB. Ball take down Defo.
Nice flash. It's easy kill there towards mid and timed perfectly with a swing from RB. Now up towards Heaven Kingmaker, the Sentinel, looking to hold here up on Heaven. Oh no, he looks away at the wrong time, and Chronicle is ready for it. Now Buzz with the operator. Kanina, ang dami niyang whiff. Ngayon, makakatama ba siya?
Yeah, that's true. Sobrang daming whiff kanina ni Buzz. I mean, hindi talaga siya tumatama at all. Yung mga second shots niya, wala pa rin. Yung mga third shots niya, actually, hindi pa nga. So, I mean, siguro, it's just Gambit. Sobrang likot lang talaga nila gumalaw kanina. And just hindi talaga matimingan sobra ni Buzz. Yung mga operator shots na. Pero hopefully ngayon makapalo sila dito. Pero nga lang. We are actually waiting it again. Na makapalo sila sa side. And it's just Gambit. Sobrang, if you're gonna compare the game number 1 and game number 2, sobrang tagal gumalaw ng Gambit. Kaya knowing na wala pa si Defo, how will you enter this, man? You need one person for you to the entry. Like, talagang ito na talaga yung comeback na rin na ginagawa dito ni Buzz. Sa kapatid yung dalawa dito, talagang starts finishing the two heads of Gambit right now. And finally, from the depths of the seas, Vision Strikers will come and rise again for the glory of Korea.
Is he what are they? The Kraken of Korea? I like that. The Kraken of Korea, Vision Strikers. Finally, tumama na rin ng si Buzz, no? He gets 2 very big kills. And that's gonna boost the confidence of their team. They're able to get a very confident and decisive round. So, binili mo ba to, Will?
Hindi pa. Meron pa naman time. Hindi pa. Pero, yun nga lang, diretso ngayon sa Defo, mga kaibigan. Oh my God!
Whiff.
Whiff City!
Whiff! Hindi na shisha na. Whiff!
Oh, whiff! Dito lang yun sa Whiff City na ginagawa nila. And for Gambit right now, medyo delikado sila dito. Wala na naman si Defo. Wala na sila sa Chronicle, so they don't have any smokes dito for the side of them. Pero it's just a Vision Strikers. Well, all they had to just capitalize this kills and this advantage para lang at least manalo pa sa mga iba't ibang rounds na pwede nila makuha dito. And tulad nga sinabi mo, Ilu, the Kraken has been released already by Vision Strikers. Lalabas muna. Alam na. Ayan o.
Actually, wall bangable yun eh. Sana binili niya. Ano wall? Okay.
Okay, it's fine.
Oh, shit!
Korea, #1.
They actually get those kills from Buzz. 7-2 na ngayon si Buzz, oh.
Okay, nakakabawi na siya ngayon eh. Tulad nga na sabi ni paring Asoray, all walls are bangable. Kaya kung wall ka,
naku po, pare. Sana all walled. Oh my God.
Kaya kung wall ka, naku po, Diyos ko po.
Patay kayo kay Asoray.
Matakot ka sa operator ni Asoray.
Sa Odin ni Asoray.
Sa Odin ni Asoray.
Dash in. Pangalawa na yan, Depo, na magda-dash in ka sa mag-entry ka na walang kasama. I don't know what the point of that is, honestly.
Ano bang, ewan ko pa dito kay Defo. Pangalawang best mo na yan, Tito Defo. Ano ba yan? Ano nangyari dito? Pasok ng pasok eh, no? Pero nga lang. Tuloy na magilabi kami na namamatay. Wala eh.
Wala siyang
Bago kasi-
trade. Hindi ko gets.
Oo.
I don't know.
Ewan ko ba dito sa ano?
Tsaka actually, no, he does that kasi may flash siyang kasama. Pero yung problema, yung flash, hindi nabubulag yung kalaban.
Oh. They need to rethink their strategies here. I mean, why in the hell are they doing that in the first place? Meiko! In that position, maganda yung angle niya actually if ever makapasok yung lahat. And knowing na wala silang flash dito kasi medyo malayo pa si Shadows. Inaantay lang talaga nila si Shadows eh before sila pumasok.
30 seconds
They can't go in here in B hanggat walang flash.
Opponent
And that's the thing they're gonna do. Pero yun nga lang, Redgar will be eliminated already. Wallbangs are now coming in for the side of Vision Strikers. They need to go. They can hear it. All the sound. Triple peak.
Ala, nag-asim!
Kasi naman, ito pa kaya RD. Paring RD. Ano ba yan? Pero yung delikado sila. Sabi rin sa gilid. Pero nga, last will take him down. Blaze Storm all the way from boss.
What the hell?
We're not gonna connect. Why are they doing this? Isa sila pumapasok. Ano ba to? Valorant Got Talent? Ha? Nag-audition kayo? What is happening, Vision Strikers?
Why? And what was that miss from Buzz? Sobrang focus nila sa pag-deny ng plant. Hindi nila naisip na, guys, just play slow. You have the man advantage. That was like a 3v5 that they threw away here. Ay, nabulag niya rin sarili niya. Pero nakuha pa rin niya yung kill. And that was a throw. That was a round thrown away by Visions. I'm not ashamed to say it, dude. Because, like, let's take a little bit of a look. Sana may replay. Kasi sa totoo lang, like, now... See, I don't understand the swing on it all.
I mean, actually, I don't know kung ano talagang nangyari sa kanila dito. I mean, isa lang pumapasok dito. That 2F coming in from Buzz. Ito na naman, okay na yung kanina eh. Pero, hindi ko ba alam kung ano ba nangyari sa kanila eh, no?
And all it needed was a left click. Nagpa-plant siya, sinistick niya yung plant eh. Left click mo lang.
Oh. All these mishaps na nangyayari dito sa Vision Striker, sobrang sayang ng tulong nga na sabi ni Ilo. That is actually parang throw nga talaga. Like, ang asim ni RB, no? Alam mong tatlo na yun nandun eh. Why do you have to go in?
I mean, there's two of them there. First of all, dapat hindi nag-spray down from backside. Sana nag-intay kasi may crossfire, may ka-crossfire naman siya eh. Si RB tsaka sino kasama niya? Si Stax yata, di ba? O si Mako. Si Mako pala.
Si Mako. Wala eh. Talagang ano eh. Tapos nagko-Korea sa'yo. Kailangan nila mag-usap, man.
And you know, this communication problem, I think, yung mga rounds kasi na ganun pressure yun eh. Yung sobrang nape-pressure ka na yung
And knowing na if ever natalo sila dito, it's over for Korea. Osh. On na. On na magkansan na. On na. Awesome nila.
Okay, kita siya dito kayo.
Dito na naman tayo sa ano eh. Sa si Sante speedrun.
Oh no.
Sino ang mauuna? Ako o si... O sabay.
Ito... Oh, wait lang. Nice double lineup from Mako. Okay, good stuff.
Yeah, at least
ang tanong, Vil, kung sino sa atin maunang matutulfo.
Oh. Hindi man, sige, ikaw na yun. Sa'yo na yun, man.
Hindi, si Asoray pa rin.
Si Asoray, tama. Si Asoray unang matutulfo. Oo, tama. Pero, shout out kasi paring Asoray. Kung nasa ka man ngayon, alam ko masaya ka. Kaya kung marinig mo man to, at least diba, sinashoutout ka namin.
Oo, tama.
Huwag kang mag-alala, hindi ka namin sinisiraan. That's all I mean. Good words,
30
man.
seconds left.
Sugarcoat everything. Meanwhile, Nats taking him down a little bit, but R&B with a bit retaliation onto Nats.
Oh.
Ang tagal maglaro ng Gambit.
Ang bagal gumalaw, no?
Ang bagal nyo gumalaw.
12 seconds na lang. Oh, yun ako.
Ano ba?
Dude, Vil, sobrang common kasi nito sa yung playstyle na to. Sobrang common nito sa region nila, sa EMEA. Ganito sila lagi. Yung nagpauso nito yung Navi dati sa CS. Sila yung nagpauso sa region nila eh. At saka sa tingin ko, ang daming gumaya. Tapos parang it really influenced the region to really keep this playstyle going. And
feeling ko, maglaro si Jesus eh.
Feeling ko, lilipan na si Simple eh. The joke lang, nanalo na sila ng major.
Simple! Naglalaro pa sila ngayon, man.
Magaling pa si Simple ngayon. Nanalo sila, di ba? Nanalo sila ng major.
Chamba. Mas maganda to. Mas maganda to, man.
Mas maganda to, syempre.
Here in the battlegrounds.
I don't get that at all.
Yeah, same. Diba? Why do you have to do that in the first place, man? I mean,
Battleground.
Oh,
Bago
yeah.
lang yun, no?
Oh, man. I mean... Oh. Buti na nga Valorant, one word lang, no?
Oo nga. Valorant.
Oo.
Ay, alam mo, dati, that almost happened sa Valorant. Kasi, di ba dati ang tawag sa number 1 rank, hindi Radiant, Valorant?
Oo.
Oh, so ano?
I'm actually Valorant in Valorant.
Oh, Valorant ako, bro.
Oh,
wow.
Buzz. Finally, nag-hit rin.
Okay, eto na. Tumatama na si Buzz. Salamat. Finally.
Nakakain din ng samyang.
Oo, nakakain ng samyang. Pero ito ko lang, may going to chang para sa inyo. King KR gets a double kill onto Redgar and Shados, making it a little bit easier for the side of Vision Strikers to take this round. Chronicle, the last man left standing. Swing out is inevitable only with a Spectre. And he better die. He needs to die here, dude, because he needs
money sa next round. Pero yun nga lang, that is Chronicle will take down the one. Pero that is Meko, mga kaibigan. Tikman mo ang tokboki ko. We'll take down the Chronicle. 6-2.
Spicy tokboki.
Sarap, di ba? Good. What do you wanna get in? Oh, yeah, dude.
30초 남았습니다.
Samjang.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크가
Tokboki.
Tokboki.
Ba't ko sinabi yun, man?
Ano? Isaw-saw mo sa Samjang. Ang malaki kong tokboki.
Oo, man. Guys, hindi ako nagsabi na, ha? Ilo, kung gusto mo na mauna, hindi na kita pipigilan. Pero totoo, may tutok pa si Buzz. Totoo yun. Nakikita natin yan. Actually, sobrang solid ng mga flicks niya. Pero yung nga lang, can he keep up? Or intro boys, pero yung nga lang, Meko pushing it already. Pero they haven't won. Hindi natin lumera tayo. Pero yung nga lang, that is a spray and break coming in from Gambit, mga kaibigan. RB. Because of that wall, hindi ata tumatama yung mga shots mo, pati ko. Pero that is a Viper spin coming in from Chronicle. Spike has been planted too. They need to go in. Pero yun nga lang, it's just medyo delikado sila dito because of the utilities of the lineup na meron sila. Chronicle, oh my god, nalakdown siya dito pero but still napatay naman ni parang Redgar to. This is actually really scary. May lineup ba? Oh no, wala nang snake bite. Oh, Pros don't pick, ha?
Pros don't pick. Hindi tinanggal. He stopped the defuse, but oh, Gambit cleans it up. Oh no!
Ang bilis na nangyari.
Hindi, yung Heaven player nag-late lurk. Kaya nakuha niya yung nagde-defuse.
Pero kung napapansin mo, I mean, sabay-sabay na patay ng Gambit yung tatlong players sa Vicious Strikers. Literal na sabay-sabay. Parang nag-coordinate, parang nag-usap-usap sila. O, akin to. 1, 2, 3, bang! Tapos, ubos.
Kinakot na ako ng chat natin.
Oo, isaw-saw sa samyang.
Oh no. Joke lang yun, guys. Huwag niyo ako isumbong kay PPGL.
Pero sabi na poet name Ilustrado. Oh, tama. Si Ilustrado, poet talaga yan.
Poet? Poet?
Poet talaga yan, man.
Oh dear.
Pwede natin sabihin na nasa tama ka. 3-6, medyo mabagal ata. Pero okay lang yan. Nananalo ang Gambit dito. Para 2-0.
Tignan natin. Pero Buzz has been hitting shots. So 6-3. Actually, pretty good scoreline miss right there from Buzz as he tries to swing out. Aggressive swing. Gravity will slow the pace down of this attack here. reposition has to come in for both of them. King now knows na may mga naglalaro dito sa ropes.
Meron pang tao dito sa may ropes. Pero yun nga lang, si Buzz, same place pa rin naman siya. Same place. Hindi rin siya umaalis dito. Kasi, to be honest, yan ang pinaka, yan ang safest place talaga ever. Yung elbow na yan. You have a lot of room para at least to defend yourself as well. And you have that room to be aggressive. So, kailangan, ang ginagawa dito ng Gambit, you need to learn from your mistakes. Ilang beses na kayo nahuli dyan ni Buzz. At yung ginagawa ni paring Redgar, medyo delikado yan.
Yeah, a little bit alanganin here, pero Chronicle opening pick figured out by RB, but that's all they get. Gambit na ngayon makakapasok sa side. Buzz, another one of those misses that he's managed to find here. 2v4 retake, and for me, save niya nila to. Save niya na.
Yeah, like what you've said kanina, a little bit alanganin. And
a little bit alanganin, bro.
Yeah, dude. Pero
why you gotta call me out like that, man? Ray's never gonna let me live that down.
It's fine. Pero feeling ko they insta-G yung business checkers dito. All they have to do is back na sila dito, bro.
Yeah, they just got to save their para. So like, it's gonna fall back.
they insta-G.
Oh no. Okay.
And after this, gonna go to Starbs and stuff. Yeah. Probably.
Anong favorite Starbucks drink mo?
I mean, sa akin, pinaka-favorite ko talaga is hot na caramel macchiato with extra caramel drizzle on top.
Oh man, Starbucks has mastered that caramel macchiato.
Yeah, dude. Kasi caramel macchiato is meant to be hot, not cold.
Yep.
Ayun. So yun talaga
actually, iba yung macchiato ng Starbucks sa macchiato ng the rest of the world actually. Fun fact.
If ever gonna compare caramel macchiato ng TCB at saka ng Starbs, sa Starbs pa rin ako. Sarap eh.
Yep. But there's one thing from TCB that I love from them. Yung double chocolate frap nila.
Yeah. Masarap yung chocolate nila.
Yung parang may malt.
I mean, kunwari may mga gigs tayo, kunwari LAN event, ganyan. Lagi talaga, before talaga ako mag-stage, yun, it's a must na mag-caramel macchiato muna. Plus, extra drizzle on top.
Extra drizzle. But Buzz, looking like he wants to sprinkle a little drizzled salt on towards Gambit right here. But if he can make this shot, that's what's up. But it doesn't look like he's going to be given an opportunity. Now he's going to get that shot nailed down. Nice shot.
Mo bawi ata ang Gambit dito, pero yun nga lang, they need to be extra careful here because wala na rin yung isang Sentinel nila, which is actually Nats, pero yun nga lang, RB definitely knows it already, meron tayo sa may rafters, pero the question is, nag-drop ba siya or not? Walang tinamaan yung flash niya, sana nilayuan nito pa ng konti, pero yun nga lang, you know it already, doon lang si RB, pero yun nga lang, bakit hindi na talaga pa rin yan pinik? Pero Defo will take down one with a right click onto that blade.
One enemy remaining.
It's refreshed already and they have no idea at all. Palipat-lipat ka dyan. Meron pala tao doon sa may backside. 10 seconds left pero it's just a buzz. Finish it off. 47.
Last round in the half.
Bumabawi naman dun sa mapang pinili ng kakampi nila.
Yes.
Last map is actually Icebox. And malakas ang Vicious Striker sa Icebox.
Yeah, I'm hoping the series goes to game number 3 here, but sabi nga ni Tim Hortons daw, sabi ni Kevin, over Starbucks. Na-try mo na ba yung French vanilla ng Tim Hortons?
I'm actually not a fan.
You don't like it? It's so unlike it. It's not really coffee though, honestly. It's just a really sweet drink.
Masarap yung mga pastries nila.
Yep. Wow, they finally play fast here, Gambit. They finally try to play fast, pero look at what happens when they play fast. Sobrang napapunish sila. Gambit, I guess they just like to play slow. I guess that's really what their comfort is. Because now that they're trying to play quick, mabilis ang response ng Vision Strikers dito. And once more, they're going to lose a player before they can even really get into the action. There's no way to revive. And with Buzz hitting those beautiful shots, wala ka talaga magagawa. Di ka makakapasok sa site. Di pa kayo makaka-rotate.
Ayan, andito naman siya sa bahay ni Buzz sa elbow. Pag si boss nasa, ano to, paghawak na talaga niya yung operator, parang nasa isip niya, okay guys, I got this already. Ako na bahala.
As long as
na
he
lang
hits his
kayo.
shots.
Yeah. I mean, unlike nung nangyari dun sa game sa map number 1 natin, it's like,
Wala talaga
boss,
tumatama,
come on.
no?
Oo eh. Pero yung nga ng Seekers. From a Shados to, pero yung nga ng Mako needs to back off because of their dito ngayon. Pinangamundo dito. And I really love yung ginawang ultimate dito ni Mako. Na talagang sinandwich niya yung mga players ng trackers dito lang sa may corners pero they have no idea. Ang meron tayo dito sa may taas na red guy, low on HP. That's big. Not gonna be successful, but Stacks will finish it off. 8-4.
Switching sides.
Vision Strikers. That's a first half and really great first half dito sa side ng Vision Strikers.
Yeah.
I mean, kung napapansin mo, yung frags ng Gambit, I mean, parang pwede natin sabihin na pantay-pantay lang sila. Walang sobrang bumubuhat, unlike dun sa game number 1 kanina. Pantay-pantay lang, man.
That is just a massive recovery here for Vision Strikers. Talagang nakabawi sila from game number kasi sobrang durog sila sa game number 1. Ano yun, 13-2, di ba?
Yeah.
And now they're at 8-4. Lamang pa sila and they're really showing what's up here onto Gambit. Gambit looking a little bit rattled, but they're still feeling pretty all right as long as they focus. So yeah, halftime score. Sabi ni copy ko, blanca lang ang sakalam. Sabi ni Jericho.
Pwede. Pero okay naman. Yun din yung gusto ni gusto ni Yujo. Ay, yung pala yung gusto ko actually. Gusto ko rin yun.
Na-try mo na yung Nescafe mocha?
Hindi pa.
Mocha. Sarap, meron ako nun. Okay.
Meron akong tinry na great taste na chocolate tas coffee. Ang sarap. Naging favorite ko saglit lang.
Saglit lang. Nasawa ka.
Hindi naman kasi ako like super duper coffee lover. Ano na lang, I mean, actually nahawa lang talaga ako kay May kasi parang yung dugo niya, parang kape na yung dumadaloy. Pero, pero legit I mean, pag talaga, bago ko umakyat ng stage, bago ako mag-host, or bago ako mag-perform kung saan man sa na LAN event, kailangan ko muna talagang parang sinanay ko yung sarili ko na mag-caramel macchiato muna, venti with extra caramel drizzle on top.
Parang routine mo yan, kumbaga. Ritual.
Pag hindi ko ginawa yun, parang ang laki ng kulang. Wala, ewan ko.
Yeah. It's part of getting into the zone. Like some players have their rituals, so so like different warm-ups and whatever before they get into the game.
Ikaw, ano ba yung ritual mo bago ka mag-cast? Anong ginagawa mo?
Wala. Actually, wala. I just do like tongue twisters before I start casting.
Anong klaseng tongue twisters yan?
Like, pitong put, not like that. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, and then Peter Pepper, pickled peppers. Just just the standard ones para ma-warm up lang yung dila tsaka bibig.
Yeah. So pwede mo sabihin talaga super warm up na yung dila mo tsaka bibig.
Yes.
Okay, Daddy.
Oh God.
Noted, Daddy.
Okay. Very nice.
I really need that extra credit, Daddy.
I'm stuck in the washing machine.
I was about to ask you kung anong ginagawa mo, but yeah.
Actually, I actually got stuck in a washing machine before when I was a kid. Because I tried to go inside.
Anong Tagalog ng step bro?
Yun ang hindi ko alam.
Hindi ko rin alam.
Anong Tagalog ng step brother? Baka alam ng chat.
Chat please. Patulong ko anong Tagalog ng step brother. Pero yun nga lang, Chronicle, maganda rin position na dito. Pero actually, binabaliw lang nila with all these sound cues yung mga players ngayon. And they have no idea kung saan pupunta. But still, si Defo naman maganda yung angle niya with that frenzy. He can actually take down like probably 2 pag na-retain na yung angle na yan. Pero yung nga lang dyan si Boss. But Chronicle will see you first. But didn't manage to damage anyone. Pero actually, tapatay, nabawasan pa nga ni Boss eh. Nabaril sa tuhod eh.
Totoo ba to? Kapatid sa labas? Yun ba? Yun ba yung stepbrother?
Hindi.
Hindi, iba yun eh.
Hindi, iba yun eh. Ang kapatid sa labas, pag yung nanay mo, yung tatay mo may kabit.
Silang anak.
Oo, yun yung kapatid sa labas. Pero but still, Meiko with a kill here. I mean, naka-multiple kill pa nga. Pero, ito na bumabawi ngayon ng Gambit mga kaibigan. And now, Nats taking down 3 heads.
Jeez, Nats, 10 HP. He still manages to find the headshot. And ito na yung nakakatakot actually. Pag si Nats na sa defensive side na. It's so hard to beat him. And the only way that the other teams normally beat him is when they throw the KO at him and they have a buttload of, you know, a utility to throw his way. Sure, meron naman kahit paano yung Vision Strikers, pero I don't know kung sapat yung mga utility ni Stacks dito para ma-flush out. Kailangan the combination of Mako and Stacks to flush, you know, to flush out Nats, and even then it's not 100% sure.
Ilo, alam ko na kung nito.
Enemy kill.
Ginugel ko, anak tilik.
Anak tilik?
Anong ginagawa mo, anak tilik? Pag kunyari may tinagalog ka,
di ba stepson yun kasi anak?
Hindi, stepbrother.
Stepbrother.
Anak tilik. Yung step-sibling, stepbrother, step-sister. Anak tilik daw yun.
Ang anak tilik ko?
Oo.
Talaga?
Anong ginagawa mo, anak tilik? Parang ewan ko ba, men? May pag tinagalog mo yung magano, ba't parang iba?
Parang iba?
Sana wag na lang. Pero wala, kailangan nating lumingon sa ating pinanggalingan. Kasi ang hindi lumingon sa pinanggalingan ay isang toot! Hindi ko pwede sabihin yun dito eh. Mamagalit kasi sa akin si Pepe, si Jose Rizal. Pero but still. Meiko peeking the left side and he will catch one. Pero at least, namang makabawi sa kanya.
Tapos na yung bandang wika. Pero mukhang mababalik tayo sa ating mga roots dito sa PPGL.
Di ako makagalaw, anak tilik ko.
Na-stuck ako sa loob ng washing machine sa Tagalog. Washing machine lang ba?
Wait lang.
Washing machine. Ano yung Tagalog daw? Washing machine.
Wait lang. Labahan.
Anak tilik, na-stuck ako sa labahan. Ang pangit. Baka kapatid tilik or kinakapatid. Yan sabi ni Arvin. Kinakapatid. Feeling ko yun ang tama. Diba?
Well, shout out sa mga tropa natin sa Twitch. Hello guys. So hope you guys are having fun as well. Tahimik sa Twitch eh. I mean,
chill lang naman.
Tahimik lang sila man. Chill lang sila sa Twitch. And sana tuloy nyo lang yan, yung pagka-chill nyo dyan. And pati rin dito. Sana chill lang kayo, pwede nga lang Chronicle with the kill onto Buzz. Pero na ako nabasa, casters trolling. No, we're not trolling. We're doing a good job.
Yeah.
Trolling.
Nag-blue screen ako.
But going back here in this game right now, that is Redgar. Spray! Onto one. Taking down RB, hindi man lang siya nakapag-wall. Pero, from nowhere,
Oy!
Vision Striker taking down field already. Defo will be taken down by Stacks. 6-9!
Nice! Nag-blue screen ako.
Really great score here. Para dito sa dalawang team natin, it's just what is happening to Gambit right now. Naubos na ata yung kanilang lakas dun sa game nila kanina sa bind, but still, all these multi-kills, all these gold na ginagawa ng mga players is absolutely great! Nice! On to now! That's the thing that they're saying. We can't understand. But still, 6-9, and for Vision Strikers, actually it is a good thing. I mean, they won this game dun sa ating by round, third round ng ating second half, because they need to think on what's going on. And if ever pa na talagang inunahan nila yung Gambit talaga na mag-isip-isip on kung ano ba yung susunod na pwede nating step just to our opponents, And kasi, tulad nga sabi ko kanina, it's now or never for Vision Strikers, man. If ever they're gonna lose this, they're gonna go home. Yeah. In a few days. Mag-chill muna sila sa Germany. Yeah. Pero ito, I mean, actually maraming lagi ko nababasa to yung yung hindi ko alam yung kaldag.
What is, I don't know what that is. But
hindi naman siguro basos yung kaldag yun. Alam, ilang beses ko nang naririnig yun sa nababasa. At yung sabi nga ni Hannah Bacon, pag ang Gambit nag-overall, papakaldag daw si Ilo. I don't know kung ano ibig sabihin nun.
I don't know. That is some deep Maharlika Filipino stuff, dude.
Maharlika is rich.
Matalinhaga pala yung naiisip ko.
I've got your trail.
Matalinhaga is deep.
Deep Filipino. Seekers out here as we go into the next round. They're gonna be diving straight into it. Redgar's gonna get one, but Buzz will trade him off. Naghahanapan sa smoke, and mananalo dito si Buzz. It's gonna be traded out by none other than Redgar, and it's going to be a 3 versus 3 dito na ngayon sa ating dalawang teams as the retake now will begin. Spike gets planted. King, he's holding an aggressive position, pero because of the neural theft, he's gonna be forced out of it, and they're ready for it. Nats was ready.
Stocks. Nice flick.
Can he get onto site? Oh, hindi nakapasok sa site. They might not know he's here. This is a good reposition from Stacks. He only gets one. Adjust. Flashing out. Good flash to blind them. But can he get the kill? Low HP.
2 seconds to.
Oh, and he gets it. Stacks with a triple kill to keep Vision Strikers alive and get double digits up against Gambit.
If ever na nag-take time pa dun si okay lang eh. At saka lumipat siya dun sa may bandang elbow. It's fine kasi magkakaroon ulit siya ng flash in 3 seconds.
Yup. Ang ganda ng play to ni Stacks. He gets the kill and he gets the comms from his teammate na malayo pa. Sige, reposition ka. He goes ahead, he repositions, he uses his flash, he gets him low, and he takes the round. Well played from Stacks here. Bawing-bawi ang performance kanina. Hello! Woo! Ric Flair.
Oh.
Woo! Sino bang favorite wrestler mo nung bata ka?
Nung bata ako,
ako si Goldberg.
Si Goldberg ka? Oh, I mean...
Or Kane.
Kasi dumating ako dun sa point ng wrestling na super sikat pa talaga sila. Tawag doon? Sila Mr. Socko. Sa Tristratus.
Okay. Yep. Yung mga matches nila na iba-iba yung outfits.
Oo. Alam mo yun? Tagal eh. Sila Stacy Keibler.
Oh yeah. That's what's up.
Oh. Mr. Socko.
Kaldag is twerk?
Talaga?
Kaldag is twerk?
Mr. Socko ni Mick Foley.
Hindi nga.
Talaga?
Hindi daw eh. Sabi sa akin ng prod, hindi daw eh. Linuloko nyo ako eh. Anyway, it is just another slow round here. Pistols nga lang naman ang dala ng Gambit dito. They will be close and all sucked into the gravity well of death. Pero makukuha pa nila yung kill dito up onto Redgar. Will be traded out onto Stacks here. Cannot get out of that spot. Still a 4v4 retake. They have managed to find a Bulldog, pero Bulldog nga lang naman. They have yet to identify where the last player is, and that's gonna be none other than RB, who is still quite far away. Alam nila, nandiyan na siya. How will they deal with him? Wall him off, and then they'll flash through it. Bulag na bulag! Pero panalo pa rin si RB dito. Off angle, works out for him. 3 and 4. That's gonna be 4 kills for RB, and a big confidence booster for him on this anti-eco.
Yo, ang ganda ng ginawa ni RB. Na-flash na nga, like literally, like blinded in your face, man. Ito yun. Uy, hindi siya tatamaan. Masyado.
Napadil yata yung Nabaril niya ba yung...
Hindi.
Or sa likod niya?
Wala naman tao sa likod niya.
Hindi, sa likod niya pumunta pa yung flash. Kasi hindi siya nabulag
siguro.
Siguro sa likod niya.
Nabulag siya pero sobrang konti lang.
Half blind lang.
Oo. Solid. Pero kung premature sana yun na pagputok no.
Full blind yun.
Sayang. Oo.
Sino bang hindi mo bubulag sa ganun?
You will not kill my ally.
Naman, sumagay.
Ayan na si Rez.
Oo.
Si RB, they get him up. That's gonna be a 5v5 still. Redgar off angle, it works. And then the trades just all flow in right now. As King gets the final one onto Nat. Big deal. Expensive already, but Defo's ready for it.
3v2. Meron siyang ultimate dito, pero saan ba sila pupunta? Here and B. Pero it's fine. Because andun naman sila Chronicle at saka si Shadows, and they can hear it already. Napapunta sila sa mga kaibigan. And now, all the way from A, definitely gonna use his ultimate para lang at least magkaroon siya ng opening, para lang at least maging aggressive siya dito for them to take down these two players. For the second step, pinaka-lock right now, Shadows not gonna be able to catch them with that bird. Para si Stax, meron siyang dalawang dito.
30 seconds
Meron pa naman siyang dalawang flash dito, so he can actually catch someone off guard. Pero yung Stax from behind, pero meron tayo sa may dito mo. And narating nila yun. Pinatik na nga yung spike. Kids with a kill onto one. Mako narating dito, pero still Stax and Mako will be dead. 7-11. And the Gambit is still alive, and they're really preventing Vision Strikers to go on the match point here in this map. They really want to finish this with a 2-0 because last map, ang pumili nun is VS.
Yeah, and that's what I guess that's the big payoff for, playing through the groups na may advantage. Yun yung advantage nila kasi nag 2-0 sila sa groups. Kaya nila mapipili yung third map. And they're on Icebox. Vision Strikers look good, dude. Hindi pa sila natatalo sa Icebox.
Yun nga yung isang thing eh. I mean, sa totoo lang, pag ikaw ay pag Asian ka, magaling ka sa Icebox.
Bakit?
You should run.
Akala ko may joke. Akala ko magja-joke.
Walang joke.
Ganun lang talaga.
I've got your
ganun talaga. Bakit? Si Tens, hindi naman, di ba half siya?
Pinoy siya eh.
Medyo, Pinoy siya eh, di ba? Magaling sa Icebox, magaling mag-jet.
No one's detained here, but the Astro Wall will keep them safe for now, as it looks like they're gonna get onto site without a problem, without a hitch here. 7-11 on this convenient scoreline, as now 5v5 retake is how it is going to go. RB aakit siya papuntang langit, but will they be able to flush him out? He gets fully flashed here, but RB just shooting away, thinks he's fully blind, has to heal himself. King already has gone down. Defo finds another. That's gonna be 2. But the swing out from Mako from the flank, it works right here. They haven't expected him. They still don't know where he's coming from. And finally, they have an idea. Redguard, not ready. We're not ready with the timing at all. Triple kill for Mako. Buzz follows it up, but doesn't get the kill. He does get him low. Sort of, at least. But Stax is going to be finishing off that final kill up along with the last one. And they get match point. Vision Strikers na ngayon. Makakabawi sila.
Makakabawi sila. There's gonna be game number 3 and Icebox, pero hindi pa naman tapos to. Tulad nga sinasabi ko sa Icebox, malalakas talaga yung mga malalakas mga Asian doon. Parang si Tens, di ba? Ano siya eh, di ba? Half Canadian, half Vietnamese.
Half Canadian, half
Tyson. Oh yeah.
Is Tens Vietnamese? Half Vietnamese?
I mean, yeah. I mean, ano siya, Tyson mo.
Talaga, that's cool.
Oh. Tapos si girlfriend niya, si Kaide, Japanese. So magiging Kaide ngo. Wala. It's 20 years old pa lang pala si Tens. Bata pa.
Bata pa si Tens. Bata pa si Tyson.
Si Tyson.
How old is Kaide, dude?
19.
19. Yeah, they're so young.
Mm-mm.
But they're super cute. I
siya.
love them.
Yeah. Like if ever ba gusto mo na bang mahanap yung Kaide ng buhay mo?
Why you putting me on the spot? But yeah. For sure. I mean, like, who doesn't? But, being single is cool too, dude. Okay lang naman maging single. Wala namang masama sa pagiging single.
Alam ko nagpaparinig ka na eh, na baka lang at least andyan yun.
Oo nga no, may kamukha si Tens.
Si Dire Dude.
Oo.
Si Dire Dude ang kamukha niya.
Oy, taga lang, nag-freeze na naman yung...
But going back here in this game right now, we're now seeing all these players battling at sila because Defo, Sheriff lang naman na meron siya, but still, King KR will be falling down into the hands of that. But still, Mako going in. Pero nga nakapalilad sa RB, it's all up to one. But still, Strikers finishing with it. With a win, 1-1 na rin yung score nila. Really great comeback na gawa dito ng Vision Strikers. They thought it's over. They go home na hindi makakapunta sa finals or whatsoever. But still, they took down big shoutouts nga pala kay Kai tsaka kay AJ. Ano yan, mga tropa ng Antipolo Rizal. Pero going back, Ilu, do you have nagulat siya. Pero here in this match, it's just yung ginagawa dito ng Gambit. It's just really crazy. I swear. And all they have to do is just keep up and parang lang nila, i-maintain lang nila tong composure na to, and probably
Vision Strikers to, Icebox eh.
Yeah, they're gonna make Gambit home.
Let's go, Vision Strikers! Let's go! Excited. Ako hype na ako. Di ko alam ko sa inyo, pero ako hype ako.
Isipin mo if ever na matalo ang manalo ang dito, tawag doon. If ever manalo ang Vision Strikers dito, swear, makakapunta si Lakia sa semifinals kahit yung laro niya talo.
I mean, he just did his role there, but hopefully he'll do bit better in the games in the future. Magpapahinga muna kami. Game 3 is coming your way. It's gonna be on Icebox. I'm Lestrado. This is Vil. We're your shoutcasters, and we'll be back in just a second.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins.
First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
One time I was running through the jungle. baddest.
It's the first quarterfinals of the day, but we are already going the distance. I'm back on the desk with Kakuka and Sean. Vision Strikers, they bounced back. That was much cleaner, Sean.
Yeah, it looked like a totally different team, particularly from the man Stacks. Oh my goodness, was this a map by him? It's not even like the utility usage, which you typically, highlight when you look at Vision Strikers games. It's his clutch play and frags that propelled this team.
Yeah, and talking about utility, we have to mention Mako as well. I feel like he was doing so much for his team. Obviously, especially on that last round that we saw, even when they were getting in, they knew exactly where to use the gravity well to take it into their advantage. And it was clean for them. I feel like the biggest difference between these two teams and this map is that Gambit was playing super Gambit, super slow. And Vision Strikers were not afraid to take a 5v5 post plan because they could play around that.
Yeah, of course, a Buzz there coming in really, really hot, making a huge difference on the Korean Jet.
Yeah, absolutely. We were mentioning it at the first half, the fact that he had the freedom, he could make the difference and follow it by Stacks when he's on the sky and not the breach. I feel like it was super clean for both of them.
Yeah, and Buzz was someone that had a lot of success in his opening duels this game. Doug mentioned at the end of the cast, 6 opening duels won by him in this matchup. Overall for Vision Strikers, 13-7 in opening duels, which matches the scoreline. That's why I think that stat is so important. But you mentioned they forced Gambit to play this retake style. That triple ult execute on A to get them at 12 was gorgeous. The lockdown, the cosmic divide, and then there was another ult that they used as well. The Seekers went in, and there's just no shot for Defo to find any openings that round.
Yeah, that was beautiful to watch. It's exactly what we wanted to see on Bind, that we saw from Gambit, but now we saw it from Vision Strikers, and they also put it in a different order from what we're used to. Is still as effective.
Do you feel like it was a mistake for Gambit to choose this because Acend was on the table?
No, I think it was more of the right choice coming from Vision Strikers, banning that breeze and not the split.
I would have liked to see them pick into their comfort pick of Acend, but I understand why they didn't. So I can't really fault them for it, right? They tried to go into the 1 week map Vision Strikers has in their pool, and it turns out they're just really good on all the maps.
Yeah, it is Vision Strikers we're talking about. We saw a lot of cool stuff from that map, and Mitchman is currently standing by to break some of that down.
Thank you so much, guys. And I love that we started out that death segment by mentioning Mako and his utility usage. Kakuka was saying was instrumental for them in claiming this map, and I absolutely agree. So I figured, why don't we take a look at how Mako responded to some of the aggression that came out of Gambit. Now, we know that this is a team that like to take things slow over on the Gambit side. They are a defaulty team. They run it down, 30 seconds left, and they'll go for a push. And what that means is if you've got the slowing ability, you're going to be able to get a lot of rounds, or at least apply a lot of pressure to them. Now, in the scenario we're looking at, we've just had Seekers popped out outside of B main, and Mako is playing right here. This is obviously looking at Vision Strikers on the defense. Now, look at the reaction. Immediately, we're going to see a gravitational well put down there. That slows down the Seeker and allows him time to put a big old wall straight down the map. Divides up the world and then destroys the Seeker on the way through. Now, this is all pretty conventional play up to this point, but what I found super interesting looking at the round as it unfolded was, in my opinion, what was about to happen was a flash out here, a typical sky flash through that wall, and a little bit of aggression on the back of it. But instead, they had a different idea, which involved, instead of heads-up duels, a lot more harassment, just spraying these players down as they came on through. And it's right here on the backside that we're looking in particular. Mako keeps on pivoting back and forth through the Astro Wall and spraying the players down. They can't really return fire because when they go to shoot back, he's right back on the other side of the wall. And this actually did a lot of damage. I want to be clear before we really get into the round that Mako got no kills on this B-side hold, but without him, they would have been completely ran over, just like we saw in Bind. Now take a look at how this one plays out. You actually have a much slower approach coming out of Gambit because they are also staring at this position, waiting for that Sky Flash to come through. They know that that's the likely play. They're hoping their play through Heaven is what's going to win them the round, but as they lose out on Nats, they're going to have to just blitz through this wall, which is where you also get a little bit of a stun going down. Mako ends up with no kills, but I want to show this from his perspective anyways, because you're going to see just how quickly he responded. Now already, as we get into this, you've already seen the Seekers popped. He is reacting instantly, putting the gravitational well in, buying him time to put down the Cosmic Divide, and this is the part that I found most interesting. The constant spray that was coming through. He'd spray them down, jump to the other side, get a reload on, make sure they're not pushing on through, and continue to spray away. This opened up the room for his teammates here and here to be pretty much solely focused on the Heaven player coming out. They could take that fight together, and then he was just continuously slowing them down. Even buys himself a second to put in that little star, and then obviously that's going to be used for this stun. Stax gets all 3 kills, and he had a lights out map. But without a teammate like this, I don't think that would have been possible. And I wanted to show it from Redgar's perspective as well, because, okay, he doesn't take a lot of damage the first time around, but the second spray that comes through, while they're so conscious of a Sky Flash coming through the wall, puts him down to 6 HP. He gets healed up by Shados, just a little bit, and then he even takes another lick of damage as he walks on through. So he actually would have been dead, but Mako, unfortunately, didn't get any kills there. It was all Stax who gets away with it on the scoreboard, who looks like the god tier player at the end of the day. But it's these supportive plays that really go underappreciated a lot of the time. At least, that's my excuse when I play ranked. Back over to you guys in the desk.
Thank you, Midge. I think there's a lot more excuses for you when you're playing ranked, but we won't get into that for now. I know you're a really big fan of Mako, Kakuka, but Sean, what did you make of that?
That was really cool how he used his wall. I love how Midge broke that down because, yeah, he's able, you can't spam through that Cosmic Divide, so he knows when he hops on his left side of the Cosmic Divide, they can't touch him. So he just keeps going in, takes a couple of bullets, and then goes back on the passive side. I loved that play from Mako.
Yeah, to me, it's all about the assist. That's why I always wait for that stats to come. He didn't get the kills, but he did get the assist, I'm sure. And we also get to see why is he so good on this map and how smart as a player he is.
It's the bonkai in you. You can't help it. You love the assist players.
I know.
But Icebox, this is the decider. This is going to be map 3. Now, I know you both said Vision Strikers have the slight edge here, but Sean, why do you think they're stronger on this map?
Oh, Vision Strikers has just been so innovative on Icebox as a map. It's a map going back that they're just so solid on. They're 7-0 since Stage 2. They run such a cool comp. They run a Killjoy on it as well. So I just think Gambit has looked a little bit unimpressive on Icebox leading up to this point in their Crazy Raccoon match, in their 100 Thieves match, where they had that comeback go against them. What version of Gambit do we get today?
And that is the big question completely, because as you mentioned, we got that 13-1 versus Crazy Raccoon, but yesterday it actually got to overtime. So what are we going to see? I don't expect any changes in the compositions. We see a lot of 100%, but I would like to see Redgar back on the Sage, Chronicle going on the Sova, and Shadows on Reyna. I feel like that is what they should go for, at least on my eyes. Okay, I like how this starts. Thank you very much.
Yep, this is what they have gone for. Of course, Vision Strikers here again, not a place that we expect them to make those massive changes here, but Nat's back on the Viper, Sean. I know you prefer him on the Viper compared to the Cypher.
Yeah, I was talking about it before the game started, but his Viper play allows him to lurk so much more. When he has ability to activate those poison orbs, activate the walls, he creates his own timings and he nails it on the kitchen lurks.
Yeah, that is one of the things that makes me a little bit scared, is that Nat sometimes is too aggressive, especially at the beginning of the rounds. Maybe not picking, but his positioning onto green, it scares me a little bit, because I feel like that is something that Vision Strikers are going to be able to read on, but this is going to be a close one.
Who's taking this, guys? Who's taking this?
Dude, I don't know.
Oh, I'm gonna go with Gambit, just because I'm gonna say that Nats is gonna win those lurk battles, but he's gonna be up against a lot of Killjoy and Sage utility on those lurks.
Okay, I have to go with Gambit. I have to.
Okay, Gambit all around here. Well, this is the decider. The winners will advance to the semi-finals and the losers will be going home. Rivendug, let's see who's going to be taking this one.
Thank you so much, Stu. Yeah, we wouldn't have it any other way, right? For it to go down to one final map, Icebox of all things, such a strong map for Vision Strikers, much like we talked about on map 1.
Back here in Masters Berlin, game number 3. The decider match here in Icebox, mga kaibigan. Sino ang uuwi? Gambit or Vision Strikers? Ilu, sa prediction mo, sa tingin mo sino?
Vision Strikers, I think they got it. Hello? Okay, there we go. I think Vision Strikers got it. I definitely think they have the tools in their kit. And sa tingin ko talagang they're really good on Icebox. Gambit, they get punished a lot on these big maps like this. Vision Strikers, they know how to punish. And I think this is going to be Vision Strikers all the way.
Yeah, so nakikita natin lang dito if it's gonna be Vision Strikers with a reverse sweep na gagawin nila. Pwede natin sabihin na pinaisa lang no? ng Vision Strikers yung Gambit. Tapos gusto pang manalo all throughout. Pero yun nga lang. I really love the utilities na ginagawa dito ng Vision Strikers. Putting down that snakebite agad para lang at least just to delay the plant ng Gambit. So, nice play na talagang ginawa nila dito just to delay everything na talagang meron sila. Pero yung nga lang, if ever talagang gumagawa ka na play na ganun, it's just the precision lang talaga ng mga lineups. Pero that is Vision Strikers going in and boss with a 2K. But oh my god, it's just these two players ang umupo sa Gambit!
Oh my god. That was sexy retakes, man. Look, I say this all the time. You cannot play 5v5 retake on B side without getting more of the side. And they just showed us exactly why that is. Buzz to infinity and beyond. He goes with his aim. Napakaganda ng pinakita sa atin dito ni Buzz at saka ni Mako. They worked that Viper's wall absolutely perfectly, swinging in, dashing out, exchanging aggro, exchanging fire, and then swinging out for the kills. Ang ganda. Best pistol round I've seen from Vision Strikers this entire tournament.
The pin down sa Bilo, and literally Gambit can't do anything at all sa ginawa sa ng Vision Strikers. Pwede nga lang Buzz really aggressive here, but still medyo delikado. Pero
oh my god,
taken down Defo again with an up draft. Let's see if ever makakisa pa narinig to ng Gambit. So let's see if ever na talagang ipo-push out to ng mga players ng Gambit, mga kaibigan. Nila mo pasulit yung isa, with a second, with the third one, and yes! Buzz! Again and again,
God.
game number 1. Buzz is in a huge slump. Pero pagdating sa game number 2, game number 3, he is unstoppable.
He's just getting better and better, man. This is what happens when the Koreans aren't afraid anymore. This is what happens when you let them do whatever they want. Ito na nga. The Koreans are here and they are looking like they are so sweaty today, dude.
Actually, ito, Koreans are known to be good at playing RTS games. Lalo na real-time strategy. Pero, lalong-lalo na FPS games. Sa totoo lang, Ilo, hindi talaga sikat ang Korea sa FPS games.
Yeah. I mean, the only one was Overwatch.
Oh, but still, yun nga. Ano pa ba?
That's it. Overwatch. They got big in Overwatch, they got big in StarCraft, they got big in League of Legends. But they were the best in the world for all 3 of those games.
Yeah. Tapos sa CS kasi, China dun eh.
Yeah, Korea never quite caught up. Well, to be fair, Korea never really wanted to play CS. Parang never lang nag-appeal sa Korea yung CS, I think. They found some success with like a couple of teams like Samsung White, pero never talaga naging top tier team.
Yeah. Still, so solid na mga pinapakita ng Vision Strikers ngayon, and like what you've said, they're not afraid anymore. All they gotta do is just push out these players, waiting for the right moment for them to do these retakes, and probably trying to be really aggressive as well, like what they did kanina sa retakes na yun. Nung na-up na yung wall, is just pandemonium, man. It's ating match number 1, but still, we're watching that. Taking down 1, but RB with a follow-up 2K there, but Defo all the way here. Dito lang ulit sa may kitchen, trying to like claim the throne again. trying to balance pace of the game. Less than a minute left in the clock right now, and it's just vicious strikers, man.
This is not the kind of map that you can really play that Gambit super slow style. Kasi talagang mapapunish ka. First of all, ang layo ng rotations mo. Pangalawa, ang daming space para sa mga defending side na gumalaw at hanap-hanapin ang mga late burp nyo, ang mga slow push nyo, and that's what we saw. Galing sa labas ng kitchen si RB, pumasok yung stacks with the opening kill, and you know, it was just kill after kill. What? They managed to find a 2v2, 1v1 as Shados now playing around this corner, might not see one, and it's gonna be
the push ni Kim. Oh!
The mind games right there.
Yeah. Nice kill there by Shados. Nag-snap eh.
Snappy.
Nag-snap yung crosshair dun sa ulo agad eh. I'm not telling na pero ganun na nangyari.
Reflex of muscle memory lang talaga yan.
Yeah, dude. I mean, kaya if ever meron kayo nakitang ganun, huwag kayo mag-accuse na, hala, baka ganyan-ganyan.
Hindi naman. Actually, medyo mabagal nga eh. Maganda lang talaga ang tutok. Pero, bonus round lang yun
Yeah.
Bonus round lang yun ng Vision Strikers. 4 yung naubos nila. Still really good.
Knowing na hindi naman lahat sila naka-rifles eh. Probably naka-SMG lang naman yung mga iba dito ng Vision Strikers for sure.
Yes.
Oy! Sa sobrang ganda ng 3 rounds dito sa Icebox, mga kaibigan.
Here, boss.
Miski yung stage, hindi na naman kinaya.
Tech boss, wee-wee.
Tech boss, wee-wee. Naihi si Nauwi si King, man.
Here in Icebox, you don't want to drink the yellow snow. Never drink the yellow snow.
Yeah, dude.
Eat the yellow snow.
Nagiging yellow lang naman kasi kailangan ng tubig. You need to hydrate yourself more.
Have you ever licked like ice na or bakal na sobrang lamig?
Ayoko dumikit yun.
Pero nagawa ko na. Kasi nagawa ko na yun.
Yeah, dude. I tried it sa ref namin dati. Nung bata ako. Pero tinanggal ko agad kasi alam kong masasaktan ako.
I left mine on for so long.
Paano mo tinanggal? Dinefrost?
Wala, umiyak ako, dude. Binuhusan ng hot water.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you do crazy things nung bata ka pa.
Wala akong malasahan for like 2 weeks.
I mean, we know it already. Your friends knows it already. Na you do crazy stuff way back when you were a kid.
Yeah, that was back then.
Yeah.
Medyo troubled past. Medyo problem child.
Yung bigla-bigla ka lang umiiyak kasi nadulas ka sa CR. Ano mo yun?
Kaya ganito tayo eh. Kaya yung trabaho natin eh, Billy.
Yeah, dude.
Feeling ko ikaw mas malala ka pero sa high school.
Here.
No, hindi nung high school, mabait
ka nung high school.
Mabait ako nung high school.
Uwe.
Oh.
Hindi ako naniniwala.
Di ba't pinipilit? Nung college, medyo malala.
Okay. Yan, pwede.
Lahat naman ng lala, dapat nasa college o wala sa high school. Going back. Pero I miss high school. High school, sobrang...
I don't miss high school. I miss college. I don't miss high school.
Yeah, miss ko ang high school. Fun
Co-ed ka ba nung high school or...
Co-ed.
Kaya siguro.
All boys ka ba? Sayang. Sayang co-ed, bro.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I was co-ed for like 1 year because I moved to a school. But anyway, long story. Going back to the game here. Bago ko ikwento yung life story ko, tsaka ni Bill. It all started when I was a young boy. Therapy session nga pala to, yung mga nanonood yung mga therapist natin. Salamat sa libreng therapy.
Oo. I mean, kailangan natin yung mga session na ganyan.
Oo. Kasi lalo na pandemic ngayon, wala kang kausap.
30 seconds left.
Like kanina, nag-uusap-usap kami. So sabi ni Ilo, "Hi, Illustrado." And we're like, "Hi, Illustrado."
Bagal na naman pumasok ng Gambit. 15 seconds na lang. May pang-melt sila ng wall. Ayan. 14 seconds. Makukuha pa nila. Spike denial. 12 seconds. 11. And time is ticking down. Can they break through? Can they even get the spike down? Doesn't look like it. No chance in hell. 4 seconds left.
4 seconds.
There's no way.
Yeah, dude. You need 4 sets para ma-plant yung spike. Yun lang yun. So pag yan pumalo pa ng 5 seconds pas hindi mo pa napipitik, GG ka.
Alam mo yun, sobrang bagay ng Gambit maglaro. Siguro dalawang kwento na tayo kasi hindi pa nila napapasok yung site.
Kaya kung napapansin mo kung ano-ano pinag-uusapan namin, ba't kaya?
Ang bagal maglaro eh.
Diba? Kung pinilasan lang kaya nila, di sana hindi na namin pinag-uusapan yung mga struggles ni Ilo nung bata siya.
Yung mami ko kasi pinagpapalo ako eh.
Okay lang yun.
Nahanap talaga ni Buzz yung kill, oh. Nahanap talaga ni Buzz, oh. Oh my God!
Buzz! Gusto ko pag ako nagkaanak, Buzz din ang pangalan. Oh my God! Sige, ubusin mo na lahat,
Buzz! Ubusin mo, Ace!
Ace or kick ko.
Ace or kick.
Alam na.
Nuts. Alam, nagalit si Nuts.
Okay lang yan. Low siya. Op! Natamaan.
Shock dart lang katapat yan.
Isang shock dart lang, bes.
Buti na lang nag-flick.
Oo. Nice flick.
Patay sana yun kay Nuts. Si Nuts pa naman yan.
Alam mo yun, yung tipong feeling ko parang inis na yung Vision Strike. Ang bagay naman ito, naglaro ako na nga lang magpapult. Ano?
Galit siya, oh. Panis!
Wala siya nagawa. Ito naman, flick, oh.
This is Vision Strikers.
Nice,
at their best. Japanese naman yun. Nice yun din ba sa Korea? Kaya...
Nice din sila eh. Nice samnida! Pinaghalo ko na lang.
Wawalan tayo ng brain cell dito.
Ano tawag nila pare? Ano tawag is innovation.
Binawian tuloy si Buzz. Buzz, 0. He's dead. No res available. Mid control. Nice shot right there from Defo.
Pinapasayaw niyo ako sa chat. Hindi kayo.
Bakit gusto niyong sumayaw si
Kaldagan ko kayo isa-isa.
Kaldag. Alam na pala namin yung ibig sabihin ng kaldag. In-explain sa amin ng aming magaling na producer na...
Itatago natin siya sa pangalan Dale.
Oo, itatago natin siya sa pangalan Dale na kung ano yung kaldag. Kasi alam niya yung kaldag. Sa kotse daw eh. Parang sa kotse daw eh. Kasi ba mahilig mag-drive?
Because of the players of Vision Strikers, dalawa na lang sila, 5 veto situation. Wala na rin yung Viper's wall, but they're actually getting some verticalities here for the side of Gambit. Para lang at least magkaroon sila ng konting high ground for them to have the slight advantage. If ever, si Stax meron siyang wall dito, pwede lang i-wall yung area, pero yun nga lang, medyo delikado siya. Medyo delikado pa if ever nag-wall pa siya, pero they don't have any choice at all but to save, man. Is this gonna be the team na magpapa-uwi sa Gambit? Knowing na if ever nanalo ang Gambit dito and if ever manalo ang Acend doon sa match nila mamaya sa G2 Esports, ano na yun, man? Parang dream come true na yun. Kasi ang gusto makalaban ng Acend is Gambit.
Oo. The European... Kung matalo talaga ng Vision Strikers dito yung Gambit, I will call them the European Slayers talaga. They are the European Slayers.
Yeah, the EU Slayers.
EU Slayers. Tsaka EMEA Slayers.
Pwede.
By the way.
Anong kwento na naman to?
Actually, nalimutan ko na eh.
Nice.
Forgot, dude. I was about to say it. Now it's gone.
EU Slayers. Yun din ba ang mga sabi ng mga EU team? Mga EU talents?
EU teams.
EU teams. Tama.
Mga EU teams.
For so long! Ngayon ko lang na-realize, man! Oh my God! Masyado kasi malinis yung mga isip namin. Ano naman? Clean. Sabi ni... Magagalit si PJ. Pero may mga kaibigan, may delikado siya dito because dalawa ang nakasilip sa kanya. If ever lang na talaga makuha siya dito. But yun nga lang, we're just actually waiting for the recon bolt na pwede nilang ilagay para lang at least magkaroon sila ng konting information kung nasan ba yung mga players na to. But still, RB will take down Chronic, which is actually a really good pick. Wala na silang information dito, parang very malaman na saan sila pumapasok dito. But still, Shade is winning talaga, but KKR did not get as well, but 2K already. 3v2 situation right now. Stacks getting that higher ground, getting papunta dito sa may rafters, but still, may kita ba na yung mga dalawang players na dito sa baba? May dalawang tao actually dito sa may maze. Pero nga lang, the problem is the clock is ticking already. Kailangan na rin backupan siya. Uy, hindi alam. Alam mo ba agad?
Nalaglag!
That is actually a risky move na ginawa dito ni Stacks, ha? Na nasa ropes lang siya. Tulad nga sinabi namin sa inyo, medyo mahirap to kasi merong line up ang Gambit and Shadows. Just gonna get that Ronison.
When we were casting before, we were wondering ano yung ibig sabihin ng FNS. Ayun, sinagot na ni Sean Galvez. It means finesse.
Okay.
Finesse. Ayun.
Finesse.
Salamat. 11 kills na ngayon si Buzz. So Buzz is he's really doing the work here on the server. Ayan, naalala ko na yung sasabihin ko kanina. Guys, hindi exactly 4 AM yung start ng Sentinels game, ha? Running time to, ah.
Oo, running time pa.
Ibig
Malay
sabihin,
nyo, 4:30 pa
or mas maaga pa.
Posibleng
mas maaga pa. Pero posibleng mas late pa.
Nakadepende to sa mga matches, eh. Yung mga nakikita nyo sa mga sa mga oras-oras na yan. Ano lang yan, men? Mga forecasted lang yan.
Oo. Parang weather forecast. 90% chance of rain. 90% chance of Sentinels.
Oo. Kumbaga, yun lang
Last
yung
game ba
estimated
sila?
time. Yung ano, Sentinel?
Sentinels, last game.
Oo.
Last game sila?
Oo.
Oh my God.
So, ibig sabihin, pag lahat to, pag nag-game 3 lahat ng games natin, baka hindi lang alas 4.
Well, actually, normally ang start natin sa tournament na to, di ba mga 9 ng gabi?
Actually, kaya naman eh. Kasi allotted naman ang 3 hours per game eh. So, palo ng 4 o'clock, I mean, probably nag-start na. Or panel na. Parang ganun.
What exactly happened? Why Brent players switched to Team Secret? Actually, pinili lang nila mag-move. Yun lang talaga. Pinili lang talaga nila.
Sinagot na nila eh.
Sinagot na nila yun actually. Check their Twitters, but they have answered that question already.
Yeah. Or follow si Gian sa Twitter para to get more infos about these teams. Tsaka si Phil.
Follow niyo na lang kami sa Twitter at saka sa Twitch. Nag-stream kami. Sasagot namin yan sa mga podcast namin.
Tapos si Ilo, follow niyo sa OF.
Walang maisip na acronym eh.
Kaya mo yan. It's PH. Philippines. Pero
only fathers.
Only fathers, yeah. Grabe ka naman, Johnny. Ilu's daddy. Nuts!
Toxins going up.
Deleting Meiko here in this game. Trying to go for the second one. Spray transfer.
30 seconds
successful
left.
because RB will take him down with just that ghost.
Spike
Pero
planted.
nakuha naman siya ng Phantom dito. Easy upgrade nasa isip niya. Pero he's in a very, very tight spot. Harap likod. Merong nakabantay sa'yo, bes.
I mean, they get the kill. That's fine. Sakto na yun. Tama na yun. Sapat na ang 1 kill.
Tagal, man. Tagal nila maglaro.
Bagal talaga maglaro ng Gambit, no?
Oo. Kanina ng game number 1, okay naman eh. Ang bilis eh.
Hindi rin. Mas mabilis lang kasi dahil bind. Malapit. May tanong ako, Bill. Ano may yung pinaka-successful team ng Team Secret? Kasi may team sila sa ibang games, eh, di ba? Di ba meron silang R6, meron silang Dota.
Kung nasan si tawag dito si Papi Dota para sa akin. Nakailang ano sila eh. Laki lang panalo nila, man. Para sa akin, yun na ano nila. Kasi doon din naman talaga nagsimula eh. Ever since 2014.
Ooh.
Tagal na.
Crispy. Nice shots right there. And the shock dart to follow up very, very shortly. Nats here. He's gonna get tagged down quite low. No res available. Not for Buzz as he gets found here towards mid. Towards B rather. As the operator gone from the picture after that miss. Nats getting taken out. That's the person you want to find. Still, they're working that B angle. Papasok na sila B. May ulti pa dito. May lockdown pa kung kailangan. Ang tanong, sanay na ba sila sa lockdown or not? Tayo, sanay na sanay. But they know that Defo around this corner. Hunter's Fury just to deny the plant, but it's not gonna deny anything.
King. See if ever that peak is gonna be successful. And yes.
My.
3v2 Defo. Magandang position na dito. Pero yun nga, alam na meron tao dyan. Pero makikita ba sila? Pero nice wall actually ginawa niya dito. Dito na, para lang at least hindi matamaan isa. Pero actually, I mean, that Hunter's Fury made it actually really hard to check out kung nasan ba yung mga ibang players dito ng Vision Strikers. Pinatik na nga yung spike. Pero tamang peek lang, but not gonna be able to tag him with that sheriff. Hindi pa rin. And it's just, yeah. Maganda ang ginawa dito na Defo na okay lang kung hindi niya makuha yung kill na yon, kung hindi niya ma-peek si Meko. But at least you're gonna get that round, and one round away na ang Gambit dito sa Vision Strikers. Kanina ang score nila is 13-2 in favor of Gambit, pero yun nga lang kumakomeback ang Vision Strikers dito. And if ever lang na makip nila yung ganitong composure, man, they can do this.
Yeah, they can definitely figure that out. But that was a really good round, man. I honestly thought that Vision Strikers had it, lalo na may position na maganda si King. Naikutan niya yung dalawa eh. But at the same time, he wasn't really able to get it. Just the timing. The cloudburst made it so difficult for him. But still a good round for Gambit here as we go to 5-4. Pretty close game, and on this game number 3, it's just the map that we asked for and more. Everything that we wanted and more here in this game. We're seeing just that.
Really good trades na pinapakilala ng Gambit, pero yun nga lang walang pera ngayon. Ang Vision Strikers, ang meron lang talaga sila is just utilities and all these sheriffs na they're gonna use. Pero it's gonna be successful. Leer out para lang at least ma-blind yung mga players dito ng Gambit. Pero if ever napapasok ka dito, you need that Leer, man. I mean, so sorry, nag-gear para at least ma-flash out lang yung Vision Strikers, but still, a Red Guard Angel going in already. Sees one. But yung Red Guard with the second one, Defo. Not gonna be able to take down that player from Vision Strikers, but okay lang yan. Meko, hindi ba ng position niya, pero yung nga lang, that area is walled up already. And how in the hell would you win this team fight? This is a 2v5 ang gamit ng sheriff. Wala na rin kayong utilities at all, and dito sa side ng Vision Strikers, all they need to do is die. Kailangan nilang mamatay dito, pero yun nga lang, if ever mamatay sila, kailangan magdala sila ng isang player, pero but still napatay naman nila sa Chronicle, so it's fine. So all they gotta do dun sa, if hindi man lang nila matapos yung game, economic damage na lang, okay na. That is the only thing that you can do. 6-4, and this is the time for Vision Strikers for them to do a timeout, and just a really good thing. They lost 3 rounds in a row, so if ever lang na mag-iisip sila on how to do a comeback, they need to do it right now. And yun ang role ng ating coach. They need to communicate. This is a game of communication and information. So all you need to do is just maximize everything that you see and you hear.
You know, may nagtatanong dito sa comment section, sabi ni Mark, elimination match na ba to? Yes, this is the elimination match. Kaya talagang do or die for both of these teams here, and Gambit is one of the favorite teams. We said this before. both of these teams, it's really a big deal because first of all, Vision Strikers hindi sila nakapasok sa Iceland. So, para sa mga hindi nakakaalam, Vision Strikers is the Korean team that made a legendary run in VCT that played, I forgot how many, 150, 40-something games na hindi sila natatalo. And nobody beat them, at all. 100-something games, 140, I think. Pa-check na lang chat kung ano yung exact number. But yeah, and at the same time, yung Gambit naman, they are one of the favorites here from Europe. So these two teams are really some of the best in their region. And this is really the chance for Vision Strikers to prove na talagang they deserve to be here.
There they are. Pero nagkakahulihan na nga dito mga kaibigan, pero but still Defo maganda yung position na dito, pero walang just sinisilip na walang tao eh. It's just RB. Meron naman siya mga utilities dito, shock darts, pero it's not enough for you to take down these players for sure. Shadows is activated, that Empress already, and you need to be careful dito because Defo was gonna one-hit delete King, but Shadows will find one again. Wala na siyang deer, pero unlimited yung pag-heal niya at yung dismiss niya. So all they need to do is capitalize that Empress, just get multi-kills. Pero ito if ever matalo ulit dito ang Strikers, wala silang pera ulit.
Yeah, so this might be the last chance that they have on this half here. It's looking like it's going to be an 8-4. I think you're absolutely right. I don't think that they're going to have money in this last round of the half. By the way, ito yung punish. Kita niyo. He was pre-aiming kasi alam niya.
Really solid picks. Really solid reflexes dito ng Gambit, and really thought that this is gonna be like a reverse sweep. Pero hindi pa naman tapos to eh. So malay mo, di ba, maka-comeback yung Vision Strikers dito.
104.
Are they gonna go home or not?
104 pa lang win streak. Hindi pala 140 na pagbaliktad ko. 104 ang win streak ng Vision Strikers before they lost.
Wow, dami nun.
Wow. Imagine mo.
Toxin screen down.
Ini-imagine ko, bro. Dami.
Nice. B-side hit. Looks like Vision Strikers are going to hold off this push right now, but finally Gambit looking like they're gonna play a little bit quicker here. This is the difficult side, however, mind you. So, attacking sided pa naman tong map na to. So, kahit mag 8-4 to, sa tingin ko kayang-kaya pa rin ng Vision Strikers. But how will they deal? 60. Oh no, he's not gonna get out. The combination is just deadly. 4 HP na din lang kay Mako. Manglalaso na lang siya. Nakakuha pa ng isa.
Isasama kita sa hukay. Hindi sinasabi ng mga players natin. Pero yung running Chronic will get one from behind. Nick is now down for it. Pero dahil sa Viper's Pit. From the side of Gambit. Nat will take down one again. Chronic will get out of solid to Buzz. Delicado to spray and pray. Will take down one. 2v1. Pero it's just Chronicle with that aim. We'll take down Buzz, and first half 8-4 goes to Gambit, and what a really great ending dito sa ating first half, knowing na sobrang lakas ng Vision Strikers dito. Like 3-0 ata sila or 2-0, something like that. I mean, yeah, nag 2-0 pala sila, 2-1, and from 2-1 to 8-4. Isa sa baba, from 4-1 to 8-4.
Oo, grabe yung comeback dito. Pero, this is an attacking-sided map, and Gambit is a late bloomer na team. Ganun talaga sila maglaro eh. They play slow, they play late game. Ganun talaga. That's just how they play. Some teams are really like that. Katulad ng dati yung Brand, di na nanalo sa pistol. May ganun lang talagang factor sa Valorant minsan.
Yeah.
Pero yung sa Vision Strikers naman, attacking-sided map to, kaya chill lang kayo guys. So, kaya masyadong nila. Malaki pa naman yung chance ng PS dito.
Like, if you guys are rooting for Vision Strikers, kailangan nilang magdasal.
Magdasal. Kay Gian Sanity.
Oh, kay Gian. Dasal kay PJ.
Sumali na kayo sa ating Church of Gian Sanity. By the way,
Adonis Esports.
Sa mga nanonood sa Discord, sali naman sa Discord, sa mga nanonood dyan sa Facebook, Twitch at YouTube, sumali naman kayo sa aming Discord. meron kaming Discord where we all hang out and watch parties together. And not watch parties, we have watch parties. We don't watch parties. Because that's weird. Imagine nanonood lang kayo na nagpa-party. And we have watch parties and you just type !Discord to Twitch or just ask somebody for the link and then you can hang out with us.
Yeah. Actually, ayan.
May watch party ngayon actually.
Oh, ito. I-message ko dito sa
mahusay.
Facebook. Yung mga nasa Twitch sa YouTube, punta lang kayo dito sa Facebook kasi nandito yung natin, yung PPGL na Discord natin. Alam mo ba?
Ano?
Alam mo ba, Ilo? Hindi ko makakalimutan to.
Ano?
Alam mo yung group natin ng Valorant Challengers, Southeast Asia Challengers na playoffs na Discord? Oh my God, yun yung nalink ko.
Oh my God, dude! I-delete mo yan!
Hindi. Back then. Nung si playoffs.
Talaga?
Yun yung yun yung nalink ko. Kaya nagulat si Francis. Nahala, kung sino-sino to pumapasok na to. Di ba? Takot ako, man. Andun din yung mga riot guys, di ba?
Yeah.
Tapos ginawa akong public. Open for all. Oo, man. Takot talaga ako nun.
Okay lang, buti na lang.
Kala ko, papakalisin ako ni Miss Francis eh. Tatago na lang natin siya sa pangalang Yunsa.
Ano nga pala, by the way, kung sasali kayo sa Discord namin, may parang verify yan Alam nyo ng paano yan, basta matalino naman kayo.
May nagtanong na-open cam ba si Vilden? Nagkasabi mo hindi
Depende ko ng oras. Pag madaling araw, kung ano ginagawa niya sa open cam niya, pero...
Ang ingay ni Eliza. Uuna naman na uwo.
Doon niya maririnig si Eliza nag-uuwo ng hating gabi. Saka si Asura.
Yan tuwing gabi, muuwo yan.
Actually, when he sleeps si Asura habang natutulog siya nag-uuwo siya Oh my God.
8-4!
Let's go.
Dami nilang time. Nagkakaputukan na nagkakabaril dito sa mga kaibigan. And it is Vision Strikers finally spike out ready, but they need to repossession. They need to take cover because Gambit is on their way to get that victory.
Yeah, let's see.
Shock darts would not gonna connect.
Scanning ahead. Not gonna land on anyone just yet, pero ito na nga, dalawa ang mabubuhay. Still, 3v3 pala. Dalawang mamamatay rather is what I wanted to say. Redgar finding that kill onto Mako. Now pushing onto the site. Chronicle finds Buzz. Stacks. Gonna be working hand in hand. Right clicks onto Chronicle. Ito na yung napapunish sa pagtatalon. And King's gonna get that kill. Denied. Defuse. Shados. Last one to fall. And babawi na ngayon ang Vision Strikers on the pistol.
Nice post ko dito yung ginawa ng Vision Strikers. And actually sobrang ganda ng hold distraction sa dito. Yung right click na yun. We actually thought that Gambit will win that round. Pero yun nga lang, everything goes in their favor. Diba? Chill na chill lang sila, diba?
Yeah.
Nice! Yun lang.
Nice!
Samnida!
Gusto ko na mag-Korean.
Oo rin May nagtatanong si Jared. Mga boss, may PH kasi ba ng APAC LCQ kahit walang PH team?
Wait na lang for announcement. Wait na lang.
Oo.
Hindi pa namin alam.
Oo.
But Redgar here, napaka-sneaky ng position niya. Kung hindi siya ma-check dito. Actually, kung bumalik sila ng A, it's gonna be a big deal. But they're gonna go towards B instead here. And I think the path is clear. The path is wide open. Vision Strikers, they're gonna be welcomed to an open site. Libre. Libreng B.
Sobrang libre talaga nangyari dito. Pero yung nga ng Buzz going in pero not really be able to catch someone. Pero that is Stacks again planting the spike already. At talagang gusto talaga na makuha agad yung rest ni Stacks dito no. Talaga yung ginagamit nila. I mean, yun talaga yung inaantay nilang makuha para lang at least. Oh! Defo taking down Buzz through the smoke. RB, it's just that ghost na meron sila.
Oh my God!
Wala na sila shock dart though.
Oh my
God! Shados! What just happened?
That's a thrifty win. Gambit just took one with the Sheriffs, landing kills through the smoke, through everything. Grabe.
Taken out. Oh.
He doesn't miss a shot. That's insane.
Perfect.
That's actually nuts.
Perfect execution.
That's a kamat ulo moment, bro.
Yeah, kamat ulo.
Scanning ahead.
Like they can do anything but to kamat their ulos, yeah?
Only Sheriffs and a Marshal here. Tingnan natin kung maka-counter ng Vision Strikers gamit ang kanilang mga utility ngayon. Pero pupunta na sila sa A, sawa na sila sa B. Pero ang daming information.
King!
Misses the shot, just can't land it. Redgar finds that kill onto him. Defo right from the under. Backed up, but Buzz will get the kill. Followed up by RB, and look at the perfect execution here. Onto the eco, they actually managed to get the site, they get the plant, can they hold it?
Kahit anong sabihin natin, ang Vision Strikers dito is eco pa rin talaga sila. Pero, I mean, hindi naman super eco. It's just, hindi. Broken by. Ganoon na lang. Broken by sila. Pero, if ever nag-isa-isa na naman sila pumasok dito, naku po, GG talaga. Nuts, wala silang idea na meron tayo sa may likod niya. He needs to be really careful. I mean, that turnaround will not gonna be successful. They need to take down these players. Redgar will be down. And that is a thrifty round again from the side of Vision Strikers. 6-9. Nice!
They're just exchanging eco rounds.
Yeah.
And, wow. This is a good sign here for both teams. What an exciting game that we're watching here. You're not safe. Kahit mag-pistol ka, you might win a round. It's just a game that keeps on giving. And 9-6. What a nice scoreline to tie things up here.
We have no idea on who's gonna win this, actually. I mean, so where?
Sobrang close.
Kaya pa to ng Vision Strikers eh.
Kaya pa. If they win this round, it's gonna be 9-7.
Oh. Ngayon kasi 9-6, 3 rounds eh.
Wow, galing mo magbalang, Vin.
Pag 9-8, 1 round. Pag 9-8, 1 round na lang. Valorant lang, bro.
Sa Valorant lang. Okay. Caster math nga pala, by the way.
Kaya kami casters guys, because we can't do that. Pero if ever analyst kami, like, literal na statsman, kaya namin.
Kaso hindi tayo analysts eh. Casters tayo eh.
Like nakita mo yung turret na yan? Meron yan like 0.3258 chance na biglang tumitingin sa likod yan. Parang gano'n.
You know, 0.314 in the sun square.
That was like a nerdy analyst, dude.
Oy, PPGL, anong meron kapag thrifty straight to game 4? PPGL, umayos ka. Umayos ka. Huwag mong lokohin yung mga baguhan, ha?
Ano meron kapag thrifty?
Nice.
Naka-own ka sa hirap.
Naka-own ka sa hirap.
30 seconds left.
I mean, it's a big bonus to your economy. Yan lang naman. Saka kahit gamit yung pistols, panalo kayo. There you go, bud.
Panalo kayo kahit wala kayong binili.
Oo.
Biniling that much.
Buzz here, up from above, dashing out. He knows he didn't want to take that fight. Playing safe for once. Nats. Being forced to respect the pistols this time, but it looks like Vision Strikers will finally put an end to the topsy-turvy, wonky eco rounds that we have been seeing. Ay, nako, kala ko, tatama pa yung last kill na yun. But yeah, that was a great round here. Buzz with 3 kills. Vision Strikers finally find the 9-7.
Big shoutout nga pala kay big shoutout nga pala kay Eliza Taylor.
Nandito ba?
Kasi wala siya dito. Kasi wala siya dito pero alam kong nandito siya.
Ah, talaga?
Oo.
Give us a sign.
Mga kaibigan, big shoutout nga pala sa mga The Mods. Kami ni Taylor.
Shoutout nga sa mga mods na nakatambay lang sa mod room. Pili ko
The mods yung mga
sa mods room. Ba't di kayo sa general manood? Ba't din kayo sa secret room?
Okay. Sabi ni Hannah Bacon, PPGL, ano na, pagod na caster niya? Pagod.
Pagod.
Sabi mo dyan.
Kilala niyo ba kami? Hindi kami napapagod. Alam mo ba, hindi pa ako natutulog since last night.
Huling ligo ko last week eh. Kakaligo ko lang nung few days ago, maligo ulit ako ngayon, baka simpunin na ulit.
Tama. Maka-TV ka pa niya.
Oo, di ba?
Hindi na usong ligo-ligo habang lockdown.
Conserve water, naka-aircon naman ako lagi. Malamig, pinagpapawisan ba ako? Hindi! Joke lang.
Conserve water, magmumog sa toilet.
Kadiri ka! Talaga gusto mo talaga mauna sa akin, no? Na makancel eh, no? Hindi kita pipigilan, bro. Sige, mauna ka na. Sayong-sayo na.
Hindi, okay na. Sige, goods na ako.
Kami, no? Si Santi, speedrun kami. Pero yung ano, let's go check it out. Boss already. Pero Viper spit. Pero masyado masakit doon. Sige, sungka!
Viper spit ka dyan! Oh, Chronicle!
One enemy
remaining.
Chronicle
with a one-tap fadeaway onto RB. 1v4, and look at what he's just done. He turns around on his head. Vision Strikers looking rocked after that.
Chronicle, ibibigay kay Chronicle yung ace. I swear. Sabi ng Vision Strikers, sige, sa'yo na. Kunin mo na. Because there's no way for Vision Strikers for them to win this.
By the way, Eliza Taylor, nandito sa chat. Shoutout sa'yo. Ang pinakamagandang half-British, half-Filipina sa buong daigdig. Diba? Diba? Or at least sa PPGL.
Sabi niya, ano daw eh, last week daw, maniwala ko dyan. Baka mas matagal pa. Ganun. Hindi naman, kasi araw-araw kong katabi si May. Baka kasi mabahuan siya sa akin pag nanambigin ko na siya, di ba?
Underwear is now yellowish on stage, and Yeon is like, how dare you assume na may suot na underwear? Yeah, how dare you? How dare you assume we're wearing any pants at all? We're casting from home.
Yeah, dude. I mean, tulad nga sinabi na, ang bayad lang sa amin is yung taas. Yung coat namin and shirt. Oh, yung baba hindi. Kaya kahit anong isuot namin sa baba. Oh, tama. Wala kayong pake. Defo. Let's see if ever meron ba siya makuha dito sa EMEA, but it's just nagpapahiwatig na dito ang Vision Strikers. Probably they're gonna go here in B, pero yung nga, it's all the mind games na pwede nilang gawin dito. Where should they go? Saan yung pinaka-site na super comfy sila for them to get that to win? Defo, tamang floating lang para lang at least makakuha siya ng enough angle para lang at least makapag off angle probably siya sa mga players and Vision Strikers. Locked is now set. Tama smoke lang dun sa may beacon for para hindi siya makakita ng isa, pero this is actually really scary. Lockdown, they need to go out already. I mean, that shotgun lineup would not gonna catch anyone, pero wala rin siyang ma-detain dito for sure. Defo going in already with that operator, probably medyo delikado to if ever makita pa niya yung Sova player dalawa, which is si RB. Chronicle, hindi pa sila nagkakatamaan dito at all. King low on HP as well, pero yun nga, may nakitang barrel, pero not gonna be able to take one down. Buzz, I really love the high ground position of Buzz right now. We can actually take down the players sa may hell or Raptors. It depends if ever meron ba sumisilip doon, pero yun nga lang, that shot is actually really crucial from the side of Buzz. Hindi niya agad napatay yung recon ball kasi at saka bigla siyang na-reveal agad. Pero yung nga ng RV, on RV right now, but Shadows through that wall will take that one. Pero yung nga lang, the lineup not gonna be that successful because full naman yung HP dito na Reyna. 11-7 and 2 more rounds for Gambit. They're gonna win this round. They're gonna win this game and they will make Vision Strikers go home.
Yeah.
Sa Korea.
Just apologies again. Medyo nagka-technical issue din. Oy, bumalik lang ako. Inaaway na ako ni Taylor.
Bakit sabi ni Taylor?
Pinagsasabi ko daw. Tapos emoji na may bad sign.
Ganun talaga sila. Masama talaga ugali na. Okay lang. Masama talaga ugali ni Taylor. Hindi na bago sa kanya.
Oo nga.
Ganun talaga.
Sabi ko nga maganda eh. Sabay inaway. Sama ng ugali eh. No? Sinusulit ni Ilu ang mga araw niya sa Philippine broadcast. Di niya daw magagawa yan sa English cast. Totoo. Totoo. Wow.
Enlighten me. Civil ba may pinakamalaking TF dito sa talents?
Wow.
May TF?
May TF? Ano po yung TF? Actually, appear nga lang to eh.
Appear lang, tsaka good job.
Oo.
Pagkatapos ito, good job lang man. Tsaka isang battle pass.
Tapos mumurahin ka pa ng mga chat.
Oo.
Start the game, casters.
Oo, man. Yung ano na yan, yung TF namin, yung battle pass na yan, iniyakan pa namin yan.
Oo. Lumuhod pa kami. Sige na, battle pass lang.
I really need that sword.
Iyakin daw. Oh my God.
Okay, in Vision Strikers, hindi ko alam, para silang SMB, no? Merong uniform sa barrel. Feeling ko VS din parang pare-pareho na naman sila ng skin. Lahat talaga pinansin eh. Uniform.
Ang ganda napansin mo ba yung body nila? Ang ganda ng mga body nila dude. May Masters Riot body tsaka yung Berlin body. Ayun o.
Yan, oo. Gusto ko yun. Ayaw nga ibigay sa atin eh.
Ayaw nga.
Buti pa yung Game Changers merong body, no?
Oo. May body.
Ay, title ata
hindi
sila.
body.
Oo, title. Buti pa yun.
4 rounds. 11-7 as...
Alam mo ang magandang body?
What?
Mga team logos.
Team logo? Like,
Team logos ng mga proteins.
Oh, nag-jump peek ka lang, patay ka na. What a play right there. Shot from Defo as he falls back, gets overpowered, overrun, and Chronicle looking to pay them back. 3v4 retake now coming in. Spike goes down. They have some time. Mukhang maraming oras para sa retake dito ang Gambit. No res available. So Vision Strikers, they have to hold the line. But can they hit their shots? That is the question here. 4 rifles, the res available. And this is getting worse and worse for Gambit right now. This thing's starting to look dire. They can't even get that one. Buzz finds one, traded out. Sax finds another, traded out yet again by Chronicle. He goes down too. And now it's a 2v1. The swing up, the double swing is good. And the numbers advantage is just too much. Gambit secure match point.
Gambit's in a match point already, and Vision Strikers, paano nyo papanalo to? The question is, do they have enough money sa susunod na round? Ito yung problema sa kanila. Hindi na sila pwede mag-save dito sa Vision Strikers. All they gotta do is just... itawag dito? Ipo-pull na nila lahat ng resources na meron sila. Ipo-push nila yung limits nila. They have no room para mag-save pa.
Tama.
If ever natalo sila dito, it's over. And if ever namamatay yung mga players dito na may barrel, if ever nanalo ang Vision Strikers walang pera tas namatay sila Meiko, sila Stacks, saka others, wala silang barrel. So if ever gusto nilang manalo dito, kailangan is buhay sila para makip yung economy nila na stable. Kasi if ever mamatay yung ibang players dito ng VS at manalo sila sa game na yon, sa susunod na round, wala silang pera.
Yeah. No money at all. And they get it done.
Gun here.
They find 1 kill, and that's huge. No res available, and so that's Nats. He's gonna have to stay dead, and that's the controller gone. 5v4. They're gonna be exchanging guns for now as... Still have 3 ultimates for Vision Strikers. Tatlong ultimate ang meron sa kanila. And if they can use these wisely, they might just be able to find themselves a lifeline, a heartbeat into this round. Mako, not gonna hear the footsteps, and he's gonna win the duel, catching the rotation, catching the lurk. That's gonna mean that there's no one flapping, and they can just go ahead and start to flat A. Medyo maaga ang Hunter's Fury dito, pero still, RB goes down anyway, followed by Chronicle. He finds a kill. Stacks getting the res onto King. And that's still a 4v2.
This is the thing talagang gustong-gusto mangyari ng players ng Vision Strikers. Alam nila yun, men. Alam nila yun na if ever gusto lang manalo dito sa round na to, kailangan madami pagbuhay sa kanila para lang at least makip yung economy nila. And that is the thing na nangyari. Buhay pa yung mga players na nag-force buy. They force bought, and it's just really great to see na they won this match, this round.
Well, nice shot right there from Mako to ult it out, and they still are alive. Nice lurk as well. Mako gets so many kills there in that round. Sa kakalurk niya lang. 12-8. 4 rounds. Medyo may pera pa naman yung Gambit. There's like one player on the Spectre, which might be a problem. Redgar. Defo still has the operator, kaya still, it's gonna be a tough one.
One more round for Gambit, and let's see if ever they're gonna win this.
He doesn't get pulse.
For Vision Strikers though, I mean, wala silang enough pera. I mean, look at RB right now. Wala siyang owl drone. So delikado to
Oh no.
And yun nga, namatay na siya. Pero meron silang Viper Spit.
Yeah, and that's the
This is
problem.
actually really crucial.
You know, if you didn't have that Aldor at the start of the round, he couldn't have been able to clear it. Kaya namatay siya, di niya maklear. Blind check, face check lang talaga yung ginawa niya dun, and he gets punished for it. Now Chronicle, he's gonna find another one. This is looking like it could be GG here for Vision Strikers. 3v5, a mountain to climb if they want to stay alive here. Gambit, they look like they want to advance and go into the semifinals, and they look like they're gonna do it off the back of that shot.
Walang bawas. Walang bawas ang Gambit. Kahit piso. Kahit armor, wala silang bawas dito. Paano mo i-cross yan? And they already know kung nasa yung dalawang players, man. Redgar, maganda yung position na dito. Spray and pray. Are they gonna move on to the semifinals? Oh! Si Basa kapatid pa pero yung kanan. Nats! It's just right there. So up to Mako. Full HP. 6 seconds. But Chronicle will finish it off. And Gambit will send Vision Strikers home.
Gambit stay alive in this tournament. They keep their run going, and one of the favorites are eliminated, are taken out. It was a close game, but in the end, Gambit na naman ang nagwagi dito over their Korean counterparts. Heartbreak for Korea, heartbreak for the Asian region, but the dream lives on for Europe and the rest of EMEA here as their favorites will go on and head to the semifinals.
Big emotions. Sad emotions. Side emotions for sure. But it's fine. Because we're gonna see them again sa VALORANT Champions on December. Dito rin sa Germany.
Yeah. I mean, that's their time to make up for everything. Again, it wasn't really the cleanest of performances here, but at the same time, it was a really good showing here for Vision Strikers. They did really well, and I think they really surprised everybody with how well that they played. I mean, talagang na-impress yung international community sa how well Korea does. But at the same time, we expected them to do a little bit more, to go a little bit farther. At least on our end here as the Asian side.
It's done already. Congratulations to Gambit for winning, and yeah, GG's to Vision Strikers. We're gonna see them again on December for VALORANT Champions. Pero at least may nakapaa din. Is he crying?
I mean, it's gotta be heartbreaking, just that loss right there. They know the gravity of it. And here are your winners, the semi-finalists. Gambit. They walk their way up and they exchange victories, handshakes, all across. Your winners, 2-1, Gambit versus Vision Strikers. Again, I'm Lustrado. Vil alongside me. We've got continuing games all across the evening. Meron pa. Abangan nyo pa.
Tatlo pa.
Games. Tatlo pa. Actually. Kaya maaga tayo start today.
Yeah, I mean, tatapusin natin ngayon ng quarterfinals. Tomorrow is gonna be the semifinals, and on Sunday it's gonna be the grand finals for Masters Berlin. And next game it's gonna be G2. Hey, is it G2 versus Crew?
Tama.
Tama ba? Yeah, tama.
I'm
It's
really
gonna be
looking
G2
forward to
versus
100 Thieves Ascend. That's gonna be good. Game number 3, Series 3.
So if ever manalo, and I Hindi. Magkikita lang ang Acend tsaka Gambit if ever nasa grand final sila.
Yeah.
That's it.
We have to wait for that match. Kasi ang layo ng bracket nila.
Ang heartbreaking yan, man. I mean, yung isang winning team na posing, tapos ikaw just watching them while fixing your gears because you're gonna go home. That is heartbreaking, man.
Well, it is what it is, and here we are at the very end of the day. Time to pose, celebrate. Ito yung parang... Oh.
Ito yung pinapost sa Twitter. Hawak na yung kanilang mga...
May magpe-penalty kick, kaya siguro nakapost silang ganyan.
Oo, tama.
Magpe-free kick.
Yung goal. Yung coach.
Yung coach.
Siya yung goalie. Yung coach.
Well, we're gonna be taking a break in just a second here. Again, stay tuned and join, of course, our Discord. We're gonna be linking it here. It's already pinned in the comments already on Facebook. But kung gusto nyong makitambay or just to say hi or hang out, maybe, exchange OFs. I mean, Twitters. You can just catch us there. Again, I'm Lastrado, kasama ko si Vil ngayon, and that has been it for me. I'm gonna be signing off and watching you guys from the back and supporting you. Pero si Vil may games pa yan mamaya, and it's gonna be a good one. So again, we'll see you guys later. VCT Berlin, we'll be back.
In this tournament, Sean, on the Masters Berlin stage.
The pressure is on.
Nats has been an absolute monster this entire series, this entire tournament.
Vision Strikers very close to losing their first map here at Masters Berlin, and Gambit is going to make a quick one.
Nats! Gambit! What have we just seen?
Nice! Niwicha Hapte. Nice!
One enemy.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins.
First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
What a start to this quarter-finals day. Gambit, they are the first team to lock themselves in for the semi-finals after taking down Vision Strikers. I'm Yingsu, and I'm back again with Kakuka and Sean. They've done it. The #1 seed wasn't the #1 seed from their groups, the #1 seed from the EMEA, but it didn't really matter today. They won.
And they had to earn this.
Yeah.
They had to really earn this series. It took a lot of gritty, kind of very grinded out rounds on Icebox, and they handed Vision Strikers their first loss in Stage 3 today.
Yeah, and it was like a lot. I was scared actually because when Vicious Strikers was jumping into their attack, I was going to be like, oh my god, this is going to be too hard for them. But they were actually very smart. They were not scared about, you know, retaking the sides and just playing 5v5 after that spike was down, just like was happening on Split. But they were like, listen, I don't think we need to be scared of this, especially since Defo was popping off and Chronicle was clean.
Oh, there was just so many great individual plays from the duelists on Gambit. Both Defo and Shadows had so many big rounds. Chronicle obviously topping the scoreboard on Icebox, and Nats. I mean, Nats, how can you not talk about Nats when you look at this Gambit lineup? That A round where they were coming his way and he's just playing so ratty behind his poison orb, just dropping mollies into it, getting spammed down super low, has to step back, pops his ult, lives with the Sage heal. Everything he does is just perfect.
I mean, this is what's so good about and scary about this Gambit roster, right? Because everybody has those individual rounds where they come out huge. They all have what it takes to pretty much win rounds and even the game for their team. But Chronicle, not a player that we usually talk about.
Yeah, not really, but I feel like today, especially on this last map, Gambit was just 5 out of 5. I would say that Rekka was the only one leaning towards not doing as much as the rest was doing, but as Sean just mentioned, Nats was playing the way that he plays on Acend when it's just so scary to go wherever he is, and when he was supported by, for example, Redgar or had Defo on his side just looking for the opener here with the operator, it was kind of easy.
Yeah, and Chronicle's utility usage on Icebox, this is actually the statistics from the Split game, but his statistics on Icebox when he locked in this Sova were just unreal. The way he was just maneuvering around the map, they got so much value out of his drone and his recons, and in the clutches is where this guy came up massive.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we talk about when these players all have what it takes to come up big. And Kakuka, you know, these guys playing on 0 ping on LAN is just insane.
Yeah, it's something that we wanted to see. Now we get it, and we're seeing it in this replays. The fact that the way that he uses utility, and he's also sometimes reckless to just jump when he has that information for himself.
Here you go, the correct stats now here, as you guys can see, Chronicle up there on the Sova.
Bad.
Yeah, but also I want to mention Buzz too, because he was really feeling himself, Sean, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, I thought he did such a good job creating space, using his Blade Storm. He doesn't even use the operator as much as some of the other Jet mains, but his rifling is so good that it doesn't even matter. That eco ace he almost got where Nats just stole it from him would have been incredible.
And we need to talk also about Mako and King. I feel like especially on the first half, they did such an important role for their teams. Unlucky, it was not enough, and we saw like two completely different sides because I feel like Gambit had so many rounds exactly prepared for today.
Yeah, I mean, Vision Strikers, do you feel like, Sean, they kind of lived up to the hype? Because it took a long time for us to see them at international tournaments.
Absolutely. They just took the #1 seed from EMEA to 3 maps, and they very well could have won that map. Had a couple of those clutches gone their way, they demolished Acend. So I think they have what it takes to compete against the very best teams in the world. And we're going to get to see how they match up against NA real soon.
Yeah, completely. For Vision Strikers, as you were saying, the fact that we even got to this third map expecting a split that was going to be easy for Gambit, I think they did amazing.
Just wasn't their day, unfortunately. Yeah. But it was a Gambit's day, and Nat is standing by right now with Rib for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, Sue. Yes, I am joined by Nats, and I swear 2 seconds ago he wasn't here, literally just lurking up. I never saw him come in. He does it in real life, too. Honestly, though, Nats, what an amazing game for Gambit to take down Vision Strikers in that fashion. You know, we heard the Death say it was pretty gritty, but I have to start at game one. Did you expect to have that kind of performance on Bind against Vision Strikers?
Actually, I would say that before the game, before the maps gonna be other maps, we was thinking about the bind, and we say to each other, okay, we have a lot of experience on the tournament, and we will show our best performance on it. We was ready to show that game what we showed today.
So, and how do you approach a game where they put in a new player? Did that throw Gambit off at all, or were you ready to just go in and play the same way you would have?
We was ready for that. If we're gonna talk about yesterday's game or today's game, today was ready for everything. So we was ready for the other guy on the bind, and we was ready for the split, Icebox. Something went wrong on split, but anyway, we did it on Icebox.
Talk to me about that quick. What do you feel like wasn't the same on split for you?
So actually, we lost 2 clutches, I guess, 2 stacks. It's our economy just shit because of that, and that's why I guess we lost a lot of important rounds. And maybe we can play better on T side. I guess we played 4-8, right?
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we could do 6-6, and if we don't lose 2 clutches, it might be easy win for us. But unluckily, we will have to play the third map and we win that.
All right, I have 2 more questions for you before I let you go. One about you, and then one obviously looking forward to your semifinal matchup. Nats, I have to ask, you, at the beginning of the round, the middle of the round, middle of the map, 5 rounds in, you're always behind enemy lines. What makes you so good at understanding your opponents and knowing the timing of map rotations?
Actually, we're watching their demos, and I'm watching how they're doing rotations. After that, in the game, I'm just listening what my teammates saying. I'm listening how they're doing rotations, and because of that, and actually, yeah, I'm trying to play aggressive. I don't scare to do some crazy stuff, and that's why maybe I have good timings. I'm just trying to read what opponent's doing. And
there you go. Put a little Nats into your play right there. Final question for you. Crew Esports versus G2 Esports. We will face one of these teams. How are you feeling about either matchup, and who do you think will make it through?
Actually, I think it's going to be G2. We played against them on the EMEA, but right now it's going to be on stage, and I think it's going to be a very interesting game. But actually, Crew can show some good performance, but I think it's going to be G2.
All right. Well, Nats, thank you so much for taking the time to join me here. Congratulations on the win and moving on in playoffs.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, we are taking a quick commercial break, but on the other side, it's going to be Crew Esports versus G2 Esports. You won't want to miss it.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins.
First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Deixa esse tempo dar mais tempo a tempo que o tempo tem. Quando cuentes cuentos, cuenta cuentos vas a contar. Deixa esse tempo dar mais tempo a tempo que o tempo tem. Quando cuentes cuentos, cuenta cuentos vas a contar.
Gambit are your first semi-finalists for Masters Berlin, but it's time to find out who they're going to be facing, G2 Esports or Crew. I'm Youngsu, and as you guys can see, bit of a tree here. We've got Doug and we've got Riv down from the casting desk on the better side of the production, as I like to say. Welcome.
Yeah. We were just so hyped after that. We're like, I don't really want to stop just yet. Let's go down to the analyst desk. Sue will have us.
Let's do it.
Well, and it was such a fun setup, right? We come off of that, and then we're going into this banger of a match. Like, yeah, you're right. We're gonna bump everyone. Look at the pansy high box, Sean. Get him off here. We want the desk now.
I mean, before we jump into the next matchup, after Gambit's performance, do you feel like these two teams, they're going to be a little bit scared about who they're going to be facing tomorrow?
That is a great question, because I think we saw an explosion. Obviously, it was going to be an explosive game, but I don't think people thought that Gambit was going to be that explosive. And even if it happened the other side, that was a treat to watch. And a playoff form is a real thing, and I think Gambit just showed that.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think I mentioned it on the broadcast. We learned a lot about Gambit, and I think what's hard as teams prepare to play against Gambit is, where's the weakness, right? Like, they can play from behind.
Yeah.
They can play cozy while ahead. They can have Nats pop off. If it's not Nats, it's Defo. Redgar called beautifully throughout that entire series. So there's just very little room where you look at that and go, all right, what can we hit? Where's the weakness? There's not a lot there.
No, there isn't. But we've got 10 more players we're going to be seeing shortly who are just as good, in that caliber, G2 versus Crew. Let's start with G2 here, Doug, they're coming into this hot. They just took down Sentinels.
Yeah, and honestly, that was one of the things I was thinking about as we lean into this series is there upset potential here? And here's why. Because I think on paper, if I just look at it objectively, is G2 better than Crew? In my opinion, yes. 9 times out of 10, they walk away with it. It should be relatively effortless. But I wonder, you come off of that high of taking down Sentinels, you look across the stage and you go, oh, it's Crew. We, not to be disrespectful, but we should be able to coast our way through this. You get caught slipping all of a sudden. It's like, whoa, what just happened?
Absolutely. We know what happens when you lose a few rounds. Ultimate points start to stack up. Economy becomes a problem. And reads happen from game to game. I said it on the desk. Multiple teams are saying that it doesn't actually feel that bad to go up against a team you lost against, because you feel like you have a lot more potential. So we're going to get a series here. Anything can happen from map to map.
Yeah, of course, for G2, they were in that group where they had to basically play against each other a couple times. And this is the first opponent they're playing that they don't have a second chance, Riv. They have to either win now or they're out.
That's true. And G2, I feel like, can set the pace of a game. That's why they're so strong. They're a dominant team and being able to control the game from start to finish. And that's what can make them so scary. They have a lot of players that pop off.
I think one of the things that we need to talk about as we think about the players that can pop off and how they really leaned into the momentum, my eyes are on Kellogg's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Young stud, like cracked out of his mind. You look at him play and you're like, dude, how does he do that? And how does he get away with it? You see it in the stats as well. 246 ACS. That's just like criminal.
It's confident aggression play, too. He knows how to switch it up to defense or play aggressive on the jet. He can read the game very well, and he is a big reason in situations that the map is opened up. G2 has more freedom to move around fluidly, and this guy is recently pretty unstoppable, so Crew better have his number coming into this one, because if Kellogg starts get going, it's very hard to stop him.
But also, he's on a team with Nuki and Mixwell, players we've been talking about in the FPS genre for years. And these are the guys I think people expected to do well. But Riv, how promising it is that someone as young as him, with so much pressure on his shoulders, is able to turn up a LAN.
It's true. And not to get off that, we'll get right back to it. Defo's doing the same thing, right? You hear about these young players, and the team provides them that support, having, like you said, Mixwell and the older players that have experienced this. Doug, you called it grit earlier, to be able to weather that and make sure you still have a strong game.
Oh, I do think, I love that you touched on Mixwell. I love you touched on Nuki, because I do think while Kellogg's more often than not is going to be the one with the flashy stats and it's going to look really good, I think there's so much that G2 do as a team to allow them to respond that way, right? Like, they play really well together. They play off of each other's utility. And then if need be, somebody will like carry it. But I love the way G2 play together.
Well, speaking of Kellogg's, this is what he had to say after beating Sentinels.
The first set that we played against them, I didn't know how to play against an HM, and now that I have the chance to play against them again, and I think that they played, but like we were too good, I think, to be honest. It's like a dream, you know, to beat the champions. It's like a dream, and I really hope that they're gonna make it so we can play against them.
Well, very enthusiastic there, you know, from Kellogg's. Again, we love seeing a little bit of personality as well. Doug, how big of a threat is he going to be today?
Oh, it's like DEFCON 5, you got to keep an eye out for him at full alert. Like, know where he is at all times. He's just so good, right? He's so electric. He's that kind of player that has it, right? The intangible, that X factor that can turn everything.
Well, G2, they're going to be taking on Crew, LATAM's only hope in this tournament. Of course, I don't think many people expect them to do as well as they have. They've made a huge improvement as well, Riv, if we cast our eyes back to Iceland, where they fell a little bit earlier, but top 8 in this event.
They are doing fantastic. You can look at a lot of players on this roster, and looking at how they have been playing, it does look like they have some flaws, but they have been repaired throughout this tournament to be a team that makes it to the playoffs. And you have Kesnet making frags. Klaus has been stepping up. I mean, Nags and Kesnet are two names that you always say for this team, but a lot more are coming into play, especially Delzik, who really was kind of a pain point for the community to look at after Crew had a bad finish over in Iceland. He has stepped up so much in the Astra play he brings to the table, has brought a breath of new life to this team.
Yeah, I think one thing that's interesting is the conversation from Reykjavik into Berlin was how will teams evolve? And I would say that by and large, every team has significantly stepped up their utility game. And
absolutely.
That's one of the things that was lacking, right? Like, everyone's taking beaks dry, everyone's just kind of relying on their aim, and I think for Crew included, there has been a significant upgrade when it comes to their utility usage. I think we talked about it when we casted them, Riv. Kesnet playing off of that util, creating space for his team. It's just been so much more fun to watch, and I think for Delzik, it's been a lot of the same as well.
Yeah, I'm so glad you guys are talking about Delzik, because like you guys were at Iceland, so you remember, you know, going up against Fnatic, they have one of the best, maybe not one of the best, but one of the more notable Astra players at the time on that roster, and Delzik maybe a little bit out of his depth at that time, but he's stuck with it. You know, he's gone back to his region, he's come back to Berlin, he looks so much better, and I know Sean loves speaking about this, but Riv, so important to have a good Astra player on your team.
It really is, and honestly, I think Astra is still being min-maxed, almost the way that Sky was. Before you Sky, you throw your flashes out and then you play off it, but then Sky became a little aggressive in some situations. We see aggressive Astras now playing their own gravity wells, making sure a situation can easily be theirs, and now control sites completely, and Delzik has absolutely put a kind of a smorgasbord of those attributes into his playstyle now.
Excellent smorgasbord. Excellent word. No, I think you're right. And again, to touch on utility a bit, specifically for Delzik and how he opens up so much space off of that Astra, it's going to require things like that, right? For you to take down a team like G2, where most of them are maybe not expecting you to, utility synergy has to be on full display here.
I mean, this is the issue, though, right, when it comes to teams like G2, because do you beat them in those duels situations, Doug? Like, do you want to be taking them on 5v5 like that? Or would you rather kind of outbrain them a little bit?
I think it's a brain game this time.
Yeah, but Riv, I think, like, can you do either? Right? Like, that's a hard matchup. I think you're right. It almost has to rely on outbraining them, because I think the raw gunpowder, the skill that they have on that roster is just so difficult to deal with. You kind of have to chess piece your way around them.
It'd be difficult to brute force your way into G2 Esports unless you found some significant reason or way you're already leading the map, because they have a lot of answers. The way they're fluid within the game, they can really answer, and we talked about where some of that power comes from. It's individually in their players. They can back each other up.
Yeah, I mean, they do have some very, very talented players. Again, like we said, they had some experience back here at Iceland as well, and one of those guys is Klaus. Let's hear from him now.
Creo que nos sentimos bien, aunque nosotros estábamos esperando, sabíamos que no iba a terminar hoy, que hoy íbamos a jugar, ganarle a Vivo y que vamos a hacer historia por lo menos hasta el top 5 del torneo. Primero que nada, muchas gracias a todos los fans latinos y a todos los fans de habla hispana en general, no solo latinos, que nos están apoyando. Sé que hay de España, de Latinoamérica mismo. Sé que hay gente de Europa también, o que no, hasta no habla español, que nos sigue. Y nada, muchas gracias a todos ellos y gracias por el aguante.
I know we talk about, when SMB take on Acend, it's like the Turkish community, they come together, they don't know who to support. But also he spoke about the Spanish community, and G2, they've long been one of the favorites from the Spanish community. So I don't know where it's going to go here, because I know Kukuka was struggling earlier.
I mean, I actually love Klaus. He does throw in the Killjoy on some map, and he has stepped up so strong in his gunplay recently in these maps. We see those clutch moments for him, and he's going to make this difficult for G2 to find those post plants and get a successful retake.
Well, we've seen Gambit and we've seen Vision Strikers already today, but it's time to finally take a look at G2 and crew. Much a swagger on one stage. Now these two teams are raring to go again. One of them is going to be a semi-finalist. The other, Doug, is going home.
I think for G2, don't walk into this sleepy. Do not underestimate who you're playing against. I think there were a couple of really cool things that we saw as far as utility out from crew in their matchup against VivoKey. You cannot take this team lightly.
Riv is speechless, so
I'm just ready for, we just got a 3 map. I'm ready for another 3 map.
More?
But I love that, Doug, because it is very easy to come into this, like you said, knowing you're a little bit of the stronger team, knowing you may have done better homework, you can rely on players, but the rug can be swept right out from under you. Crew has that teamwork behind them. They're always pushing through smokes together. You're going to see it in these matches. Sky in a smoke, throws out the flash, everybody bursts out. G2 Esports better be ready for the door to get smashed down.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that we talked about in their matchup against VivoKey was how much further will this Cinderella story go?
That's
right, because this has the makings of it. You got a team that people are kind of sleeping on. You get out of groups. You're talking about top 5. You make your way into the knockout stage. Like, the ingredients are all there, folks. The recipe's been decided, but can they cook it to the right?
That's right.
You can't help your casting phrases on the desk. I love it. I love it. I really, really love it. Now, Rib, you wanted to see 3 maps today. So do I. But we got to look at the map selection first. Now, when it comes to the picks and bans, both of these teams haven't really had that one permaban throughout this tournament. G2 kind of flip-flopping between Split and Breeze. But Crew, it does feel like maybe they ban either Haven today, maybe, or Breeze. What do you think, Riv?
I feel like G2 Esports has too many tricks up their sleeve. Once they start reading a map, they will start to pinpoint a weakness that they find. Haven allows you, through the defense of the opponents, much easier to get to that weakness. So seeing Haven get out of here would be great, and that would probably allow Crew a little bit more ease going through this map selection. But Split's going to be the first ban.
Yeah, Split taken off by G2, but that is Acend, Doug. They haven't banned this map so far, so this is interesting.
Oh, it is very interesting. I think the other thing is, as we kind of swing back the other way, Crew don't have very many wins, right? They have a win on Bind, Haven, Split, and Ascent. 2 of those are already off the board, right? So you're starting to think about your map pool and you're starting to question depth, because where you have excelled, that's not an option anymore, right? Like, you're kind of cutting them at the knees.
Wow, well, map 1 has been picked, and that is Icebox. Now, no surprises whatsoever, Riv. G2, they beat Sentinels here. Like, you know, they're going to be confident.
They have a lot of reps on Icebox. They're looking at over 15 recently in the last 5 months, so they know what they're doing. Like you said, taking down Sentinels, so a lot of confidence coming in here. I was looking at that split one for them. They're great on it, but maybe feeling confident and just not showing those maps, right?
Okay, this is really interesting because not only did Crew didn't ban Haven, which they have banned twice in this tournament already, but Doug, they've chosen Haven.
Yeah, and that is one of the ones that they have a win on, right? So as we look at that, their defensive side in this tournament has been pretty good. Again, it's just only 1 rep, so you start to think about sample size and you go, is that significant? It's tough to say. I will say, even with that 1 win on Haven in mind, we're talking about different competition here. This is G2.
G2 with another pick.
Yeah.
That's theirs?
Yeah, no, we are going to look into the 3rd pick. And this is Bind, okay. I mean, we can see why they've decided to go for this one. It does feel like nobody in this tournament wants to play Breeze, Riv. But if we do go to Bind, who's your money on?
I would have to go with G2 on that one. I feel like they're such a strong team coming through. You just look at the way they can separate, play an Astra around the teleporters, play through that short A where they like to go up and dominate showers. It just seems like Kellogg's has that A on lockdown for himself, and he's so hard to displace out of A site.
Yeah, so I think I questioned when we saw that Bind was up and we saw that Breeze was up as well. I wonder just for a moment, right? Because it's a map that teams haven't played very much on. Is that the wild card, right? Because it takes a little magic. It takes something unexpected to make an upset like this happen. I thought it would be Breeze, but no. Going over to Bind, I think you questioned what happens if we go to map 3. Who am I leaning towards? I unfortunately don't think it will go to map 3, but I do think if we find ourselves there, it's hard to bet against G2 here.
Wait, you have that much faith in Crew to 2-0 G2?
Ooh.
No, you stop that. That gets taken out of context. That ends on the front page of Reddit. Sue.
Doug, I mean, you do speak Spanish, so I'm disappointed you're not leaning towards the Crew.
And look, baby, que viva Latinoamerica. I'm all about it, right? Like, I called it when Crew won, que viva G2, que viva Crew, right? But they're just so fundamental, right? Like they're good at the basics, and then they add on that little spice on top if you're G2, and that's just difficult to deal with.
Well, let's speak about Icebox first. This is the first map we're going to. You know, if you're gonna go up against the team, Riv, that just beat Sentinels twice on this map, I feel like they better have something up their sleeves.
Their Crew has a great 88% win rate, 7-1 since stage 2 on Icebox. But the plays, the reps for G2, they have 17 on that. We can see the versatility they have coming into Icebox. So while Crew has great win percentages coming out of the region, and even on Bind, I kind of give that to G2, that Crew still is 9-1 there. I feel like the regional differences don't amount to it. We have to see what happens here. The paper isn't telling us everything. We just saw Gambit and Vision Strikers go the full length. Anything can happen here, honestly.
Yeah, I think Icebox, G2 have shown, as you mentioned, too, they took down Sentinels. They look really freaking good on Icebox. Like,
Can't deny it.
Well, yeah, where's the fight back, right? Like, if you know that you're good at it, you know that you can take down a world-class team on that stage, heck yeah, go back there. Do it again.
So Crew beats G2. Crew beats Sentinels by way of transit property.
I'm completely happy to go with that, honestly. I'm okay with that. But obviously, you know, Crew, they faced an NA team already. They didn't do too well against Envy on this map. Again, you know, they're from the same region as Sentinels. It doesn't mean they play in the same way. But Doug, you know, Icebox for G2, if they don't take it here, it's going to be a little bit worrying for them going into Haven and Bind.
Yeah, it would be surprising. It would be worrying. And I think to kind of allude back to what we were touching on earlier, that is where some of those ingredients come into play for an upset.
Yeah.
There's just no way that Crew walk away with the big dub here unless G2 are walking in a little sleepy.
I don't know if that's going to happen. They had attack win rate for G2's Icebox is their higher win rate, and they are going to be able to start on that side. So again, setting the pace seems to be something very big in the playoffs.
Well, let's talk about some of the agent options here, because they actually run a very, very similar comp on this map. But I think the one thing that we don't really see that often is the raise on the Icebox for G2. They like to pull this one out, Riv, and it's worked out really well for them so far.
It has. We might even get it out of crew, but seeing the raise as well come in with any other duelist, or if that's the only one you're going to pick, you're a little more telegraphed in where you're going to execute on. You hear the blast packs coming. It's not just a jet kind of drafting into the site with follow-up. But the nade displacement on A is where it really comes into play. You see it fall off because B isn't really a raised site. A lot of things just go out, people can dodge it. But yeah, once you get that A site on lockdown, raise becomes so troublesome.
Well, I think you can really extrapolate that to the rest of the map, and not just in the nade utility and being able to clear out corners and cause problems, but there's just so much to be said about the mobility. How many times have we seen race players in this tournament specifically full-on flying across your screen, Tokyo drifting their way into places that maybe they shouldn't be able to get into, right? And Icebox does allow some of that, depending on where you go on the map. B may be the one exception, but there's room for that there.
But no, it's those angles that make it so effective. Being able to turn the corner and find your opponent. That's why Split is such a playground for Raze, because you have all those close corners to play in. You can even get that out of Kitchen, Tube, and going up mid if you start to gain agency on the map. So yeah, a lot of potential there for the Raze pick.
But on the other side of this, Crew, they have some players with some serious firepower as well, and usually we see Kesna, opting for the Reyna. This is kind of the more expected pick from teams in this tournament, at least on this map. Doug, how much of an impact is he gonna have?
I think when we talk about Reyna, you almost have to think about Icebox, right? Like, how many big plays have we seen in pistol rounds specifically for Reyna on Icebox, namely A, where things just kind of happen and they kind of fall into her lap. There's so much utility, there's so much room that you get to work with as a Reyna through the dismisses, through the healing up. That just makes it almost impossible to clean her up.
The more of a maze the map is, the better Reyna has to dismiss and just play with her food.
Yeah, but also Kesna is the one that's going to be on it. And, this is the guy that transformed this team from someone that wasn't really competitive back in Iceland to being in the top 8, Riv. So this is going to be a player to look out for.
Kesna is one of my favorite to watch. If it's not Nags or him popping off, you're kind of wondering if they're going to get through as easily as they do. But to see Kesna here with the team and how far they've come, Crew fans just have to be smiling ear to ear.
Yeah, Doug, the #1 Crew fan, from what I heard. But we are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now again. We talk about, the timing from teams to make changes. When is a good time for them to take a risk? Here, I would be so surprised if G2 move away from that winning formula. There's absolutely no reason for them to, right? But maybe Crew might want to do something to shake things up, because G2, at this point, Doug, they've also got a lot of data on them. You can just watch their games against Sentinels and try and counter-shot them.
That's a really good point, too. I also think for Crew, there's no reason to hold a punch, right? Throw something a little spicy in there, change things up, see if you can catch them slipping. I think that is going to be, as we think about a win condition throughout the entire series, it's got to be that for Crew. Find a way to surprise them, to catch G2 off guard, a la what we talked about with F4Q and Sentinels a couple of series ago, right? F4Q came out hot, Sentinels are how are you going to weather this? I think that's what we're looking for out of Crew.
Well, the agents have been selected in. Who are we backing here, boys?
If Crew really isn't in control of the game, things can become a mess. I do feel like they have a composition that will allow them to get in a position to control this. Good to see a good, just basically a default composition that they're bringing in here to play it smart, play it steady, and not try anything too extravagant. You also just want to kind of, as a baseball term, feel the first few pitches out for your opponent to see what you can get out of them. Maybe G2 plays it slow and Crew feels like they can take more of a lead.
All eyes on Nukie.
Ooh, okay.
All eyes on Nukie. The Rays pop off. King, show me.
And this time, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here in the Berlin Masters. Ako nga pala si Vil, kasama ko naman si Terror, at kami ang
The mods.
The mods.
Eto na nga, it's finally time para sa ating second series para sa araw na to. Nakatulog na ako, Vil, at ready na ako to take the action para sa araw na ito. At sasabihin mo, ay sana all. This time around, G2 at crew na naman maglalaban. Vamos na naman, Vil!
Oh, maglalabas na naman si Johnny! Yes, Johnny!
Lumabas na nga kanina eh. Ang dami talagang trabaho ni Johnny, no? So, isa na doon ay pagiging coach ng crew. But this is the pistol round for both sides of the teams. Vin!
Bago mag-start to, pinanood ko muna si Johnny.
Oo nga eh.
Stream
Balita
niya.
ko nanonood ka ng isa niyang episode.
Oo, pinanood ko nga eh. Galing.
Tapos sabi ko, agent composition, agent select na. So sabi
Gulat
mo,
ako
teka
eh.
lang, patapos na eh.
Malapit na eh. Pero yun nga lang si Nick Mazzino, mga kaibigan, mag-fall down. Dito kay Maxwell. This is the first time na ikakast ko ang G2 base.
Ah, talaga?
Oo.
Share mo lang?
Oo, pero hindi ko pa nga nakakast ang Sentinel. Yan ang gusto ko i-cast.
Hindi, feeling ko naman magpa-finals yung Sentinel eh. Tapos alam mo na, tutuloy-tuloy na lang to ni Delzik. Nag-goal up na nga at dire-diretsong defuse. Wala na, paligoy-ligoy. Papaikot-ikot pa lang kung Gumenta securing the kill pero it's too late already. Crew was able to secure that round dahil lang sa wall na yon ng Sage.
I mean, yeah, that is true. Tapos, meron pang dinuraan pa ni Viper doon. So, talagang there's no way na talagang makuha to ni Cold Zemenza. Pero, at least, diba, nakuha naman to ng mga players ng crew. The only hope ng Latin America, which is ang crew, na walang sinisay ko kundi, VAMOS! Puro ganun lang yun.
Puro sigaw lang eh. Puro ganun eh.
Oo.
Eto, baka makita natin. Sisigaw. Hindi pinakita?
Sana. Hindi
Ano ba
pinakita kasi pinakita yung side ng G2 eh. Ewan ko ba eh. Hindi naman
Hindi naman
sila
sila
nanalo.
nanalo.
Oo, hindi naman sila nanalo. Tapos sila pinakita. Alam mo yun?
Sarong parang bias yung prod ah.
Oo, may alam mo yung tipong kunyari nanalo yung Lakers pero si Artaw lang
Sinebra yung pinakita, men. Kasi Pinoy. Kasi Filipino yung prod. Ay, hindi kasali yung Nebra, yun yung papakita. Tignan mo si Nuki, wala naman nakikita to pero nakakapatay, ewan ko ba?
Oo, may sixth sense ba? Siguro ginagamit na kayo siguro ng telekinesis dito para lang at least maparil yung mga kalaban ka pero hindi pa rin sila ang bumabay because there's a lot of players out there from Team G2 who's actually here inside the base right now. Pero yun nga, let's see what's gonna happen here. Questnet, and Mazir nakapatay pa nga ng isa. And that is a Vova in Jordan. One is winning at that corner, but it's a Delzik will take you far behind. 2v1 situation. It's all up to Delzik. Can you defuse it? Pinagtakan yung spike. So wala siyang idea at all. Si Kellogg's! Nasa likod lang, and he will take down Delzik. 1-1. And pareho silang lamang.
Ito, pareho silang lamang. Si Kellogg's makulit to eh. Ano yan ang kabaliktaran ng ano? Makulit? Yung sinasabi mo lagi?
Let Maku.
Let Maku? Yun ba yun? Parang hindi naman eh. Matelok. O, tignan mo. Diba?
Oo.
Matayo-tayo pa.
Kumaldag.
Umamba, men. Umamba.
Oo, men. Ano? Ha? Ano?
Vamos?
Oo, men. Talagang ano
ano ulit yan, Bill? May sasabihin ka?
Wala. Ayaw tangasama.
Madedemonyo ka na lang talaga. Kala ko siya secure one kill. He's going for the second one. He gets the second. Magana pa to. Parang target practice niya lang to, Bill. Sabi ko sa'yo, onti na lang matatanggal ka na.
Pag di ko kasama si Ilo, my God. Ako ata mauulam sa speedrun namin. Pero yung alam mga kaibigan, sumisili pa kayo. Makita yung hindi makita si Nagzet dito. Pero Jet versus Jet. Lumipad pa nga yung isa. Pero Diyos ko pa napapaligiran ka na namin!
Lumabas ka namin. Tignan mo to ha, G2 ulit yung nanalo. 3 rounds sila lang pinapakita. Bias, bro.
Man.
Ito dapat crew mapakita. Pero si Kellogg's pa rin talaga eh. Star player, isipin mo ha, despite yung mga kakampi niya, sila Nuki, sila Mixwell, yung mga matatagal na talaga sa FPS. Talaga nagsa-stand out dito si Kellogg's.
Ito ha, next map nila is Haven na pinili ng crew. Haven, the next is Bind na pinili naman ng G2. So, in favor itong draft natin dito sa side ng G2. So let's see if ever sila ba ang mananalo dito, pero makikita natin in a few. Acend, I really love this chicken right here. Pero yung alam, Diyos ko po, oh my God!
Tagal bago niya na-pin down.
Oo, ang tagal, men. Talagang spray down talaga yung nangyari. Well, mahirap naman talaga baril yung mga taong lumilipad.
Here.
Always pinakita naman ni Acend, pero it's fine. May heal up naman siya dito, pero yun nga lang, the players of G2 will go here and B instead. I really love the diversion na ginawa dito ng G2. Akala nyo sa A kami pupunta, no? Pero hindi, sa B kami.
It's a prank!
It's a prank!
Alam mo yung G2, ito yung mapa actually na tinalo nila yung Sentinels, not just once but twice. Kellox again, para sa double kill every single round. Dalawa ang minimum kills na nakukuha niya dito on the side of crew.
Kellogg's mga kaibigan niya. Hindi ata tamatama yung kanyang base zone dito, pero pagdating po siya na above dito, hindi nga lang mapapatay niya rin si Keznit. Piso ang buhay ni Kloss. But may heal naman yan. This is a 2v4 situation. To be honest, if ever you're gonna ask me, partner, it's gonna be a 2-0 in favor of G2, man. There's
Parang
no way
gusto
that
na lang
crew...
i-speedrun to eh. Kung hindi nila masya-shutdown si Kellox, tapos paulit-ulit lang na ganito, sisipin mo, bonus round lang naman nila to eh. Pero dahil sa kills agad na initial na nakuha ni Kellox on the buy round of crew, napapunish agad yung players ng crew, tapos nabubura agad sila sa mapa.
Alam mo ba ito?
Oh, hindi pa eh.
Hindi, wait lang. Pupunta ako yung ano. Saan ba yung Masters? Ito.
Get out of my way!
ito yung tawag dito.
Poison's gone.
Yung brackets!
Ano meron sa brackets?
Magkaiba ang bracket ng G2 tsaka Sentinel.
Talaga? So, feeling ko sila na naman magkikita.
Pwede silang magkita. Ito if mananalo dito ang G2, so G2 Gambit. Next is NV Sentinels. Hindi mananalo doon Sentinels. Tapos 100 Thieves Acend mananalo doon 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves Sentinels na mananalo. Tapos G2 Gambit, G2 mananalo. May naisusulat din sa Vilble.
Nasulat mo na. So, sumusunod lang sila sa script, men.
Men. Pangit mo.
May point ka naman eh. So, with G2, maganda rin actually kung sila ulit magkakatapat. Kasi knowing na G2 pala nakakatalo sa Sentinels, diba? Sa mga round nila, sa mga major events. So, with this rest from Abova, liligtas siya lang. Pero pang debate lang naman talaga yung rest na yan. Gusto ko lang naman i-set up yung kills para sa aking mga kakampi. G2 secures yet another round, making this a 4-1 score.
Avova anchoring that area of the map. Talagang binuhay na from the dead. You will rise again at uubusin ko lahat ng sumilip sa'yo. Yun yung thing na ginawa ni Avova.
Talagang ginibate niya lang eh, no? Ginawa niyang human armor.
Men. Matindi. Uy, grabe naman talaga.
Ayan o. Wala, armor lang nila eh.
Ang daming sumilip
Mahirap talaga yan.
Tatayo na lang.
Siyempre, sasayaw-sayaw na naman si Kellox.
Sasayaw lang yun, Juts.
Ano?
Going back dito sa match na to. Nag-set mga kaibigan.
Speedrun ka talaga sa Tanggalville. Sinasabi ko sa'yo. Akala mo ako matatanggal dahil sa mga pinagko-comment ko?
Hindi. Si Asoray na lang. Na ako.
Bakit ang dami mo ba si Asoray? Hindi nga siya kasama dito. Ang dami mo ba si Asoray?
Ano dito Kaldag Nation to no? Alam mo ba ngayon ko na sinabi yung word na kaldag?
Ano ba yung kaldag?
Kasi hindi ko nga alam
Yan ba yung parang baldugan?
Ano ba yung baldugan? Ano yun?
Balagbagan, men!
Binubuong words natin kung ano-ano, pero yung nga mga kaibigan, that is Loki. Nagtapo na nga na bomba dito all the way from him, pero wala siya making dito because that player is unbeaten sa mga rafters, mga kapatid. Keznit will be falling into the hands of Loki, pero sinisira nila ang wall. Gusto nila makita kung nasa ba ang G2. Avova getting tagged. Cross with that rotation, he will take down one, but a spray transfer was not gonna be enough. Avova will get ahead of Claws. 2v3 situation. Si Delzik, meron siyang revive dito, pwede nang bubuhay ng patay. Pero yung nga lang, he needs to be really cautious. Pero, Delzik will get one. Pero, nabuhay na nga si Claws dito. Tama, debated lang. Pero si Avova namatay from the top. Contamenta from behind. He will take down 2. 1v1 with a great one. 10 seconds in the clock right now. Kukuha niya yung spike. Pero Mazino!
Galing ni
What
Nick.
a kill! Nick Mazino, mga kaibigan. Mapapakanta ka na lang talaga. Ano ba yung mga kanta ni Nick Mazino?
Hindi ko alam eh. Ano ba yun?
Lexi!
Paano nga yun?
Kill my ally.
Lexi! Sexy! Yun.
Neneng B, di ba?
Neneng B, oo tama, Neneng B.
Kanta yung...
Neneng B, yan yung katawan. Ganon.
Ang sarap mo, titigan.
Oh, yan. That chick sa tabi, she's so sexy. And I asked her, what's her name? She said, Meika. Kinilig mo, tumingin sa akin. Kinilig. Tumingin sa akin, kinilig.
Nagbago na pala yung lyrics, men.
Sanabi ko nga, dito sa jowa ko, walang magandang babae, siya lang.
Kaya, kailangan mo talaga sabihin yun, men. Unti na lang, iiwan ka na niyan eh.
Omsim. Oo.
Oh, di ba? Hindi pa.
There.
Sabihin mo mali ako.
Nasa tama ka naman.
Oh, di ba? So, kailangan talaga lahat na ng bola, sasabihin mo na.
Kaya kailangan natin ng konting landi points.
Okay lang mabawasan ng ligtas points, basta mag-connect ang ating headshot mula kay Nagset. Masingit ko lang yan eh, kasi napuro
Mapasok mo lang.
kahit di naman talaga rhyme, eh.
Okay, natin yung pinag-set mga kaibigan. Gumingin kasi tigso pinatayo ko na yung Rico mo, pero kuwas with an Hunter's Fury kasi Century 2 na yung ulan mo kanina.
Ha?
Labo, di ba?
Pasok ko lang eh, no?
Oo.
Kasi kay Lox 5 HP na lang to, isipin mo, pag namatay siya dito, ipapakita ng Pro G2 pa din.
10 seconds left.
Sisave niya lang yung op. Kasi, alam mo naman, stonks.
4-7 yan, men. Mahal yan. Ayon yan. Ayon yan eh. Ayon.
Oo na nga eh.
Sabog na naman. John Marcuyo. Sino yung shoutcaster na babae? Si Junjun.
Junior, man.
Si Junior.
Alam mo, kahapon yung comment, Bill. Nung kasama, si Ilo kasi kasama ko past 2 days eh. 3 days gano'n. Sabi sa akin, no, meron palang kayang sabihin na maayos to si Taylor pag si Ilo kasama. Man, isipin mo nagbabago talaga pag ikaw yung kasama ko.
Oo eh.
Nakakapagtaka.
Kasamahan.
Okay lang, namiss kita eh.
Still in sight.
Parang,
Pero Diyos ko po, Mazino with a Viper Spit here in a... Share ko lang.
yung sinave ng operator, meron ding napitas sa wakas isa ang nawala para sa side ng crew. Unti-unti na nakakabawi yung crew dito. Nakakapagtaka, hindi ko pa rin nakikita yung mukha nila sa screen. Inaway talaga yung pro, di ba? Hindi ko na nakikita yung crew.
Ito.
Nakikita yung babos eh.
Ang prod namin yung mismong Riot eh. Kaya, pero nga lang Diyos po, Nuki lumilipad na ha. Pero Mazino mga kaibigan, he's low on HP. Kaya namahanap ko na sa yung mga tao sa taas. Pero nag-zip and cancel. Akala na lapid siya. Pero it's all up to Kellogg's again. 1v3. Mazino, low on HP. Pero si Kellogg's, wala siyang armor dito.
30 seconds left.
Naghahanap siya ng pwedeng mapatay. 16 eh! Bill! Ayusin mo naman!
Inayos ka naman.
Oo nga, huwag ka muna tumawa. Kakasta ko dito eh.
Boss, anong araw laban ng SNB?
San Miguel Beerman.
10 seconds left.
Hindi ko alam. Depende kung okay to Alaskan Users.
Crew was able to secure that round yet again. 4-4 na nabawi rin nila sa wakas. Pero di pa rin papakita to.
Chad Bautista, pa-shoutout naman mga Lods from Canada. Ay, what's up?
Ay, what's up?
Mga Canadian friends natin dyan.
Yung mga taga-Cavite kaya. Yung mga mahilig magtanong.
Oo.
Nakakain ka na ba?
Oo.
Nakakain ka na ba?
One time. One time, binasa ni Terror yun sa chat. Kapal na mukha. Terror, nakain ka na ba daw? Binasa! Sa sumagot pa! Di ba? Tapos late na rin na-realize na mali pala yun. Pero kung
Tatanong lang naman siya ng matino kasi.
Pero kung taga-Etivac Nation ka, it's fine.
Oo, di ba? Totoo naman yung mga tanong na gano'n.
Pa-shoutout, Mabaliches! Kamusta kayo dyan?
Nag-ano sila dito, isang uho nga dyan shoutcasters. Saan ka lang sa amin utudo? Uy, men! Yan na, Johnny!
Yes, Daddy!
Ito na. Time out is the key for both of the teams right now. Dito actually, yung nag-time out dito. Paisip na sila, men. Masyado na kasing hype si Kelox eh. Sabi nung coach nila, hype ka, Kelox!
Sabi na, hype ka rin! Siya nagawa eh. Sorry akin, hindi na sinabi ni. Pero ito, akala natin G2 ang solid dito, pero ang mga tropa natin sa crew bumabawi ata eh, no? Gusto eh.
Pag mo gusto,
binibigyan.
yan.
Gusto ko talaga ika sa NA teams mo.
Huwag ka mag-alala. Finals ako pa kasama mo.
Talaga ba?
Di ba? Dude,
pangit sa'yo.
parang siya. Uy, sinalo na nag-zip.
Nag-zet, akala niya sa Mario na lahat na makita na sinasalo niya, pero that is the players of G2 pushing this side already. Sobrang daming utilities dito, pero kahit isa wala man lang tumama dito. Oh! Nagzet will take down one. Pero Diyos ko po, nalulusang yun si Nagzet. Pero taking that corner, he will catch one as well next well. Oh! Hinalo! Pinaikot-ikot tulad ng ginawa sa'yo ng ex mo!
Sakit na magsalita ha. Mag-solo kas ka na lang kaya. Hindi, okay lang yun. Pero si Nagzet na bago siya bumagsak, nakakuha pa siya ng isang kill. Kaso nga lang, masyado na siyang na-psycho ng G2 sa pag-push nila. Kaliwat kanan yung gusto nilang puntahan doon. This is the rest coming in from Avova. And Galox with this blaze. Alam natin ang capability ng player na to. Kaso nga lang, with that dismiss, na-timingan, hindi nag-correct yung kanyang blades na wala tuloy. This is now Fundamental. Getting that shot in. Sinalo, tinangke ang damage ng isang snake bite. Pero with that refuse na itutuloy ni Kesty, kalahati lang. But, getting the kill instead. Don't insult me, sabi.
Tinitigan si Coldamenta. Yes, oh Diyos ko po, inupuan pa.
Ano? May binubulong ka, bes.
Ayaw na ituloy. Kasi speedrun talaga tayo.
Lapit na yung paghuhukom eh, no?
Ito na yun eh. Tignan mo, sumilip. Alam niya kasi kung nasan din eh. Sobrang wide ng swing niya. Sabi ni Casey, ako yung papa mo!
Ay, isali ka sa trash talk nila.
Nag-chat. Sorry, Dan.
Si Kelox mainit. Sayang yung timing talaga yung dismiss kanina. Isa na lang yung knives niya. Magko-connect yun kung hindi nakapag-dismiss. Promise. Nag-zet with the kill, with this operator, wala nang Viper na magagamit. Wala nang smoke, wala na rin yung wall ng Viper na pwedeng gamitin. Ang meron sila dito, yung wall naman ni Avova on that stage. 1 HP. Nabuhay pa.
1 HP and a dream beat. Pero yung nag-zet, nag-whiff na naman. Hindi na naman nakakuha yung isa. Pero the clock is ticking already. Let's see if ever makakapag-retake pa ng maayos ang crew ngayon. This is actually a 3 versus 4 situation right now. Loki nakapatay pa nga isa. Tamang satchel lang. Pero anong ginagawa mo, Joe? Ba't ka lumilipad? Paano? 2v2. Kensnit, napatay na rin. It's all up to Delzik. Pero nasan siya? Oh my God. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari. Kung ano ba nangyayari doon sa baril niya. Umiikot-ikot yung baril niya.
Mag-wall. Magde-defuse. Papasagin. Nasilip sa kabila.
Sarado. Anong oras bukas? Sarado. Nakapatay pa nga na isa. Avova.
Nagbabago tayo. Tigil demonyo ako. Pag ikaw kasama ko, Vil.
Sorry. Shoutout nga pala, shoutout daw sa, si Paolo Bello from Dubai. Love na love niya daw kayo. Paolo Bello, salamat.
Salamat.
Pa-shoutout kay Tina na nanonood from Saudi. Kumusta, Tina? Kala mo, no?
Yung kaibigan ko kagabi, di mo naman shoutout eh.
Gusto mo sabihin ko dito? Kagabi?
Oo.
Si Paul?
Oo, si Paul. Papa-shoutout. Minsan nga lang magpa-shoutout sa'yo. Di mo ko binasa.
Huwag ka magdala.
Here.
Huwag ka magdala. Ito pala yung kaldag. Tinuro sa atin ni Sir Dale.
Ano yan? Asan yung ano ibig sabihin ng kaldag?
Ito.
Saan? Saan ko makikita? Saan ko mahanap? Bes, sabihin mo naman. Gusto ko naman maki-join.
Mapapasign up the cross ka na lang talaga sa nakita mo.
Saan?
Andun sa group chat.
Sige.
Na hindi ka kasama. Pero...
Kaya pala.
Oo nga, hindi sa group chat. Pero yun nga, nandun si Dale. Pero yun nga, this is gonna be a 5v5 situation right now. Nagzet, half on HP. Para natin sa Hunter's Fury. Oh my God! Cold Damenta! Second down, Delzik with a Hunter's Fury. Kellogg's, tamang pot shots lang pero not gonna damage anyone. The clock is ticking already. They need to defuse that bomb right now. Kellogg's, marami pa naman sa smoke. Dito pa rin kailangan na sumilip. Kasi if ever pag hindi, delikado sila. Pero they need to defuse if ever gusto pumili ito. Malapit na maubos. And now Kellogg's with a 3, 6 to 5. I really love this first half.
Tabi, mainit, man. Kellogg's is on fire. 15-5, 3k DA lang naman, ma'am, sir. Para sa kanya. The thing is, right now, with how he is performing, napakahirap niyang i-shutdown. Lalo na isang jet sa isang icebox na mapa. Kapag mainit yung isang jet dito, men, magsa-sign of the cross ka na lang talaga. Nakita ko na, by the way.
Nakita mo na?
Oo.
Kamusta?
Tatakbo na naman siya. Ayan, oh. Papaka...
Ano?
Ano? 6-5 yung score. Kala mo dayo eh, no?
Oo nga eh, no? Yung pala, binuhat lang. Yun ang tropa mo, binuhat pero siya yung trash talk sa lahat.
May talon-talon pang
lipad
nalalaman
pa.
si Kellogg's.
Pero si Nuki, silip.
Aamba lang, sir.
Yung sumilip men, puro ka amba? Puro ka, ano? Alam mo, ano yun, no?
Hanggang ano lang, tas duro-duro
hanggang ano lang.
Dinidibdiban lang, men.
Oo nga, men,
Tapos, pero di naman susuntok. Parang ganon.
Oo. Ikaw ba? Ilan ba
nasapak
mo nung? Oo.
Madami-dami na rin. Susunod ka na nga eh.
Uy, Diyos ko po.
Tinanggap ka lang namin.
Tinanggap na niya yung fate niya eh. Sige, kung mamamatay ako, sige, okay lang.
At least namatay ako nang ginagawa ko yung gusto ko. Nag-aantay na kalaban sa corner. Kellogg's nakapatay na naman. Up na naman ang kanyang Blade Storm. Next on the line is, of course, Delzik going for the fourth. Sino susunod? Believe. Survive. Starstruck na naman, pero hindi yan enough. Dahil nag-Zed was able to take 2 kills with that operator. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. 2v1 situation ngayon.
Winnable partner. Kaya pa to. Inside that Viper's pit, meron dalawang taong nag-aantay sa'yo. Pero kailangan mo muna patayin yung isa. And Mixwell, mga kaibigan, with that perfect angle, perfect position. 7-5 para sa ating first half, mga kaibigan. Gold 2 Esports is winning.
Gold 2. Akala ko ba nag-rank up na to? Plat 2 na?
Nag-demote.
G2-0 to ngayon eh, no?
Oo. Big shoutout nga pala kay Paolo Bello from Dubai. Love niya daw kayo. Oy, Paolo Bello, kamusta? Shoutout kay sino ba yun? Sino ba yung pinapa-shoutout niya?
Sini?
Dinilit niya ata. Dinilit mo naman, boss eh. Pero yun nga. Shoutout kay kay Dale Aranas. Kulit mo, Vil Myber. Oy, Dale, kamusta ka na? Pati si General Luna. That's crazy!
With the letter K!
The letter K! Big shoutout sa mga nanonood sa amin yan sa YouTube, sa lahat ng
Twitch.
Sa Twitch. Hello. Hi.
Comment ni PPGL kanina eh, no? Castles yung Baluna. Pero ako lang talaga yun eh.
Ikaw lang naman talaga yun eh, no? Kaya nga nung pagkabasa ko,
alam mo na agad.
Alam ko na kung sino, men. Vil, di ka ganyan ka-hype kanina nung ilo si... Vil, di ka ganyan ka-hype kanina nung si Ilo kasama mo. Sorry.
Kahit ano namang panahon, kahit anong oras, si Vil, hype yan eh. Di ba, Vil? Hype ka?
Mas hype. Pero mas hype ka.
Hindi, mas hype ka! Vil, panote.
Sige, panote na ng Taylor. Kuya Vil pa shoutout naman. Gerard Glenn, hello sa inyo. Wala na ba
Si
losers?
Meralco Spratlys, di na daw natin shoutout. Huwag ka mag-alala, nasa puso ka naman namin. Alam namin na nandyan ka parate, simula VCT. Di ba?
Okay, ito
diba? Walang katapusan. Dito nawawala sa lahat ng stream natin.
Oo, may nagre-reklamo siya. Binabayaran naman natin siya. Buti sana kung siya yung nagbabayad sa atin para i-shoutout siya.
Sino? Nagre-reklamo? Si Meralco Spratlys?
Oo, wala daw siya shoutout. Bakit? Binabayaran ka naman namin buwan-buwan.
Wala nga.
Shoutout sa'yo, Meralco Spratlys. Shoutout sa akin, second vaccine ko na tomorrow. Oy, congratulations. Ayun, tama. Mga kapatid, boys and girls, ano kayo and anything in between. Sabi nga na Taylor. Huwag niyong kalimutan na magpa-vaccine. Kasi ang vaccination, mga kaibigan, that is a social responsibility. You are doing it for yourself and you are doing it for the others.
Tama ka dyan.
Oo, kaya kung wala ka namang ginagawang maganda,
magpa-vaccine ka na lang.
Magpa-vaccine ka na lang.
At least meron kang, magpatusok ka na.
Oo. Kailan ba ang next natin?
Tusok natin.
Natusok natin. Kasi nung natusok ako,
October 7, man.
Grabe nung natusok ako.
Nanginig-ginig ka no?
Oo, nanginig-ginig ako. Diyos ko po.
Chills ka.
Oo, chills bro.
Hype daw tayong dalawa, Tama yan.
Sino sabi?
Sabi dito ni si John. Mga John talaga.
Oo. Okay na.
Johnny.
Yes, daddy.
7-5 is the scoreline. Crew, nagkakabol pa ng 2 rounds para lang ma-even out yung rounds na meron din tayo dito. Now, Mazino is actually planting the spike. Talagang tinangkin niya yung damage ng snake bite na yan. Ang importante para sa kanya dito is ma-plant yung spike. Wala na siyang pake sa ibang nararamdaman ng mga Viper.
Grabe si Klaus, pati kakampi, binaril na rin. Pero yung nga lang, this might be a round for the side of Crew. Pero at least si Condiment nakaisa pa nga above another 1-3v1 situation right now. Klaus! Nakaisa pa nga, 1v2. The clock is ticking. Delikado ka dyan, boy. Uy, win all out pa nga. Baka maubos. Baka mapatay. Pero, Diyos ko po, naglabasa na nga lahat. Patalon-talon lang. Party-party muna tayo.
Party na lang talagang magagawa nila dito. Ang malupit dito, parehas na side si Mixwell, si Mazino din, yung Viper nila dito. Alam nila kung saan sila magsi-snake bite. Tapos, laging sapul na sapul talaga. Ang pinagkaiba lang, wala palang pinagkaiba, lagi nilang tinatangke yung damage. To the point na basta meron silang mahuli kahit isa. Kasi kesa yung mamatay sila ng walang kalaban-laban at hindi lumaban, mas pipiliin na lang nila yung meron silang mapipick off.
It's all about decisions, man. It's all about decisions and yung mga crucial decisions na you need to think fast para lang at least malaman nyo yung gagawin nyo. And in terms of tusok, maraming sana nagsasana all. Sabi ni Mir Luis, sana all tinutusok.
Sabi nga dito, anong feeling matusok? Di kasi kayo nagpapavaccine. Paano nyo malaman?
Oo nga, sa una lang naman yan masakit.
Ito na kaya. Totoo naman. Hindi, parang masasakit na yung pangalawa eh. Parang mas malala daw yung side effects.
Hindi ko pa na-try.
Kasi hindi pa tayo natutusok na pangalawang beses.
Isa pa lang eh. Proud
first timers.
Oo. Ayun. Pinayagan naman ako ni Mama, so okay lang eh. AstraZeneca po ang vaccine namin. Nakatulog talaga kami nun, men.
Ano to reaction mo nung tinusok ka?
Ha? Ano? Tusok ka. Sabi ko, sakit. Gumanon ako.
30 seconds left.
Pero yun nga lang, ito pa si Mixwell. Nakaisa pa kasi Delzik dito. Ay, si Mixwell.
Ikaso na lang kasi. Si Mixwell napatay siya.
Ayun, tama yun.
Napatay siya ng Viper din. Tapos susunod sa hukay dito, yung dalawang players ng crew, isa-isang bumabagsak. Dalawa pa natira sa kanila. Maghastos din to para sa side ng G2 kasi bonus nila to eh.
Tatayo si Aboba, pag hindi tumayo to, lilibre mo ako.
Hindi lang naman mahilig tumayo dyan. Kelox.
Si Kelox ba?
Hindi si Aboba yun, eh.
Oo, tama! Kasi actually, yun talaga yung pinapanood ko before mag-start to. Pinapanood ko yung YouTube video nila ng G2 na nag-racing sila gamit yung mga toy car. Na nakaupo sila doon.
Kala ko naman Valorant pinapanood para sa research.
G2. Tas si Kellogg's yung nanalo. Kellogg's kasi!
Kellogg's? Sabi ng panel, Kellogg's eh.
Ay, gusto mo nga.
Tama ka, no? Kahit tagal na nilang kinakas ng mga to kasi region nila eh, no? Kellogg's. Kasi sisig nga, nagiging sisig, di ba? Sisig talaga ba?
Oo nga,
no?
Di ba?
Alam mo yung... Kellogg's to Kellogg's. Judgment kasi yan si Kellogg's.
X.
XD.
XD. Ito nga, nagpapakita na sila. Pero yung nga lang crew in the Cold Dementa trying to stop the following entries of our friends from Latin America, which is crew of OVA. Maganda yung position na dito. If ever meron pumasok to, Diyos ko po, typats ka diha.
Si Keznit umaamba lang sa Gedli. Baka sakaling meron siya makita. Ang open nung actually nung angle na tinitignan nila. Kasi gusto nilang makita kung may dadaan pa ng kung merong nasa second floor. The wall is up. This is from Mixwell. And bumaba na rin. Ay, actually, this is a wall from crew. So, tinawid na nila to. Diyan na yung smoke. And then, meron ding wall nung Viper. Now, itong wall na to para makaposisyon sila ulit. Para makaposisyon for the retake. Pero wala pang nagpa-plant ng spike, man. Hindi sila makapag-plant. Ang daming lason.
Pero it's fine. So if ever lang talaga mapasok nila to, it's gonna be really great. Pero nga nakilos na kapatid yung mga pero they have no idea at all si Avova! It is right here from behind. But Delsic nakaisa pa nga. Pero playing close ngayon si Delsic. So if ever may sumilip, GG ka. Pero Delsic being aggressive. Nakapatay nga na isa for the first one. Pero that is the double pick from Nuki. And Mixel with a 1 for an eye. Will take you down. 10-5. Hindi pa ng 6-9.
Wala tuloy tayong nice. Okay lang.
Yan, tama yan ha.
There will be other days.
Magpa-vaccine kayo, magpatusok kayo ng vaccine. Huwag niyong kalimutan yan, guys. Kasi pag kunyari, hindi nyo ng work, dapat yan, may required na yung vaccine yan kahit anong mangyari.
Imposter standing.
Lumalim yung boses mo. Satchel pa, di naman natama.
Oo nga
Iba naman yun. Ay, shoutout pala kay si Reg, men, nanonood, nakikita ko. Kakape.
Nagkakape si Reg. Nice. Grabe naman si Kiloy. Saan ba daw tinurok? Saan ka daw ba? Nung nakita ko yung picture niya, Diyos ko pa, parang isang ubo ka na lang. Hoy, Kiloy, ano pinagsasabi mo?
Johnny.
Hoy, yes, daddy.
Nagagalit, men. Bakit yung kasi pinasok ng ganon?
Kasi ginagawa nyo, ha? Wala na nga akong trabaho. Hindi na ako lumalabas sa mga ibang...
gig ko ngayon, eh.
Oo.
Isiusin nyo, ha? Gisip siya,
Sa ating dalawa, Kiloy, dapat ikaw yung magpaturo kasi isang ubo ka na lang.
Kawawa yung mga dito no? Mga bashers sa atin. Joke lang naman daw. Mahal naman daw kita, Bill, sabi.
Kaso di ka na mamansin.
Sad boy!
Sorry ha. Sorry ha. Wala naman talaga ako eh. Sana hindi na lang ako sinilang.
Diyos ko Lord. Si Kellogg's yung view niya dito, hindi niya napapansin nandun na sa baba actually. Nakatawid
Hindi nakita.
Hindi niya nakita. Hindi na tumatama kung ano yung tama niya kanina, hindi na ngayon eh.
Wala akong makita. Pero ito nga. Sa A na sila. Pero ang bilis nun. Ang bilis na mapala sa A. Sobrang daming utilities na binibigyan ng mga players dito ng crew. Pairing nga lang down sick. Just planted the spike already. This is the time for them to do a bigger retake if ever na naman na to. Kylo's just waiting that portion if everybody meron dadaan dyan or wala. The problem is, there's a lot of punches na nangyayari dito sa mga kaibigan. So it's gonna be so hard for G2 na makapasok. Pero as you can see, great entry for Cold Dementa. Taken down one with a shock dart only. Pero, tamang...
Ang dami!
Oh my God! Wow!
Anong reload? Pumulot lang ako ng baril, sir!
Delsic! sobrang ganda ng ginawa ng crew doon. Si Delzik, mga kaibigan, hindi siya umalis sa posisyon niya. Just waited lang sa hill and taking down 3 plus kumuha pa ng Spectre to take down 1 more. 4K!
Matili ako ng slide. Ano? Balik lang siya ng baril, oh. Para i-burst down yung susunod na lalabas. Thankfully, meron din siyang ka-bait and switch doon.
Vamos!
Everybody, let's go!
Sabi ni Paulo Miranda, love kita, Vil, kaya di ako sa Twitch nanonood. Eh, ang problema, sa
Twitch, ganun din naman sa Twitch, kami din naman yung mapapanood.
Kahit saan ka, kami rin, pati sa YouTube.
Wala kayong takas sa amin. Kung ngayon, kung dati, di ba? Asan ba? Wala ba ibang broadcast dito?
Arnel Mapili, Vil, pa-shoutout sa Lagkit Squad, yung medyo saucy.
Hindi naman kasama yun dun, ah.
Yun yung saucy ka eh.
Paano yun?
You're done. Ginawa mo na. Guess that! Taking down 2 heads already. Full Dementa. And Kellogg's is now down. There's the time for the G2 Esports for them to do a refrag or some trade-off.
Let's get a give it an Acend, man! Oh my god, what a kill from Nuki right there. Avova was able to secure 1 as well.
Can you have some ults?
Kaboro Avora. Oh!
There's a ult already, Avova. Trying to pick this corner. But where are the other players of G2? They're dead already. Avova with a head and run. But he needs to kill 1 more. Where are the other players here? A wall is now set by Avova. Taking down 2 players now. The third one is just right there. That Jet will take down Avova. 10-7. And now G2 is on the roll. Nakamute ka ba nun?
Nakamute ako, bes.
Oh, sorry.
Galing mo pala, no? Pwede ka sa international stage.
Ako lang to.
English broadcast, sabi nyo kasi naghahanap kayo ng iba eh. Lahat naman nandito. Kaya naman namin lahat.
Legit kala ko talaga na switch sa English. Ako lang to, Kevin Nico Parial. Grabe naman yung picture mo.
Revealing area.
Girl needs some water. Water. Here. Viper pit, nilabas, man! Yeah, let's just able to secure 1 with, of course, the Blades and Nuki on the other hand. Sumasama rin. Punong-puno yung utilities nila dito, yung ultimate ng G2. Lahat pwedeng gamitin, man, no? Up and online.
Up and online indeed.
Russian broadcast kaya. Marami naman kayo. Hindi naabot sa TF yun. English nga, hindi naabot eh.
Pero kasi sinabi, ano daw eh, dito Espanyol. Si!
Vamos!
Vamonos naman kasi pag Espanyol eh.
Vamonos ba? Vamos
Sorry. Oh! Kellogg's with a kill. I mean, Dalzik with a delikado ang heads ng crew kasi napatay na rin yung isang player na pwedeng mag-anchor sa kanila with is Dalzik, pero but still, 4 V2 situation clause, low on HP, meron siyang Hunter's Fury dito. So there's a huge chance na baka kulangan na talaga sa nutrients ang crew. So if ever lang na-pick nila to ng isa-isa, pwede pa. Pero, ito best, mahirap to kasi hawak-hawak ni Nagzet yung plant. Si Nagzet lang talaga ang kayang mag-plant dito. At actually, hindi kasi alam ko na sila mga ibang players eh. So probably gonna get this save na lang. 10 seconds left. Siguro ipa-plant or whatsoever nasa kanya. Pero, ano ba? Hindi na.
10 HP na lang siya dito, tapos may open.
Kailangan nila i-save yung OP.
Pero nakakuha pa rin sila ng exit frags. Yun yung importante dito for the side of crew. You know, make some damage kahit papaano sa economy na meron ang GQ. Kasi masyado nang dumadami, masyado nang nakakarami. Guys! Vil, may nag-comment na. Finally, ito na inaantay ko. Sabi ni Chong Son Hari, just shoutcasters. Shoutcasters, ha? These shoutcasters are so cringy. Like, I get it. You guys are trying to be funny, but please, shoutcast the match in a professional way. Eh, wala ka ng professional, Billy. Paano gagawin natin?
Professional eh, diba?
Tapos ang malupit, yung mga tropa natin dito sa Facebook, sabi, eh di lipat ka sa YouTube. Eh tayo din yun.
Eh tayo din yun eh. Oh. Nag-English ka na naman, edi sa English ka. Pero big shoutout sa'yo, Chongson, Harry. Si Harry Chongson. Salamat sa Google Translate.
kill my allies.
The rest from Delzik goes up. Buhay na naman ang patay. 5v4 situation. Make that a 5v3. As Mazino takes another one. Dalawa na lang ang natitira for G2. And that is Kellogg's and Nuki. Kellogg's 22 HP na lang meron siya dito. Kaso nga lang, operator. So kahit pa paano, yung malayong angle, posible niya pang makuha. Ang problema, wala siyang tailwind. Kung sakaling gusto niya mag-reposition, kailangan talaga bakbakan kung bakbakan para sa kanya to.
Pero tingnan natin dito, if ever sobrang matinding pakbakan na talaga ang mangyayari, mga kaibigan pa rin na Kellogg's lone HP. Let's see if ever kaya nila makita yung mga ibang mga players dito, pero that is actually really risky if ever i-push pa rin ito. Nuki, yes, meron siyang showstopper, but it's gonna be like a suicide note for him if ever he's gonna push it. And he needs to take care of his economy. He needs to take care of everything that he got, which is actually yung Phantom niya gotta fall by as well. Kasi if ever matalo pa dito, kasi if ever mamatay dito si Nuki, I mean, there's a chance na baka maubusan pa sila ng pera on towards sa mga succeeding rounds. But still, at least, diba, ang score naman dito is 11-8 and isa na lang ang kailangan ng G2 dito para lang at least manalo. They still have that rest, they still have that Hunter Sphere and that showstopper. They can actually use this sa susunod na round para at least to secure that match point. Okay ba yun, Harry?
Ginawa mo maayos para kay Harry.
Man. Tapos na yun.
Okay na yun. One round lang para sa'yo. Okay. Crew! Bumabawi sila dito pa konti-konti kahit pa paano, Vil. As G2, they are gonna go in a timeout. They are forced to. Kasi ilang rounds na rin na bumabawi rin tong crew. Dapat, kumbaga, yung mga sloppy plays ng G2, hindi na nila pwedeng ulit-ulitin ng basta-basta lang Kasi ito na yung make or break situation pagdating sa 11-8 scoreline na yung economy damage talagang malala. Yung tipong 11 round na o kaya naman match point na ng kalaban, wala ka pa rin pera. Pwedeng maging mangyari yun O pwedeng possibility yun with this matchup. Tignan mo si Kellogg's naging seryoso. Kanina, pasayaw-sayaw pa yan.
Here we go, here in this map. It's just one, for G2, they're just one round away para mabawi to and para ma-push to a match point. Pero for Team G2, they need to rethink dahil and of course they need to use this timeout para lang at least makakuha pa sila ng extra time to rethink on what are they gonna do next. Which sulit nga sinabi ko sa inyo, if ever mamatay si Nuki, wala silang mga susunod na pera. So, there's a chance na talaga ma-push to an 11-9 and sobrang daming pera ng crew Mahihirapan ng G2 dito.
Yun nga yung point ko kanina. Ito na yung crucial point 11-8 yung scoreline. Isipin mo, isa na lang kulang, hindi pa to match point sa kanila So, pwede pa talaga mabaliktad completely tong match na to or yung game na to na hindi talaga sila mananalo, yung G2, I am saying. And with this, kailangan talaga, yung timeout na yun, kailangan huminga sila, mag-relax sila, and play in a structured manner. Because crew, they're here for a fight.
Here.
11 seconds here in this game. Nagzet. If ever lang talaga na makapasok dito ng maayos, if ever nakapag-enter sila ng maayos, it's actually a big game changer for them. You guys, meron kayong Viper Spit, you have that huge chance of winning this for sure. Yun talaga ang pinakakailangan nila. Just gonna use all these Viper Spit, all these utilities. Pero it's just the lineup. Dito sa dalawang players ng G2. Parang binarbecue sila no?
Kaya nga tinusok, men. Kung kanina pa natin pinag-uusapan yung tusok, ito yung tunay na tusok dahil dalawa ang sumama sa hukay and it seems like an ace is finally intact for the day. This is from, of course, Kesnit. Lahat na nagsama-sama kasi sila Isa-isa yung silip nila. It's either isa-isa o kaya naman magla-line up sa harapan niya mismo. Look at this. He gets one kill onto Kellogg's. And then he can just reposition himself. The double kill up top, doon sa rafters, nang ganun-ganun lang.
Pero yun nga lang, si Kesnet, at least nakakuha naman siya ng ace dito. parang he's not no? Parang he's not surprised, not entertained. He's not that
parang wala namang nakapag-duel sa kanya ng matindi.
Oo, pero yun nga lang, Mazino, mga kaibigan, muntik na siyang mapatay ni Kellogg's dito. You need to be very careful. Oo na kayo na may butterfly knife.
Wala ka ba?
Wala ka, bes.
Yan kasi yung hindi na-drop no?
Oo.
Kaya hindi mo mahingi. Omsi. Nakita yung ulo, nakita yung noo ng Sage. Kaso hindi tumama yung shot. Nag-report lang si Kellogg's. Ito, sasabayan nila yung Viper's Wall na yan. But this little corner, this angle that Kellogg's is holding right now can be a right position. He just switch it up.
Oh my God, Kellogg's taking down one. By one. Going up for the fourth one. Dozik low on HP. Is this gonna be the match point for them though? Volva with that big finish. One more point for G2 and they're gonna win. Match point. 1-0. Let's see if they can send crew home.
Here.
Sa mga susunod na kasi mag-chill muna sila dito sa sa Germany.
Nagagalit na naman yung comment section kasi naman daw, seryoso naman daw tayo. Guys, saan ba kami lulugar? Saan ba kami lulugar? Napatayo na naman si Kellogg's. Finally, match point na kasi, kaya pwede na siya ulit man trash talk. Pwede na ulit.
Sabi ni Jerege, comeback daw to ng crew.
Pwede. Kaya naman Kaso nga lang nung nag-time out yung G2, alam mo. Sumeryoso Nawala na yung mga kulit nila
Wala nang nagawa si si Johnny.
Napagalitan na ata ni Coach.
Ni Coach Ansay. Hindi ko alam kung anong pangalan ng coach nila.
Hindi ko din alam huwag ka mag-alala.
Sige.
12-9 is the score. G2, they only need one more round to secure this win already against Crew. Meron sila, kompleto yung utilities nila dito maliban lang kay Mixwell na walang Viper's Pit. They have the knives para kay Kellogg's. Kung hindi mag-correct yung shots niya and finorce in siya ng mga kalaban or pinushin siya, pwede niyang ilabas agad yan. Nuki on the other hand also has the showstopper. So kung sakaling magkakaroon na mag-take ng site yung Crew, they use the Viper's Pit and ilabas nila yon at makapag-plant sila. They can use the showstopper, to have a pinpoint kung nasan ba yung kalaban. Lalo na meron silang Hunter's Fury. Ang dami nilang pwedeng gawin. Ito na nga yung Viper's Pit na sinasabi natin and maybe if there's a recon, there's a drone and also the Hunter's Fury, madaling malocate kung nasan yung Viper na yan.
Pero muntik na mapatay. Muntik na actually mapatay ni ni Kellogg's yung player nila sa taas ng yellow. Pero yun nga lang din, sa ting talaga inaantay nila din sa Vipers but coming in from Mazino. So if ever matalo sila dito, it's gonna be really over for the Peninsula. Kinakapatay pa nga sa but Nicole Dementa. Let's see if that Hunter's Fury will take down these players. And yes, nakapatay! Nakapatay yung yung Raze, yung Sova, yung Jet using their ultimates, mga kaibigan. It's all up to Kesnet. But Mixwell will take him down, finishing this 1-2-0 in favor of G2 Esports.
My God, finally G2 Esports. After so long, muntik pa sila makomeback doon. The economy shifted, yung equilibrium sa economy nawala na rin for them. But in the end, with the ultimate economy that they had, they can definitely punish Crew completely. Yung sinasabi ko kanina na pag nag-Viper's Pit to, ang daming utilities na pwedeng gamitin. Yung showstopper na yan, hahanapin lang naman yung Viper niyan And then, it's gonna be over because that Viper's Pit is gonna go down. A quick replay lang kung ano yung nangyari kanina. Both teams have this aggressive side to them. But when it comes to a point na crucial na yung mga sitwasyon, they play in a structured manner. And looking at it, nakakuha tayo ng ace kanina. Galing dito kay Kesnet.
God, this is a really great round for G2, mga kaibigan. I mean, that is actually really close. Close game. Really thought that Crew will win this, but still, G2 finishing it off na sobrang bilis. And talagang worth it yung pagtayo dito lagi ni Kellogg's, mga kaibigan. This is one of the best rounds that ginawa ng Susan. I mean, that Stinger 2K plus getting that Spectre to finish that 3 and to the fourth one, that is absolutely sexy.
mean, Kellogg's is on fire in this match. He knows where to peek, when to peek. Alam niya rin kung ano yung angle na dapat niyang i-take. Kapag may Viper's Wall, alam niya kung ano yung maliit na butas na posible siya makakuha ng kill o kaya yung makakita siya ng kalaban. And just the perfect amount of aggressiveness from Kellogg's towards that latter part of the match. And finally, 1-0 yung score natin. Magiging G2-0 ba, Vil? Yan ang katanungan.
Yan yung nakatanungan mga kaibigan. Pero yun muna, we're going to have a very, very short break. This is Masters Berlin, Villain Theater here. See you later.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins.
First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins.
First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
One chance to make it right. Misconnections with you. I won't give up when you're walking out. So don't give up when I'm calling out.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where G2 are leading against Crew in this quarter-finals. I'm Yingsu, and I'm joined once again by Riv and Doug. Not the cleanest from G2, but a great start nevertheless.
Yeah, yes, that's one way to put what we saw. Not the cleanest from G2. I don't know if you guys can see it. All I have in my notes is, what is happening? Like, what just happened? What did we just see? I think for Crew, like, they put everything but they had behind the punches that they threw at G2.
Yeah.
They refused to go down easily, and it just felt like Acend was like dragging his team across the finish line on that Reyna. Performed very well. It just wasn't enough at the end of the day.
And for G2, maybe there's just a little bit more ice on the ground for this one, a little slippy, slidey in some situations, but the teamwork came together. And we mentioned in the beginning of the show, Kellogg's was such a huge factor in being able to solidify rounds for his team.
Yeah, I mean, Kellogg's showing up huge there. He had a lot of freedom as well, but Rib, do you feel like, you know, this chaos that we see every now and then, it almost suits G2, right? Because they like playing into things like that.
It does, because we saw a different Crew at the beginning of the map than at the end of the map. At the beginning, we saw Crew in that chaos getting 3Ks and 4Ks, and you're like, wait a minute, okay. But then you realize that story of 3K, 4Ks were a necessity for Crew, and that's difficult to get when you're relying on a sole person in the round to pick up that much of an advantage.
Yeah, Sue, I think you're right. It seems like G2 loved to play on that chaos, and Crew tried to out-chaos G2, and you just can't, right? Like, that seems so in their wheelhouse. We're going to play through all the utility, and then we're just kind of like going to let Kellogg's go and do his thing. And I think it was Mitch who said something about how his op shots weren't great. He was missing a couple of shots that you could maybe argue he shouldn't be, but his blade storm was fire.
Yeah, that was a bit of a crazy game, and I cannot wait to see what Sean has got to break down by the wall.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Sue. And I love that Doug just brought up the chaos that G2 brings to these games, because the round I chose here is the second pistol, where it's just solely rotations, right? You don't see this very often in Valorant, so I think this is such a cool round to watch. Let's check it out. So right off the bat, what we're going to have here is we're going to have Avova pushing down the tube. We have Nucky guarding actually this cross for him. And then over at A, we're going to have the Jet in Kellogg's hop up onto pipes, and he can get all of the early info into A, as well as having a Sova to hold his belt. So everything is guarded over here on this side at the start. Now let's take a look at what happens over at B. So we're going to look at what happens with Mixwell. He actually doesn't use his wall at the start of this round, and he has the one-way orb over here on the crate. So as we play the round, you can notice the Sova drone coming in to clear out, and everyone is sticking so close to this drone from Crew. Mixwell has to back off as quickly as possible because he's tagged. And now watch the reactions coming out of G2 here. You can see everyone has moved into very, very specific spots. Nucky picks up this Hall's position. You see the Sova has rotated to Kitchen, and he actually is going to take an angle over here into the middle of the open. We have Mixwell guarding these lanes. Everyone has a job. And meanwhile, you actually have the Sage over here pushing lower mid. So everyone is picking up different rotation points on G2. It looks kind of chaotic, but everyone has a role. Everyone has a specific spot they're rotating to. So you can see Kellogg's going spawn, and now Mixwell combines here with Nucky, using his utility to stop the plant. The wall goes up the second he realizes it's B. The double pieces of damage utility stop the planner from getting away, and that brings down this Viper wall and makes things even more chaotic for Crew. As Mixwell falls, you can see that causes immediately a reaction out of Avova to then pull out his knife and book it up B long. Why is this? It's because Mixwell's coming. This is an aggressive push towards Snowman. This isn't the normal B plant where everyone stays yellow, everyone stays long. They're pushing up very aggressively. So G2 is reacting to this on the fly, and look how good of a reaction it is. Avova sticking right side crate, ends up going up yellow, finding this easy frag onto Reyna. He still has his wall. Nucky, this is the nade, the paint shells that come in with Mixwell's molly, and you can see that ends up what's taking out Mazino. And now we're in this weird scenario where Crew has hardly any members left, and you can see Avova still has this Sage wall, which he uses to perfection. And it's not like this was an easy hold for G2. You can see actually a Sage wall over there at Snowman. This is a very well thought out execute from Crew that G2 has dealt with on the fly. This is what makes G2 so solid. and such a hard counter for a lot of these teams in this tournament. Stuff like this, where they're reacting on the fly, playing off of each other, using rotations, and it doesn't boil down to utility all the time when you watch these guys. But it's still such a fun style to watch, and I can't wait to see more on Haven, guys.
Thank you very much, Sean, for that breakdown. This is why we need Sean, right? You said what is happening. He tells you exactly what is happening. But I think you made a really good point there in terms of the reactions, because that, in the end of the day, is what separated those two teams, that G2 just found more answers and they were able to adapt a lot faster than Crew.
Yeah, and I think part of it was also maybe not necessarily calm in the chaos, but thriving in that chaos. As Sean was breaking down, everyone has a job. Everyone knows where they're supposed to be, and when you have such a good understanding of your roles and what your job is in those moments, you can weather that.
And it seemed like the attack side was the strength for both teams in that sense, going hard. Haven is the better attack percentage for both teams, so whoever comes out swinging on this better start rocking those rounds in their favor. And I think the big thing as well, Sean points out, is there's a lot of team power right now that G2 Esports is working with, along with star power, and it feels like Crew is trying to get through these rounds with just a bit of star power in their standout players.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen both of these teams already in the tournament on this map. We're going to Haven. Of course, we mentioned it's usually banned out by Crew, so it's interesting for them to kind of leave this open and also pick it as well. G2, they beat Sentinels on Icebox, Doug, but they didn't beat them here. Are you concerned?
Concerned, maybe a bit strong, but I do think there's something to look at here, right? Because you mentioned it's consistently banned out. We're taking a look at stats for Crew specifically on Haven. They're not bad at Haven.
No,
right?
not at all. Yeah.
They're very formidable on this map, so this may be like an ace in the hole type. We've been hiding this. We know we're good at it, but kind of like giving off the idea that you're weak at it when you're not.
Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, I'm ready to see some agent switch-ups. We know Crew Esports can play a lot of each other's agents. Maybe they go back to comfort here and just having the Astra, having a lot of utility in that, the Sky, the Sage. But I'm interested.
Yeah, this is interesting because G2, they came into this tournament with a slightly newer comp for Haven, and I don't believe Avova was playing the Omen before, unless I'm mistaken. I think he was playing on the Astra, at least for their new comp in this tournament. So, Nookie on the Phoenix. Okay. I see you. I love this, Doug.
I love it too, and I think we've seen world-class Phoenixes on this map and how good it can look, and then we've seen Phoenixes just kind of like lay an egg.
Fizzle out.
Right, fizzle out, if you will. Very, very clever, I like that. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what we get, because if there is a world-class performance on Phoenix, that's just going to be so difficult to deal with, but it can also be very lackluster.
And for Nookie, it's either the Raze or the Sage previously that were tempted by G2 Esports on this. So already having that Raze or Battle Sage, he's ready to go right into a Phoenix position.
Yeah, second time ever in Nookie's career we're seeing him on the Phoenix. I cannot wait to see what...
Gising na ang comment section, Bill.
Gising na rin ako.
Ang lahat. Gising na rin kami. Dahil mukhang mas mainit pa ang labanan sa comment section kesa dito sa labanan ng Crew at G2. Welcome back sa Masters Berlin!
Okay na.
Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor.
At ako naman si Phil. At kami ang The Mods.
Cringe yun, man.
Oo, cringe yun.
Huwag sabihin yun, nakaka-cringe yun eh.
Oo, parang nakaka-cringe yun eh. Ano ka ba? Kalma ka lang. Hindi naman ako.
Sorry.
At least ito yung main ko. Abay, shoutout sa mga nanonood ngayon sa Twitch and stuff.
Saan yung stuff?
Hindi ko alam.
Sa lahat ng you.
Sa lahat ng you dyan.
Sa YouTube.
Oo.
At sa Twitch. At pati na rin dito sa Facebook. Maraming salamat sa pagstay sa amin dito. Sabi nga nila, kung kayo ay nagagalit na sa amin, antayin nyo magkasiray-ray ng alas 7 ng umaga nang walang tulog.
Ang hirap nun, men.
Guys, ikaw, kamusta yung sleeping schedule mo, Bill?
Hindi sa akin, gusto naman ng sleeping schedule. I mean, wala naman naging problema sa sleeping schedule. Ganun pa rin naman.
Sa'yo kasi maaga ka eh.
Oh, I mean, kasi, at saka bukas, partner, meron pa tayong...
Magkasama tayo ng 11 a.m.
Magkasama pa tayo bukas mamaya ng 11 a.m. kasi may gagawin pa tayo, tapos alas 4 matatapos yun. Tapos ng gabi, magkakas na naman tayo, di ba? Fully booked.
Okay
Marami kaming ginagawa kasi cringy kami.
Ano ka ba naman? You can't take constructive criticism. Hindi, pero joking or... guys, huwag kayong maglala. Meron tayong English stream kung gusto nyo panoorin sa main Valorant channel, no? At kung gusto nyo pa rin kami makita ni Bill, huwag kayong maglala. Dito lang kami sa Facebook, sa YouTube, at sa Twitch.
Tama. Going back! Tapos na? 1-0 na. Sana pala, gano'n na lang lagi.
1-0 na agad-agad. Hindi kasi medyo na-delay yung pagpalit sa camera. Nangyayari na yung action.
Crew ang pumili nito.
At least may replay. This map, tama. This map pick is from Crew. Ang okay kasi dito, syempre, napakalaking advantage nung ikaw yung makakapili ng dalawang mapa. Diba nagsasalit-salitan sila dito na parang G2 picks map 1, tapos Crew yung map 2, map 3, pipili niyan G2 ulit. So malaki yung advantage ng mga ganun, lalo na kapag talagang umaabot ng 3 games.
Yeah, tama. Knowing na ito yung pinili ng Crew. Knowing mga kaibigan, meron silang 62% win rate dito. 13-8 yung score nila. Meanwhile, dito naman sa kabila for G2 Esports mga kaibigan, ang Haven sa kanila is 69% winning rate. Nice. 29 yung win-loss nila dito. So, makikita natin dito guys, if ever sino ba talaga ang mananaig dito. If Crew ba or G2 Esports. But alam naman natin pag ikaw pumili ng mapa, there's a huge chance, or not huge chance siguro, pero there's a chance na talaga ikaw yung mananalo dito because pinili mo to for a reason. You pick this because you know that you can win on this map. You pick this because you have a new strategy on how will you defeat your enemies here in this map. So, may kita natin dito if ever ba nagagawin talaga ng crew na can they send G2 pabalik dun sa magbabas lang ata sila mag-aeroplano dun sa pauwi sa kanila pero alam mo yun,
connecting train bus, mga ganun lang yung connection na kailangan nilang gawin dito kasi hindi naman hindi naman ganun kalayo, Europe din So, with that, Kellogg's is the only man remaining right now na merong dalang sheriff dito. With that turret coming out, sinabayan yung timing ni Kellogg's habang hindi pa siya na-detect. On the other hand, he's trying to look for another one. He can still manage to get some pickoffs here and there. 10 HP na lang natitira for Kellogg's. And he's just going for exit frags. Just like that, dalawang players ng Crew ang nawala. And the thing is, they have the Spectres and also probably the Phantom as well. Kellogg's is just getting kills after kills.
I mean, naka-triple pa siya yun. Para lang at least, diba? I mean, para lang at least just to get that economic damage for the side of Crew. So makikita natin dito, yes, they won this map. Pero yun nga lang sa next, dito sa next is, they have all these firepower and utilities para lang at least mabawi itong match na to. Broken by ang side ng Crew. They only got like isang Phantom lang, and Spectres, Frenzy, and whatnot. Yun lang ang gamit nila dito. So if ever talaga makuha to ng G2, and it's gonna be like a normal thing to do. Na you really need to get this third round kasi by round na to Kellogg's, mga going in already. Traders will actually catch him off. Pero yung nga naman flash siya. Pero he will actually take down 3! That's great! Plus that one enemy remaining. Take out the fourth one! Kellogg's, mga kaibigan! It's just he's just crazy there. Dun sa A.
Man, si Kellogg's unstoppable force to. Isipin mo sa 2 rounds, sa 3 rounds na meron yung match na to. Kellogg's, buo agad yung Bladestorm, nilabas niya pa kasi wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman nyo. He has, of course, the ability to take on kills. He can just refresh that yet again. And that is G2 taking this round with only 1 casualty. That is Kellogg's. Sa lahat ng kills na nakuha niya from the previous rounds, pwede na ulit siyang bumili dito. Easy peasy. This is just a quick replay kung ano yung nangyari. With the blind coming in, he still managed to get that triple kill dahil nabulag din yung 2 pumapasok at 2 ini-entry. What a play from Kellogg's.
Solid yung flash. Actually, the flash cross, it's all because of Kesnet. Oh, you can see me.
Pati siya nagulat.
Oh, you can see me.
Alam mo si Kellogg's yung kapag katapos ng kill niya o kaya may clutch siyang ginawa, parang on the end of pag itatapat yung camera sa kanya, parang ano lang, no? Nag-enjoy lang talaga siya.
Parang may ADHD. Pero yun nga lang. Napatingin si Nuki, mga kaibigan. But that, I mean, yung round na yun will boost up the confidence and morale of G2 for sure. Yun naman talaga yung pinakasolid sa mga players ito Talagang kailangan uy! camera mga kaibigan. Pero but still, Kellogg really wants to go in. Tignan mo, sobrang aggressive na ni Kellogg di ba? Tulad nga sinabi mo, I mean, sobrang hyper ng kuya mo Oo, nakapatay pa ng 4. Pero, kalma ka lang kasi. Kumalma ka.
Isihan mo lang. Isihan mo lang. Isihan mo lang. Looking to find some open space kung saan pwede makapag-entry the smoke from a Vova right here. So he can just pass through. In a breeze quite easily. Pero nakita na spot siya ni Delzik dito. Ang daming utilities na ginamit at nilabas. Masasalo niya na kaunti yung Nano Swarm na yan. But this Paranoia will definitely connect. Andyan din yung delay from this Nano Swarm from Mix. Well, agad-agad ang bilis ng aksyon. Delay kung delay, 30 seconds na lang at nagdesisyon sila na actually mag-rotate tayo guys. Ang dami masyado na dito. Naramdaman na nila tayo.
Naramdaman na nga talaga. So if ever lang na talagang makakabawi ang G2 sa ginagawa sa kanila, it's gonna be really great. Pero yun nga lang, shock na din isa pa. Pero yun nga, it's not free to take on Kevin, mga kaibigan. Seekers will find kung nasan ka. 2v4 on the scoreboard right now. More Seekers na lang coming in from these players. Pero Cold na Menta, wala siyang magagawa dito. The only thing na pwede nang gawin is just save this gun and makabawi sa susunod na round. Cold Zamenta.
Sabi sa akin, man, parang ngongo daw ako. Guys, sa 10 araw na tuloy-tuloy itong pagkakas namin, meron din naman kaming day job. Siyempre, napapagod din naman kami. Yung tulog ko 2 hours na lang per day.
Akala nyo ba?
Watak pa yun, men.
Akala nyo ba? Ito lang ginagawa namin.
Akala nyo ba, Masters Berlin lang yung buhay namin? Siyempre, may umaga rin kami. Si Vil, kita mo, nabaliw na yung pastor.
Ikaw lang, huwag mo kasama dyan, be.
Si Ray Ray nga, 7 AM shift lagi. Tapos 3 games palagi.
Hindi po mag-aantay siya ng 11 o'clock ng gabi.
Tapos meron siyang, alam nyo, ang isa na lang talaga na focus dito, Focusville. Yung mga nakaka-appreciate.
Siyempre, a big shoutout sa inyo lahat.
Lalo na yung mga tropa natin sa Twitch. Sabi nila, basahin nyo naman kami dito. Ito na, binabasa ko na kayo.
Send Gcash, guys. Send Gcash.
Si Black and Blue nanonood pa. Gusto mo bang mag-cast Black and Blue? Man, bulag yung Aldron. Walang makikita.
Bulag yun.
Ang tagal no?
Ang tagal na.
Ang tagal ng blind.
Dapat di na ba blind yan? Robot yun. Sa mechanics yung laro ko. Pero, crew mga kaibigan, let's see if ever they're gonna force out this win here in this map. Actually, ito, pag na 3 games to, 6 na games ang pinasaya. Ikaw, marami-rami ka na eh.
Marami-rami na. Before this, nag-cast din ako ng 4 na mapa sa ibang tournament.
Di ba? Nag-record ako kanina.
Nag-record ka din. Going back here though, 2-2 trade lang ang nangyari. 3v3 situation right now. Binabasag na yung wall and nagpa-plant na rin si Mazino. He secures the plant of the spike. Ready for post-plant position. This wall is actually a good sense para sa crew to hold forth to. Tapos mabasagin din yan yung off-angle. Saktong-sakto lang para kay Delzik. He takes on the kill. Mazino spots 1 on Garage. Naghahanap din yung isang tag ng recall ball. Kahit papano, malalaman na nasa backside siguro. But this is still Crew's round to take.
Kung napapansin nyo, I mean, every after run kasi pag may mga magandang play, syempre nagkakatont-tont yung dalawang teams na yan, di ba? Solid yung ginagawa ng crew. Ang sinasabi lang ng crew is vamos, yun lang. Pero yung G2, ang daming sinasabi.
Ang daming sinasabi, nice! Tapos tumatayo pa, no?
Tumatayo-tayo pa, sumasayaw-sayo pa, kumakaldag pa.
Sa crew, ano lang? Ano tawag dun?
Sa crew parang hibang siliw.
Dibdiban. Vamos! Punitin ang sedula!
Ate ng Berlin!
Pagalitan ka na naman ni PPGL.
Naalala ko dati. Diyos ko po, sinakop na natin ng isang bansa. Tapos nag-message sa akin, binuno mo sabihin niya.
Sino? Si PPGL?
Hindi, si Pat. Huy, ba't ka sumasakop ng ibang bansa mo sabihin?
Kung naman nagsabi, di tayo eh. No? Narinig lang natin. Gumaling daw yung crew, pinalaro na si Kuya.
Man.
Pinaupo na. Feeling mo ba magto-2-0? Magto-3 games? Feeling mo magti-3 games?
3 games? Para hindi. Ikaw ba?
Nakakaramdam ako eh.
Oo nga, ako rin eh.
Kasi nagko-comment si Ray. Alam mo no, si Ray, pag nandyan yung presensya niya, parang maabot talaga ng 9 AM.
Ako napapansin mo eh. Ito na ata sumpa ni Razel eh. Ni Razel Angarido.
Next game daw ko ngayon, kuya yung naglalaro. Next game, tatay na daw.
Si Dad.
Si Daddy.
Oh my God,
Johnny,
si Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Klaus will take down one, and Lucky Maibigan is actually down for this match. Oh my God, tatlo yung nakita ni Mazino.
You got the sheriff shot for Coldament.
Baka mabuhay sa...
Baka mabu.
Baka mabu, man. Tatlo yung nakasilip sa'yo.
Alam mo,
mananalo ka doon.
Si Nuki, kanina nakaano to eh. Diba, ang ginagamit niya usually is actually the Raze. This time around, he's using the Phoenix. And the Phoenix agent pick is actually in a map like Haven. Ito yung mag-open up talaga ng site eh. Lalo na ang bilis mong makuha yung run it back. Kapag na-utilize mo na maayos yung mga flash na meron siya, lalo na yung pop flash na close angles, na mabilisan, this is definitely a very viable agent. Kaso nga lang, Kellogg's, with that help of course, the ultimate, yung Hunter's Fury, nakahanap siya ng isa na force out sa posisyon. And this is also Crow just waiting for the players of G2 to come in. Walang alam yung G2 kung saan nga ba pwesto ng ibang players dito. Nabasag na nila yung lockdown. Pero on the other hand, pagkabasag niyan, ibig sabihin, alam namin kung saan ang posisyon mo.
Crew, mga kaibigan, just gonna use all the dominance talagang ginagawa nila dito. The problem is Avova and Nuki. 0 kills at all. At hindi talaga sila makagawa dito. Hindi sila makabawi. They have actually no idea on how they're gonna win this. And if ever lang na, I mean, ito, G2, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the teams na talagang tumalo sa Sentinels. And it's just Crew with their strength taking down the team that took down Sentinels nung isang araw. Actually, nung Wednesday. Tama nung Wednesday. Thursday na madaling araw. And it's just, man,
revealing area.
Total domination lead. Pandemonium. Cold Zamenta will take down one. 5v2 situation right now. Middle left in the clock right now. Pero if ever na pumunta sila sa A, there's no more chance na pumunta sila sa iba. Nuki with a flash right there. Not gonna be able to tag one. Nice, they're trying to be really aggressive though. Nice will take down Kellogg. 4v1, but still, hopefully, and talagang finally, nakabawi na rin dito si Nuki, getting his first kill of the day here in Haven. I mean, second kill of the day rather. But Avova, ang nag-sage kanina, needs to pop off ngayon. Nag-pop off siya ng sobra kanina with that sage, and hopefully mabawi na yan ngayon. Kellogg's, mga kaibigan, we actually really know kung gano'n siya ka-deadly with that operator. And slowly but surely, G2 nakakakuha na, racking up all these points para makabawi sila. Pero that operator not gonna connect onto these players. Pasok dito ng garage, mga kaibigan. Pero Kellogg, pwede na siya smoke dito. Coldamenta with a spray and pray! Coldamenta taking down one, which is actually close. Pero Avova, let's see if we can dito po boy pa! Avova will kill one. Nice with a follow-up kill here. Kellogg's taking down one with an operator. Kellogg's, mga kaibigan, with a blade storm. He's actually ready, lock and loaded. Taking down the players again. 5-3. Comeback is real for Gold 2 Esports.
Man, Crew. And G2, mainit na mainit. Again, this is a map pick by Crew. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, VIL, no? Map pick to ng Crew. So, with the Odin pick then from G2 here on Condobenta, he was able to punish. Ang bilis na shutdown yung Seekers eh. Tapos merong na-detect yung Rico niya. Saktong-sakto lang talaga lahat. And Nuki, tapos Kellogg's combination is just perfect enough to punish every player that Crew has right here. Si Avova kahit papano, meron pa siyang nadamay na isa bago siya bumagsak. Pero mukhang this is a fast push from the side of Crew as they push in. Nakalabas na lahat. This is an eco for them. Nakasalalay also sa blades na meron si, dito. Si Nagzet. Makakakuha siya ng mga magagandang opening kills.
So yung nga naman ito yung lockdown being set by Killjoy. Pero let's see if ever na talaga makakapasok sila dito sa side ng A. Pero yung nga lang Nagzet will take down one. Meron they have no idea at all kung nasa ba si Nick Cabazino. Nakatago lang dito sa likod ng one. Pwede siyang gumawa ng halo-halo dito. Mix will catch one. And alam mo na meron ako. Pero yung nga lang Mazino! With that frenzy, take it down of Ova. Pero Kellogg's nagpalit na ng baril with that tailwind. Coldamenta taking 2 players, 5-4, G2. Nahanap nila yung magandang pace. Nahanap nila yung magandang strategy for them to take down crew. At lagi na lang silang nandito sa A or C. If ever B, pwede rin naman. Uy, B.
Men, hindi nila matapatan yung Odin na meron si Coldamenta dahil ang sakit eh. Pag sa'yo nakatapat yan, yung aim punch na binibigay ng Odin, hindi ka na agad makakabuelo to actually take a perfect spot to get a kill. Either ma-headshot mo agad yung naka-Odin or not. Or ikaw yung mapapunish. Lalo na pag Sova yung may hawak niyan. Kasi yung Aldron, matag ka. O kaya naman yung Recon, matag ka lang. Talagang ubos pati pagtubos. Ito na naman, oh. Insta-kill agad-agad on mid. Wala na. Hindi naman lang niya kailangan mag-Recon. Hindi niya kailangan lumabas.
Ang gagawin na dito is Rin.
Nag-rest pa.
Nag-rest pa. Bubuhayin nila. Let's see if ever makakapati parang 2 beses.
Naubos lang yung bala.
Oo, naubos. Pero natag siya. So it's fine. Si Klaus, so at least 'di ba, na-push ni Coldamenta yung heal tsaka yung res, and Mixwell shutting down 2 players again and again. It's just Coldamenta with that Odin, mga kaibigan. A Volva all the way here. Dito lang sa base nila. Pero wala silang nahanap din sa may attacker spawn. If ever pinush talaga nilang mag-A, it's actually a suicide note pa rin. They need to switch up. It's just Kellogg's, mga kaibigan, waiting patiently here in A. Ayaw nilang sumilip dito sa may sewers eh. Na sinasabi nga nung iba, sewers.
30 seconds left.
Sewers, sewers. Na isa na yung dito eh na
delikado to, bes. Pag siwilit mo patay ito.
Dahan-dahan pa.
Oh my god! Na-timing!
Oh my god! Saka siya umalis ng tingin. Gulat to. One down. Next one.
Nice one. Wait, a third one. 5-5. Ang pagbango ng gabi. Gold to Esports. 5-5.
All good in the hood. According sa script, ganito daw yung gagawin. Si Kelox, titingin siya ng bahagya. Lalo na kapag palabas na yung kalaban. Naplano talaga yun, Bill eh. Ang ganda! Nag-smoke. Pagka-smoke na dito, alam niya na agad yung mga angle na dapat niyang i-cover. Kung baga si Kelox, yung imagination niya dito, nababasa niya kung ano yung movements nung lahat ng mga kakampi. Mga kalaban pala.
Ito ako sinabi ni Dan Mitchell.
Ano sabi?
Yung shish niya, S-H-I-S-H.
Shish.
Shish.
Timeout is being called on the side of... Is it crew? On the side of crew. Nag-timeout na muna ng mga tropa natin. Mapapa-timeout ka talaga kung ganun ka ba naman i-punish.
Men, isipin mo alam mo, bumabawi na yung G2. Tapos nag-timeout sila. Hala, mag-timeout tayo kasi bumabawi na tayo.
Malay mo, may ganun, men.
Oo, men. Hala, tara game. Ito na, tuloy-tuloy na ito.
Timeout para man-trash talk. Nakuha na natin yung momentum. Tara, timeout.
Inaantay talaga natin ito. Kanina pa yung malapit na tayo matalo eh. Tara, timeout muna tayo. 1 minute.
Diyos ko, Lord.
Ba't makita kasama na naman?
5-5 ang score and Coldamenta magsustick pa rin siya sa kanyang Odin dito. Alam niya na medyo masakit. Ang dami niyang nahuhuli rin dito eh. And si Kelox, marami-rami ang kanyang kaban ng bayan. Ang daming pera nito. Ito na yung Cosmic Divide na inaantay reposition para kay Kelox. Pero maraming utilities ang nilabas dito para lang ma-delay ng sobra. Itong mga players, just a perfect swing sana from Nuki. But instead, he gets punished by Nagzet.
Kellogg's mga kaibigan, ewan ko ba talaga ng sayang oh my god, lumipat sila dito sa A pero walang tao dyan. Pero ito, maganda yung ginagawa ni Avova. He can actually spot the players na umiikot dito papuntang A. Pero makikita na si Astra lang, pero yun nga hindi na. Perfect timing.
Ito,
may turret. Ito na, may turret.
Huli kami. Huli kam lahat si Kelox. Ayan na. Isa.
1, 2, 3, 4. Ubos. Pati si Toropuan. Kelox mga kaibigan. Delzik is down. 6-5.
Last round before the switch.
Man, ang hirap na hirap sila makapag-entry. Kasi, alam mo kung bakit? Slow kasi yung movements na pinapakita dito ng crew eh. Pag slow movements ka, tapos yung mga long range aim duel, nahahawakan lang ni Kelox yung angle. And the thing is, walang sumilip. Nagsunod-sunod sila dito. Walang sumilip sa corners. Ito na naman si Kelox. Ito yung mga
I read you like a book. I read you like a book.
Woohoo! Yung sabi, man. On the other hand, pag nag-fast play din sila, Vil, kagaya ng ginawa nila sa B, ang daming utilities na nilabas ng G2. Hindi rin sila makapasok. So ano gagawin nila? Saan sila lugar?
Si Coldamenta no? Wala nang tutok-tutok. Odin na lang. Nalabas mo yung Odin mo.
Makulay yung Odin niya.
Makulay ba? Hindi lang ba itim? Ayun nga, no? Grabe Odin niya. Umiilaw. Pero nga lang Kellogg's, alam mo na andyan
Glow in the dark.
Nag-set mga kaibigan, glow in the dark pala. Pero nasa gitna siya ng lockdown na. Kailangan niyang lumabas agad kundi matatamaan siya na to.
Ito na naman. Kala ko meron na namang mapipitas eh. Pag naramdaman mo na, ay Diyos ko Lord. Wala talaga.
What?
Ayaw talaga magpadaan ni Kelox.
Men, paano niya napatay yun? May smoke ka.
May smoke pero nakita niya yung ulo lumabas. Tumalon eh.
Kung ka na ulo mo, papatayin kita. Pero nga lang, no, K will take down one. Pero walang tao dyan sa may windows mga kaibigan. 5v3 at kung napapansin nyo, medyo nalulungkot na mga tropa natin sa crew. Kellogg's reposition with a kill on to one. Nilabas na naman ng Blade Storm. Pero si Nick Mazino, pinatay na nga si Kellogg's dito. 2v4 situation right now. Mazino, wala siyang ultimate. Pero nasa kanya yung Spike. And now, Spike has been dropped. That's the only man remaining. He sees one. Taking down Maxwell. But Coldamenta, nilabas ang Odin niya. Hinampas kay Delzik.
3 to 4 rounds. This is what they kept doing. They kept going to A site. Alam na nila na yung operator yan nandun. Sa ilong pa lang, alam na nila eh. Kaya nga meron nang na-pick off na isa. Tapos gusto pa ulit. Yung movement ng crew, sa sobrang bagal, ang bilis mapitas nun ni Kelox.
So,
wala silang utilities na inuubos agad nila yung utilities kapag nandun sa A-long. Iniiwasan lang naman ni Kelox kasi malalim yung niya eh. Malalim yung angle na kino-cover niya eh. Ang bilis niya lang makapag-tailwind o kaya makatalikod tapos babalik lang din siya kung ano yung angle na hinahawakan niya.
Sobrang solid yung precision ni Kelox dito, men. Alam mo,
time out.
Kahit
or
pixel.
half time na pala, half time.
Kahit pixel size lang yung ulo.
Patay.
Type at saka din. May nagawa eh. Balita ko, Jamil daw may... Balita ko, Jamil daw may ano na.
May YouTube na ulit?
YouTube na ulit.
Nabalitaan ko din yan.
Kung tayo na YouTube tayo natin.
Gawa tayo YouTube natin? Ano gagawin natin? Babash na naman tayo?
Wala. Hello.
Pagod na ako mabash.
Ano? Kanina pa ako nagkakast. Pero buto na sana 2-0, sana 2-0.
Tatasal ka na lang sa gilid eh. Ako may isa pa ako pagtapos nito. Kasama ko si
Sino?
Dax.
Dax. Tagal ko lang di nakakasidax eh. Huli ko nakakasidax sa ibang bang-bang pa eh.
Balita ko, si Dax mag-iibang bang-bang na rin, susubukan. Sama
Napansin
si
ko nga rin.
Rachel.
Si Rachel Garrido,
Rachel,
no?
nandito yan para mamirata ng mga caster. Dinadala sa ibang bang-bang.
Oo nga eh. Alam ko naman na hindi itong first love niya. Pero wag mo namang ilayo dito, di ba, Rachel?
Si Dax, di rin to yung first love niya.
Oo. Ibang bang-bang yung first love niya eh, no?
Ibang bang-bang din first love nun.
Oo.
Ako, ito first love ko.
Yung kapal na mukha mo, hindi itong first love mo. Tumigil ka. Alam ko first love mo, bes. Wag ako.
Ano yun?
Yung first love mo.
Hindi ko nga alam. Pero ito yung laro na talagang
ako
parang willing ako isa alang-alang yung buhay ko. Sabi nga ni Ray kanina, kausap ko si Ray. Every time daw, sa isang linggo na lumilipas na nagkakas tayo ng VCT, parang, hindi, sa isang araw na nagkakas tayo ng VCT, parang isang linggo yung nababawa sa buhay niya.
Bakit?
Grabe naman kasi yung time zone natin ngayon, bes. Ako, pagod na ako. Umiiyak na ako tuwing gabi bago matulog.
Bes, pare-pareho. Bes,
Pare-parehas tayong lahat.
Pare-pareho lang tayo ng dinaranas dito, bes. Pero ako, umiiyak ako na may kayakap. Tinatago siya sa pangalan, May Kakapsan. Hello sa'yo, May. Kelox!
Diyos ko, wala pa rin katapusan. Kahit pistol na lang. Init ng taong to. Ilang taon na to si Kelox? Search nga natin.
32.
Hindi, men. Mukhang bata eh.
31.
Sige na nga. Payag na ako.
At naitanim na nga ang kamote, mga kaibigan. Avova.
17! Pinanganak siya ng 2003, Vil! Diyos ko, Lord.
Mas matanda pa si Ten sa kanya, tsaka si Kaiday. Si Kaiday, 19.
Grabe.
Hindi ko nakakala mas matanda pa ako sa kanya. Hindi ko gulat ako, mas matanda pa lang ako sa kanila. Pero yung alam close with the kill guy, pero yung alam mix well. Look at the head of that player. Nuki finishing it off.
There can only be one hero. Hindi mo na napapansin si Nuki kahit pa paano, pero kung sisilipin natin, 6-7 lang yung kanyang scoreline, pero he's doing... of course, si Avova chill-chill lang eh. Pero alam mo, napaka-importante ng isang controller pagdating sa mapa like Haven. Ang dami mong mabablock off, ang dami mong madedelay, lalo na yung paranoia ni Avova. Ang dami mong mau-open para sa control ng team sa side mo.
Sa totoo naman, hindi naman talaga importante kung sino yung top frag dito, ganyan-ganyan. Ang importante, manalo kayo.
Yun.
Diba?
Around is around.
Oh, around is around, man. Okay lang yan. Kunyari, bottom frag ka. Basta kung panalo kayo, edi okay. Edi pagtalo ka, tas bottom frag ka, edi alam mo, edi sa'yo yung sisi. Ganun
Ikaw
lang.
yung kasalanan. Ganun lang yun.
Hindi po sabi nyo kasi, hindi po, ikaw na yung bot frag, ikaw po yung nagyaya, pero talo kayo, di ba? Edi sa'yo talaga may sisi, man. Pero nga lang, Nick Bazir, take it down 1. Oh!
Sakit, pero hindi enough to actually get the kill. Ito yung mga, Vil no? Yung tipo, pagtapos ng match, sasabihin mo na lang, kain muna ako, Tess.
Oh, ito muna yung kain. Yung pagkatapos itong match na to, alam mo yung nakakamba, kain muna ako. Yung tipong
kain muna ako.
Tapos di na bumalik. Alam mo yun? Yung parang yung jowa mo, di na bumalik.
One enemy remaining.
Gold the meta with the kill on the Gelsek, but Nuki, mga kaibigan. Finishing it off 5-9. And this might be a great 6-9.
Tao yun. Sa akin lang ba delayed? Delayed ba? Ano ang delayed? Sabihin nyo sa amin. Para masabi namin sa aming direktor. At para masilip natin kung ano ang mali. Kasi alam mo naman, kayo ang importante dito. Hindi kami.
Tama yun. John Michael
Mahalin
Anselmo,
nyo,
tama ka dyan.
Sabi
Ano?
mahalin yung bot frag nyo. Kasi kung wala kayong bot frag, wala ring top frag.
Walang magpagkukumparahan eh.
Tama naman.
Joke's over!
At sa akin,
Delete
John
yung
Michael
volume.
Anselmo, tama yan, men. Tama yung sinabi mo, pero yung nga lang nag-set mga kaibigan. Muntik na dito. Nuki. Nabawasan na rin siya. Pero close, nakapatay pa nga. Pero it's fine kasi run it back naman yan. Oh, nilabas si Doggy. Muntik si Kelox doon kasi low siya. Patay siya dun.
Nakakapatay itong Trailblazer. Nangyari na sa akin yan eh. Nakagat ako eh. Patay. Patay. 2 HP na lang ako eh. Iyak na
ba?
lang ako eh.
Patay, no?
Patay.
Dids. Dids. Patay. Dids.
Patay. 30 HP na lang si Mixwell at si Kellogg's. The thing is, yung agent composition na meron sila, ito yung wala yung G2 na pwedeng i-capitalize ng crew, no? Is actually, walang pang heal. Maliban na lang sa self-heal na meron si Nuki, ha? Pero aside from that, walang healing capability or AoE heal itong G2. So kapag nasaktan mo to, wala nang balikan.
Avova. With a kill again. But got a dark set. One down, but Avova. With a 3K already. Avova. Full HP. Ang sarap sabihin ng pangalan.
Ayaw mo nga eh. Avova.
Avova.
Avova. Avova.
Oo, pag biniligtan mo yung Avova pa rin.
Patay. Kita mo yun?
Lakas, oh.
Patay. Problema nga lang dito, Vil, kahit wala silang pang-heal, kung di mo rin mapatay-patay, wala din eh. Buhay pa rin. Bakit na naman?
Walang mangyayaring 6-9. Because
Mukha
this
nga,
match
walang
will be
5 to 10.
5 to 10.
5 to 10. Okay na po yung delay. Sabi nung iba, walang delay. Sabi nung iba, may delay. I-refresh nyo, guys. Sabihin nyo sa amin.
Ayan. Yan si Miss Rec D. Ayan.
1 second, peeps.
Kung may Mr. Rec D, may Miss Rec D.
Meron na namang timeout. Nag-timeout na naman yung crew. Kailangan talaga nilang pag-usapan kung anong balak nila dito. Kasi on the attackers, di sila makapasok. On the defenders din, napapunish lang din sila agad-agad. Ang lakas maka-aim duel ng G2.
Yung timeout na naman ng crew ngayon. This is their last timeout. Wala na silang timeout, man. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Last na ata to eh, no?
Last na nga. Galit si Genesis. Alam nyo, kung hindi kayo nakakapatay, huwag nyo sisihin yung keyboard o yung mouse, ha? Kung banu kayo, banu kayo! Yun ang sinasabi ng Genesis. Ganun yung may sa mga computer shop, ganun eh, no?
Ay, nakahampas yung mouse.
Oo.
To the point na magkakaroon na ng signage mismo dun sa com shop na wag hampasin ang mouse at keyboard kapag nagagalit. Galit yung si coach eh.
Oo naman sa mali.
Bibili na lang sila dito ng Marshall. They also have sheriffs as well.
Wala silang
si
choice.
Delzik hihero buy.
Sabi ni PRX Enigma. Si Enigma pala. Sa PaperX na. Flip top.
Deploying drone.
Mabagong member! Nuki! Using to take on another kill! Delzik, gusto niya pang umisa dito. Ang daming utilities na pwedeng gamitin ng G2. Meron pang kasamang curveball. And to get that kill is Nuki as well. Si Kellogg's yung kanyang mga dash out, dash in na ginagawa. Eh. Tatalon lang, mag-aanap, sasaksakin pa. Wala na silang magawa dito. This seems like a G2-0.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah.
Wala eh. Hindi sila manalo sa aim duel sa G2. And remember, this is a map pick or map selection from crew.
Yeah, exactly. Ito, basta, buhay sila dito. I mean, 11-5 na. Sobrang dami pang kakaining bigas ng tropang crew para manalo
Parang
dito.
nawawalan na pag-asa si Nagzit. Di na na-check ng corner. Di niya na-check yung L. Di niya na-check yung cubby.
Si Kesnet,
yung graffiti.
Si Kesnet parang nakagalit eh. Nakikita ko yung body movements.
Reaction.
Ito yung body movements ng, alam mong may papagalitan ka eh.
Oo.
Ba't mo naman kasi sasaksakin, Kesnet? Saksak.
Nagalit. Talon-talon lang. And mapapaisip siya na parang, damn.
Ang ginitian
Ngisi.
Ginitian lang eh, no? Alam mo si Kesnit, kanina nakikita ko parang sila sabihin niya yung mga players, ganyan. Bakit mo kasi sasakasakin Kesnit, di ba? Pero maghanap ng sisi sa iba.
Hindi siya makakapag-reload. Kasi matagal mag-reload yung sheriff, papatayin lang siya agad-agad niya, no? Lalo na nagbe-burst lang siya nung classic, ang dami pang bala. No choice ka na sa mga ganong posisyon.
Nag-chat nga sila yung knife mid daw.
Kaya pala.
Oo. No case. It's actually gonna push out that air of the map right now. It's mga kaibigan. Pero oh my god, that is a really great pick coming in from Kesnet. But Cold Jameta will take them down. At wala na naman trade-off na nangyayari. Si Nick Bandino mga kaibigan. Bubuhay niya yung isa. Close na kapatid pa. Pero that is actually Cold Jameta with a spray and we're not gonna catch anyone here. It's all up to Avova. Pero yung it's just Nagzed will take down Avova. 6-11 at buhay pa rin ang crew.
Ito na yung pagbangon ng api na pwede nating sabihin. G2, na-punish na nila. Finally, nakakuha sila ng buwelo para sa team nila. And the thing is, despite that round, that they got yung yung momentum, nasa G2 pa rin nakabase. Nasa kanila pa rin yung momentum na meron dito. And once na, of course, makapag-set up ng maayos yan, imagine, Mixwell will have the lockdown in just one more orb. They're gonna get the orb, then they're gonna set for the lockdown. Quite easily, they can punish. Wala naman silang pang-cancel for the side of crew. Wala silang pang-cancel ng lockdown dito. Wala naman silang sove.
Si Avova, nag-sova. Galing na pangalan niya.
Nakakaaliw sabihin.
Oo. Buti na lang mag-alaro pa yung yung G2 na matagal pa.
Gusto mo talaga makita yung G2 Sentinels ulit.
Oo, man. Yun yun, fight of the century. Sipin mo, ang G2 nag-rent ng eroplano para i-diss ang Sentinels.
Oo, para lang talagang gawan ng matinding trash talk.
Oo, di ba?
Tapos nang natalo sila, inedit nila.
Oh,
tinanggal yung dulo.
Ano na lang ba yung natira, Taylor? Ano yung natira?
Ayoko na sabihin.
Pero nga lang, Mixwell.
Ako.
That timing is just right there. Pero yung nakita ko na naman si Kloss mga kaibigan. Tinanggap na isa pero Kloss.
Nabangan niya?
Oo nga eh. Nag-aim labs. They will take down Kellogg's. Avova.
Isipin mo, ang dami niyang iniisip doon. Umiwas na siya doon sa Hunter's Fury. Tapos kailangan niya pang patayin at hanapin kung nasa si Kellogg's kasi pumupush yung Jet. Now with the lockdown coming in, they cannot punish. Both sides nag-lockdown actually. Avova is the only one remaining and he has, of course, destroyed the lockdown. Parehas sa lockdown na pasag na. Ito na ang hanapan ng mga players. 1v1 with the Great One post-plan situation right now. Avova!
Oh! Spec don't through. Pros don't fake mga kaibigan and fake don't pros.
Ito yun Hunter's Fury.
You know?
Paano niya nakita? Di ko nga makita eh. Kahit nag-replay na kanina, di ko na nakita. Tapos ngayon replay, di ko pa rin kita. Hindi, ganun talaga pag maganda yung read mo sa kalaban eh. Pag alam mo yung ginagawa nila, saka yung style nila.
Narinig kasi yung updraft eh. Yung narinig yung updraft. Yung nung narinig yun, wala eh. Talagang hindi talaga sa taas. Oo, sa taas na lang talaga, men.
Paano kung, fake? Ay hindi, iba rin yung tunog eh. Walang fake na pataas.
Sige,
wala ka namang uuntugan. Mali ba na lang sa mga
Sige nga, mag-shish ka nga ng pahigop.
Ikaw nga. Abova daw, pero yung pahigop. Pinagtitripan lang tayo ng comment section dito.
Abova, tas pahigop. Abova.
Nagalit sila sa fake up drop. Walang ganun. Dash fake, dash pwede. Alam mo yung pag sinabi mo siya ng pahigop, parang nire-rewind mo. Yung pahigop.
Na ano?
Yung shish, yung abova.
Ubo ka, Vil, pero pahigop. Paano, men? Mahirap yan.
Mahirap yan.
Mahirap yan. It's hard. Labo, no? Ang mahirap, hard. Pero ang Tagalog ng hard, matigas. Labo. Labo, di ba? Labo, man. Pwede naman difficult. Difficult nga.
Difficult nga. Hindi.
Sorry.
Pinagtitripan tayo ng comment section pero okay lang. Masaya naman sila.
Gerard, magkamukha kayo ng girlfriend mo. Patingin nga, Gerard. O ano? Meant to be, man. Meant to be kayo ni Mary Bagaras. Gerard, man.
You're dead!
Ito na yung soulmate mo, yung mahanap mo talaga. Naku, ang dami. Well, cover to cover yung buong B-side. Pero si Nuki, nalunan lang niya. Wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman nyo. Dahil eto na, si Nuki going back dahil after that kill, he just reposition himself. Run it back naman yung meron siya. Ultimate naman yun eh. Now, 1-to-1 trade. 11 HP for Kellogg's. He's holding that Vandal, but he still can do a lot with this. Avova goes down in the hands of Mazino, and Nuki was able to secure yet another kill. Si Kellogg's dash out flank.
Ba't kasi nag-ADS?
Planted.
Yun, so nag-ADS, men. Kalma lang. Trust your crosshair, pre. Trust your crosshair. Maganda po siya dito. Oh, nag-whip! Coldamenta! It's just right there. Nagset the only one who remaining.
Oh man.
Nice
Goodbye, operator. Yan ang sabi ng crew ngayon. Dahil this is another take on G2 at match point na sila dito. Vil, may pera ba sila pambili?
Dapat best.
Matanggen nyo daw yung Phoenix. May balisong.
Alae, come on, let's go!
Come on, let's go!
Let's go.
It's fine. I run for the garage.
Sige, lang sanginig tumayo eh, no?
Oo nga eh. Tatayo na naman yan, di ba? Sige. Mahulog ka sa supan mo. Sige.
Grabe ka naman.
Sentinels ba ang susunod? Hindi pa, no?
Hindi pa.
Anong oras may
Sabihin
Sentinels?
sa inyo, ito ang susunod na match. Wait. Titignan ko yung sked para sa inyo.
100 Thieves tsaka Acend. Sila Hiko.
Huling-huli pa. Literal, nasa schedule natin. 4 AM magsisimula yung Sentinels. Matulog muna kayo kung yun yung inaantay nyo.
Avova! Protectan man, pero yung naman zero take it down. Avova! But it's fine. Kellogg's in double at C. If he's gonna push this side, Mazino waiting at the right moment, right time. Pero nga hindi siya natamaan because of that tail window. But Kellogg's gonna rid of flick. Well, take down Mazino. Object para lang at makapatay para sa yes, he will do it. Kellogg's mga kaibigan, nagkaantay na ng pwedeng makuha dito if ever lang na makuha niya yung Blade Storm na yan. Medyo imposible. Pero that is G2 going here in A. This is the rotation from a crew. Is this gonna be the last round from crew? Pauuwiin ba ng G2 ang crew sa Latin America? Hindi pa tapos to. 3v2. It's all up to Klaus and Delzik. Kellogg's getting that high ground verticality and that slight advantage. Tamang off-angle lang, pero yun na, nakita natin Delzik, hinati na ang mundo. They need to go in. Coldamenta. Waiting dito sa may hill. That spray will come through. And we'll finish off Delzik. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 will advance to the semifinals and will make it.
Ano?
And will win it as well.
Mukhang magkakakitaan na naman sila ng Sentinels sa dulo. Si Kellogg's alam mo si Kellogg's para siyang yung uod na nilagay mo ng asin. Ang likot, men! The G2 here in the stage is just really having fun with their games. As a crew, we've seen this team over and over, all the way from Iceland, all the way from their own region. And of course, yung sabi nga kanina sa panel, yung mga Spanish fans, talagang fan din ng G2, marami din eh. Pero crew maglalaban yan, para silang nahahati. Kellogg's on the other hand, really shined through 2 of the maps that we had right here. Even with the Sky, alam agad ng G2 kung paano nila maiiwasan, paano sila makaka-reposition. This is Coldamenta also with the Odin plays as well during the time that they are on the defense. And it just works out for G2. They're just the stronger team, Vil.
Walang ginawa si Kayo, hindi sumigaw na sumigaw. Hindi ka na may arit eh.
Hindi na natin makikita si Johnny this time, man.
Oo nga.
Wala na.
Mag-iiba,
maghahanap na naman siya ng ibang gig. Mukhang magbabalik na naman siya sa pagiging lawyer.
Oo nga, grabe naman yung isa. Meron pang cutics. Super light.
That's the new thing.
That's the new meta.
New meta yan, new meta. Here we go, the winners for this matchup. And G2 takes this with a G2-0.
Aww.
May kasama pang hug. Alam mo yung feeling na parang nakaka-weird makita yung mga tao na walang face mask.
Oo.
Alam mo yun?
Sana yung sana yung tawag dito, yung Team Secret, sana magdala ng face shield sa German.
Yun na yun na, actually pinalilitan na nila guys eh, yung national costume natin. Hindi na yung mga barong at saya.
Face shield na.
Face shield na ngayon, men.
Oo. Wala mo naman talaga si Kayo.
Post sa Twitter.
Wala mo naman talaga.
I mean, the confidence within this group, tignan mo, parang
lungkot yan,
nagliligpit sila. Tapos,
ang sakit niyan.
Nakikita mo yung mga victory post ng kalaban mo.
Di ba yung tipong
that should be
gusto mo silang titigan pero hindi mo magawa kasi alam mo uuwi na ako and it's the end for us. Yun nga yung nakita ko kanina, bes. Yung match na inano namin kanina ni Ilo. Alam mo yun, nanalo yung nanalo yung team tapos ikaw yung Vision Strikers nagliligpit, nag-aayos, nagpupunas ng table, nagmamap, tapos
kompleto.
nilinis na eh, no?
Nilinis yung buong stage.
Tapos yung other team, masaya sila kasi you're wanted. It's just sad, pero GG's sa crew GG's sa crew. Sobrang daming ilang beses ko ito na-cast, buti pa to. Wala akong na-cast na NA teams pero okay lang yun. Pero Taylor, mga kaibigan, this has been your game number 2. Pero hold on, kasi meron pa tayong 2 matches mga kaibigan. Next game, it's gonna be 100 Thieves versus Acend. Tapos last match natin is actually Sentinels
NV
versus NV. So EU versus NA na naman to. Mga kaibigan, we are casters, VALORANT here, and this is Masters Berlin. See you later.
So much swagger on one stage. Now these two teams are raring to go. Again, one of them is going to be a semi-finalist. The other, Doug, is going home.
Getting slaughtered. It's left all onto Delzik to try and punch this out. He's already managed to find himself a couple. The right clicks could do it, but Nuke just about closing it out. I think Mitch almost had an aneurysm. Do you know he's got an Odin? Do you know? Oh, they certainly do, because Golden does it not to close. He's got the Odin, and he's making it work, baby.
Mixer. Oh! Let's go, boys. Come on.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins.
First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Say, but we don't need words. Ooh, let the walls on fire.
They beat F4Q, they beat Sentinels, and now G2 have taken down Crew to book themselves a spot in the semifinals. I'm Yingsu, I'm back on the desk with Riv and Doug. They've done it 2-0. It was a little bit chaotic, as we said, on the Icebox, but Haven, they had some things there, and it just feel like they knew what Crew were up to.
Yeah, I think ultimately, while it was a bit chaotic, like you said, for G2, there were two things, right? You can either continue to thrive in the chaos, or you can slow things down and just kind of like play things in the way that you would expect. And I think we saw a bit of that out of G2 again. They knew what their win conditions were going into this, and we expected a pretty cozy win, right? Like, we never really expected the series to come out close. So for on Haven specifically in map 2, that went as expected.
Yeah, at one point stringing 10 rounds together for G2 Esports. That makes it difficult to gain control of the econ, the game, the flow of what they're doing, and it seemed like Crew, I said it in the beginning, if they don't have control of the game, it becomes a mess for them.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Doug, they did push G2. It wasn't a walk in the park by any means.
That's true.
And I know that Crew, they were aiming for a top 5 finish, but this is a huge improvement from the last time we saw them at an international tournament, and we are going to see them again.
Yes, we are indeed, and I think it'll be exciting to see how they perform on that stage. But, you know, even with that in mind, I've just got to talk about Kellogg's, right? Like, my notes are just Kellogg's did this, Kellogg's did this, Kellogg's did that, right? He was just so good, and the op came online, a slight difference from what we were watching on Icebox. Dude had 52 kills in this series. 52! Like, what?
Yeah.
He's feeling himself.
Kellogg's and the Odin both going bird for a little bit this game. Cold and Menta up there as well, but Kellogg's feeling it. Just, I can't find the word, but just inflicting that fear and mentality into Crew. He would always stand up. He was always hyped. He wanted to drive more than just those round wins home for what he was getting.
Yeah, and EMEA from version 1 made a really interesting tweet earlier. He said that Kellogg's was giving him flashbacks of Durka back in Iceland. Of course, Durka, the jet that completely popped off from EMEA as well. Riv, do you see a similarity there between those two players?
Absolutely. There's that spice. There's that solo flavor to go in and open up the map, just disregarding any danger for himself and coming out with plays.
Well, and the little solo spice at the end, right? When you win the round, you stand up, you pop off, hit a little jig, feeling really good about it. And I think the fun thing for us is, as we continue to follow this G2 story, specifically for Kellogg's, my question is, how high is high for this kid, right? Like, he's so young, he's got the infrastructure, he's got the talent there. How good can he get?
When does the pressure set in when all eyes are on him?
I think Gambit will be a really good test for him, wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment of the match as well. Of course, it's Kellogg's on the operator. What can we say? To be fair, we could have picked a fair few moments from him as well. He's been popping off. Oh, here we go. Not quite the operator. I thought it was going to be the operator one, but I got baited.
It was just one of the 3 4Ks that he got.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, he could do this on any weapon at this point. And like you guys said, there's some very high pressure matches coming up. But having said that, you know, once you beat Sentinels, a team with 10s on the roster, surely nothing's going to phase you, Riv.
Absolutely. You read him like a book. You read him like a book. That's got to be my favorite from him and what players have been showing this weekend. But it's true. There's a buff there. You're going to feel it, and Kellogg's is showing that he can keep that consistent.
And again, I just want to go back to the play that we just saw, because he did that with a Vandal, right? Like, the transfer on the third kill with the Vandal is Sage just trying to b-hop across site, try to get to safe space. Like, that's not an easy thing to do. I think we often talk about the comparison between the Vandal and the Phantom and which one's preferred, but to do that there, that kid's good.
And when I sit and spray like that, man, I don't get 3Ks and stuff.
In fairness, I've seen you play, and your Phoenix was pretty good. So, you know, I'll give you that. And speaking of another player who's been really good today, it's Avova, and he is with Kukuka right now for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Sue. I'm joined here by G2's Avova. First of all, congratulations on winning today.
Yeah, thanks so much.
My first question is going to be, you have been playing against the same 2 teams on Group D so far without no direct risk of elimination. So how were the nerves today on stage?
I feel like today was the most relaxed day, for me at least. I don't know, we just had a feeling that it would be at 2-0, pretty much. Like, they played really well. We practiced against them before like, in Berlin. I got the hotel and played really aggressive in practice, but then we come to official and they're a bit more passive. They're a bit scared.
What happened into that? Because those were pretty close matchups. Did you expect that?
It was close, but it didn't feel like that we were about to lose. So, yeah.
Okay, so
just did
next
some
question.
mistakes and that's it.
Oh, you make it better, I know. We've seen Mixwell on Race the other day. We've seen Nuki today on Phoenix. What is going on with that? Are you sending a message to the other teams, or do you just like Sentinels playing Phoenix on Haven?
No, we got rigged by Sentinels on Haven, and we feel like we need to switch something up. So I played Omen instead of Astra, and Nuki went on Phoenix. And what more? Yeah, I think it's just those two changes. And we feel like against Sentinels, we like going into sides fast. Like if I played Astra, I had to put 2 stars and a stun, and the timing, like going to get it onto the side, will be super off. So I played Omen today, and yeah, I don't know. I didn't play my best game, but whatever. We have Kellogg's. He was killing everyone.
That's another thing that I wanted to ask you, because we're seeing a lot of Astras during this tournament, but you decided to go for the Omen today. So what is the thing? Do you actually think that Omen is a better pick for Haven?
I think Astra is probably the best pick, like the better pick, but we feel like we lacked something on Haven, so we just tried out Omen today.
Okay.
Maybe next time I'll play Astra.
I would love to see you in the Astra, because you did amazing on Split, so I really want to see more of that. And my last question is going to be, you have seen the Gambit won the first matchup today, so you're going to be against them tomorrow. So how do you feel about that? Because it's a team that you know already.
I feel great about it, honestly. Gambit, they're great players, like a great team, but I think we're definitely gonna 2-1.
2-1?
Yeah.
Okay, so not 2-0, but 2-1.
I think they're really, really good. And they have a good map pool, so I think we'll get out on 3 maps.
Okay, so thank you very much for this interview, and congratulations again. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
And you guys don't go anywhere. We're going to a little commercial break, but after that is 100 Thieves versus Acend.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
You play the fool. I think I play along. You don't know how far I go. Just think about it, baby. Don't say no. Take me out. Bring it back. Take me down. Bring it back. Take me down. Bring it back. Take me down. Bring it back. Take me. Don't say no. Don't say no. Don't say no.
Ripping in the streets, and I'm saying on love. Riding through the blocks, and they showing me love. Ripping in the streets, and I'm saying on love. Riding through the blocks, and they showing me love. Riding through the blocks, riding through the blocks, riding through the blocks, riding through the blocks. Riding through the
It's a vibe, man. When you burn that rubber and you turn your music up, it's the best shit ever. You can't even hear your car, you just hear all music.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where Gambit and G2 are through to tomorrow. And I'm jumping on the desk alongside Bala and Gio for the second half of the day, where we turn our attention to the other side of the bracket. Kicking things off with a little 100 Thieves versus Acend, NA versus EMEA. Very excited for this matchup because when we think about the roads that each of these teams took to get here, for 100 Thieves, a little bit quicker but not necessarily easier if we think about that matchup against Gambit, in which it went the distance and they were really tested, Bauer.
No, and I think a lot of people are saying, hey, a little unlucky to draw Acend in the first round of playoffs here because they already went through Gambit compared to, the others. For example, G2 just went through Crew. So, it's still hard, but it's playoff time anyways, so I'm excited no matter what.
Now, on the other side, it was Acend having to push through 3 series, of course, taking down SMB twice in that and falling to Vision Strikers once. And for me, what spoke to me most is in talking to the players, how excited they are to get some cross-region matchups here now that they've moved forward to the knockout stage.
Yeah, I don't blame them. I think if you're going to be playing on an international stage, you might as well get excited about those matchups that you don't usually get to face. And this is going to be a really good challenge for Acend too, because that game against Vision Strikers was shocking. So I want to see how they're going to live up to another international team.
We'll find out soon enough. Let's start by taking a look at the 100 Thieves roster, because it's been a bit since we've seen them out here on the Masters Berlin stage. Some really familiar names when it comes to TAC shooters sported on this roster. For yourself, Bala, when you take a look at this, though, who do you have your eye on? Who's the difference maker on this squad?
I think Asuna is the difference maker the entire way through. I mean, every single one of these guys, are legends already. Asuna is a legend in the making, if not already. And we'll see if he can match up to that, expectation here at Berlin in the playoffs.
I mean, for me, I've always been a really big fan of Ethan, but I always have such a bias towards those Sky players. It never changes. But I do agree, Asuna is just an incredible player. We've been watching a lot of these controller, these anchor players throughout the tournament because they can be very big difference makers.
Well, and yeah, you talk about the duelists as well. Asuna does jump to mind. It's been about Jets time and time again. That matchup against CNED going to be very interesting, but Asuna was integral to the team's win the last time out on Masters Berlin.
He's really coming into that role, right? Previously, it was always Phoenix, it was always Reyna sometimes. Sometimes he would throw in the Rays in certain moments. But now it's really, he's gone into this Jet role full-fledged, and 100 Thieves has come out way better because of it.
He's got the plays, right? He finds the shots. To me, in some senses, tracking him and Kellogg's as some of the younger players you mentioned, maybe legends in the making due to their performance here on LAN. Just remembering some of those important moments from his last series here at the Verity Music Hall.
Yeah, I mean, he just has these fantastic plays, and I think this is the thing, is with 100 Thieves, you always get such explosion from the way that they play, and that's something that I think was really, has really been very evident in the games that they have played. However, because they've only played 2 series, the question is, how far is that going to go?
Well, maybe a legend in the making. Let's go ahead and hear from Asuna on his first LAN and learning from the times out here on the Masters Berlin stage.
It's our first LAN match together, and it's our first LAN tournament together. Obviously, my teammates have a lot of LAN experience. For me, it's my first time, so obviously just, getting used to a new environment, because previously we've just only played online matches. I'm enjoying the atmosphere and stuff like that. I feel like it is definitely making me play better. I mean, I'm just here to play my game. If I play bad, that happens. If I play good, that happens. I just got to live with whatever result comes out of it. I feel like we're learning a lot, especially with the utility usage by all these other European teams and other regions. And I think that's going to help us a lot and make us realize what we want to bring from. It just really depends on who shows up at the end of the day. And also, this game only has 13 rounds, so anything can really happen.
Talk and learn in utility usage from the EU teams. That's another thing that Sick, I believe it was, in his interview said last time out on LAN, didn't feel like they were pressured as much from utility from these other regions, but this time here in Masters Berlin, it's a whole nother game.
Yeah, it feels completely different. I think the overall level of the field here at Berlin is so much stronger than it was in Reykjavik. I know even Sentinels learned a lot when they were in Reykjavik, even though it might not have been as strong, but here, this time, every single team, you could see it, are learning from each other, implementing the same strats, the same tactics. It's really, really nice to see.
I mean, to me, that is just so evident of the acceleration of a growing scene, right? Is when the difference between these teams is getting smaller, but it's also coming down to the level of utility usage, the level of cerebral gameplay, rather than just, how pew-pew does he pew-pew? Does he pew-pew more than you pew-pew? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, the gap's closing while the utility usage and innovation blossoms. Let's go ahead and turn our attention to Acend now. now as they step back onto the stage here at Masters of Berlin. For many, talk of the tournament coming in when you think Acend is going to be CNED as an individual player, but multiple on this roster at different times have had to step up in order to push them through. Zeke with a couple pop-offs, Bone Cold in some of those pistol rounds that were integral, and of course Starzo, the leader of the squad from the perspective of energy, hype, and mentality.
Yeah, and he was tweeting actually that his voice is gone because of all that energy.
Oh no, if only he'd been working on camera all week.
I think Bone Cold is somebody that's come into his own element here in this tournament. You definitely had some downs, right? You were talking about the shocking performance against Vision Strikers, and I think Bone Cold in that game had a moment where he had to learn, right? He had to grow a little bit, and when they came back against SMB, it was a different style for Acend. It was them coming back into it, and their strats and tactics were actually working, and I think Bone Cold is the person who was behind that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the big issues for me in the way that they played against Vision Strikers was just there was such a lack of due diligence in a lot of the way they were playing. They weren't really watching out in these, literally like watching for corners where Vision Strikers could be playing as much as they otherwise would have. And I think they just needed to wake up from that.
And when you talk about rebounding from losses, right, I think so often you turn your attention to that leader of the squad. And that's why I will put that spotlight right back on Starzo as a leader. His energy is infectious. Hopefully he's, I don't know, tea, honey, whatever he needed last night to make sure the voice is ready to work here on the stage today and help energize his squad and push them to another victory.
Yeah, well, it's also his gameplay too that really needs to be focused on here. So maybe that energy, that not necessarily having the voice, could help him focus in on it. And it's not necessarily the same online level. Either way, he has been having a slightly worse performance than Challengers playoffs, and that is reflecting in the results that they're having. However, he's still having massive impact because of unique plays that he's able to make. For example, what we just saw on Ascent with that Sage Wall.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to remember the thing with Starzo is he does take on these supportive roles, so it doesn't matter so much if he's not getting all the kills. The important thing is how is he facilitating the rest of his team, and if they can still walk away and say that he has succeeded in that endeavor, then they've still done a good thing.
From here, I'd like to get a quick word from CNED on their big win that pushed them through to the knockout stage.
We won easily. In third map, actually, I didn't expect the win because we are just working in this map like 1 week. Their best map almost, split, and I was expecting lose, but we won. We were lucky, we played good, and we won. SMB, every player is my friend, and they played good. I was expecting them to be in quarterfinals. I'm happy, but one of my side is sad. Upset. I think we are better individually, generally, but they have a good LAN experience, stage experience. But if we have a good confidence, good day, I think we can beat them easily.
All right, can beat them easily as long as we come in with confidence, but citing the experience of many of those veterans on the side of 100 Thieves when it comes to LAN. And so we'll see how all that interacts today, because I think, again, CNED, while talked about as maybe the best player coming out of EMEA, hasn't necessarily, for me, fulfilled that within his gameplay.
Yeah, I don't think so quite yet, but I think it's these moments that will elevate him even further. And you talk about the experience, I think both teams have a direct contrast, right? Bone Cold, an IGL who's learning, who's just started on this team for his first time IGLing. Previously it was called the Menta for Ascent, and going up against Steel and Nitro, these guys who have years and years of experience on stages just like this. It's going to be really interesting to see how that battle actually plays out.
Yeah, and I think the other thing with talking about how CNED has shown up on stage, part of it definitely comes down to the expectations that were rested upon his shoulders at the start of the competition. And I think one thing that has really taken many people by surprise is in a lot of these sort of underdog regions, how impressive the Jets, the duelists have been, which sort of dilutes that idea of what we expected from CNED, especially when Ascend have had a couple of games that have maybe not gone the way that they wanted.
All right, well, we're just about to get the players stepping out onto the stage, but as we've moved into the knockout stage and the stakes have gotten just all that much higher, I do want to put you both on the spot, get some predictions for this best of three that sits in front of us. So, Balai, we'll start with you.
Sure.
100 Thieves Ascend.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking 100 Thieves all the way here. Maybe
2-0?
2-1 is how I'm feeling just based off the individual firepower that Acend has. You know they can come out swinging one map, and they should be able to close out. But 100 Thieves has shown incredible resilience, and Acend has shown literally the opposite. So it's all the way with 100 Thieves.
All right, what about over here?
Well, I went with Acend because I very specifically wanted to go for whatever Bala didn't, because I think 100 Thieves are great, but I think Acend, they need someone to be on their side. They need someone to support them, because if no one is voting for Acend, I don't think that fully recognizes actually how good this team can be.
All right, so I've got a split desk here. That always makes for an exciting day for me because I get to watch somebody's heart get broken and somebody's ego goes straight through the roof. I will avoid giving a prediction because that's how I...
Because you're weak. That's what it is.
Oh, my goodness.
He doesn't want to commit.
Now I really want to give a prediction.
Do it.
All right, 100 Thieves.
All right.
100%.
Easy.
And I'm going to go 2-0.
Oh, he's going that far.
It's going to be a smash.
I think that if Acend do win, it's not going to be a 2-0. I'm not that confident. I'm not quite there yet.
I mean, I think it's interesting. 100 Thieves they're a hard team to nail down just based on their performance before because, again, tested so much against Gambit, but had kind of an easy time against Havon Liberty. We'll hop back onto the desk to talk through maps and agent select in just a moment. For now, let's get on stage and meet our next teams to fight it out in a quarterfinal. Thieves and Acend out onto the stage to do battle in a best of 3, trying to book their ticket into the semifinal. We got some United States pride there with the flag coming out, but not too many antics out of either side when it comes to the walkout.
Nope, and no, Sova Dart celebration, none of that out of Hiko that we had in the previous match with Gambit. I like to see the American flag, though, for once. These NA teams never show any...
I know! I'm so happy. I saw it, and I was like, finally someone's brought a Star Spangled Banner with them.
Well, straight to the desk for 100 Thieves. Okay, actually, they will circle up and go for the huddle, just like Acend is, as we see here on our screens. And now, while they get geared up, settle in for map select, that's what I want to talk about. Where are these teams going to go? Where do they find those advantages? Again, far more games played so far for Acend due to that extra series in order to get here to the quarterfinal. Gio, what are your thoughts?
Well, for me, the interesting one is going to be about what Acend decide to ban, because they banned Split on their first 2 games, and after their pretty atrocious showing against Vision Strikers, they then went for a Haven ban when they faced SMB again. They played pretty awfully on Haven against Vision Strikers. So the big question for me is, do they go back to the Split ban? Do they stick with the Haven? And how do 100 Thieves read into
I actually think that's a pretty good advantage, though, because they've shown now 2 sides to their veto. That's not something that you normally get. For example, 100 Thieves has banned Bind for so long now, so it's really, really easy to see what they're going to come out with. So for Acend, it's different, right? Because now they have 2 options. They could go for that split ban like normal. They could go for something else. And even more, really. It's really uncertain.
Yeah, because the other thing that's worth noting too is when you look at Ascend's picks, they've picked Bind pretty much wherever they can. So they didn't pick it against Vision Strikers, they only had 1 pick there, they went for Icebox. But against SMB in both their games, they picked Bind in both of them. The likelihood is that's not going to be an option.
Right, so Bind ban feels like a certainty, a little more up in the air when it comes to Acend on that ban. But I like the point, Ball, about how that actually in some ways allows them to warp the map pool. What will remain as they get the choice there in what they want to get rid of.
However, the other side of that, even though they've shown multiple options, is that they've also shown multiple options, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about that Haven game. They definitely do not want to go there, and 100 Thieves might be able to pounce on that opportunity if they do leave it open.
Well, it's 100 Thieves who goes first, so we'll wait for that Bind map to light up red. Be ultra surprised if that's not the case, and it is.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me whatsoever. I mean, the other thing that I'm wondering is, yeah, if 100 Thieves were to decide to go to Acend, which they played excellently on against VALORANT Liberty. So, okay, there we go, Split. They've gone with Split for that one, which means Haven's going to be left open. But if 100 Thieves do decide to go to Acend, which they now are, that is a map that Acend have been a little bit backwards and forwards on. They beat SMB on it the first time, but the second time it was a little bit shakier.
I mean, Acend is the most played map for both of these teams here so far at Masters Berlin with 2 plays apiece. And so while Acend has had differing results, a win in one and a loss in the other, 100 Thieves has taken it across. Oh, you're right. Actually, they did lose to Gambit. Sorry, thank you for the correction there. So 1-1 apiece.
So that just means we're going to get a banger first map,
Hell
right?
yeah.
We already
No
know
better
that
way
these
to
guys
kick it
are going
off.
off against each other. So.
All right, so the Haven comes out, and it's Acend who picks it up.
Picked it.
Okay.
What have they got planned?
That's actually very interesting. Yeah, it maybe have something planned, but what they play is actually so, like, I was researching Haven specifically before this map because they went for that Phoenix pick. That's what they've been doing. And you think about it, NA is so experienced with the style of composition that they play that I'm not sure I like that at all, especially given what we saw from them against Vision Strikers.
I would be scared.
Well,
I would be very scared.
Decisions left for 100 Thieves. It's either Icebox or Breeze if we head to that map 3. They've played Icebox already. Breeze seeing a little bit more play in recent days as I think teams have been a little bit more willing to kind of try something out, and it will be the pick this time around. What immediately jumps out to me, and this is very interesting, is the fact that out of this map pool, Acend is the only map that 100 Thieves has already played here at Masters Berlin. They've been able to keep Breeze and Haven hidden.
I mean, the thing that I infer from that is the fact that 100 Thieves are giving respect to the opponent. They know this is going to be a hard matchup. So they are not going to rest on their laurels. They're actually going to bring along things that they have prepared for it, rather than being like, oh, well, we've got to hide everything because we want to save it for the semifinals. They don't know if they're going to get to the semifinals yet, and that shows.
And I think one more thing about picking Breeze over Icebox is that they've shown Icebox, and they've played such a weird comp where a lot of people can't try to take advantage of that. However, it's a third map, so we might not even get there. First up is Acend, and the first thing I think of is KO is coming out for steal again.
Oh, please. Oh, please. That, if anything, might be one of the more exciting elements of this matchup between the squads, is there does seem a fairly high likelihood that we'll have very differing comps across a number of our maps.
Yeah, well, I mean, even back on the VALORANT Liberty game, I remember one of the things that I said about 100 Thieves is they don't really play with a Sentinel on this map, and maybe that would be an issue, particularly if you're wanting to have a really strong defense on mid, for example. Never ended up being a problem. And I was quite happy with the KO pick. I enjoyed it back when they played in the Grand Finals in North America as well. Some people have had some criticism for it. I hope they bring it back. Meanwhile, you look on the side of Acend, and they are going for that more kind of traditional way of playing it, so to speak.
Yeah, and I think when we saw the defense, it was actually stronger than we expected based off both in the Gambit game and the game against VALORANT Liberty. So I think we should see it, and it should even be more prepared, I think.
Look at these percentages. I think this might be the most undetermined, group of percentage we've seen so far in a Prime Gaming Agent Select.
They played so many times recently that it finally have some actual data there from stage 3.
Yeah, very, very interesting. But I also want to just call back the point you made, Ball. Both of these teams having gone 1-1 so far on this map at Masters Berlin, and most recently for both of them, it was the loss. So I'm looking at their most recent compositions and wondering, do they want to make changes from those? Is there a small switch that they might pull out in order to find the advantage that maybe last time they didn't have?
So for no switches,
there's
Nitro.
One. Nitro on the Astro.
There we go. Finally! How long have we been waiting for this?
They got there eventually. They
long?
finally got there. I'm so happy to see that. I'm in the anti-Omen club. I'm just not a fan. Not a fan of Omen over Astro. No! Why?
I felt it coming when we saw the Astro, because it would just be really, really difficult.
I was happy for 2 seconds.
And crushed your soul, just like when 100 Thieves.
They give and they take. They give and they take. Either way, it's 100 Thieves and Acend locking in their compositions for map number 1, Acend. We're hoping for a banger of a series here, and I'm sure Pansy and Hypoc are ready to deliver.
Madaling araw na, ba't di pa kayo tulog? Mukhang may reason yan, guys, kasi NA time na tayo, and here we go! 100 Thieves versus Acend. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Nagbabalik tayo dito sa VALORANT Masters Berlin. Ako si Dax, kasama ko ngayon si Terrar, at happy ako. Finally. Minsan lang, palagi lang. Ray.
Finally, hindi na mag-OT, man.
For
Pero
once.
kung nababalitaan mo, may terror curse din.
Ay, hindi, okay lang. Mas okay pa ang Terror curse kaysa sa Ray curse.
Sa Ray curse, mas malala ba yun?
May power rankings nga ako dito sa mga dati, diba? Sa isang cast. Pero wait lang, really quick, kasi ito na, 100 Thieves, umpisa pa lang. Aggression on the defending side. Di natin makikita ngayon, Taylor, yung ating usual triple initiator composition ng NA stalwarts na ito. This time, we have Steel back on the Killjoy. We have Nitro switching on over din sa Astra. At ito yung magiging makikita natin dito. Pag may Astra ka at may Killjoy ka, ang rami mong control. Stall with the nanoswarms, stall with the gravity wells, at mukhang 100 Thieves, iibahin nila yung galawan nila dito. Less on the offensive side, I'd honestly say. More on the defense.
Alam mo, ang dami nating gusto pag-usapan before mag-start eh. Pero tuwing ililipat sa atin, talagang Gina agad for the first round, for the pistol round. Zico's able to take one, and that is Asuna out of the equation already. Out of the formula na dito. And this is now a 3v3 situation. Akala ko magkalaban. Antok lang pala ako. Sabi, talagang opposite tayo dito eh. Pagkakita nila ng camera ng casters, yung comment, si Dax gising na gising. Mukha nga bagong ligo pa si Dax. Samantalang ako parang mamamatay na ako.
Guys,
so, malaki yung difference. Dalawa ang na-detect.
Yung Nitro. Wala, big phone call. Kininaw dyan. At ito na si Zeke. Huli niya si Papa Hiko ngayon. 2v2 na. Nitro. Yun na. Double pick na naman. At Ace Starso. Seems like Acend gonna be able to get that takedown. It's all up to Steel right now.
10 seconds left.
Taylor. Madaya to si Steel. May backup to eh. May reinforcements. So, 15
may
seconds.
May 6-man. May 6-man to.
Egol.
Binibilan din ng Classic yung 6-man niya. Ang problema din, si Starso, 27 HP na lang. Nag-aantay na lang sa Gedli. Pag bumagsak ka, pag bumaba ka, alam na this.
Nice
may heal pang kasama. Hindi ba rinig yung heal?
Rinig niya yan. Alam na niya. Ay, hindi
niya narinig yung pwesto. He should be able to do that. He was expecting the...
Boat house.
Boat
house. Yun, diba? Sa loob
niya. Rinig yun?
Ano?
Nasaktuhan kasi nagbaba siya ng turret.
Yung hurricane noise yan. Yung ano yan, yung
mas
typhoon.
narinig niya yung...
yung typhoon sa na white noise kesa yun. Ang faint
yung
lang
white
kasi.
Noise.
Ang faint lang kasi nun eh. So,
bagay.
Sakto talaga yung turnaround. Mas maingay pa yung turret placing eh. And wala. Hindi nag-double pick. Yun yung problema. Hindi nag-double pick si turret at si Steel.
Oo nga eh. Nilagay niya kasi sa Gedli, kaya yun lang yung angle na cover. May nagtatanong pala, percentage daw ba yung lumalabas kanina sa agent selection? Winning ba yun o yung pinipili nila? That is yung pick rate, no? Doon sa certain map, kung di ako nagkakamali.
You're completely correct. Yung tipong magbubukas ka ng VLR, tapos lalagay mo lahat yun sa Excel. Okay nga eh.
Oo. Lahat nung lumalabas o lahat nung pinipili nila. Parang 30% pinipili nila yung Sova kapag asset yung mapa. Parang gano'n.
Yeah, on point. Pero ito na, on point na naman para sa Acend, and they're gonna go for the push. Ito naman yung pinakatanong ng Acend eh. Anong Acend ba ang makikita natin today? Because honestly, we've seen them play here, Taylor, na medyo iffiness eh. 100 Thieves in the meantime. Hard land buff. No joke, no questions asked. Kasi yung practice sanay na yung apat sa kanila. Asna showing up as well. Pero yung kwento talaga eh, lahat na ginawa nila para sa NA Challengers para ma-simulate yung land setup. Yung pwesto nila, yung place nila, at yung pwesto dito. Sinad mga kadalawa per killis. Nag-iintay sa likod. Ethan, mag-i-peek ka ba? Ayun na, backup muna galing si Bone Code. Pigatayo mo na ito. Pero bigla na lang mag-guide. Bulag ang dalawa. Pero gulong-gulo ang mundong to. At killis, ginagamot. Nag-360 ilalagaan ni Zeke. Aso na lang natitira. Can he actually do it here? No, he cannot. Zeke with the 3K. And Acend. Sakto lang eh. Taylor, Acend?
Oh. It's a sign, man. It's a sign. Mas marami pa ako nakitang talon kaysa sa engagements. Kasi iniiwasan nila yung guiding light. Kanina pinag-uusapan natin, Dax, I think this is the right time, finally. Nung lumabas din yung agent picks na yan, nakikita kasi natin na it seems like KO yung mas pinipili nila. And then sabi ko parang, KO, magki-KO sila. Sabi mo, sure yan. Eh kaso biglang nag-killjoy si Steel. Tapos sabi mo parang, it makes sense kasi naka-Astra sila. Bakit?
Kasi yun nga, yung mga combos dito, pag may Astra ka, may pagka-defensive favor rin to sa'yo. You put the stars in the way, yung haharangan mo lang yung mga arcs, yung mga masisikip na angles na yan. And with that kind of control, mas malakas pa yung stall rin pag may Killjoy ka nakatampay, alarm bot sa likod, bigla na may nanoswarm mag-pop. Pag naglaro kasi ka ng KO, nakikita natin dito sa 100 Thieves, yung aggressive defense talaga. Triple initiator lalaro nila. Yung pauso nila sa NA, and it has been working. But in this time right now, parang sabi nila, sige yung Acend, we'll play your game. Palaro tayo rin ng more standard style. Pero sinasabi ng Acend, sige, wag di kayo mag-KO. Thank you very much. Kasi mas gets natin yan. For Nitro Ethan on the board. Mukha ito ng mga gun buys ng 100 Thieves. At nanakawin lang nilang round to sa Acend. Good round for 100 Thieves. Not many losses as well. At here we have it. So standard gameplay, Taylor, 2-1. Pretty much comes you run on Acend. And this is as, honestly, this is as basic as it gets in terms of the meta here.
Astra on the 6-2 si Nitro, speed lang para sa kanya. Kumukuha lang siya ng mga kills dito here and there. Nakita rin natin yung sinasabi mong combination. No? They are setting up the gravity well and as well as the nano swarm. So kapag nahuli ka talaga, ewan ko na lang kung mabuhay ka pa kahit pa paano.
Okay, mabuhay na... Ewan ko na lang.
Buhay na 1 HP, isang titik na lang, gano'n.
Yung hingahan ka lang biglang sisinad ka ganun sa'yo. So,
wala na. Tayo na agad. Also, Sened is going again to the jet. Usual na pinipili niya rin naman to sa mapa ng Acend. Not surprising. I'm excited actually sana kung magbabind ulit tapos magsisage siya. Kaso binan.
Oh, syempre.
Not surprised din.
Papayag ka.
Yung best map nito
Diba? Best map na kalaban, papayag ka lang na rin mo.
Para drama lang. Drama.
Ang tawag doon, kapal the face. Diba? Kapal the face.
Walang respeto.
Walang respeto sa map. Chat to, na parang konyo ka. Ano gusto nyo sa akin guys? Ang ganda. Nag-a-adjust na nga ako para sa Tagalog kasi lalabas ko na naman yung nosebleed segment sa halftime. Bahala kayo. Biglang full English. But no, in this case though, kitang-kita natin na talaga since inabatitan ng playstyle ng 100 Thieves, ang Acend nag-a-adjust. Pero ang problema lang para sa 100 Thieves, itong adjustment na to, mas familiar nga ang Acend because of their play games in the EUC. Especially ilang beses na kinalaban na bang massive play pressure na Steel. Nitro on the board. Here we have 100 Thieves getting the takedowns yet again. Sina daw in the meantime. Huli niya si Steel Jan. Hiko daw finding one. At si Nitro ngayon, mukhang slow play lang sa likod. Pero si Sinit pa rin ang magpapakita sa kanya. 2v3. Ayaw pa naman to ng Acend. Kung matanim lang nila spike na to. May Rez. Ayun na nga, binalik si Bolt. At may Bladestorm dito si Sinit. Handang-handa. Taylor.
Yun nga, meron din Bladestorm na pwedeng gamitin. Ang problema nga lang, hindi mapaplant yung spike na yan dahil si Ethan, he gets the kill instead. Sinid on the other hand with the triple already. Naghahanap siya kung maubos ito. Insta! Ace para sa kanya. Kaso medyo mahirap dahil 2 seconds remaining to plant the spike. Not enough time to get the win at all in this round. Maliban na lang kung mapatay niya yung dalawa na magkahiwalay pa. So malabong-malabo.
Malabong-malabo. Di nangyari nga Tipong yung labo, kailangan mo na ng salamin para lang makita yung possibility. Pero,
kahit nakasalamin ka na, wala pa rin posibilidad. Ganun kalabo.
Di ka talaga mamahalin. Ay, sorry. Aga pa masyado for that. My bad.
Maaga pa. 1:30 pa lang halos
Pag mamatay ng
mga si Ray na yung kasama mo.
Feel ko talaga aabot tayo dun sa oras na yun, Taylor. 1:27 ngayon, 3 o'clock.
Anong predictions mo ba dito?
Honestly, sabihin ko sana, 100 Thieves 2-0 Pero mukhang gusing ang Acend So, sasabihin ko na lang, 100 Thieves 2-1. Asa tayo? Ano ako? Ito yun Pambansang papa ng LAN. Kan ka pa. 31 years old. Daddy ng NA. Itong CS pa lang malupit na. Ito yun.
Si Sined, may salisigang siya dito. Hindi niya alam si Ethan. Nasa labas lang din. Naka-triple kill na si Ethan dahil dinaanan niya lang. Masyadong nag-advance si Sined. Mag-isip. And the thing is, naiwan niya si Ethan doon and masyado na naging comfortable yung ibang players din ng Acend na wala ng tao sa pinasok na si Sined Wala ng tao sa smoke. Kaya nyo na.
Hiko on the board. Asna with that final takedown. And you make such a good point there, Taylor Skidip niyo yung step 1 Parang mag-build ka ng table pero hindi mo muna kinuha yung foundation. Bigla na lang nilagay mo na kagad yung square ng table. Nakapatong na lang and you called it a day.
Walang paa.
Ayun nawala na pa. Stars
walang nakatingin, man. Maliban dun sa isa na nahihigop pa.
Yeah. And
si Sined lang din yung nakapatay. Bumalik pa siya.
That's the thing. Minsan, may iwan ka na lang pag masyado mabilis yung jet And that's what this composition does. Ito na yan. Mas seryosong bagay mali. That's what the Astra's for. That's what the Killjoy's for. At alam dito ng 100 Thieves na minsan, pag nahihirapan ang Acend, let's be real, nagiging Sined and friends. It hasn't been that case for this team for a while, in all honesty. Kaya nga sila dapat yung seen as the top 1 seed sa EMEA side Pero when the going gets tough at biglang Sened time na, ito yung pwede gawin ng 100 Thieves is separate si Sened sa lahat ng iba, and you have the likes of Ethan playing those top flashes, Asna peeking out of nowhere, and gagawin lang nila ginawa na sa round na yun, ipapatayin la lahat ng ibang tao maliban si Sened, tapos sabi na sila, sige bahala ka na Sened, do what you want to do.
Kumbaga, isolate the problem.
Diba? Tama, ECQ lang real quick.
Then problem solved.
Oh.
I-lockdown. Pinoy siguro to si Sened, no?
Lahat na lang Pinoy, si Tens, Pinoy,
Bakit magulat ka naka-face shield?
Oh no. Biglang may lalabas face shield, face mask on screen.
Pinoy pala siya, no? Siyempre, yung mga Pinoy, mabilis yan. Proud Pinoy here!
Kahit 1%, diba? Payag tayo.
Kahit 1%.
Yan, 1%.
Oh, Nitro! He was able to take 1 kill, but the trade was there immediately from Zeke. 1-1 lang. Very low in HP na yung ibang players ng Acend dito. The thing is, Torso, meron heal pa ba? Wala na siyang heal na pwedeng gamitin. Tatlong players, medyo bagsak na yung buhay. Kyle's on the other hand, he received that heal in.
Bandit na center. Oh,
Band-aid.
Walang bandit. Kung napugutan ka ng ulo dyan, Asna already gone from the game. And now, Ethan, hingin muna sa kaliwa. Kanan, pili ka na dito, Ethan. But yung time na to, Taylor, 3 seconds left. Guiding light, lalabas na ang ibon natin dito. Close the eagle. And here we have it now. Pero wala sound effects kulang. Kasi si Zeke pa rin ang makakapatay. Still on the board to get the refrag. Alarm bot ang mahabol. Parang na lang yung alarm clock mo sa Imaga na ayaw mo patayin. Pero still, pwede ba yung chance ito kasabay ni Hiko? Hindi, si Kilis ang papatay sa kanya. At ayun na, naman yung turret. Armageddon. Ito na, the Terminator turret is set on upon the generator. At 3-3, Acend tying it up. Mukha nga pwedeng-pwede ito maging game 3 kind of series kasi dikit ang labanan ng Acend at 100 Thieves. Kasi ito, shoutout kay Sid. Ito na naman, sponsored skin. Sponsored.
Na-snooze yung 100 Thieves dun. Alarm. Anong alarm? Snooze. Acend yung mapa tapos Acend pangalan namin. Ano ba kayo? It's a sign na agad.
Tama naman, di ba?
May name buff eh.
That's true. And stats-wise.
Wait, first map pick, sino ba to? 100 Thieves ba?
100
VLR.
Thieves. Alam ko 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves eh. Tingnan natin.
Alam ko tama. Hindi, 100 Thieves to. 100 Thieves to. Kasi yun nga.
Tama.
Gusto nila i-psych out niya yung opponent. So, dugo mag-triple initiator yan. Tapos biglang iibahin. Pero, yung nga pinag-usapan ng Des at Ethan, hello? Computer, real quick. Pa-check naman. Kasi...
Pwede po bang pa-tech post?
Tech post. Ito na. Mga tech post natin. Tech post. Gear. Ayan.
Tech post. Check PC. Ganun talaga pag mataas na yung high-level game sense na yun.
LAN pa.
Mga LAN, walang delay yan.
Actually. That's actually a really good point. Kasi nakikita natin itong madalas dito sa Berlin. It's because of that LAN buff for everyone. Basta may idea ka na may taong pwede pumunta doon. Instant lang Barilin mo lang. Tapos yung spray, in this game, honestly, kung pansin nyo guys, yung pag-spam through the smoke, it's actually very consistent as not close enough. That jump pick will not get anything. In the meantime, ito, Acend, sabi niya, tama na itong B-site, may nakaharang dyan na jet. So, we go to A, pero mukhang may nakatambay na kaagad dito sa Genti. May nag-iintay na steal. And is he gonna steal the lives? Steal your heart? Nano-swarm though. Pero wala siyang pakipakikillis!
May sinama siya sa hukay. Parang yung kanina. Parang deja vu sa mga nangyayari kanina. Oh, what? Hiko? Hello?
Ha? Land buff? Ultimate land gun?
God! Alam niya lang talaga, yung ganong positioning, alam niya wall bangable. The thing is, alam niya na wall bangable yun, and at the same time, alam niya na papasok sa A main. Ang hindi nila alam, hindi sa default pagpa-plant, actually, sa may ilalim lang ng heaven. Zeke, on the other hand, alam niya na merong nakaposisyon on A short. And gusto ko lang, nakalimutan ko na yung sasabihin ko kanina Kasi naman Hiko naman kasi.
Wala Hiko yan Hindi yan nag-iintay. Age is but a number, but Hiko is a constant in the lands. Pero ito na Sened. Huli ba niya? Masyadong nag-click pataas. At bigla na pressure ni Nitro para patayin Zeke to. In a 1v3 situation, classic to. Hapalan pa niya si Nitro, si Asuna. Nakisama na rin sa classic. Mukhang naubusan ng bala. Tayang lang buhay ng isa. Pero in the end, 100 Thieves. Sa kanila na naman tong round na to. Si Hiko talaga Wala
Nagdala si Hiko.
Hiko yan Pag
replay, baka maalala ko yung gusto kong sabihin kanina.
Nung namatay lang yung
Okay. Ito. Naalala ko na, parang deja vu nung kanina yung Viper natin. Yung may snake bite, diba?
You were saying
tinitiis nila para maabangan lang nila yung magpupush. Kasi kapag tumalon din sila palayo, pag na-force out sila sa posisyon nila, mapapatay din naman sila eh. Tapos wala pa silang mapapatay. Di antayin na lang nila mag-push, tatangkihin na lang namin yung damage, tapos isasama kita sa hukay.
Oo, diba? Yung burol para sa dalawa, hindi lang sa isa. Makes a lot of sense.
Man.
Sakto yun. Parang sulit nga eh. Tipong kung burol pang dalawa, pang St. Peters, pwede.
Buy one, take one. Yun na siguro yung deal na hindi ka matutuwa.
Actually, buy one coffin, get one free. Tapos, dalawa pang kwarto, magkano lang, magkatapat para isang RSVP lang.
Mababad trip ka
Okay, medyo sad yun na. Pero, Acend, tingnan natin. Aldrin?
Picture mo na.
Oo nga, really quick. Oh, how does your dog? God.
Sasha muna, sir.
Phil, what you doing?
Ay!
Okay, good. But, Sened, ito naman. But he's not gonna push overall.
He just wants the gun.
Oh, it's like, akin na yan. Real quick. Has the rifle in hand. 100 Thieves though. Pwede mag-retake dito Taylor. Pwede na sila mag-lockdown ngayon. Nag-iintay ng timer. Wala daw si Nitro, so they're not gonna have that cosmic divide and the Saki-Saki. No gravity wells to zone out the A main. Pero kaya pa rin. Tingnan natin for Sened. Ang ultimate last one, he does get the take. Kaya siya babatayan. Still though, he knows those and does get the take down Taylor.
Man, Steel was just able to take one kill out of that classic shot. But here is the post-plant situation for the side of Acend. Mukhang dilat na dilat ang mata nila. Kasing dilat ng mata ni Dax.
Magigising ka rin kung ganito yung matchup. Pero sinasabi ko na sa inyo guys. Di ba, ang bilis. Ang dikit ng labanan. At sinasabi ko yun guys ba't ko pa napili palagi yung late schedule? Dito, gising eh. Dinner time is snooze time. At syempre.
Dito mainit yung laban eh.
Ito na yun. In na tayo. Saan ka pa? Pero ako,
4 AM, Sentinels.
Ako may shoutout ako. Special shoutout.
Sino?
Kay Taylor. Kasi sasabihin ko, kanina may cash siya, ngayon may cash siya, mamay umaga may cash siya. Yan ang tunay na sundalo. Yan yung tunay talaga.
Ako tunay na commentator.
Commentator ng Pinas.
Pati sa Facebook.
Oo, diba? Lahat na lang kahit chat kinakausap. Pero ito si Starsock kinakausap na kagad yung bantay ng dawa. At mukhang mapupunta na nga tayo sa St. Peter. So buy one, take one. Mabilisan lang. Courtesy of that Sage. Sabi niya, I am not just a healer. I am also a killer. At tagabuhay na. On the third day, he rose again. At ayan na si Bone Cold binabalik. Kill is still finding steal as well. At yung aggression dito ng 100 teams. It's not as potent Taylor. Kung hindi to yung triple initiator, gagawa sila ng play ng ganun pero kulang ng suppress, not gonna work out the way that they expect.
Eco round nila eh. Tapos, gusto ata nila dito, biglain yung Acend. Kaya nagpapagad sila ng guiding light sa mid. Tapos yung knives ni Asuna, sinubukan nila, baka sakali. Kasi dalawa naman yung nabulag actually. Kaso nga lang, prepared din to take on ang Acend dito. And with that, Hiko goes down because of that recon detecting him. And kompleto ang Acend. Buhay na buhay, walang casualty kahit isa. Pero nagamit yung rest.
I mean, so may casualty ba talaga? Yun yung tanong eh. Pag may namatay, tas binuhay mo muli, how does that count sa stats? +1, -1? Yung ult. Yung casualty. No, like, you make sense in-game. I'm trying to think about it. Kung pwede mong risk ng tao, paano kaya yun sa stats ng mga population? Biglang makikita mo na mag-reverse. Diba, alam mo yun, sa may website. May website, diba? Parang andun yung population ng mundo. Tapos biglang isang araw makikita mo ng taas na taas. Ba't hindi naman, ano nangyari? Ba't walang namamatay? Puro taga-res. Dami res. Pero time out muna tayo. Real quick, ang bilis eh. I'm honestly really surprised how quickly this is going. Kasi, I guess, ito nga, this Acend has woken on up. Ako, worried nga ako para sa EMEA teams pagpasok natin dito sa playoffs sa Taylor. Kasi, medyo alanganin Gambit, medyo alanganin Acend, and ba't ka natatawa? What's happening in the chat?
Pinag-comment. Ano nangyari sa boses ni Taylor? Akala ko may nagsasalitang demonyo sa likod ko. May nangyari ba? May nangyari ba sa mic ko?
May nangyari ba? No, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay naman, di ba?
Oo, ganda boses Taylor. Paano ba kayo?
Baka tunog demonyo lang talaga ako dyan.
I think iba narinig mo. I think you should actually
check
right
now.
Like honestly turn around right now. Oo, tapos kung John Paul,
promise.
'di ba? Pang santo 'yun, pang pope 'yun, 'di ba?
Oo, di normal 'yan.
Oo, so real quick, talikod ka, tapos comment ka kung safe ka para alam namin. Ingat ka, ingat. Amen.
Ingat John Paul kasi 1:30 na eh. Mahirap eh. Lingunin mo lang, saglit lang. Comment ka na lang dito ulit.
Basta okay ka, mag-comment ka. Happy kami para sa'yo. Pero, back to the game real quick muna habang may na-exorcism chat. Hindi pong titingin muna kung may multo sa likod or not. But no ghosting here. We got Asuna making, Conor real quick, making bantay the B main side. Kita niyo yung alarm bot daw doon, and that does confirm na si Kiles nag-alert ngayon dito, pero ayaw syempre i-pick ng Killjoy. Mukhang ini-expect na kagad ng Acend ang operator dito sa kabila, and instead, mag-go sila ng A side, but this is gonna be a good Nebula to get in the way. Pwede pa rin mag-peek dito si Steel, magbantay sarado ng direkta, at syempre may turret pad doon sa may generator. Here we go though with lockdown, at mukhang naghahanda na naman ang Acend para sa pang take here.
Naglo-lower key ata boses ko. Ni-refresh ko na mga lods. Huwag ka kayong matakot. Yung nagka-comment na #pray for John Paul. Nanakot pa, mag-isa lang ako. Sabi na nga lang siya kung may problema sa screen. Siya pa yung tinakot. But going back to the game, kung sakali man demonyo pa rin ako sa inyong mga pagdinig, sabihin nyo lang, Acend is just taking the kills one by one. So is the only man remaining. 1v2 situation. Is this doable still?
30 seconds left.
He has the wall, so he can't peek. Depende sa tingin dito ni Ethan, at mukhang yung tingin nga ni Ethan ang magwawagi doon. 100 Thieves this time. Di sila na-overrun. Sakto lang yung setup nila. Sakto lang yung bantay rin. And in the end, Ethan is actually one of the better wall peekers like that. Yung pansin ko, siya at si Hiko dito sa LAN. Sila yung talaga yung nakakagawa ng mga ganun eh. Yung mga pwestuhan na mag-cover muna tapos biglang babalik. Pero ito, pa ng NA talaga eh. Hiko doing it again. Stars though, he has been a star as well para sa Acend. Yung tipong kung maghihingi ka na isa pang pangalan sa Acend na hindi si Sined, usually sasabihin na tao si Starso. And you can see why. He's so strong, he's so potent, and it just goes to show talaga yung improvement ng Acend to become a full team eh.
Tsaka yung mga ganong mga pick-off, yung talagang nayu-utilize nila, yung hindi lang yung skills yung utilities ng mga agents na meron, pati yung mapa, nayu-utilize nila yung mga wall bangs. So, gaya ng sabi ni Asura, yung paborito nating isa pang caster, every wall is bangable.
Oh, mas bangable na nga sa patch na to eh. Hindi lang every wall, every box is bangable. Lahat na lang Asura eh. Chill ka lang.
Men, talaga ba? Ano ba? Pinagtitripan nata ako ng chat eh. Papakinggan ko nga yung stream. Sige, mag-cast ka
Ano, it sounds fine on Discord. Pero tingnan nga natin kung bigla na lang magkakademonyo voices in my head for being like, Asuna, siya na demonyo dito. Bone Cool already gonna go on down. Hiko though making just a quick little angle here, and Keela's gonna get by the Guardian. One tap there. Nitro though finds one as well at 100 Thieves. Wala eh. Kinukuha lang nila talaga yung mga puso dito ng Acend eh. One by one, nahulog ang ating EU squadron. And this is gonna be a good sign here para sa 100 Thieves. Pwede nila makuha yung lead. Pwede sila mag 7-5 going into the attacking side. Pero ang tanong, first things first, kaya pa ba ito ni Sined? And second, ano na kaya yung pitch ni Taylor pagbalik niya?
Hindi ko kasi alam kung pinagtitripan ako ng chat.
Mas
O
okay
talagang
kasi
nawawala na ako ng boses.
I have the full Taylor experience dito. Sined, ang ginagawa ko, nag-gymboree ka sa harap ni Ethan. Jump for joy para mamatay. Wala eh.
Pero pakiramdam ko nga din, lumalalim na yung boses ko kasi...
Uy, pare, lalim yung boses.
Pare dito.
Scoops, pare.
Pinagtitripan nyo lang ako, sabi ni Direk, okay naman eh.
Ayan, wala na kayo. Pag si Direk na nagsabi, wala na kayong magagawa. Di na yun.
Etong Twitch, matinong kausap tong Twitch. Twitch, chat, sabihin nyo naman kung okay lang yung mic ko o tunog demonyo.
Yung YouTube naman,
parang may iba talaga.
Pansin ko sa YouTube, ang seryoso
maayos
sa mga
din,
games
maayos din.
Maayos naman.
Nakaboy, seryoso ba kasi? Bahala kayo sa buhay nyo, guys. Baka talagang bumaba na yung tono ng boses ko. Kasi, alam niyo naman, pag umaga, Eliza, pag gabi, Taylor. Pag madaling araw, Terror, man.
Pag nag-umabot ng 3, gusto, parang ano na talaga yun, Terror!
Matindi na yun. Hindi, lumalim talaga kasi buong araw na ako nagsasalita. Ikaw kaya magsalita ka ng 24 hours, halos ganun. Ano ko na lang,
I would subscribe to that. Taylor 24 hours ASMR podcast. Siyempre, for usual yun. Pero ito na, for sure, galing kay Sined. Huli niya sa Nitro though with the refrag. And it leaves everything to see. He's hiding. He does get the kill there out to Ethan. 1v1 now with Nitro. At kita pa lang, ganitong round to, dikit na dikit ang laban. Ito na ang duel mano-imano. At si Nitro, huli siya after he goes for that first shot. And Zeke with that final kill. Wala eh. 6-6 talaga. Ganito kadikit ang labanan ng Acend at 100 Thieves.
Man, 6-6. It's a sign. Isang 6 na lang. Talagang demonyo.
Ikaw yung pangatlong 6 eh. Yun yun eh. Tapos kinompleto ng laro. Oh my God.
Tinuloy na nila eh. Baka sa mic lang. Hindi, Twitch sabi rin talaga eh. Sige, Dax. Ayusin ko muna to.
Sige lang. Okay guys, so habang nag-aayos ang ating co-caster dito na si Taylor, syempre, buong araw siya nag-cast. Hindi siya may kailangan ng break eh. Yung mic talaga eh, promise. Yung microphone niya napagod. Si Taylor, kayang-kaya pa niya magka-cast. Tapos tipo mo mamaya, marinig niya lang sa cellphone na siya mag-broadcast para lang iba yung microphone. But, that being said, since may segment tayo, pwede tayo natin pag-usapan yung laro so far. And kita nga natin, di ba? 100 teams, iniba nila yung composition nila para to be more defense-oriented. It is very strong para lang i-isolate yung mga naunguna sa Acend. And usually, yung player na yon nasa Sentinels. And not only that, kasi may pang stall sila, nagagawa nila Hiko, nagagawa nila Ethan, yung mga peaks nila from the wall and more. And it has been helpful para lang mapigil yung assault ng Acend. Kasi, kita natin, okay na? Listen. Nawala. Tapos nawala. I think nawala si ano. Ako, kausap ko lang pa sarili ko. Kasi sahin ako nawala si Taylor dun sa broadcast. Okay na?
Nararamdaman ko.
Okay.
Feeling ko okay na.
Take two. Wala pa rin.
Okay na.
Labas mo na, damdamin mo.
Ko yung damdamin ko ha. Pinagtitripan din pala ako sa Twitch chat. Mukha akong tanga. Nag-check pa ako ng settings ng mic ko. Ni-listen in ko pa. Tapos, hello. Gumaganon pa ako, Dax. Ayoko na dito. I quit.
I quit. Wala. Okay lang.
I quit sa 1 a.m. sked. Ganito na pala mga tao ng PPGL.
Babalik si Taylor mga 1:46. Diba? Okay na pakatapos ng pero guys, ano ba kayo? Pero ako, sabihin ko lang, first time ko ito makita, Facebook, Twitch, audience, working together.
Kaya nga.
Grabe.
Parang fusion.
Oo, yun lang pala kailangan para mawala yung war between the chats eh.
Ganito na
Pagtripan
pala.
si Taylor, magkasama.
Ganun pala ang PPGL chat kapag 1:45 na.
It gets worse, don't
Guys,
worry.
huwag naman kayong ganyan. Marupok na ako at the end of the day. Isipin nyo, lagpas 15 hours na ako nagsasalita tapos pagtitripan nyo pa ako, nakakasakit tayo ng damdamin ha.
Oo nga. Tapos hihingi kayo ng cast na about the game tapos biglang gaganin nyo yung caster. Ano ba? What do you guys want from us? Pero hindi, we're back into the game and I think just to wrap up my point before in-expose ni Taylor ang lahat ng mga kakulitan ng ating chat. Nasasabi ko lang, para sa Acend ka, yun yung pinag-biggest net na yung super offensive playstyle. And here you see it yet again. Dahil mag-peak board call already with the takedown onto Asna at 100 Thieves. Kesa makisama doon sa speed na yon, sabi nila, sige nga, kami yung red light dito. Tingnan natin kung mapipigilin namin kayo. But here we have it now. It's 5v4 at mukhang may sheriff ng pag-asa dito si Steel. Tingnan natin makaka-one-tap siya dyan. In the meantime, Bone Cold getting the heal at Taylor saying nga, hindi naman demonyo ang bosses mo. Parang anghel nga in this case eh. And for our saving grace, ano na ang gagawin dito ng Acend?
Saka talagang tunay na mambobola, Dax.
Oh, you know it.
Isa sa mga bagay na kaya kita kaibigan eh. Kasi parang at the end of the day, parang feeling ko, ang galing-galing ko. Alam mo yun?
Magaling ka naman talaga. Pero
sabihin ko kay Dax tuwing at the end of the day, parang, ang pangit ng closing ko. Hindi, okay naman eh. Oo, kahit malapit na ako matanggal, no? Okay naman eh.
Kung si Taylor matanggal, feel ko magkakarally sa labas.
O talaga, magrarally yung mga viewers na nang sa akin, nantitrip sa akin. Dapat kakampi ko kayo at the end of the day.
Tapos gagawin lang mag-PSA civil na yung emote na tatawanan ka lang. Yun lang. Pero no laughing matters. Still there, making that share for to get 2 Nitro and one is up. Kill is still finding Steel in response. Pero Ethan now, huli niya si Sinet. Ang nag-iisa lang dito si Killis. Nasa pangalan niya yung kill, pero mukhang siya yung makikill dito as Nitro gets that takedown. 7-6. Slow play there from 100 Thieves, pero napagana nila at sila nanalo sa pista na yun.
Man, 13-9 for Zeke and then 15-9 naman para kay Nitro. Speed lang. These two teams that we have right here, kita mo naman from the first half pa lang na napanood natin, pantay na yung laban eh. So this time around with those kinds of flick shots, it's just parang nag-aantay ka na lang kung sino yung unang mapipick off eh. Sino yung unang mapipita, sino yung unang maburst down. And pagdating sa mga strats na ginagawa rin nila dito, Dax, sa tingin mo, yung mga gulat factor na sinusubukan ng 100 Thieves eh, gana ba?
Parang, ayan, gulat ako kasi patay si Ethan kagad dun kay Bone Cold. Pero, asking, your question makes sense, but at the same time, hindi naman natin makita dito sa 100 Thieves until masyado mag-overextend dito ang Acend. And Acend knows that, na sobrang defense-oriented pa rin tong composition nito ng 100 Thieves. Iwan lang nila si Nitro at si Steel magkasama or kahit Star lang, tapos si Steel na. Lahat ng lurk plays, lahat ng pushes rather ng Acend, di gagana against 100 Thieves. And alam dito ng Acend, so they have to play it slow, especially since nasa gun disadvantage sila. But Bone Cold already got one. Can he get another? Yun yung tanong. At nakaset up naman 100 Thieves dito. Kita natin to, Taylor, na slow yung playstyle nila dahil hindi nga yung triple initiated. Nilalaro nila, but here we go. They're on A side, and that's still finding Bone Cold.
Ooh, this is also Hiko finding si Ned. Unti-unti na nga at isa-isa bumabagsak ang player na Ned with Hiko going down as well. This is now up to Kyles and Stark, so this is an equal round for them still. And of course, with that Spectre, mabilis ang burst down lang yan. Kahit sinong bumaba, talagang patay.
Patay na patay. News at 9 TV Control sa susunod! Sa gawang balita, Hiko pinatay si Starso. Patay sa dito sa Raptors at isa pa si Hiko. Mass killer na dito sa may A site at 2 rounds na ang lead ng 100 Thieves. Okay ba?
Ayos.
Diba? Yun lang yung pinapanood ko sana sa may TV. Makikita ko ng lolo ko biglang may TV Patrol. Tapos naalala ko lang yung mga magandang gabi bayan, TV Patrol. Sa susunod.
Magandang yung maganda doon sa magandang gabi bayan, yung pag-episode nila pag Halloween. Yung mga nakakatakot. Yun yung paborito kong pinapanood.
Kasing spooky ba nung nangyari?
Mag-isip-isip ka na bago ka mag-comment.
I was about to say the same thing. Ako nga, parang ano kay John Paul.
Hindi ako takot sa multo.
Oo. Naku, mas tatakutin pa ni Taylor yung multo eh. Terror nga, diba?
Oo, baka sapakin ko pa yun.
Kaya ako may guitar sa likod eh. Yun yung pang exercise.
Yuppie! Mama, gulat ka na lang. May tumutugtog sa likod ko. Alam mo yun? Biglang nag-strum yung gitara.
Oo. Country Roads. Yun yung
Country Roads! Take me home! Paborito ko yun, di ba, Dax?
You know it. Ay, just ko. Kung alam nyo lang.
May video mo ako nun.
Ay, kung alam nyo lang yung mga alam rin ng mga ng mga tao, hindi ako nakikipag-Valorant sa aking fellow co-casters guys eh. Iba nilalaro ko eh. Iba nilalaro ko, huwag nyo na tanungin. Huwag nyo na tanungin kasi judge nyo lang ako.
Anong nilalaro nyo?
Basta may basta may West Virginia doon eh. Huwag na natin pag-usapan. Oo, huwag na natin pag-usapan yun. Anyway, so,
John Paul naghahanap na nakasama magdasal.
Okay. Guys, hindi. John Paul, ito gawin mo. Pasok ka ng Discord. Di ba may Discord tayo? Punta ka doon. Tapos video call on. Sasamahan ka ng mga minions ng ating moderator na si Ishan. So, you'll be safe.
May tugtog sa likod mo na andyan na si Nanay. Acoustic version. Ayan.
Ano yung song na parang yung umuwi ka na baby? Parang ganun. Biglang
pero
mag-play.
scary version.
Oo, kasi nasa bahay ka na eh. Susunod ka pinapauwi.
Umuwi ka na baby. Oh my God. Shocks.
Okay,
Alam mo, feeling ko kaya nababalo si Rere. Hindi dahil sa sarili ng gawa eh. Feeling ko dahil co-caster ka niya.
Hindi. Ako nakikisama lang ako, honestly. Ako, hindi ako yung tipong what's that term? Yung basta hindi ako nagbabasag ng buhay. Gusto ko masaya tayo eh. And dito natin, pag si Ray Ray kumakanta, wala na eh. Wala na tayong nakakast eh. Kung pinabayaan ko si Ray Ray, tuloy-tuloy lang ng 3 AM, walang casting. Hindi natin pag-uusapan nilaro. Magiging Ray Ray sings all night.
Ray Ray sings. Ray Ray podcast. Ray Ray sa umaga.
Ray Ray Spotify, diba? Follow her artist page. Pero eto na, wait, okay, game. Match is happening. This is actually a big deal kasi Acend does have the gun. So, ulit muna ka dito kay Zeke. And pinapabayaan lang nila ang 100 TC na pumasok sa site. So, may gamble dito to Taylor. At yun, kagad! Biglang tinabas na yung ace in the whole star. So, able to get 3. Hiko does find 1. At tumasa doon 100 TC. Okay, makapasok tayo B-site. Malapitan ang labanan. Pero hindi. Si Stars talaga ang kumikindat dito. Kumukuti-kutitap talaga. At Acend, mukhang nakuha nila yung third round doon sa second half. Nice one there from the stage.
And also, isa lang yung casualty na meron sila on a buy round. Mas maganda na wala, pero this is actually one of the best part, kumbaga, no? Kung makakasave ka ng ganito kadami. And look at that, Starso just finishing 4 players on the side of 100 Thieves. Medyo nabaliw ata sila dun sa Odin ni Zeke. Ayoko na dumaan dito, tapos si Starso nasa gilid lang. Inubos sila isa-isa.
Actually, saan ka mas matatakot, honestly? Sa Odin o sa Phantom?
Sa multo, guys! Ayun, ang dami na nagko-comment. Ate Taylor naman, parang bukas na lang ako mag-CCR.
Kaya nga guys, kung kailangan nyo kasama, may Discord kami para sa inyo. Oo. Gusto lang yun, marketing lang namin ito bigla eh. Pangpapasok lang sa Discord, pero hindi. Stay safe. no one's gonna hurt you. Valorant lang. Yung makakasakit lang sa'yo, yung una, mga minahal mo na hindi nagmamahal sa'yo. At pangalawa, pag ready
Riri
ka
mo
sa rank.
nakuha yan, no?
Oo, syempre, kinote ko lang
Alam
yun eh.
ko na yung mga ganyan ni Riri. Tagal-tagal ko nang kasama sa VCTPH. 6 na buwan. Ito, Trigger discipline! Trigger discipline! Pag lumingon ka, akin ka. Yan, sabi ni Bone Cold. Kumbaga, ito yung kasama mo mag-CR si Bone Cold, din.
Yun na, Ro. Diba parang siya yung ghost sa likod mo yun. Lumubol lang ng country road sa'yo, tapos biglang nung narinig mo, almost heaven. Wala na! Punta ka sa langit ka talaga kasi si Bone Cold ang papatay sa inyo. So 3v3 though, not too bad for 100 Thieves after everything is said and done kasi nakalapit pa rin sila. At nakaplant naman sa may A site. Not only that though, may pagka-post-plant scenario sila dito. Hiko, Hunter's Fury na, Zeke already playing the recon. Pero guiding light, gravity well, ito na naman yung control options na linabas dito ng 100 Thieves. Seekers ang ilalabas ngayon. Ethan, Merpolio, naghahanap kung sino pa magagaling dito. At tago lang Hiko. Ikaw ang pag-asa ngayon ng 100 Thieves. Ethan though looking for the duel. Zeke can be able to get that take on. Hiko now peeking to get that kill in response. And Nitro, Nitro, magagaling dito sa little star niya. Biglang mag-disisipate. That's it, Zeke, magulat. Wala na. Surprise, surprise. 100 Thieves. Nagawa pa rin nila kahit minulto na sila. Mukhang magtawag sila ng tao dito at kahit mahuli si Nitro, it's still
Sumama
100
sa
Thieves. Oo. Gusto niya makisama at least. Parang
Ito,
okay siya kabal.
wala talaga, hindi nila napansin. Si Astra, parang doon din sa view na nakita ko sa player. Parang multo talaga eh. Biglang may tao pala doon sa Gedli. Parang, hello.
Wala eh.
Kasama pala. Nakadalawa pa siya doon ha. Isipin mo kung nag-antay pa siya na mas matagal.
I think yung pangatlo hindi niya makakuha.
Hindi naman.
Kasi si Hiko...
Mag-check na.
Oh,
Lagi
may iba na
nag-check.
yung angle niya eh. Like, pansin mo yung vision ni Hiko. May pakaliwa kaysa pakanan completely. Yung dalawa wala eh. Wala lang straight lang. It's like, okay, sige, go lang.
Wala ka pa kasi nararamdaman eh.
Ay, nako. But yeah, you have to just be more careful sa angles na yan. But Sined! Walang careful dyan. Still mahuhuli na yan. It's just a hero rifle here being bought on up. Frenzy lang para kay Stars though. And in this case right now, kahit Acend, hindi gaano kaganda yung economy nila. Pwede pa nila pilitin. And you can see it here. They have the rifles. They have that Odin. At si Nitro, baka magipit dito. Stars of peeking, but still doesn't get the takedown. Ito na ba? Store muna para maipit siya dito. Kaya ba niya makapitas ito? Tanong, Nitro, ano na gagawin mo? Wala ka na magagawa. Pero si Hiko, ang top provincial dito. Ang Acend provincial pala. At si Hiko, makahuli niya si Stars dyan. 3v3 after everything is said and done. At gano'n na naman Taylor eh. Sobrang dikit ng labanan. Sobrang dikit ng mga trades.
Oh my God. Si Zeke, hawak niya pa rin yung Odin. Ito, kailangan nilang i-retake, no? Isa sa una nilang masasalubong is actually si Astra. And Suna was able to take that kill, or rather, he was getting killed by Sined. Si Sined, kahit dalawang angle na yon na hindi naman o magkaiba yung tinitignan, nahuli niya pa din. Hindi nakapag-refrag. Lumipad si kuya mo, Sined.
Fly high na lang. And there you go, Acend! Kuha sa isa pa, 8-9 scoreline here. Wala. This game, it already smells like a game 3 kind of series, no?
Talaga?
Parang, kasi etong map na to, the thing is...
Kamutulo ah.
Okay,
sige. Sige na nga.
Naku.
Ginijinx lang ni Dax.
Oo, kasi pag binati ko, hindi mangyayari. 2-0 yan.
Gano'ng kalaki ito may sabi Dax. Laki ng factors ng paggamit ng Odin sa recent games ah. Anong masasabi mo tungkol doon?
I'm going above.
Big Odin. Ano ba gusto niyong sagot? Seryoso ba o hindi?
Yung seryoso.
Seryosong sagot? Sige, hindi na ako mabanat ang pangalan ko. Map specific na talaga yung Odin in this case. Acend, yun talaga. Sinabi na din Taylor kanina, walls are very bangable, especially here. Boxes are bangable, so kahit saan ka mong gagaling. And kahit saan naman eh. Feel ko kahit anong tournament makikita mo, may mag-o-Odin sa Acend. Hindi lang pang joke time, but it's just so effective. It's actually a really good gun. And it just works. That's just it. Parang SEA meta lang.
Excited ka na sa Fracture? Kapag pwede na sa content.
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't played it yet. Okay diba? Wala naman sa tournament, so ano pa kay Zeke don't get able to get to. At ayan na naman yung Odin! At ayan ang classic ni Sined! Nag-easy lang si Sined, pero Odin, big gun, big man! And big kills para kay Zeke. 9-9. At ito yun eh. Guys, caster ako, di naman ako pro player. Ba't ko lalaro in Fracture? Wala pa naman sa tournament pool.
Totoo, no? May point ka din eh. Kung
ganun
iisipin natin, Dax, rarely na nakakalaro ka namin. But the time na nakakalaro ka namin, kahit anong agent, kaya mong laruin. Pero 0-10 yung score.
Oo, yung Yoro, yun din yung best eh.
Tapos magkasama pa kayo ni Ray Ray.
Ni Ray Ray, yung KO pa niya. Yun yung pinakamalala talaga.
Panalo yun, nagna-knives sa sahig eh. Sa kanya lang. Oo, hindi doon sa kalaban.
Isipin mo, hindi nasistress si Azuray. Biglang masistress. Pero may narinig ako may kwento sa akin na may game na may nag-raise ka eh. So, pakwento naman.
Nag-raise ako?
Oo.
Men, binato ko lahat yung paint shells sa
You should
kampi.
run.
Yung satchel in place ko, wag mo nang tanungin, Dax.
Okay, sige.
Ako yung nade-depress eh.
Okay lang yan.
Kasi sirain na ng Hunter's Fury.
Oo nga, depress yung killjoy natin dyan. Uy, tumama rin. So that's be a good chip damage onto Ethan. Cosmic Divide, Limbo Rock, Speeder. Pero wala na pa. Nano Swarm. Dami pa. Sunog. Hot Lava. And Sened and Keyless. Iba na naman sila dito. Gumagawa pa kayo ng play ng 100. Out na to. Parang isipin mo, okay pa sana eh. Pero wala, inipit mo sarili mo sa kabilang side ng wall. And Sened, as soon as it dissipates, wala na kagad. Burada sa steel dyan. Oh, play nila yon. Tapos pinagtawanan lang na Acend. Let's be real. Nano Swarm to throw out the Speedway. Perfectly placed. At dahil di napansin yun ng 100 Thieves, walang nakabantay sa paa nila. They actually got caught out and got taken down because of the panic na bababa sila ng site. So, it goes to show talaga, this map pick is very strong. Replay real quick. Yung, bigla napilitan
kills na eh. No choice sila doon eh. Napadash in din bigla yung Jet.
Yeah.
Diba? So, napadash in siya papuntang site. Wala nang choice kundi, syempre, kailangan ng follow-up, kailangan ng trade-off. Eh, kaso, na-outplay sila sa sarili nilang play. Yun lang yun eh. Basic lang guys. Na-outplay sila sa sarili nilang play.
Diba? Gumagawa pa kayo ng play, gagamitin lang namin, diba? Kung na kayo gumawa ng play, patayin mo na lang kami. Diba?
Shoot. Kung yung iba, nagugulat, nabibigla sa mga ganong-ganong play, yung Acend, sa mapa ng Acend, alam na nila yan.
Home turf, diba? Pangalan pa lang, alam na eh. Pero kung titingnan man talaga stats, this is the best pick for Acend as well, alongside of course the Bandbind. And it's the best pick for many EMEA teams. Ang honest opinion at ang sinasabi ng stats, lahat ng EMEA teams magaling mag-Acend. Especially the standard
alam mo
style.
talaga yung ano dito. Stats don't matter. Kasi Acend, mapa ng Pinoy to. Si Sened Pinoy yan.
Bakit? 1%? Saan natin nahanap yung 1% na yun?
Ewan ko rin. Kanina, narinig ko lang.
Okay,
alam
pero
mo naman
sige.
ako naniniwala ako sa fake news.
Kasi
Typical Pinoy!
Basta Pinoy, kahit sabihin mo lang na Pinoy sila kahit hindi, Pinoy pride ang kinin natin. Proud to be Pinoy. Kaya tayo proud dito sa Pinoy broadcast. Pero okay, guiding light muna dyan. And
Si Tense ka, inangkin natin, gumawa lang ng adobo eh.
Hindi, yun, at least may basis yun. Sobrang stretch, pero at least hindi complete fake news. Makikita mo na lang, gagawa siya ng ano ba, kare-kare.
Mahirap din yun.
Kare-kare. Okay yun, idol ko na siya talaga. Ito, idol! Jump! This is why you don't jump pick twice. Isa okay lang, pero pangalawa, wala, hindi mo na yung kamatayan eh. That's just it. And honestly, makikita natin sa 100 teams. I feel like, sige, gusto nila outplay i-big brain yung Acend. Nalalaro nila tong Astra Killjoy playstyle. Pero ano nangyayari? Ang Acend, sanay na dito. Sanay sila dito. And if you look back at some of their games in their challengers, at syempre yung group stage na ilang beses na kinalaban yung rivals nila na SMB, kaya nila to eh. Mas okay pa sana. I mean, hindi naman ako yung taga-decide ng 100 Thieves, pero kung gusto talaga ng 100 Thieves ang isang prize factor, pwede pa rin naman yung KO play eh. Magmabilisan na sila ng mabilisan. Pero it hasn't been bad from 100 Thieves. That's not the problem. Ang ganda ng isolation plays nila, especially on the defending side. But here on the attack, wala eh, na-overrun lang sila ng Acend kasi ang nangyayari dito, komportable ang Acend sa ginagawa ng 100 Thieves.
Komportable talaga.
Diba? Komportable.
Hindi ka sure kung comfortable yung sasabihin mo, komportable, no? Kaya komportable na lang.
Parang ano lang, yung una ko ganun, depensa pala. Depensa. Kasi depensa, diba? Or, diba? Right?
Sabi dito, ako lang ba parang humina ang 100 Thieves compared nung bago pa na buff yung chemistry nila?
No, it's just really Acend is alive right now. Ito ang ini-expect.
Buhay. Dilat sila guys.
Kaya sinid eh, Pinoy. Siyempre, gising yan. Kaya itong 2 AM, gising na gising for the Star Show. Siya talagang gising dito eh. Kailang beses na naka-clutch para sa team niya. Kill is also gonna get on the board versus Nitro at Hiko. Nabubuhay pa at makikipaglaban. Steel though already gonna be going on down. Here we go with Hiko all alone for Hiko time. Ito na ba ang clutch? Hindi! Deny ni Sinid. Lifelike from the skies dropping on down with the operator shot. At match point na to ng Acend.
Ayaw pa rin ibigay ng Acend. And this is now, gaya na sabi ni Dax, match point for them. And Sinid is just popping off. Aside from that, kanina we mentioned, Dax, actually, na sometimes when it comes to yung talagang clutch factor na talaga, yung nahihirapan yung Acend, it becomes Sinid and friends. Pero this time, they work as a unit. They work as a team. All of the players, di ba? Nakakakuha sila ng kanilang mga kills. Yung mga roles nila, nagagawa nila ng maayos.
Mas bibigay pa nga kay Starso eh. Kaysa Sinid and Fred. Si Starso na yung siya na yung alpha male dito. And it just goes to show na ganito ang improvement ng Acend overall. Kung hindi kayo nunod ng EMEA, syempre mahirap ang pangit ng oras para sa atin, di ba? Pero yung evolution talaga ng Acend, tuloy-tuloy lang nung nag-step up talaga lahat ng players nila. And that's what you want eh. Hindi lang isang star player na kilala ng lahat. You want your whole team na ready to pop off. And this is the Acend that was expected by many. 100 Thieves, they're doing a really good job pa rin. Pero wala eh. I feel like talaga yung comfort ngayon ng Acend, nakakatulong sa kanila. Na on point sila, gets nila yung ginagawa ng kalaban, and that actually has helped them here on the defense kasi ang Acend ang taga-sit ng pace eh. Sila yung nag-a-aggression pag gusto nila eh, dito Taylor eh.
On the defense role din naman. And like you said, napanood ko rin sa interview nila actually on Acend na parang we started out, wala kaming star player. Parang lahat kami pantay-pantay as an individual. And wala kami yung specific na ito talaga yung pinakamalakas, ito yung ano. And then all throughout, nag-evolve sila ng nag-evolve until nakarating sila dito sa Masters Berlin, of course. And an evolved Acend is what you are seeing right now on your screen. They are on the match point. The game sense is stopped and on point. Kyle's just able to take kills after kills. That's a triple kill. The third kill with that classic even and to finish things off. That was Sinid. A flawless round pa to top it off.
Home turf defended. Acend wins Acend. Siyempre, nakasuweta sa pangalan pa lang. Ano ba? Thank you.
Ano daw?
Ewan ko, pero parang trash talk eh. Sasabihin ko lang. Sige. I think he said
Hindi ko naintindihan English kasi.
Oo nga eh. Masyadong, kahit 2 words lang eh. Nagka-nosebleed na ako. Pero I think he said NA who. Okay.
O sige. Wala naman kaming team dyan eh.
Okay
lang. Trash talkan lang kayo.
Sige lang. Kita Kids Champions, Team Secret, na plus special guest Taylor on the field. Diba? Okay yun. PPGL, real quick ha.
Yeah. Hello, PPGL.
Hindi kami isipin nyo, nag-joke kami, pero ewan nyo na natin guys.
Ito yung round Si Starso, nakakuha siya ng isa. There is the blind. Pero wala nang blind. Kasi, ayun
Lost to Kiles, honestly.
Kiles ba o Kyles?
Kiles. Yun yung sasabi ng mga...
Ako gusto ko Kyles eh.
Okay lang. Parang mas pangalan pa nga yung Kyles, honestly. Mas bagay pa.
Kiles. Nagsasabi ng Kiles.
Sila nagsasabi, nakikisama lang ako.
Kyles yun, guys. Ayos. Ang baba ko, no?
Okay lang, diba?
Napa-adjust ako eh.
Wait, ayos. Tomato, banana, banana. Same banana
pala.
Apple
the apple. Pare-parehas lang yan, guys. But that was map number 1. Were you expecting Acend was actually gonna take that?
No, not really. Compared to their performance sa group stage, dito talaga sila na nabuhay. And kasi ang hirap tingnan mo yung sample size ng Acend. Kung isa lang kalaban nila, more often than not, na SMB na palagi nilang kalaban. But then again, parang kung gusto nyo tingnan yun, medyo nag-cosplay 100 Thieves as SMB. Tapos, same result tuloy. It feels like right now, kung gusto natin talaga ng labanan ng NAEU, dapat nilalabas talaga yung style nila. And 100 Thieves, really good team, especially on LAN. Kita nga natin, especially on the first half, na ang lupit ng mga plays nila to separate Acend. But at the same time, nakuluangan sila ng second half eh. Wala silang ganun kakaan punch. Umaasa sila usually do sa KO, Sky, Sova combination nila that lets them just bulldoze their way in. At tipong talaga parang construction sa EDSA na di ka makakagalaw eh. Kasi tuloy-tuloy lang eh. At di na natapos ang momentum ng 100 Thieves. So, that being said, eto na ang ascension talaga ng Acend eh. It's such a good momentum for them, Taylor. And kulang na lang. Parang isa na lang. at
Feeling ko
abot sila
2-0.
ng 6-1. Pwede mag 2-0.
Feeling ko 2-0. Kung ganito kainit yung Acend, no, posibleng mangyari. Pero gaya na sabi mo, tignan natin, no, because right now, we are just gonna go in a very short break. Kaya wag niyo na akong asarin na gumagalaw ang gitara ko kasi hindi ako natatakot. Muli kaming magbabalik. This is VALORANT Masters Berlin.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where map 1 goes the way of EMEA and Geo. We were already impressed to a degree with the first half from Acend, but they are feeling themselves now, closing it out in flawless fashion.
I said that predicting them was going to be a spicy prediction, and they gave us a spicy game. Yeah, no, they've done very, very well. And I mean, Sened. And that updraft kill. I know Hypox said he didn't want to see it again, but I certainly did.
I wanted to see it from Ethan's perspective, see what was going on in his face. You know?
That was brutal. We were heartbroken in that moment, right? Just like, how could it all go wrong like that? And for him to find the kills, I mean, Pansy said it, coming alive here on the back half of this map. This is very much more the Sened that we expected and wanted to see at this tournament. But we also cannot ignore the step up from multiple players behind him. You heard Hypox call out Keyless, possibly the best performance out of him so far here as well at Masters Berlin.
I think for Sened, he was consistent throughout that entire game. However, Acend, in the second half of the second half of their defensive side, they turned it to another level. It was insane. Keyless was there. Bone Cold was there as well with his Astro Gravity Wells. The amount of times they got those nanoswarms paired up together was unbelievable, and they were all swinging together. It was flowing on a level that I haven't seen from Acend here in Berlin.
I mean, you mentioning those Gravity Wells, that's something that I really wanted to talk about as well, because that was something that Acend did exceptionally well. It wasn't even just the Gravity Wells. It was having the oh, there we go. God. It's just ridiculous.
So brutal.
It was that with a Phantom as well?
Yeah.
CNED picking up the Phantom, I see you. It was just the way that they could hold back 100 Thieves so late into the round. Even that final round, they had a barrier orb, they had a gravity well, and they had a slow orb, all available in the final 20 seconds on 100 Thieves' last attempt at a push up through mid. A lot of that utility should have been drawn out sooner. That's part of your job. You have got to ensure that your opponent is using that utility early so it can't be used against you later.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Ultimately, 100 Thieves looked a little bit out of sorts on the bait. For as well as Acend played, it seemed to kind of throw 100 Thieves for a loop.
Yeah, well, I honestly think in the beginning of that game, until they turned it up, that moment that I'm talking about where all of a sudden Acend was flowing, 100 Thieves felt to me in control. It felt their ideas were working, but I think CNED might have found something, and then all of a sudden everything clicked, right? Because he started pushing Ethan really hard, and from that moment, it's just like everything didn't start to go together for 100 Thieves. But before that, they were doing really well.
Well, we're lucky to have Sean Garris standing by to help us understand a bit more how Acend ultimately took Map 1.
Yeah, Dash, you mentioned throwing them for a loop. They threw me for a loop because I thought 100 Thieves was going to win this game, so I found 100 Thieves around, and then CNED took over the game. But let's look at these couple of rounds. I'm going to show you the impact that the Extremities had for 100 Thieves in this first half. So you can see Steel over here at A main and Asuna over here at B main. This is something they did all map. They tried to get control of both of these sides of the map simultaneously and then filter Acend into this mid area where they would have 2 to 3 players ready in crossfires. So let's start the round right off the bat, and I'm going to show you how Steel gets really, really aggressive over here on A main all by himself, and you can see Asuna actually following this guiding light. He's going to take this angle with his operator, and this is that alarm bot that I was talking about. Steel will make his way up in A main and take that out, and that puts the seed of doubt in Acend's mind, right? That makes things really difficult. Look how quick Acend is, though, to take this mid control from 100 Thieves. Look how quick they are. They know they are losing the Extremities, and they immediately react by taking control of mid. They're working their way up with an Astra Star top mid, and they then reposition, but they get absolutely obliterated on this round. So you saw the recon actually hit the wall of market, and that gives them the false sense of security that they can peek into this angle. Unfortunately, because of 100 Thieves having this extremity control, right? Asuna opping this, Steel so aggressive A main, it allows these weird angles to be held from the initiators on 100 Thieves. Typically, these angles cannot be held because you don't have B main control. You can die in the side of the head, but look at these weird angles that Hiko's holding. I mean, that is an outrageous shot. And right away, you see the guiding light come in from Ethan. The Seekers are popped, and 100 Thieves then secures the round very easily at this point. So Hiko locks it down. You can see the round is going to play through really fast at this point, just showing how 100 Thieves moves across the map. Ethan actually ends up rotating into mid and taking out CNED to close the round. And then I'm actually going to go into the opening pistol of the second half. And this is, again, just showing how much impact Steel has on these lurks. So this is the pistol round where he bought a Sheriff, which is crazy, seeing your Killjoy buy that. But he has the turret holding B main, as well as, well, if he were to leave, the turret would hold the mid push as well. You can see Asuna actually is going to end up taking a mid fight and losing it to Bone Cold, which then puts his team in a really, really strange predicament. You can see now Steel is on this side of the map, and this is where Steel shines. He operates in this lurking role, and he's trying to grab rotates into his direction. And I want you to watch, just pay close attention to what is going on over here at the B site, right? Right now we have no one there. We just have an alarm bot right here. We have a turret there, and that's how Acend is holding this B site right now. But when Steel makes some noise over here, watch the rotate he pulls, and this is how 100 Thieves gets back in this round. They dodged the recon dart that hit the A main wall, and now Steel is making a lot of noise over here at B main. So you can see right now, look at how this has changed. All of a sudden now you're looking at potentially 3 people towards this B site, and 1 has rotated off of Garden, all because of the noise of 1 player. And he's gone. He is now already back into mid, and the A hit has happened. You can see how well he has pulled the rotations, and this is what 100 Thieves does really, really well. Unfortunately for them, CNED absolutely took over this game. He was controlling the extremities way better than 100 Thieves could have ever imagined in that first half, and that's why we have a 1-0 lead for Acend. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Sean. Even better to get an understanding what Acend was up against and ultimately the control that they were able to wrestle away from 100 Thieves that has such unique and intelligent creative strategies like that with Steel in the lead. We also asked for it earlier. Production was nice enough to get it for us. We're going to take another look at that CNED play, this time from both angles, just so we can relish in all its glory.
So you get to see the fun angle. It's like, oh yeah, I got everybody. And then you get to see the miserable angle. Oh, you tried so hard.
That's so brutal.
Up that sense, boy. Up that sensitivity.
Mashing the DPI button on the mouse right there, like, ah. Oh, boy. All right, well, now we turn our attention to map number 2 of the series. It's going to be Haven. For the first time, 100 Thieves will be stepping onto the map here at Masters Berlin. We've already had one outing from Acend, but that was a loss versus Vision Strikers just a few series ago. And so, Gio, where's your head at right now when it comes to Haven?
Well, my head is that I'm kind of hoping that we're going to see Acend change their composition from what they did before. Try not to lean too much into the NA Phoenix. I think they need to go back to something that suits them a little bit more because it didn't work out very well against Vision Strikers.
I think the reason for that was Zeke was trying to take point a lot, which is not necessarily the thing that you see the NA Phoenixes do. You have the Jets to do that themselves. So I want to see something different from them, sure, but I also am very curious what they think 100 Thieves is going to do, because right now everybody's expecting that KO. We didn't see it on Ascent, so I think 100 Thieves is like, okay, we used that for group stage. That was where we're going to use. Now we're playing over back towards the regular stuff, which should be Cypher from Steel.
Okay, so we're looking at that Phoenix or otherwise out of Zeke. We're looking at KO or otherwise for Steel. A lot of really interesting stuff can happen here on Haven. 3-site map. This one has been one I think that suits those creative teams the most when it comes to Masters.
One other agent note to add on top of those two that you just mentioned is whether we see Nitro move from Omen to Astra, right? Because he did it on Ascent and he was phenomenal. He was so good, he was even taking fights to the very key players like CNED, even on attack, which was very impressive to see, staying alive and being able to actually contribute to his team still.
Would be a big move because as you can see there, 100% player rate on the Omen up to this point on Haven, but a number of the surprises and agents like throughout this tournament have been Omen swapping over to Astra.
Well, I just want to point out as well, these statistics are from this tournament, but of all time, he has only played Omen on this map. So this...
Even more so.
Yes, so it would be a big deal, and he's going to do it!
Actually, we got it on the other side as well.
Yeah. That was that a switch? Let me check.
Yeah, Bone Cold last played Omen on Haven, and so also making the swap, and we will stick with the Phoenix. So Zeke still believing in that pick.
One thing to note here is Keyless going Cypher is because they know that it's a guaranteed Sova from the other side. Meanwhile, there's no ult, or there's nothing to counter Steel's pick of KJ right there with the lockdown.
All right, we'll see. Some change-ups that maybe we didn't expect. Gotta wonder if Pansy and Hypoc did themselves as we toss.
Let's go.
Game number... Game number 2 na para sa araw na ito. At welcome back sa Masters Berlin, mga kaibigan. Ako pa rin si Taylor at kasama ko si Dax. Kamusta ka naman, Dax?
I'm so happy to see you, Taylor. Buti na lang kasama kita dito sa ganitong klaseng gabi. Hindi ako matatakot. Walang multo-multo. And ito na, we're gonna get back into the game. At least alam ko, komportable akong makakatulog na sinamahan ako ni Taylor dito sa cast na to. Let's na tayo.
Takutan pala,
Takutan Nights at PPGL. Here we go.
Gumagalaw pa yung upuan ko, men.
Diba? Saturday night. Ito talaga. Dito tayo sa spooky Saturday sa PPGL. But anyway, as babalik na.
Diba? Gcash na naman kami.
Really quick.
Wala daw, pati yung guitar.
Kasi kakanta nga. Diba sabi namin, musical ghost eh. Pero, alam mo yung mabilis dito, Taylor, bigla na lang. Biglang may spike nakaplan. Wala pa tayo ginagawa sa cast. Nakakapatay na. Nasa on the board. Ay nasa Hiko at si Ethan sasagot. Nice pick there from Hiko. Down goes for the shock that for Z. At naman pa rin nung kitnat sa dulo. Smiting the opposition, and it seems like 100 Thieves. Mapapigilan nila ang B-take dito ng Acend. Dikit nilabanan. So close in 3 seconds. Masasabi ko na lang nananakot pa kayo kasi wala kayo. Pagbalik namin on cam, wala na kami pareho.
Gabi ng lagim. Berlin edition.
Okay. Okay yun Well, dapat yun yung title eh.
Nabaliw sila eh. Pero that was a very fast round for 100 Thieves as well. Grabe yung mga dink-dink ni Hiko doon. Tsaka yung mga galawang 100 Thieves. Nagnanakaw talaga ng kills. Pero ito, buy round to for them. Syempre, kukuha. Si Steel, ano to? Aras ba to?
That's
Kakaiba yung itsura eh.
Yung
Skin
infantry.
kasi. Skinners eh.
Isipin mo si Hiko, kahit si Hiko nakikumulto eh, patay na siya nakapatay pa ng isa pa. Isipin mo yun, papatayin ka ng multo. Ay, sorry. That's actually kind of scary. Akin yun. Akin yun. Sorry. Akin yun.
Ganun.
Huwag tayo ganun. Masyadong dark na. Okay. So, bright na per day, Valorant muna tayo. At syempre, happy thoughts. Walang makakasakit sa inyo guys. Unless, of course nga, yung mga damdamin nyo. Pero still, right now, with the takedown onto Zeke, ito na naman tayo. Ang ganda ng crosshair talaga dito eh. Hiko gets, ang laki ng bilog oh. Ang laki ng bilog. But,
parang akala mo naka-sniper ka na hindi. Alam mo yung parang ibang bang-bang yung nilalaro mo yun. Look at that kill. Of course, Sentinels right there. With Steel getting killed as well from both sides. Nagpatayan lang sila sa mga smoke na meron. And still, 100 Thieves still able to get that round, of course. They have the gun advantage anyway. And also, they got only one for the side of Acend. Ano, nagtitrip na lang sila dito. Pas kita, bahala ka na mag-defuse.
Puso mo na yun. Bahala ko. Mag-go stories na tayo dito. Pero 2-0, mukhang bawi kagad ng 100 Thieves. And looking into the composition, di pa rin sila nag-KO pick dito. They go back on to Steel playing the Sentinel. At nakita rin natin, Nitro is on the Astra. So, ang makikita talaga natin dito sa composition ngayon ng 100 Thieves, what we're seeing here has to be them nga really embracing the Astra pick. Plus, yung pagbabalik sa Sentinel in that role. Gusto nila mas defensive yung hold nila. Feel nila dito sa map na to, mas kakayanin nila ang Acend compared to Acend. And I like it naman eh, kasi there wasn't many mistakes really from 100 Thieves. They just got overpowered by Acend and their speed. And look at that, guiding light pa lang, kitang-kita, swak to sa utility. Pero Acend,
saka yung ano din, man, yung Dax, yung Gravity Well, tapos sinabayan ng Shock Dart. Kung may tao doon, talagang ultimate punish yun. May guiding light pang kasama. Wala ka nang makikita. Pag dilat mong ganon, patay ka na.
Patay ka na. So hindi ka na didilat, Atol.
Hindi ka na didilat.
Pag dilat mo, nasa heaven o hell ka na eh. Pili ka na lang sa isa. But ito, nasa heaven ang ating Hiko dito. It's pang Shock Dart, kaya ang lalabas niya, medyo konting chinip lang real quick. Sined though with the kill on the Steel. Acend, nakaharap sila batas. They're also holding the backline real quick. Pero paano kaya babalik dito ang 100 Thieves, Taylor?
Well, from the previous game din naman na nakita natin, it's just Sened or like Acend is all on fire. So, kapag ito, talagang hindi nila mapabayaan nila na yung magtuloy-tuloy, yung momentum na meron yung Acend, mahihirapan talaga sila. But it seems like Asuna was able to take 3 kills on this round already. 3v2 situation, pero papatay din si Kiles. On the other hand, si Nitro naman ang susunod. Trace after trace lang, and Kiles was killed off by Nitro. Fast lang, speed lang, NO2 kung sasabihin natin, at saktong-sakto pa with the defuse. By round nila yun, ha?
Oh, they get the guns. And it's also because, yung sinasabi mo kanina, yung combo lang talaga ng 100 Thieves eh. Sayang hindi siya nakapitas. Pero at the same time, yung stall talaga ang importante dyan. And look at this, Asuna. Shorty lang kailangan. 150. 150, isang patay. Shorty to the face, shorty up close and personal.
Isipin mo, nag-invest ka ng 3-9 kasi yung ano mo.
May armor pa, di ba?
Armor mo, tapos yung baril mo. Tapos siya shorty ka lang. Magkano yung shorty?
150. Sabi sa'yo, na 150 ka lang
yung ano mo, yung kill mo. Bawi mo na agad. ROI, stop.
Bigyan ng 150 yan eh. Parang sumamili ka na ng wawawin. Pero ito na talaga eh. 0-3. 100 Thieves. Is this the expected 100 Thieves form na hinahanap natin? Sabi nga kanina ng panel do, Taylor, na hindi pa nagpapakita ang 100 Thieves dito sa Haven sa Berlin. Pero ito na, nagpapakita na kagad sila at CC. Kitang-kita ni Nitro, gets the takedown, controlling it as well, gamit the gravity well. At tingnan mo, gipit na naman ang Acend. Dikit-dikit sila at ito yung chance ng 100 Thieves para lang hulihin sila. At Asna gets the takedown, stealing Asna, clean up house, and Nitro quickly finds that final takedown. When you're stuck together like that, wala eh, nakakalas ka lang talaga ng 100 Thieves.
This time around, dun sa unang map, parang si Asuna kasi, diba, ito yung una niyang major na LAN. Tama ba, Dax? Yeah. Valorant.
Yung big deal.
Oo, yung big deal talaga. And itong mga kasama niya, mga landlords na to mga to eh. Kung may landlord sa mga apartment, ito landlords. 100 Thieves itong ibang mga players. On the other hand, this time around, yung environment na yun, kumbaga, ina-absorb niya na lahat. Dito na lalabas yung 100% lakas niya.
Oh, you're right. Kasi 100 teams, di ba? 100 magnanakaw.
Oo, tama.
Sakto lang. Parang,
sakto.
oh my God. Taylor, tama ka. Kanina, Acend.
Lahat.
Ngayon, 100%, 100 teams. It's all part of the plan. And Hiko shuts down Thieves, run it back. Pero look at that. Bold goes now finding steal on the inside. Sentinels as well. Papipitas pa niya si Hiko dyan. At biglang opened up na ang A dito para sa Acend. A stands for Acend. And here we have it, setting things up. Kilisto waiting on the other side. Si Acend na ngayon, naghanap ng paraan para makapitas. Pero itong duel na to, kaya no Cypher, waiting it out though. Cyber Cage ang hawak niya at interesting enough, seems like 100 Thieves, they might be giving up this round, playing for the exits instead.
Oh, playing for the exits? Can be, but yeah, I really think so. Wala na eh. Masyadong parang ang layo. Alam mo yun, ginagawa ko pa ng drama eh, pero wala, hindi talaga sila gumagalaw. Eto na to. Antayin nyo na lang sumabog
yun na yung fact eh. Nandiyan eh. Parang di mo pa gaganong kwento kasi tapos na kagad yung kwentuhan
lang, disiplina lang. Sabi nila dito, 4-1, okay na yan. Kesa yung luging-lugi tayo sa pera. Mas lugiin natin sila sa pera kasi mas kailangan nila yun. Kasi 5 rounds na magtutuloy-tuloy or like 4 rounds tuloy-tuloy na hindi sila nananalo sa atin. Diba? So, lason-lason lang.
No, it's 2 kills actually for us at the very end. And it's actually a big deal kasi ito pa yung unang point ng Acend dito sa round na ito. Every person that they lose, ano naman na bumili ng baril. At parang talaga yung tipong iba talaga yung paycheck mo pag kailangan mo mag-pay ng rent, mag-pay ng kuryente. Compared sa paycheck na pwede mo lang lagay sa Axie. Diba? Iba yung pera eh. Iba yung malalagay mo.
Good day, manager.
Good day, mga manager. At good morning, mga manager dito sa PPGL. Pero tapos, Acend did need that win and they get it. So here we have it, Bladestorm time galing Isinid. Makaplay kaya sila dito kasi 100 Thieves. Naghahanda na naman, oh. May star na naman sa gitna ng lobby. No one's popping it because Nitro, di niya kita dahil sa nebula na nakaharang sa kanya.
Ang dami pang gising, no?
Oh, I'm proud of you guys.
578 sa Facebook, tapos sa Twitch merong 460 plus.
Tapos sa YouTube and 700. So, almost 2K. I'm proud of you guys.
May mga ka-late night talks ba kayo?
Oh, actually. Marami kaming bagong friends na tipong audience talks ni Ray Ray. Oo. Sa Starstruck sila.
Yung mga fans ni Ray Ray, mga zombie, mga alas 7, gising pa din, ganun.
Ano yun? 2-9 na OPM eh. Talaga. 2-9 na OPM. Ay, nako. Original.
Original na tayo.
Bawal sabihin eh. Asa na daw yan. Pwede natin sabihin yung asa ng mga katalawa. Hiko in the meantime gamit ng Hunter's Fury. Pero isipin nyo na lang guys. Siyempre, mahal namin si Ray Ray. So, fill in the blanks na lang. Killis daw. Kailangan nyo i-fill in yung mga pitas dito. Bone cold though.
30 seconds left.
Aso na. Wala talaga. Killis gonna get that takedown. May pag-gas pa dito ang Acend. Pero, ipit na sila sa oras. At eto, Nitro. Tambay lang. Waiting. At wala. Goodbye, Killis. Should be over here.
Bye! Yun na lang yung sabi dito eh. Si Bone Cold na lang natitira and isama mo na rin sa hukay, sabi ni Nitro dito. 5-1, 100 Thieves. They wanna take this map too and they wanna take it fast.
Let's go into game 3. Yung game 1, talo tayo. Pang 2-0 dapat to eh. So, speedrun lang natin tong Haven map na ito para mukhang 2-0 pa rin kahit magiging 2-1. Pero ito na yun eh. This is the 100 Thieves experience na i-expect natin. Land buff talaga. Just see how quickly they get those takedowns. And ayun o, ilang beses na natin nakikita yun. Sa mga Hiko highlights sa group stage pa lang. Yung mga abuse talaga ng mga peaks, na micro peaks na gano'n na mag-flick ka lang konti or tipong mag-jiggle ka lang. And they just get the takedowns like that. It's so consistent from them.
Si Hiko, buhay na to bago mabuo yung mapa ng Haven eh. Alam niya na yan.
I think
binubuo pala.
I think lahat ng tao dito
lahat ba? Sorry.
Oo. Parang hindi naman.
Sorry. Kasi kung ako magkakaroon ako ng anak, nasa chan pa lang. Tinuturuan ko na mag-Valorant yun.
Valorant. Sige, ano yung unang words niya?
I-curveball mo dito ah.
Ano yung unang word niya? Pag
GG easy, man. Kahit talo, GG easy.
Kala ko Jet revive me para keep it local eh.
GG easy
GG easy. Tama yun. Yung good luck, have fun, GG easy. Ay, nako.
Tsaka gusto ko pag yung breach, yanig sa banig. Mama, yanig sa banig!
Dapat talaga eh, kung magka-Filipino, di ba may Filipino broadcast na tayo, Taylor? Natuloy-tuloy. Kahit dito sa Masters
Tayo lahat.
Berlin. Oo.
Wala nang division. Alam mo yung division na yan? Parang division of poor and the rich.
Oh, habang may tatsulok, yun sila rin ang nasa top.
Oo, diba? Diba? Ganun yan. Kaya dapat sama-sama na lang tayo. Sabi ni Clint, anak natin, Taylor, ang kapal!
Oh, ang kapal! Ay, nako. Ito sabihin kayo sa'yo, asa ka pa kay Taylor. Asa ka pa, pero aso na! Umaasa! At huli niya si Starso dyan.
Mainit siya ngayon dito sa laro na to.
Ay, mainit talaga. Yan, aso na yan eh. Siyempre, pangalan pa lang eh, pang weeb eh. So, ano mo na. Galing.
Galing
Galing
battle eh.
Oh, top 10. Eh, isa sinasabi ko lang kanina, na sana magka-Filipino dub. Kinda joke pero no joke rin. It'd be interesting kung magka-Filipino dub ang Valorant.
I am Pinoy. I am the hunter.
So, ito tanong sa'yo, Taylor. Ano kaya yung character na i-voice ni Vil?
Maraming pwede.
Maraming
Kasi
pwede.
ang daming ni Vil eh. Kaya niya mag-uhu ng mas cute pa kaysa sa lahat ng babae na cast.
Oh no. So, halatang siya. Siya yung jet.
Pwede, no?
Pwede.
Ay, ginawang box yung A-site. Ito na, the Saki-Saki come in. Zico's able to take on a kill. Hiko as well. Mabilisan lang. 3v2 situation right now. Sinod with an operator. Meron din sila. Setup muna tayo dahil parehas naka-wall off. Kumbaga, titignan natin, merong acute angle sa mapa.
Wow!
Tama
May
ba
protractor kang hawak-hawak. Tama ka,
Ang galing ka
honestly.
talaga.
Oo, diba? Sub 90 degrees. Pero ito na, konting click na dyan. Dito, nakita niyo yung white hat! At baka na lang mahuli yung Cypher dito, but Sinid. Finding instead, Ethan to win the flash! And Ethan, konti na lang. Mukhang pound for pound magiging champion dito si Kiles sa may A-site. Kasi naging boxing ring eh. Naging boxing ring tong A-site. It was actually a really good call though sa Acend. Cosmic Divide play sila, tapos humabol yung 100 Thieves. Pero nakalampas na yung Acend eh. So wala rin nagawa yung wall dito ng 100 Thieves. Happy sila pumesto dito. Nag-try mag-backstab si Zenith. First, Ethan talaga nag-hold there to try and fight on back. But in the end, Acend pa rin ang nagwagi. So it just goes to show, etong Acend, pag one step behind ka sa kanila, tapos hindi mo naabutan yung push nila, kahit mag-ult ka pa, walang mangyayari.
Lugi ka eh. Kumbaga, fast on their feet as well.
Fast
Diba?
and the Furious.
So, Fast and the Furious, confirm.
Pamilya.
Final 4.
Oh,
Family.
family. Tell you all about it when I see you again.
Oh? Ito. Mukhang magkakaroon ng dito eh. Matinding pasok eh. Nag-hot hands. Walang follow-up, biglang pinagbabaril eh.
Mas mainit pa sa hot ba? Parang mas
Wala
malamig
tong
sa
smoke. Tignan mo, may mamamatay. Nakita ko na future replay na ito
sige.
lahat.
Sige lang, Eliza Baldwin, kitang-kita ko na ang ating future.
Ayun o.
Ayun, di ba? He called it. Talaga. Nostradamus, pero ito na. Taas na Ethan on the board. Sinad Kiles gonna get the takeouts as well. Pero Nitro! Huli niya dalawa. Isa pa kaya? Hindi. Kiles ng place na may logs. And now, Intel muna para sa sarili. Para sa sarili lamang. At Kiles?
Oh no! Hiko! He was able to take that kill with the shock dart. Alam niya yung mga ganyang plant. Anong ginagawa mo? Matagal na yan. Bago pa ginawa yung Haven, alam ko na yan.
Bago pa na-invento yung Valorant, naaral ko na yung shock dart.
Wala pang Valorant, alam ko na yung mga lineup.
Isipin mo, sa 1.3 niya ginagawa ito yung mga lineups kahit walang...
Wala ka namang shock dart.
Walang shock dart dun. Iniisip na niya eh.
Si Brian, huli mo na to Brian ha. Sabi dito, ano daw tawag kay Hiko pag di na daw siya makahinga? Ducks.
Parang naiinis na ako pero sige
Hika.
Alam mo,
last na yan, Brian.
Alam mo, hindi kami petty magban ng tao.
kita.
Hindi kami petty
Ako,
magban ng tao,
mod
pero close. Close na, Brian. Okay lang.
Anong tawag kay Brian?
I think bawal natin sabihin. I think bawal natin sabihin yun on screen. Nitro Steel! Nadali lang may larong nangyayari. Ano ba kayo nanonood ng podcast sa Valorant? Kasi si Hiko mukhang nagbabantay dyan para kay Steel. At ito na si Steel ang makikisama. Acend out now with a final takedown. At mabilis lang talaga. Speed run of around 100 Thieves. Making it 7-2. At kita natin pag nahuli ng 100 Thieves yung Acend, caught in the act, scene of the crime, mapapasoko ka talaga dito. And that has been their ace in the hole here compared to Acend na ang Acend nakalampas talaga dito sa Haven. Walang takas dito ang attacking side natin.
bilis eh. Parang ano ba yung running time natin para dito sa second map na meron tayo? Parang hindi ko nararamdaman. Nagbabasa lang ako na napapikit lang ako ng saglit, uminom ako ng tubig, patapos na agad. Parang ganun yung feeling eh. Kasi every take, diba? Every time na kumukuha sila na site, every time may post plant, ang bilis din nila makapag-set up para sa retake, tapos bakbakan agad ulit. Walang
I like the
katapusan.
adjustment. Like, it really feels like kahit ganito yung comp nila. Nitro! And, Ethan, ginagawa mo, petting your pet, but no, walang DP pet dyan. And it seems like Steel right now gonna be able to get the shutdown on the running back, but Steeled there with a kill on the Steel. And, ina-explain pa lang natin eh. Speedrun na naman, but this time for the side of Acend. But, since it's a 5v2 and there is that time to talk about it, ang ganda ng adjustments ng 100 Thieves overall sa larong to. Kasi nag-gets naman nila kahit iba yung comp, pwede pa rin sila play ng same speed para mag-contest Acend. And it has been working, but not this time as mukhang binalikan ng Flawless ang Flawless dito. Ganda talaga ng skin ng Acend and just only Bello touches Acend there for the 3-7 scoreline.
Man, isa na lang bago matapos tong first half and
Dalawa.
inunahan eh. Si Zeke tuloy-tuloy lang siya and of course may running time yung run it back na yan. So, use it wisely and use it efficiently. Yun ang ginawa ni Zeke exactly as he takes of course the sky on garage window nang ganun-ganun lang habang nakalabas yung birdie. Kawawa naman si Brian.
Sorry, Brian. NT.
Sorry, Brian.
Brian, NT lang. Yun na lang sabihin ko.
Nice NT.
Baka hashtag bring Brian to sleep kung kailangan mo na ng no corniness. No, pero I like the effort, you know. Hindi ko na may-hate yung effort. Trinay mo kami patawanin. And syempre, nag-smile kami. Ng ibang paraan daw. So, it is what it is. Anyway, so, mamaya na kayo chat kasi this is actually gonna be a defining round of this half. Kung makuha ito na Acend, pwede nila gawin itong 5-7 and they're gonna go for that retake yet again. Pansin naman natin sa NAEU style, hindi masyadong binabantayan itong beat compared to the Asian regions. And in-exploit talaga yun eh, ng both Acend at 100 Thieves. But here we have it right now, Acend to be able to get that takedown and does get 3. Guiding light is the call. And there, diba? Basang-basa. Basang-basa. Flawless back-to-back.
Last round. Pinagbaliktad din natin yung pinagbaliktad din natin yung sinabi natin.
Okay,
back to back,
man. Flawless to flawless, di ba?
Flawless to flawless. Si Ethan, napatitig na lang siya dun sa may window mid. And also, yung mga flash na meron, itong Acend, is just on point. It helps a lot to open up the site, especially para kay Sened to take the kills as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's a weakness that both NE and EU take advantage of against each other. Pero if you remember, yung pag Vision Strikers ng lalaro, binabantayan nila yung side na yan. Malaki diferensya yun. But eto na, Hiko! Mukhang Hunter's Fury natama sa dalawa at makakapatay ng isa na libre. Zeke already gonna go on down. Bawal na mag-curveball dito. Mukhang walang basag na glass versus Sened now. Double updraft para na makapick dito sa A-Long. Pero hindi nakita si Ethan. Yung na mag-stick na ng doggy niya. At ang Trailblazer ay mahuhuli na dyan. Pero they got the intel that they need. They got the pick off. And 100 Thieves, sabi nila, tama na yung bomb rush dyan down B site because we get that kill and bawal na kayo mag-flash ng malapitan.
No, P, not anymore this time around. Zeke is out of the equation already. And the thing is, right now, dahan-dahan pang maglakad si Bone Cold. Pero alam na nila yung mga tactics nyo. Alam na nila yung mga strategies nyo. Kung back-to-back flawless, hindi nyo na pwedeng gawing triple flawless yan. Dahil now with Acend, 3 people remaining. They wanna go on A side. They're using the knives already with the Blaze Storm up para kay Sened. He's trying to find players. But there is none on side. Dahil this is a plan for a retake for the team of 100 Thieves. Kompleto sila. Alam nila na may utility sila na pwedeng gamitin. And aside from that, I think Ethan is waiting for the guiding light.
Waiting for that timing. Oh, asa na daw? Walang intay.
Wala
talaga naging kita print sa Sened. And Ethan there with the 3K. 100 Thieves, they make it 4-8. And it seems like tama na yung flawless dyan. Kasi 100 Thieves, binalikan ng isa pa.
Wala talaga. Alam nila may advantage sila when it comes to, of course, yung manpower. Tatlo na lang yan eh. So bakit mo pa ipo-force out na labanan na hindi makapag-plan? With the 5-man retake, it's mas mataas yung possibility. Lalo na kung makakapag-set up sila ng mga ganitong plays. And look at that. Papa Hiko is just, happy. Parang normal lang sa kanya. Parang wala lang. Basic.
It's like, Lanto? Easy. Alam mo nga sinasabi ko tungkol sa 100 Thieves. mas nahihirapan pa sila sa qualifiers
Online?
kaysa dito sa ano.
Sa
pagdating
online.
ng Masters, mas wala kasi. Honestly, it hasn't been the easiest road for Nanities, pero lately talaga yung ginawa nila na preparation para sa Masters Berlin. Alam ko na I think I said it like one of the first games, pero ito yung kwento basic ng 100 Thieves. Lumipad sila, lahat magkasama-sama from their facility to the complexity facility, I think. And if I remember correctly, nasa gitna yun ng Amerika, nasa Texas. So meaning nun, kahit West Coast, kahit East Coast kalaro nila, yung ping similar. So, ginagawa talaga na kakasama pa sila, na tipong, yun nga, LAN yung trying yung feeling nila. And it's actually helpful for them. Because,
Iba talaga yung feels.
Oo, alam natin yung history ng 100 Thieves. 4 sa 5 sa kanila. Si Aso na lang talaga niiiba na extensive LAN experience. Parang 10 years. Hindi ko alam kung tama ba 10 years yun si Hiko
Tumanda
yung
na
LAN
sila
experience
sa
niya.
stage, ng international stage.
Parang kulang na lang yung firstborn nila malalabas sa sa LAN mismo eh. First word niya, LAN. LAN baby.
LAN
baby.
LAN. Alam mo, nag-comment na si Rere. Dala niya na yung sumpa hanggang dito sa game natin.
Nakita ko na eh. Kinall out ko na eh.
Nagko-comment lang siya ha.
Buti nga inaalagaan tayo ng chat
Magkausap kami ni Rere ng isang araw.
Sabi
ko, kamusta naman yung sked mo, best? Ganyan. Sabi niya, grabe, every time na magkakas ako ng Masters Berlin, kada araw, feeling ko 1 linggo yung nawawala sa buhay ko.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong, no.
You're not wrong. Happy ako kasi kalahati lang ng suffering niya na-experience ko eh. Pero alam ko pag the longer it goes and the higher the sun goes up, wala na. The brain cells of Ray divide to infinity. Parang nung umabot kami ng 8, parang kalahating brain cell lang natira sa kanya at the end of the kasi. Ngiting wagi kasi tapos na. But, ay nako. Ako sinabi ko lang nakita ko nag-chat siya. Sabi ko, Ray, matulog ka muna para mawala yung sapa. At syempre, inaalagaan tayo ng chat rin natin Sinasabi rin ng chat na matulog ka na, Ray. So, good night. Sleep tight. See you next game.
Ray, sleep.
See you next game. Sleep. Bring Ray to sleep
bago
talaga.
mag-Masters Berlin, actually.
Naglaro
pa kami niyan ni Ray. Nag-fracture pa kami kakalabas ng 7 a.m. Nagbago talaga kami ng body clock, men.
Grabe.
Sinamahan ko pa yan. Ngayon, di ko alam kung makakasama ko pa siya.
Multo ni Ray.
Coming in, 100 Thieves is just getting it already. Take on a kill. A Carl!
Player standing.
He is just ready as well. 1 versus 2. Peanut. No. It's not gonna happen. 4-9.
4-9. That was... Alam mo, speedrun pa rin Ang bilis Like, hindi pa nga tayo naka-usap konti tungkol sa half. Wala na, tapos na yung round basically. Masyado tayong Ray bias.
Sorry.
Bias
casters, totoo yan. Bias kami ni Ray.
Bias sa fellow caster. Pero with TLDR nga, nung first half, alam ko nasabi ko na kanina, pero ang adjustment dito lang ng 100 Thieves compared to the map 1 is nakikipag-speedrun na rin sila to Acend. No more super slow play. Honestly, hindi nila style. Kasi yung triple initiator, yun talaga yung ginagawa nila doon. So in this case, it's just like fight till someone wins. And here we go, it's Acend right now, winning these duels. It's Seek on the board, Cnet as well. So gonna get that takedown. The 100 Thieves already losing out to the members. Taylor. At ito lang dyan advantage kayo ng 100 Thieves. Pero sabi ng Acend, pa-advantage pa kayo dyan. Pa-Spectre. Kasi kailangan namin ng pistols at bigla ng headshot sa ulo. Nag-iisa na lang dito. Ang ating dalawa actually, si Nitro at Nico, kinasawad sa worst half, may apoy pa sa likod nila.
The flash coming in, Nitro doesn't care. He just gets a kill, maybe another one even? No, sabi dito ni Zeke. Now, with the triple kill from Zeke, even with that Spectre, thrifty round para sa Acend. Salit-salitan lang. Wala kaming pakialam kung buy round nyo to, guys. Basta kami, lalaban lang kami ng lalaban. Yun nga sabi mo, Dax, no? Talagang laban lang kung laban. Bahala na si Batman kung anong mangyari. Basta sa engagements, wala nga atras. Make positive.
And pagalingan na lang to ng
Pagalingan.
ng barilan. Like, honestly, pagalingan ng barilan simply put. Pero at the same time, may factors pa rin Yung utility usage ng, nakasabihan, lalaro nyo game namin. Pakita namin paano to Na-eco tuloy kayo. Pero one thing, these two teams can improve on again is that utility usage. Ma-syempohan lang ng either 100 Thieves o Acend yung mga gravity well plays na nakita natin kanina. And then it can work out for the side that gets the control. Not only kasi may isang kami sa gitna. But yung vulnerable state times 2 damage, mas madali pa silang patayin. And that will be one of the factors here to see who can actually tip the skills in their favor. Per curveball muna dito, galing kay Zeke. Pero hindi naman ang 100 piece pa muna. There we go, a dash all the way. Gravity well. Nahuli ba si Asta? Hindi. Barely at the very edge. At Naito, speed running away. Takbo. Huwag tayo.
Nandito lahat. Tatlo.
Ayun, may isa pa.
Pasok na tayo sa B. Sugurin na natin to. Nitro with of course the right click from the classic si Asuna. Sama mo pa. Dagdagan mo pa ng isang kill. Now with Ascend, 3 players remaining. 15 na nagkakabang lang sa Gedli with the Phantom as well. 17 HP. Pero kaliwat kanan ang makakatapat niya. Dalawa na lang ang natitira. That is Bone Cold and Zeke. Parang meron silang lakad, guys. Parang gusto na nilang matulog. Parang si Brian, feeling ko matulog ka na. Madami nang nagagalit masyado.
Marami na. Pero again, good effort. Nice try. NT Brian.
NT pa rin, Brian. Hindi ko nababasahin yan. Tigil-tigil nung kami.
Wala na. You got our attention once. That's it. Everything else, drop Gcash na agad. Pero ito na, drop si Zeke as Acend does get the takedown. It's all up to Bone Cold right now. Kakayanin pa ba niya? Tries to go through the nanoswarm, pero hindi. Natag siya, tapos nasunog pa ang paa niya. Thrifty na naman. Ano ba to? Pabalik-balik. Kanina, Taylor, flawless to flawless. Now, thrifty to thrifty. Why is this game? Honestly,
bakit pa sila bumibili ng Phantom Bundle? Ganun din naman. Mag-share it na lang kaya. Knife mid na lang.
Okay, actually, you're right. Knife mid na lang. Yun
parang may pa yun eh. Yun pa yung totoong laban kaysa sa mga ganito-ganito. Ewan ko ba ito sa mga to?
Pero yun nga I like the adjustment nga ng 100 teams na kahit yung trash talk pareho lang Yung nakasagot rin Yung nakasagot lang the same way So blitz lang for both sides. And the thing is, actually nagulat dito kasi sa umpisa Hindi nila na-expect na kahit ganito yung setup ng 100 teams, kaya pa nila mag-hardcore aggression or hardcore setup. And it just goes to show na kahit ito na yung comp nila, yung mga playstyle pa rin nalilabas na sa NA side. So syempre, praktisado sila sa comp na to. It has been their way to answer back to the Acend onslaught. Pero ito na, kaya pa ba ng 100 teams mag-hold o makakabalik pa ang Acend dito? Bladestorm muna para kay Asna. Slow play this time, interesting enough. So, konting tiyempo lang muna, pero I don't think Acend's gonna peak this anytime soon. Nag-iintay sila, may rifle silang hawak-hawak. At si Zeke, curveball ang pag-asa mo dito, my friend.
Oh, curveball ang pwedeng gamitin. Pero this time around, finally, parang medyo slow-slow na. Wala na sumisilip agad-agad. Kanina, may mga lakad Ngayon, parang, okay na, 5-10 na kalahati na kahit paano. Pero ito na naman, ang fast lang. Steel was able to take on 1 kill. Keyless, meron siya na-detect, pero magpapalit na lang siya ng baril dito. Wala nang reload dahil masyadong mabilis ang pangyayari. With Starso getting a kill, now it hits Kiko, planting the spike. With that smoke, hindi pa rin nila makita. Nag-set up pa ng camera, may kasamang talon. And hindi na tumatalon na rin. Jump peek lang para sa classic shots indeed. Now with Keyless, only man remaining versus Hiko. Sino ang mas mananalo? Sino ang mas matakas? At syempre, that is gonna be Hiko with a triple kill on this round. Pinulot pa yung barel na hindi ko gusto ang skin.
Ang pangit nga yan Pero mas, ako, may hot take ako tungkol sa skin na yan Yung skin na yan yung base nung Z skin. So,
actually, no?
Diba? What the skin? Pero,
parang nilagyan lang ng kulay, tapos,
Tapos nilagyan
music.
Hiko, hindi! Did you see that? Cause Hiko did it. Did you see that? Cause Hiko did it! Blinded siya! Nakadalawa pa siya! And he's like,
what? How?
Okay, wait. Kahit sila, di ba maniwala? Wala, check PC.
Ito na, natitilt. Sumisigaw na yung players ng Acend Parang, ba't di na chinek yung ganito? Di ko naintindihan, English kasi.
Kakaiba nga yung nationality nila Ano kaya? I think they all speak English para simple lang yung comms. Pero, yung last kill, expect ko na Hiko mananalo. Siya pa, Land Daddy. Alam niya talagang galawan. Pero yung first two, nung nakita ko yung replay, medyo iba lang talaga. Iba lang talaga yung sweater ni Hiko dito sa land. But Asana right now, shutting down Zeke. On that, run it back. 100 Thieves. Mukhang nagpupunta sila dito ng seaside, but at the same time, binabantayan nila yung A-push ng Acend. And with that being said, they control now the map for themselves, but Bone Cold! Ice Cold Killer galing sa sulok dyan. Asana does go down, Ethan though with the refrag right now. At nag-iisip na ngayon, Thieves, pipilitin yung paba. Stars na daw spraying down the smoke, pero mukhang wala makakatulak dito. All about the scat there with the trailblazer Taylor. At ito na, 100 Thieves patungo na sa seaside.
Oh, they are in, but this is the blind from Star, so hindi niya lang makuha talaga na mabilisan yung shots dahil kailangan niya atang maglipat ng spray agad-agad din. Alam niya meron tao on site dahil nagtatap ng spike. Actually, tap mo na yan with Steel tapping him away. And that is one kill. And the only man remaining right now is Zeke with the Spectre. Lugi.
Egul? Yeah, Zeke, how you gonna do this? Problem is though, gamitin yung running backs, wala siyang second chances. At ito na, nascan pang makitang-kita ang tibok ng puso. At si Hiko na naman ang makakapatay sa dulo. 12-5, it's map point now for 100 Thieves to tie up the series.
Man, this is absolutely fast games from both sides of the teams. And binabati ko pala si Wolf na nanonood ngayon. Bumalik ka na dito, Wolf. Ito ang tunay na bang-bang. Nakikita mo ba?
Ano ba? Tama. Okay, guys, si Wolf na papasok. Pasab na ako. Balik na ako ng English cast. Sige, kita-kits na lang ako sa Berlin QC.
Ang Berlin QC?
May totoo yun.
Berlin
totoo yun,
Street?
Oo, totoo yun. Alam mo ba yun? Alam mo yung Berlin Street? Nakapunta ka na?
Saan banda? Hindi.
Tara. Tara, kita-kits PPGL at Berlin Street QC.
Doon tayo magka-cast, man. Akala nyo, nasa Berlin kami, no? Totoo naman, nasa Berlin kami. Pero Berlin Street.
Isipin mo, yung sign ng Berlin nasa likod namin. Tapos yun lang. Tapos may police. Yung sabi, ano ginagawa nyo dito? Ba't kayo nagkakas dito? Ay, nako.
Alam mo, may naiintindihan ka ba dun sa nangyayari? I mean, kung bibigyan mo ng mabilisang analysis kasi mabilisan din yung playstyle na meron. Saan nagpo-falter ang Acend?
Fast.
Sa fast? Sa sobrang bilis masyado.
Oo.
Hindi nila masabayan. Alam mo yung
faster than
nasasabayan nila pero kulang.
Ito yun. Kung ang Acend fast as mabilis, ang 100 Thieves faster as mas mabilis. Deep analysis. Pero yun nga.
Top tier analysis ka
talaga. Top tier talaga. Siyempre, truly. Ay, sorry. 100 Thieves nga. Ang 100 Thieves nga, yun lang. Isang adjustment lang, hindi sa comp, pero sa playstyle. And they look so much more comfortable. Kanina, Acend, comfortable sa map pick and comfortable to answer the speed of 100 Thieves. Kasi yun nga, yung galawan medyo standard lang. So, sanay na sila doon sa EMEA. Now, ito yung expertise ng 100 Thieves. This is the aggression that has brought them here to the second seed from NA. At dahil lang doon, they look so much more comfortable compared to before. At syempre, nag-iinit pa si Asuna, then you're happy about that. Now the spikes are get planted, and this is a penultimate round here. Kung manalo dito ang 100 Thieves, put the dice back tower, the fair judge! Ang sagot sa speed plays! At succeeded ngayon, ang makakapatay kay Nitro. Now, nagtampay siya dito kasi wala siyang range. Mukhang malapit ng clappers. Kita na yung sky, pero in the fire, in the flame! Nagpapatot na succeeded! Both goes on the 14 to go with the 100 Fury steal.
Last player standing.
Acend! Oh, napatay pa niya!
Alam niya, saan to?
Nasa baba! Nasa sewer! Sa bahay sa boss! Bring it down! At titik! Ano na gagawin mo, boss? Wait! This killjoy?
Diba?
Na-detain! Oo, may angle dyan! At 100 Thieves through the wall and forcing! Kaya mo pa ba? Hindi na niya kinaya! 100 Thieves! They will steal this one away unless Bold Code can make it happen. Naubusan ng bala at Acend! Nakuha pa rin ang imposible at ayun na linabas na 100 Thieves yung pocket strat. Yung kakaibang play pero kinulang pa rin.
Kinulang sa bala,
May isa pa, tas nag-reload.
I should play some Astro
Kakaiba?
Stars in this reality.
Ito talaga yun eh. Big brain 100 Thieves plays.
Sabi ko parang, ha? Saan nagagaling tong wallbang? Nasa pick-up lang pero nasa A-short. Ha? Ngayon ko lang nakita to actually.
Alam ko. Pinag-usapan na to dati.
Hindi na siya nakahawak sa keyboard eh. Nakahawak lang siya sa mouse, nakataas na yung isang kaway niya.
Tapos naka-spray lang eh. Muntik na nga eh. It almost gotten the win. Basta may mga angles din eh. From both sewer and then sa kabila sa A-link, diba? Mga wallbangs sa kakaiba. Pero first time ko ito makita dito sa VCT and it just goes to show mga cheeky plays na pwede ilabas pag ganito ka na kay mo.
Sa akin natutunan yun ni Steel eh.
Ay, hindi, tama naman eh. Kaya
sabi
nga,
dito,
diba?
putek, sayang, kasalanan to ni Brian. Nasisi pa nga.
Alam ko kasi, nung magkasama tayo, nakita ko Discord mo may PM ka galing kay Steel. Tanong niya, so, Killer, paano mag-work
dito? Hindi, madali lang yan, pupunta ka sa A-short, tas ito, tignan mo.
Oo, diba? Ang galing. Ano yan? Proud to be Pinoy. Pinoy strat. Claim.
Pinoy din yan si Steel.
Ano? Sige nga.
Mamaya, makakapag-isip ako. Wala na kasi akong brain cells kasi medyo gumagana na yung utak ko buong
Malapit
araw.
na. Malapit na 3 AM eh. Pero, medyo big brain kanina. But now we're back to something a bit more standard. Paano ba? I think it could have worked. I think it could have won them. Pero, you know, hindsight
30
sayang na
seconds
lang.
left.
Na kinulang na bala. 30 seconds to go. At saan pupunta dito 100 Thieves? They haven't found an angle of attack as of yet. At mukhang huli sa steam. Tama na Odin good sir. It's not gonna work at the second time. Inside right now will push on forward. At sino huli sa steam. Stars though. Fighting on bat. Stars sa talaga. Kumulkitat na naman. And it seems like Twinkle Twinkle Little Stars does get 2. But Nitro there catches at the sky in response. And the blades from the shadows and more. Gulat ka na lang. Ginawa ka ng katawan. At biglang 12 to 7 dito. Acend. 5 away from tying things up. Ang tanong though, in 100 Thieves actually just finished this map already.
I don't know. They're just like trying things out at this point. Parang, o kaya naman, baka guni-guni lang natin to. All throughout pala, yung Acend, tinaasan na nila yung sensitivity nila. Kasi ang bilis ng pangyayari, kailangan nila makaswipe agad para dun sa mga kung saan-saan nanggagaling ng mga players. Ito yung mga point na kailangan mo taasan yung sensitivity mo. Kasi ang daming nangyayari eh. Para lang malipat mo yung gunshots. Kasi kahit saan mo itama yung gunshots, parang meron ka ding matatamaan. Either skill, utility, o kaya naman yung tao mismo. Sened was able to take a kill onto Asuna. This is an eco for 100, or rather 400 Thieves. And the thing is, kapag nabasag yung ekonomiya ng 100 Thieves ng tuloy-tuloy, medyo mahirapan talaga sila. Tapos lalo na yung momentum, makuha ulit ng Acend. Woo!
At huwag kayo matao guys, pag it's a spot that's wall-bangable part yun na map. Hindi yun bug. Hindi yun bug at all. So huwag kayo mag-worry. Dito, wala tayong issue ganun. Ewan ko na lang kung mag-issue pa sa land mismo. But hey, Trailblazer right now for the scout. A lot of Thieves, they're actually forced to play it slow compared to before. Kanina, may choice pa sila. Go fast sila, go slow. Ayun, nakukontrol lang nila Acend sila, patipan, kahit na-blind pa siya, papapatayin pa rin na si Zeke dyan. Phone call now, backing on away, respecting the forces here of 100 Thieves. Pero ngayon, ito na yung map control na hinahanap ng 100 Thieves, pero pipilitin pa rin nila Taylor, oh. Seekers, naghahanap ng target at alam na nila na may tao pa dito sa A-side.
3v3, anything can happen,
30
or
seconds
happen
left.
rather. Ano na rin ako? Naguguluhan na rin ako sa mga nangyayari. Anything can happen because Sina takes 1 kill down. Kita ko bumabalik na agad siya kasi nga mabilis gumalaw tong 100 Thieves eh. Alam mo yung hindi niya pa nakikita yung pangalawang kalaban, pero bumabaril na siya kasi ready siya para dun sa mag-trade.
Pero in rotation ng Acend, and ito na, speed goes in both ways. You can play it na parang proactive, ikaw yung nahuhuna. Kaya mag-set ng tempo, pwede rin to yung reaction eh. Bigla na lang set up kagad ng Acend. Ethan though, ganda naman ng mga guiding lights ni Ethan, pero at the same time, kinukulang pa rin eh. And now, with this happening, it's actually getting a bit worrisome. Yung medyo alanganin na. 100 Thieves, kanina, nakuha niyo yung B-site. Tapos umasa kayo sa wallbang play. At wag natin kalimutan na single elim lang to, Taylor. Kung matalo dito ang 100 Thieves,
bye-bye. Bye-bye talaga yung Masters dream.
Oh, airport to NA real quick.
Wala ba sila sa ano? Sa Champions? Teka.
I don't think so yet. Hindi kulang pa.
Magla-last chance qualifier pa sila kapag natalo sila dito.
Maaalala nila yung round na yun.
No, parang bakit ko pa binabayaan?
Ba't ko pa ginawa yun?
Wala pa oh. NA, di ba? 100 Thieves, wala pa.
Sentinels pa lang ang sure pasok. Yun lang. Nako, wala ng Thieves. Ingat tayo dyan. Sige, masaya tingnan. Pero kayo yung tatawanan kaysa yung tumatawa kung bigla na lang tapos makambak pa yung Acend. So Asuna right now though, he wants to finish the job off. At ito na, Boyko does go down. Kilaso hiding on the side. Ganda itong angle ito para di tamaan ng recon dart. Pero Asuna, tinamaan niya si Zeke dyan. At may mag-pick kaya sa ating Cypher. Ang guiding light going over one. Walkable para kay Kiles. Hiko na mo pa the answer. Hiko, hindi pa tapos. At mukhang si Sentinels lang ang pag-asa dito ng Acend. 1v3. It's time for the big one to come on in. Kaya pa ni Sentinels o bigla na lang ang 100 sa manalo dito. Hiko right now with the shock dart. Get some chip damage. At ang peak na bigla. Galing kay Asuna. Dash on the way though. Ito na pa. Makapasok. Wala. Asuna showing the jet tip at the end of the round. At ang 100 Thieves. Walang regrets dito. Sila pa rin ay buhay. At pupunta tayo sa game number 3 between these two.
Pinaluhod si Sened, mga kaibigan. Asuna right here. He showed what a jet really is. And 100 Thieves, Acend, medyo stressful para sa kanila to ha. Kasi kung sisilipin natin yung playstyle, yung game style, sanay na sanay yung 100 Thieves sa mga ganunan, yung mga galawang ganon. Yung Acend kasi all throughout the maps that they have played, hindi ganito kabilis lagi. So, grabing pressure din yung nakuha ng Acend doon. But on the other hand, nakasabay sila kahit papaano. The thing is, this is a map selection from... Yeah, from Acend.
Acend picked it. And they're the ones na nagulat sa umpisa pa lang eh. Ganun nakakuha yung lead ng Unarmed Thieves. Nung nakita ng Acend na, okay, ito na naman lalaro nila. It's gonna be the same style as Acend. Hindi. Wala na lang. Mas aggressive pa yung 100 Thieves than expected. Dahil lang doon nakabuild ng buffer. Kasi isipin mo the rest of the game. Flawless to flawless, nagkakabalikan. Thrifty to thrifty, nagkakabalikan. Ito si Steel.
Sa kamay.
Parang, wala.
Come on. Ay, nag-reload.
Nag-reload.
Sorry, guys. Face palm na lang. Para sa kanya, saya ka pa.
Wala. Pero sabi nyo, hindi pong okay, guys. Bawal na tayo matalo. Ginawa ko yun. Nagyabang pa ako.
Parang enjoy sila. Pero yung mga mukha nung Acend, parang stress na stress. Parang si Brian lang nakaka-stress, no? So, guys, nakita nyo man, game number 2. Ibig sabihin, game number 3 pa ang susunod. Alam mo, ipapasa ko na agad sa break kasi kailangan namin magpahinga ng saglit. Lalo na ako. Pero meron ka pa bang gustong sabihin, Dax?
Dali lang to. Guys, confirmed na aabot tayo ng umaga. So, we'll be right back para sa game number 3 ng 100 Thieves at Acend. Magpabalik tayo sa Masters Berlin.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture. Bye.
It is impossible.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where we're heading to a map 3, and that's courtesy of 100 Thieves here, taking the victory in 13-8 fashion on Haven. Not quite enough done out of Acend on that second half to be able to take it back. I will point out, though, as you put the focus on Zeke, that he did step up in a couple of ways. Just too much separation was built on that first half by 100 Thieves, I think.
Yeah, just not enough, honestly. Yes, he showed up a little bit, but the entire strategy around the Phoenix is so distinctly different than what we see in NA, where they're funneling ult orbs. They're funneling, for example, Sick with those running backs as much as possible so you can use them for retakes, use them to take space, and really that wasn't there at all because they're funneling the ult orbs to Starso instead on Sky.
I really felt like there were kind of too many times in which it felt like Zeke had sort of been left on his own, and not because the rest of the team had abandoned him, but because he'd been overwhelmed in the position that he was playing, and that comes into what you were saying, because he doesn't have those ult lords available. He can't just be spamming the run it back to use for everything. I mean, we saw that back on round number 17 where he's trying to push up C-Long. He doesn't have an ult. He's got to try and avoid this owl drone, and it just didn't go very well.
Both Jets still atop the leaderboards, and almost a 1-to-1 comparison there. Look at that. Only 4 separating them in the combat score and a couple kills apiece.
Yeah, but the big difference is Asuna was winning those head-to-head battles between him and CNET. He was +2 against him, and they had, I think it was 6 total duels over the entire map, and that makes a huge difference because you're taking him out early, and then all of a sudden he's not there to take those multi-kills later in the round. There's no Sage in play, so you can't get him back up either.
For me, I felt like Asuna was almost getting more impact kills than CNED was, so CNED could do great, get like a bunch of kills, but they still wouldn't necessarily get a retake.
Nice to have the numbers, but if the round doesn't come through, ultimately it's all for naught to some degree.
I got one more number too.
Okay.
Because Asuna was +6, 6-0 against Zeke, the Phoenix player.
Well, there you have it.
And there's another reason why that run it back was never really coming online for Zeke, because he was not able to string together the kills to farm those orbs up. So that is massive.
Now this game, or this map, had a whole heck of a lot, and I'm just going to call out that round number 18 once again. For me, possibly my favorite round of the tournament so far, reminding us of one of the best plays from all of Reykjavik with the spam through sewers on the defensive B. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. That deep use coming in the final moment.
Well, it was just so painful as well, because seeing the lockdown and Zeke just standing there detained, and he's there like this, and you're like, who's gonna actually win?
I'd say that was a very poor impression of what we saw from New Turn.
It's the other side of that coin, exactly how poorly it can go. Well, again, we're going to a map 3 courtesy of 100 Thieves, and we got Sean Garris standing by to break down a thrifty round from them on the second half.
Yes, indeed, Dash. So this is actually the thrifty round 100 Thieves won right after Acend won one of their own. I thought the match was turning in Ascend's favor, and I think this was the round that sealed the deal for the match. So let me show you guys how it exactly played out. So right off the rip, you can see that we have the Cypher Trips guarding front B and a cross garage. Nothing too unusual there. We also have the Astra Stars in garage. This one actually will turn into a gravity well, and then we have another cage front B, and the cage is to protect this sky just in case this sky were to get blinded. You know, Keyless can pop the cage and protect Starso. So let's watch how this early round plays out and what goes wrong for Acend here. So off the bat, you can see they're going to leave Steel actually to control over here by this mid window, and he's just going to stay back. He'll be by this A site the entire round. Same thing with Hiko. You can find him in the site and a little bit later. The meme lives up to its words, you know? That's just what he is. So then we also have 100 Thieves progressing towards B at the start, and you can see it caused a reaction out of Acend. It's made CNED drift over from this A site to the A link, and that's a big rotation. In addition to that, it makes Keyless a little bit worried about this B pinch, and he has to support Starkso a little bit, especially with this smoke that the Astra Nitro has placed in A link. It further sells either a C split through B or a B hit in itself. So right now, Acend is just kind of moving around the map. They're trying to feel out what 100 Thieves is doing. And meanwhile, 100 Thieves has grouped to front garage. They will now take garage control. So they make their way into garage, they make contact with Zeke, and that's when the Astra Star is activated by Bone Cold. It's turned into a gravity well, and that causes actually the reaction from 100 Thieves to immediately leave garage. But what's important here is they've pulled Keyless out of the B site. They've completely pulled him out of the B site, and CNED has realized that this is not a B hit. I need to get back into the A site. And instead of playing retake, he opts to just kind of play this in-between phase. And that is what ultimately is the demise of Acend in this round. But you can see they immediately regroup to B. And like I said, look at what they have done to the rotations on Acend. There are 3 players now in this garage position, and it's already guarded by a trip. This is a huge mistake on Acend's part, and ultimately what causes Starkso to end up getting overwhelmed in this position in B. So let's zoom in a little bit. There you go, and you can see right away he gets the frag onto Ethan, but it's just too much. He gets traded out by Asuna and Nitro, and Nitro immediately has the smoke in C-Link. And actually, the play of the round is Asuna finding this frag on Keyless through the Nebula right there. He gets the frag through the smoke, and that opens up this garage lurk for Hiko. It's like everything was working perfectly fine for 100 Thieves this round. Nothing could go wrong. And you can see they are now pinching CNED. And this is what I was referring to before. He is now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Steel has lurked up A long. He has the players coming in through CT. And the trade is imminent. There's no escaping this for CNED, even with his insane mechanics and dash in his pocket. He dashes right into Steel. Steel steals the Phantom from him. The plant goes down, and Steel has full utility. He puts up the turret. He puts up the alarm bot. He even has a molly on the spike. But what I want to draw attention to now is the veteran play by Hiko. This guy has, what, 53 years of FPS gaming experience. He's about to show us why. And he's going to hold this off angle. We've talked about off angles a lot in these breakdowns. He's not challenging Zeke here. He's not challenging at all. He gets an easy shot in the side for Zeke. And it's not like he commits. He doesn't rush this at all. He knows he has all this utility on the spike, drawing out the clock. So what does he do? He shoots a recon onto the wall, and Asuna gets a free frag through Bone Cold Smoke, using his own smoke against him, and that seals the deal for the round. This was just such a well-played round by 100 Thieves, and ultimately what I think won them Haven, Ascend's pick. So now we are blessed with a map 3 of Breeze, and I can't wait to see it, guys. Tell me what I'm missing.
I mean, I'm not sure you're missing anything with a breakdown like that.
He's the one who's telling us what we're
Exactly.
missing.
I think I just learned a thing or two. Thrifty rounds off of nifty strats there for 100 Thieves. It brings us to a third and final map in Breeze. And Gio, you and I have been on the desk for a number of the Breeze games that have taken place here at Berlin so far.
First one.
What?
We were here for the very first one.
Oh, we were here for the very first one. I thought you were disagreeing with me. So I was like, wait, am I wrong about that?
No,
absolutely.
no.
Yeah, but a number of those Breeze maps have been fairly one-sided affairs.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things with Breeze is I would say it is one of the most one-sided maps in terms of if you're on attack or defense, like, you know, but I think it also comes down to the level of experience that a lot of these teams have wildly differs. So for many of the teams who have played it so far here at Berlin, they either don't have a ton of experience playing it, or they're coming across playstyles that they're simply not been exposed to because it's so new.
So help me out, Bala. What, if anything, can we expect here? Because being one of the newer or the newest map into the pool playable here at Berlin, there is so little tape. Neither of these teams have played it just yet. So for teams like 100 Thieves, as we go into Prime Gaming Agents Select, what we're looking at is data from their finals against Sentinels.
Yeah, there's data from that. There's a couple other maps as well. But 2 things to note is the flanks on this map is something that you have to have something to cover. So you're going to see a Sentinel for sure. The thing that 100 Thieves loves to do, which I think is kind of a nice way to play the meta because of the way that other teams are playing, is they're going double controller, right? So they're playing Viper and an Omen at the same time. We'll see if Nitro actually goes to Astra like the rest of the time that he's doing it, but that's something they do on Icebox as well. So for these wide open maps, it gives them a lot of adaptability on the attack side, which is going to be very good when you're attacking CNET.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of the double controller style. I mean, in EMEA, we've seen a lot of duelists be played on this map, but...
I go for it, actually, because Hiko usually is the guy playing Viper on this map.
Okay,
Exactly.
Nitro going on to Jet instead.
What?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of switch-ups
This
here.
is...
Asuna's going to stick with the Reyna, which he has played before.
I just said I prefer double controller to the double duelist, and now we're seeing 100 Thieves bring out the double
Oh,
duelist.
there it is.
Okay.
But no Sentinel, right? So even though, so of course they're going to play the Viper, no double controller, but no Sentinel. That's so difficult to play with, especially when you're on a team like Acend, who is going to be exposing and trying to take these flanks on you.
That was the crazy thing, is I was so in agreement with everything you were saying, and it turned out to all be wrong. No, I completely agree. We've seen 100 Thieves ditch the Sentinel when they play Ascent before, but Breeze is a much bigger space.
Well, it all comes down to this. One final map, and it's Breeze for 100.
Kuwari kumakain ako.
Sakto! Sakto! Caught in the act! Wala tayong magagawa dyan. Lagi talaga yung pag...
Kunwari kumakain ako.
Hindi. I just tried. I'm actually not sure. Baka hindi umabot. Baka hindi umabot.
Hindi ko alam. Pero naglalagay lang ako ng ketchup sa fries ko.
In-expose ko na Alam mo, may mga skit kami sa opening pero natatawa lang si Taylor. Kanina yung multo, tumatawa yung multo. Ngayon, hindi ka guys. So, sige, pero pretend na ako, nakakain ako real. Wala eh.
Fries, alam mo yung fries na malamig?
Oo.
Yung gutom ka na?
Ano masarap pag gutom ka na eh. It's called starving. It's called your body needing something. Ano na yun, kailangan mo na kumain pag ganun. Pero sige.
Narinig daw nila, guys. Narinig daw nila, Daxa.
Okay, booking ang ating mga skit.
Booking yung mga skit namin.
Okay. Okay, rinig ko. Kahit sumasok.
Si Ray! Yung bulto ni Ray, nararamdaman ko na din. Naririnig ko na sa Discord. Sened versus Steel. Sino ang mas lamang? Sino ang mas angat? 35 HP for Sened. 59 naman para kay Steel. Di mo pa ginawang 69.
Oh, konti na lang. Bigyan mo ba natin real quick. Ito na, Steel. Sened. Oh my God! Sened! Ay, that's a Sened for you. Ascend with the clutch at the very end. Kinaya pa. At habang na-distract kami ng pistol run na yun, mukhang nag-pop off lang si Sened and si Zeke. So it's pretty much the usual standard. Tayo guys ay nasa Breeze. At ito na ang pinakahuling map ng Acend versus 100 Thieves. Manalo dito, pupunta sa semifinals. Ang talo dito, medyo pupunta lang naman ng airport para umuwi sa kanilang bansa. No? Uwi na. Yun talaga yun eh. Pero para sa dalawang teams na to, Taylor, kita natin, medyo gamble play talaga ang 100 Thieves eh. Pag naglalaro sila dito, they don't go for the Sentinel, which is actually feasible naman sa Breeze. Di man kailangan ng gaano-gaano. Instead, they go with a double duelist effect. Nice. So, nasa jet. Ito na si Reyna ni Asuna. At bigla na mag-aggression dito ang Acend on the attacking side. Standard ang lane nila dito. May Cypher nga sa nakikilid. First Sened already getting one. Nice na daw. Catching at Sened at rifle yan. Na pwede pilitin. Pero hindi si Star. So, ang huli sa 100 Thieves ngayon. Kill is on the board as well. Asuna try to make the classic work. Uy! Isang burst fire dyan para mapatay si Star. So, pero hindi niya kaya si Bone Cold. Nag-iisa na lang ngayon si Steel. Ang Acend, pininat pa rin nila. At kinaya ang A-site.
Pero kung iisipin natin, makakakuha pa. Posibleng makakuha pa si Steel ng exit frags dito. And masasaktan niya pa.
Ano masasaktan niya?
Yung economy. Sorry, nilulunok ko, men. Alam mo naman, pag malamig yung fries, medyo nasa-stuck sa lalamunan mo.
May potato bigla sa bibig.
Pero may camera. Ito hindi kita, pero may angle dito si Kiles kung gustong sumilip ni Steel. Naririnig niya yan for sure. May tunog naman eh. May
nag-blink yung ilaw. Tapos wala na. Out na dito ang Acend. Goodbye. Goodbye, Steel. Pumatay ka na lang dyan.
Kailangan niya makabalik. Pero di pa rin. Makukuha pa rin nila yung kill. Walang problema. Walang problema.
Okay tayo dyan. Stat pad plus ultimate point equals I'm happy. So 2-0. Acend. Ako, ganda na naman ba ang labanan natin? I think we're gonna see the same kind of game though, Taylor. Na labanan lang ng duels, labanan ng entry points, and just really speed killing as much as possible. Pero kita talaga natin, in that last map, there were just a certain number of matchups na it kind of went in favor 100 Thieves more than usual, na tipong si Asna, alala ko sinabi nga nung Des, diba? Na-shutdown lang yung Phoenix, yung mga run back, walang napapala. Ang tanong, Acend, kaya ba nila protect yung mga prime targets nila? Makagamit ba sila ng ultimates dito in a good way? Because they have that intel for kills if ever kailangan nila. Magkaka-blainstorm na dito si Sened at si Star. So, hanggang na kagad si Seekers. So, it seems like ito na yung utility na hinahanap kayo ng Acend, and they're making some noise here, gamit si Seekers. Pero habang nangyayari ito, mukhang kapunta ng B-site na si Kiles versus Steel. Huli na si Sened dyan at booking na kagad ang plays dito ng Acend.
Map-pick ng Acend ulit, diba? Ay, hindi! 100 Thieves!
100 Thieves, pero ito yung third map, so you just basically pick one of the remaining two. So, 100 teams. Stats-wise, parehong 100 teams at Acend.
Kumbaga sa tatlong map din naman na nakita natin eh. Parang ano din eh. Pantay-pantay lang yung stats na meron tong dalawang teams.
Pero hindi na pinatay kasi si Stars lang natitira dito. Kaya pa niya mag-clutch from the tunnel. He already got the take dun sa mid control na hinahanap niya. Pero 100 teams tago lang bigla sa malaking poste na yan. And they will get the defuse and get the round win. So 2-1, standard gameplay na naman. Sabi nga natin, diba? Dikit talaga ang laban na to. Dikit ang stats nila. And in terms of this map, so small on the play rate but very successful para sa parehong side.
I mean, we barely or sometimes see this map being played here in Masters Berlin. And we want more, kumbaga. Kasi sa Southeast Asia, lagi natin nakikita eh. Laging second o third map. Minsan, actually, laging halos third map na nilalaro. Pwede naman. Tsaka ganito, laki-laking mapa pero fast-paced pa rin.
Fast and the Furious. Yung franchise na yun, hindi na mamamatay. Yung kotse, lumilipad na lang na ano eh. From one skyscraper to the other. And
2050 na yung panahon, baka di pa rin eh.
Lolo na si Vin Diesel at si The Rock, kasi sila pa rin eh. Buhay pa rin yung Fast and the Furious. Makikita niya. This is yung tipong i-clip nyo to. Tapos, 29 years from now, play nyo ulit. Masasabi nyo, tama lang pala yung caster na yun. Diba?
Tama kami. Isipin nyo, ano na kami, mga 50 years old na kami. Nagkakas pa rin kami.
Oo. Tapos, Valorant 2.5.
2.5 million version na. Dami na. Oh! Smoke! He needs to go back!
Nakatakas naman siya at si Hiko. Drop down muna dyan, Taylor. As in the meantime, they play the default wall para protektahan sila. Pero kung mag-peak ito, 100 dito. Ayan na nga, si Steel, si Asuna. Nag-try maging bayani dito. At mukhang yung Viper makakatatlo. Acend, running out of members. Si Sentinel lang natitira. Mag-back on away.
30 seconds left.
May mahuli pa siya gamit ng operator ito. Isa, si Hiko ang mahulog for si Ethan. Nandun lang sa suicide angle and that's enough to get that kill. All tied up na naman. 2-2-2 ngayon ang scoreline.
2-2 indeed. Quick replay lang kung ano nangyari doon. Si Nitro nag-smoke siya dito eh. Para makatago sana. Pero yung snake bite, alam din nila kung saan nila ilalapag. With this angle as well, yung Viper wall na yan na nag-divide ng mundo sa A site. Si Steel, easy peasy lang. Nandito lang ako sa may double doors. Ako bahala sa inyo. Kukuha ko kills left and right. O kaya harap-harap kasi dalawa sa harap eh. Pagkababa ng wall, hindi pa nga bumababa yung wall. Actually, nakakuha na siya ng kill.
Get out of my way!
Guys, hindi may nagsasabi sa chat kung si Iki sasabi natin 53. Hindi naman, grabe kayo. Si Papa Lan, hindi naman ganun katanda kami. In the future, pag nagka-Valorant 5 million. The years go by and the rounds just go quickly. 100 Thieves in the blink of an eye. They just catch out Acend trying to play a default B push. So, wala. Yun na yung analysis nun. Snap and everyone is dead. Well played.
You try to go in, everyone is just ready to punish. Diba? Parang ang ano dito is, kahit merong isang gustong mag-trade o ready to trade, hindi enough eh. Mas mabilis mag-isip, mas mabilis spray down. Kanina nga, diba, nakukuha na rin, na-adapt na rin ng Acend actually, yung playstyle ng 100 Thieves dito. Na si Sened, pagkapatay niya ng isa, bumabaril pa rin siya. Kasi nga, ine-expect na nila dito, agad-agad, merong kasunod.
May taga-trade. Yun talaga yun eh. At yung
tataguan mo yung recon, umobante ka ng kaunti. Pero makikita ka rin naman ng Trailblazer.
Diba?
Para saan pa?
You're completely right. It happens in the peaks. It happens in the peaks. Palagi na lang may follow-up. Pero yun nga, goodbye to you, Nitro. At sinikit sa take down. Jet po na dyan. Pero Acend nakakuha na kagad na dalawa. At habang nagagamit dito ni Ethan yung Seekers para ma-cover ang push niya. Bigla lang smoke pa back out totally. Dahil sa blind doon. On the board. Seeking to be able to get that takedown. At ito lang talaga eh. The story of this series. The story of these rounds. Kung yung isa mag-dominate kanina, babalikan nung kabila. Flawless naman para sa Acend after that convincing round galing sa 100 Thieves. At kung tutuloy pa to, may tapos ba tong series na to? Aabot pa tayo ng overtime dito sa game number 3.
Sipin nyo yung admin ng PPGL, tulog na. Wow, guys, natutulog din naman yung PPGL. Sipin nyo umaga, may Wild Rift. Pagdating ng gabi, may Valorant. Pagbigyan nyo naman. Lagi nyo tinatawag, lagi nyo sinasamon.
At ito yun eh, kung biglang di na lumabas yung Filipino caster, alam nyo na. Good night, stay tight PPGL. Thank you for all your efforts. Diba?
No, ibig sabihin kahit anong sabihin natin dito, dapat din nila marinig.
Hot mic, so bawal ang ating mga super spicy hot takes na not safe for broadcast. Pero ito na. Sayang talaga eh. Ang ganda
Hindi naman nila tayo maririnig kasi tulog sila eh. Sige na, chismis mo na.
Okay, so ito yung
Totoo ba
mangyayari.
na si ano?
Ito yung so ito guys, may kwento ako tungkol sa... Ay!
Sorry.
Ano,
Yung bagong roster ng Bren? Pinag-isip eh, no? Pero ito pa ang isa sa mga nag-iisip dahil si Z, nakakuha na siya ng kill doon and Gilas as well. Where is everyone? Ang sabi niya dito dahil the Euro trap is being used as well. Sentinels with his operator getting that angle pero not hitting the shots dahil biglang may tumalon. Ethan on the other hand, he got one kill on that. He's trying to get and pinch another 2v2 situation but Sentinels is faster.
Para mapatay si Ethan at si Nitro na lang natitira ngayon. May Bladestorm pa siyang hawak-hawak if ever kinakailangan niya. Tingnan natin kung pwede niya labas. Jumping off from Sened. Gets the confirmation. Nandun pa sa dito si Nitro. At mukhang hinatago lang siya dito. Pero, Kiles. Ambay muna sa may dito. Burst break that sightline. At ang tanong, Nitro, anong gagawin mo? Alam mo si Sened ang katapat mo. Battle of the Jets. Asa na yung peak picks up the rifle right now. The 2v1 though. Sinala ng pyramids. Foundation para sa kanya. Pero rotation at si Nitro mahuli pa rin si Kiles versus Sened. Took advantage of that peak there. And in the end, Acend. Naya pa nila gawin itong 4-3.
Nagpalit pa siya ng baril. Nakakuha siya ng isa. Pero, foundation versus rotation.
Oh, bars.
Huh? Left and right eh. Mahaba. Kumbaga, ubus na yung mousepad mo. Di mo pa rin nalilikuran. Yung saan magagaling yung shot. Alam mo, si Sened, ito yung ano eh. Lahat sumisigaw na. Let's go boys. Siya. Wala, normal kill lang.
What do you mean? Basic lang yan para sa clutch player dito ng Acend. Pero mag-stick muna ang laro ng 100 Thieves now. Dahil nakikita natin yung Acend makakuha ang konting momentum. Doon niya ba ng 100 Thieves yung pace ng game pag nasa defense side? Konting utilities muna, or in this case, konting sobra. Kasi hindi lang yan yung Viper Spit, handa rin yung mga Snake Bite para makaharang. So already, kita natin si Steel ang taga-bantay sa B-side. Pipilitan daw ang Acend dito, either mag-rotate for that mid-control o tuloy nila all the way to A-side. So, okay, sorry. Sige, ako na lang magsasalita. Kain ka muna. Sabihan mo na lang kapag tapos ka na. No problem. Kasi ito si Nitro.
Sabay ko ng dinner eh. Nagsimula ako anong oras.
Oh guys, kanina pa siya nagkakas. So pagbigyan natin si Taylor, deserve niya yan. Di mo nga deserve yung cold fries eh. Guys, Gcash real quick para may hot fries.
0956 pa.
Still out sa stream. Pero ito na tayo. This is Acend deciding na sige, pipilitin pa natin tong B site na to. Iniisip pa nila, never mind, joke's on me. Kasi sabi nila, ayaw na pala natin. Kasi nandiyan pa yung Viper Spit. They went for that mid control to get the intel. This is a free site to go for A. Pero habang naghahanap si Nitro dito ng pitas, walang tao dyan, nakatambay. Stars though, huli lang niya si Asuna. And kahit yung 100 kills, pero ayun si Sened! Huli niya yung jet sa likod at operator lang kailangan para sa sideline na gano'n, Taylor. At ito na, 5v3 in favor of Acend.
Mind control, pero mas may control si Sened with that operator. This is the Viper Spit already out on B. And wala pang... Na-plant na yung spike all the way on A, no? Pero yung bakbaka nandito sa B site.
Bonus.
Wala, na-detect pa. Na-detect pa si kuya mo, Ethan. So, ano lang to, kumbaga, alam nila na nasa B site yung dalawang players. Huntingan yung mangyayari dito. And that starts with, of course, Starso.
Ay, nako.
And then next si Zeke. Oo, binibigay na lang nila. Guys. Pera.
Okay na sana yung stock dart. Actually, nakita mo yun? Yung shock dart, tumama dun sa ano, sa maliit na wall. Kasi wala na, umalis na lang kaysa tumama sa kalaban. So, unfortunate. Pero, still, Acend. That was a very good rotation. Napansin nga nila na yung B side, andun pa rin nakatambay yung Viper. Napansin nila ako na nag-stay pa rin dun sa may B. So punta sila ng A. At kulit na sila kasi walang tao nagko-contest whatsoever. Late si Asuna dun sa peak from the hallway. Mali talaga yung call dun ni Nitro. Well, mapapag-guessing game ka na talaga dun. But at the same time, kahit mag-play ng site ng 100, take advantage na natin ngayon.
Alam na ni Sened. Ayan o. Paulit-ulit lang naman tong gawain nila eh. Pero agad pa rin siya ng aso. Hindi niya kasi nabaril. Agad-agad, force out na naman para sa kanya. Para umatras dahil si Zeke right now trying to pinpoint the enemies and trying to pinpoint the other team. On the other hand naman, sumagot din with their own Hunter's Fury. And Hiko just connecting it all. Nitro to get a kill with that goal. And syempre, dalawa na ang casualty dito para sa Acend. At pag push nila, kumukuha din naman sila ng dalawang casualties. Then yun mo pa tatlo. Muntik na nga maging apat with Giles right here. He's just gonna cyber cage all throughout. And then a 3v1 situation happens.
Yeah, so one bullet in the chamber at one life to live. Mukhang si Sinid ang kukuha sa kanyanan. At Acend, yung galawan talaga na sa mga side take na to. Yung A-site talaga ang pinaka-bread and butter nila ngayon. At kitang-kita, mahal na mahal nila. Pumwesto talaga sa may pyramids. And that force such a strong farm position for them. Yung tipo makuha lang nila yung side, alam mo na may mag-peek dito at ang pangalan niya ay Star. So, kitang-kita, guiding light for the peak, get that takedown. Not only that, nakakuha rin sila ng whole control. With that high ground, ang init talaga ng Acend. Ayun o, tayo na. What's
Rise
up?
up.
Easy. Rise up.
Oo, upo daw, sit down, sit down. Sumasagot din eh.
Wala, bars eh. Bars.
Napa-time out eh. Yung time out dito, trash token time out, hindi yung ano.
Actually, paano nga kung may gumamit ng touch token timeout? Alam ko talaga eh, 100 Thieves daw. Ang hilig nila makipag-usap pag LAN.
Parang sit down nga, sit down. Saray na sila eh. Alam mo naman mga LAN talaga. Mga ganyan.
Landlords. Hindi landlords yun, lame. Ito, landlords.
Landlords.
A decade of playing bang-bangs on LAN and more. And this is really 100 Thieves na kinakailangan nila sagutin dito ang Acend eh. Nung Haven, gets naman nila yung galawan. At map-pick yun ng Acend. Ngayon, dito sa Brace na map-pick ng 100 Thieves, parang nawawala pa rin sila eh. Doon sa mga rotation na hinahanap nila eh. Naiiwan sila ng Acend na live in the dust. And in a game like this, na sobrang defining yung pace ng isang team, kung may iwan sila at malilate sila sa pagpwesto para sa either sa retake o sa hold mismo, di doon mag-take advantage at Acend. At alam naman natin, especially si Sinid, sobrang komportable sa mga angles sa long range.
I've got your trail.
Lalo na kung operator yung hawak niya. Talaga magiging komportable ka sa long range niyan. Pero kanina pa niya tinatry i-punish yung actually yung ano, sa halls. Paulit-ulit kasi ginagawa eh. So, basa niya na yung recon. Basa niya na rin yung trailblazer. So, paaring dalawa agad yung utilities na pwede niyang ma-shutdown doon. And 100 Thieves na naghahabol ng score right now, they can use it way better compared dun sa ginagawa nila. Maybe use just one utility that they can get. O kaya pag ibahin nila, una trailblazer bago yung recon.
Spike planted.
Psychoin mo lang!
Diba? Ako rin, nasaya ko parang ang ganda talaga. Sobrang setup talaga yun. But in this case now, Asna. Ano plano natin, Asna? Muna sa doors. But si Zeke, hindi na naman pinansin. And kahit nagko-control dito mo na use ng bids, mas nakakapwesto pa ang Acend dahil sa mga angles na din take that. Playing the operator. Nitro, siya yung first shot pero nag-whiff. At ito na, guiding light. Hindi na timing na tama! Hindi na timing!
Open kay Sinid yun.
Hindi pa rin. Grabe, si Sinid nakakapatay.
Dahil
wala
doon, men. Si Starso, tignan mo, nasa harapan na ng camera.
Kahit nakatayo na lang eh.
Alam na nila eh. Kukuha nila eh.
Starso, oy, Starso, make sure na walang mahulog dyan ha. Sit down muna. Okay, there you go. 7-3. Yung timing dun, though. Yung timing dun.
Parang kitang-kita niya yung guiding light.
Pumutok na eh. Parang nakapanood ka ng firework.
Nakita niya mismo sa harap nung...
Welcome to VALORANT.
Welcome to VALORANT.
Kahit siya hindi mapaniwala. It's like, oy, that worked. Okay. Ay, nako. But, yeah, 100 Thieves.
That's weird. That's
unfortunate.
Suspicious.
Well, it's LAN. No big.
I don't know, man. It's just...
I think
just weird.
No, I think it's really just because of the microseconds of LAN mismo. Na sakto yung animation nung wall going down and the guiding light popping. So as that happens, parang...
that's true. Minsan nga, yung Reyna, nakadismiss na ako pero napatay pa din ako.
Oh. I mean, that's lag. That's based on lag naman.
Really?
This is more,
man.
That's a little bit different.
So I am better. I am a better player in LAN then.
So bring Taylor to LAN confirm.
Exactly.
Bring Taylor to Champions Berlin in Germany. But here we have it now. Round is over. Round is starting rather. Previous round is over, so let's stop talking about that. At si Starso, napatay niya kagad si Steel na dito. So, B-take here para sa Acend. Na-overrun na lang ng Acend ang 100 Thieves. Parang shades of the first map. Dito nanalo yung Acend eh. At ang problema ngayon ng 100 Thieves. Hi! Open sila. Acidic kagdating ka to Asna. Yung tipong yung...
Dami na detect.
Yung pagpunta mismo, nalilito itong 100 Thieves. Ang sabi mo, detection is there. Ethan though with the off the star, so Seated right now going for the shot. And he wants to go again, misses the shot. Classic though is out. And as Killis protects
Reload!
4v2, come on Seated. Kaya ba yan? One shot, let's go, 2 kills.
Man, hindi pa rin sumama. Nakapag-reload na siya, pero okay lang yan. Pang psycho lang yung kanyang operator dito. Alam mo, kahit hindi tumatama si Sined, hindi pa rin nila napapatay si Sined kasi yung nasa likuran ni Sined, yun ang nagiging rest back niya. Saktong-sakto lang, pero baka guni-guni lang tayo mga casters. Talagang sinasadya ni Sined na hindi tamaan yung shots para lang umiwas-iwas sila at mag-iba sila ng posisyon.
Tapos tayo, iiwas tayo sa hype. Parang,
sadya yun.
Isipin mo, as casters, diba, hype natin. Ayun, si Sined baka pataan. Joke lang. Thumbnails. Whip yan. Ay, no? Whip lang. Whip lang.
Baliw na tong chat natin, Dax.
It's
si Region tatanong ng Region, di ba? Si Brian, Catholic po Region. Religion yon Brian. Tapos sumagot naman si Nico. Yes, Catholic.
Alam mo, kung maraming duo sa sa esports, yung mga sobrang famous talaga, diba?
Maging duo caster to si Nico at si Brian.
Yun
Gusto
nga,
niyo
diba?
ba yun?
Makikita nyo, rotation, bukas. Table, tapos Nico Brian.
Brian.
Abangan. Okay, sige, sa inyo na. Okay, ako happy ako na pagbigyan ng mga newcasters ng chance. So, Nico Brian.
Oo nga.
Message na
Baka
PPGL.
ito na yung time nyo.
Oo, kaya na ang next Filipino caster ng PPGL.
Pero puro ganon yung cast nila, no? Hindi magka-connect.
Oo. Hindi, nagko-connect sila minsan, di ba? Tinanong mo religion.
Oh, yes, Catholic.
Oo, di ba? Perfect. Mga, sila? Mga tropa ni PPJ. Tropa ni
Papa G.
Not yet done, and here he goes, popping off. They need that more. Para sa 100 kills. Nag-rain na pick sila. Simply put, kailangan mo na pumatay. And now it's time for momentum kasi Empress ang lalabas dito ni Asna. Kill is breaking that Seeker. But it's 2v4. Now he has to play the hero, but Killis! Mukhang siya yung bayani dito! At biglang blackstab gamit ng blades na hindi katama. Operator, wala pa rin. Seeded, puro whiff. Pero at the same time, mukhang distraction lang siya kasi si Killis ang pumapatay.
Sabi ko nga sa'yo sa Giants.
Diba? All part of the plan.
Oo, pag 1v2, tsaka yan, tsaka lalaban yan. Nararamdaman na rin ni Sined. Alam nyo, hindi yan immortal, guys. Diba? Killis na lang ang natitira 13 seconds to plant the spike, not enough because a kill from Ethan is coming in. 8-4 is the scoreline. Not too bad, Dax.
Switching sides. Not bad at all. Pero it could have been worse for us 100 Thieves. At least nakabawi sila doon sa dulo. And they needed Asena to do a play like that. He's only 7 kills right now on the Reyna. Si Ethan talaga ang nag-top frag dito para sa 100 Thieves. And if you have one of these two players shut down, for the side of 100 Thieves, kung shut down si Asena, for the side of Acend, kung shut down si Sined, syempre mahihirapan sila dito sa matchup na ito na sobrang dikit at kinukulangan ka ng star power na yan. But at the end of the half, it's Acend with the lead for good reason. Ilang beses na lang, tipong side take, amin na yan, and more often than not, nalalate lang sa rotation ng 100 Thieves.
Si Bill nag-comment na, Dax.
Nako.
Nyawa, game 3. Gising ka pa, Kala mo wala tayong trabaho ng 11 mamaya,
Binigay na nga yung early schedule sa'yo, Phil.
Binigay na nga yung, kaya nga binigyan ka na nga ng magandang sked. Ayaw mo pang matulog. Ibig sabihin, ako yung malalagot bukas. Kasi syempre, antok-antok si Bill, ako yung partner niya.
Oo nga, sino yung magigising maaga?
Antok-antok din ako.
Nako, GG na to. Pero ito lang yun Nice. Isang good night sleep lang. Bigyan nyo na naman ng good night yan si Bill. Shoutout nyo si Bill. Lagi na lang si Bill.
Bill
shoutout sa inyo. Diba?
Oo nga.
Hashtag
si
bring Bill to sleep. Kasi kailangan pa niya bukas. Sisigawan pa niya kayo sa semifinals. Ano ba kayo?
Kaya yung schedule pala nung susunod na matches Kasi eto, mamaya, magkakaalaman na kung ano na yung semifinals Yung semifinals, ito yung schedule. Unang match. Wala pang assignment. Wala pa.
Hindi, kahit mag-i-bracket ka, wala pang assignment. Hindi pa naman sure anong oras Di ba?
Wala pang oras. Pero may caster, tandem.
Oo.
Will Taylor, tsaka Dax Ray Ray.
Oo.
Tapos finals, kaming dalawa lang.
Oh, goodbye. See you.
Mamamahinga na kayong lahat.
Oo. Ang aking brain cells, kinakaya lang how many days of Filipino cast. Wala na. Lumalabas na ang pagkakonyo. Hindi na kinakaya.
Hindi na kinakaya. Nauubos na yung Tagalog ni Dax, guys. May nagtatanong dito, si Taylor po ba to? Hindi.
Hindi, si ano, ay, sige, hindi tayo mag-i-drop ibang tao. Pero hindi yan si Taylor. Ano yan, multo ni Taylor. Upi, diba?
Upuan lang. May nagka-cast dito. Kung hindi mo naabutan kanina.
Yung secret love yung nag-cast, isipan mo. Ganun yun. Ganun ka ganda yung
may tanong si Lester. Anong team prediction nyo sa finals?
Team Secret. Let's go!
Hey! Ayan na yung crab.
Kahit yung crab alam nung crab. He knows what's up.
He knows
Team
what's up.
Secret. Ano ba? Nawala yung crab.
Tago. Secret daw kasi.
Diba kasi ano pa, end of the year pa natin sila makikita sa release. Kaya secret muna dyan. Ay nako. Tingnan natin, after the day, may mas clear tayong picture. Kasi mamaya, guys, di pa tapos. May Sentinels at NB pa. Pero itong match na to, patapos na. Second half, third game, for sure naman. Matatapos tayo sa brace at biglang tinatapos na kagad ang Acend ng laban na ito. 3v2 after everything is said and done. But still, may sagot pa. Hiko with a shock start and predictable movements. Mukhang may fortune teller dito. At ang pangalan niya ay Hiko. Sa LAN na naman, nasa setup at na-knockdown. Pero Bone Cold versus the world. 1v2. Kaya ba niya ito, Taylor?
Classic laban sa Ghost. Sino ang makakatapat? Dahil for sure si Bone Cold.
Enemy remaining.
Dahil lamang siya doon. And with this, he gets one down. This is the recon. And pinatay lang. Sinot down lang yung recon na yan. Si Hiko, alam yung posisyon ni Hiko. Bone Cold on the other hand, forward na din. Yung pressure na kay Hiko dahil sila ang kailangan mag-plant ng spike. Hindi na pipiliin na lumapit dito kasi nga, gaya na sabi ko, lamang ang Ghost sa malayuan. And there goes Bone Cold getting that kill, making this a 9-4 ang scoreline. Isa na lang, double digit na.
Lamang ang Ghost, lamang sa flick. Minsan lang yun makita ha. Talo si Papa Hiko sa ganun galawan sa LAN. Minsan lang yan. Pero ito, shock dart, predictable.
Tapos may kasama pang
sa harapan. Grabe talaga. Pero kita natin Bone Cold. Boss pad. Left, right. Tapos, easy.
Double block na bro.
Grabe sobrang ice cold killer talaga
Cold. Ice cold.
You know it?
Eto na naman. Nakita ko na to Breeze din yung mapa Yung wala ng scope sa Marshall.
Brazilian Jet now. Eto na, Turkish Jet. Let's see. Pero mukhang yung Spectre ang magiging dito. At ang Turkish Jet natin ay aalagaan.
Okay, ang bilis. Ganun na yun. Tapos na pala. Wala nang intro. Pasok na lang agad.
Have you noticed? Na kanina pa medyo 15 kills lang si Sid.
Hindi na gumalaw, no? Simula nung nag-whiff siya dun sa, sa operator niya. Hindi na nagtuloy-tuloy. Nawala na yung mga kills.
Hindi ka na-kill ng pistol, hindi ko maalala specifically. Pero, pansin mo, naging pae na lang si Siened
Naging alay na lang siya dito.
Alay na hindi napapatay. Yun yung pinakamaganda Yung alay, inaalagaan. At dahil lang doon, nadidistract yung mga
Isipin mo, sige Siened, di ka mga patay. Sige, basta asarin mo lang sila, kami bahala. Re-respond lang kami. Parang ganun yung nangyayari.
Yeah, and this is the point we're making kanina, na it's really how Acend has grown as a team. Na everyone, malapit na talaga yung pop of potential, how they protect each other. At kahit sinasabi natin, si Siened dito matama ng bala ngayon, it's not a big deal because Acend is still winning and Siened is still top frag after everything is said and done. Sobrang team effort ang pinapakita dito ng Acend. Siened na nakita ang gun barrel niya at si Ethan now may idea na may left-right setup dito ang defense natin for 100 Thieves. Nanganganin na dito, 6th round lead. 10 points na Acend. Gold! Full pick na pero lakas na.
Uy, ang dami na-detect.
Okay, at least alam nila, nasa beach lang. Nagka-party-party, but yung toxic screen na yun, medyo delikado It's nice, kasi pwede mo gamitin nga pang cover, pero at the same time, yung angle ni Acend na dun huli kaagad kalaban at Zeke, naghihintay lang, pero wala 100 Thieves, umes na kaagad sa A-side.
Out of charge.
Ang dami ko palang kaboses daw. Kaboses ko si Lane, kaboses ko din si, si Shang, Nuts About Gaming. Ang dami Hindi ko kaya kaboses si Taylor. One time naglaro ako, Dax. Tapos patapos na yung match, sabi sa akin ng mga kakampi ko, ang ganda ng boses mo, Taylor. Pwede ka mag-commentator. Hindi kasi naka-hide yung ano ko.
Ganun lang ako. Magpapalakpak na lang.
Sabi ko, oo nga, men.
Oo nga. Thank you for the career advice. Kita-kits na lang sa Masters. Kita-kits na lang sa Champions. At kita-kits na lang sa Acend. Let's run and gun, but he gets killed there by Asna. Tatlo na para kay Asna. Ito pa kinakailangan na. At Asna na naman para sa Asim dyan. Apat na kay Asna. Can he get the ace? That's the question. Starso, takbo muna. Magpapakita dito sa cave. Bigyan mo na. Bigyan mo na doon sa Reyna. Kasi si Nitro ang mag-deny na. Pero 100 Thieves, they take the round. And sabi nga natin kanina, they need a hero right now para sa 100 Thieves. They need a way to contest back. And Asuna there stepping up yet again. Pero compared to his previous performances, it's not as often sa ini-expect natin.
Sabi, ang gulo ng preview. Ang gulo din nila maglaro eh. Ang dami kasing mga utilities na ginagamit din. So, with that, ang dami ring engagements. Isipin mo sa sobrang bilis ng dalawang teams gumalaw, sino yung bibigyan mo ng focus? Kanina, si Asuna kumukuha ng 4K, pero hindi lang naman siya yung nagtatrabaho doon. Lahat ng players ng 100 Thieves, meron din ginagawa based sa kanilang mga roles. Now, going back to the game as well, diba, Dax? Ang daming nangyayari.
Ako naawa ka sa Obs kasi kanina pa siya nag-iintay ng scene in time. Wala. It's just, you have to play the guessing game, guys. Pag Obs kayo, wala nilang sino mag-pop off. At ang galing nga, most of the time...
Ayan na, si Sinit nakapatay, kaso hindi kita.
Camera shy.
Kailangan talaga hindi nakatapat yung Obs sa kanya para mag-pop off ulit.
Kung kita siya, magiging pain na agad siya. So this time, binagbibigyan ng Obs yung Acend. Pero 100 Thieves, apat dito para sa Cave Take. Berzik, one tap with the Guardian gameplay! Asna goes down, but Steel is there to get the kill off the Star. So now Zeke, pupulak pa niya, pero Hikong sasagot. Medyo ambitioso ang ating Sova dyan. At China punish dahil doon for Acend now. Lineups with the snake bite, spikes planted, and oh! Vipers, dito, kailangan mag-ingat ng 100 Thieves. Lapit na ang Acend.
Kanina nung si Hiko yung kalaban doon sa pistol round, natalo siya. Sabi mo, di ba, parang, let's just get killed right there. Pero mamaya, tutuloy siya with Steel getting that kill at triple. Even on this round, sa likod nila skillless and na-figure out din nila yan. 100 Thieves, parang round by round, they are taking it step by step and making a comeback here against Acend. Ito ata, wala na yung 9 triggers Nagiging ano na siya Stuck ka muna sa 10 points, 10 rounds, okay na muna yan.
Dun ka muna, real quick, double digits, sige, stop na kayo. And kung gusto nyo guys, alamin yung stats talaga ng mga teams natin, in the VCT program, ang Acend, they played this map 4 times at they won all of them. Para sa 100 Thieves naman, 83% win rate, 6 times played, 5 wins. So, kampi naman May kantay
Parehas
lang,
okay.
Talaga. Parehas okay, pero konti lang yung gameplay. Ang problema lang ngayon nga ng 100 Thieves earlier on, is na, again, it's been the story of the series so far. Speed is essential at Acend na naman, yung mas mabilis yung dagdala ng F1 car dito sa Hot Wheels track na ito. Pero at the same time, ngayon, na yung attacking side ng 100 Thieves, nakaka-tiyempo sila kasi sila yung nag-set ng base sa pag-take ng site, sila rin yung makakapilit kung saan angulo sila mag-attack, and it's actually helped them out kasi hindi naman sila slouch dun sa long range game na nakikita natin Taylor. At especially with Zenith whiffing a few shots in a few rounds here and there, it's given 100 Thieves that chance kasi yung operator na sobrang nakakatakot kanina, medyo wala na masyadong impact ngayon.
That's completely true. And just to continue yung sinasabi ko kanina, sabi dito, di ba yung shots kanina ni Hiko dun sa 1v1 sabi? Hiko getting old. Pas maraming sad react. Maya nung si Aso na yung hindi nakakuha nung Aso na getting old. 18 years old pa lang yun.
Bata pa yun, dinaano nyo na kagad. Kina-curse yun na
Brian
kagad ng
getting
aging.
old. Lahat na tumanda. Lahat naman tayo tumatanda, guys. Kaya yung mga desisyon nyo sa buhay, wala namang walang bumabata. Life advice na. Alas 4 na talaga.
Wala na. Makikita na natin mamaya. Yun yung the way. Pero syempre, unang advice pa lang, kung tuloy-tuloy yung corny jokes nyo sa chat, alam nyo na, pigilan nyo na, please. Tama na po, Brian. Pero eto na. Balik na tayo sa larong ito. 100 Thieves found that tempo. Happy naman sila. Mag-play talaga ng mga sides na pipiliin nila. At yun nga, A at B. Just pick your poison. And speaking of poison, nakaharang nagkagad dyan. Since they know nandyan yung Viper, ayaw na natapatan si Poncod. Nag-rotate sila patungo ng A side. Now then, bullet pa nila si Kiles nag-rotate sa gitna. There's a bit of control. Pero fake play. Ito na, Nitro getting the rage against Starso. Kulong na kulong sa gitna. Huling-huli ang Sky natin. At ang 100 Thieves papunta na sa B side.
They are in. Naging box na. Actually, yung B side, no?
Uy! Okay, sige. Taylor, anong angle yan?
90 degree.
Diba? Perfect right angle.
Right angle. Galing ko talaga.
Perfect. Galing talaga.
Alam mo, sasabi ko lang na engot ako sa mat, pero guni-guni ko lang yan.
From the wise words of another Bang Bang game, simple siya. But simple na naman para kiitan at kay Asuna. Zeke right now, low HP, and his dream is already dead as flawless win para sa 100 Thieves yan. 10-7, mukhang nag-aamoy nga ng comeback.
Na-stuck na, man. Na-stuck na sila.
Nako. Flawless. Galing. Galing natin mag-cast. Taga-ulang eh.
Ayun o. Galing. Lakas o. Kita mo yun? Ramdam mo yun?
Bang.
Lakas.
Hey, I feel like dito talaga nagkaka-weakness yung dalawang side natin eh. Sa defending side, well, Acend has gotten a bit of the better rotation. Pero ngayon natin nakikita yung confidence at yung precision ng 100 Thieves eh. And in that last run, iko pa yun para sa Acend. So wala talaga silang chance as soon as 100 Thieves got that pick. But now the guns are out and Iko will go down to Fury. Big pick! Goodbye to the flashes. At ang laking pagalit kasi dito sa map na to, ang galing pang counterplay ng Guiding Light. Ngayon wala na yung Ibon, wala na yung Sky. At ito na, sky's the langit and sky's the limit for 100 Thieves to go for that A site again.
Man, that flash out of the equation already, gaya na sabi mo, kayang-kaya makadelay ng mga push or even make a play na talagang mauubos yung 100 Ds. But this is the Seekers out and they're flash in as well. But this wall, magtatago lang si Sentinel. He gets a kill, dash ka pa. Or nalalaman, Ethan, sasabay ka pa. Pero he's gonna go down. Nitro versus Sentinel. The Jet, laban sa Jet. Pero mamaya na yan dahil the knives out dito. Wala na akong maintindihan, pero okay lang yan. 2v1 situation right now with Nico, the only man remaining. He still can clutch this. Dahil that is a dig from afar. The shock start is gonna connect Sentinel to take on the kill. Acend, finally, nakagalaw na sila sa double-digit score nila, making an 11 rounds for them.
Finally seen it, at least getting that final kill there. Pero ito, Operator, smooth as silk. But I think he was aiming for the Jets, right? At tamaan niya, yung Sky sa smoke.
I mean, okay, I'll take it.
He needs it. He needs it.
Sentinel is back. Sentinel is back.
I'm not too sure, honestly. Like, let's be real.
Parang naswertehan niya lang ba?
As much as I would like to say Sentinel is back and Acend
Question
is
mark
gonna go
sa
win
dulo.
this, parang
Sentinel
that's
is
not
back.
that question mark. May konti pang doubt. He needs to hit an option.
Oh, that's true. Yun nga eh, yung gusto niya sana patayin, dun yung nagda-dash na Jet.
Okay. But right now, see? Easy lang to. Always straight line, pero still sack ng Bunny Hop para makatapas. 100 Thieves. Still alive with all 5, but now they know. Gamit na Hunters.
Sabi dito, nakakatakot ka daw katandem magkas. Nagtatanong pa ng mat bigla-bigla.
Hindi ako yung ikaw yung nag-mention kanina eh. Minention mo yung angle kanina. Gusto ko lang i-mention ulit eh. Kasi na-impress ako eh.
Salamat.
Oh,
ang dami yung nagugulat. Si Ilo nagugulat din eh. Pero mas nagulat dito si Steel. Paglabas niya, nag-aabang lang si Zeke. This is the Lear coming in. Sasabay-bay yung ibang players. Pero nakakatakot to because Starso actually has that shot. This is a judge play. Talong-talong lang si Gedli. May guiding light sa kaliwa kanan. Kiles on the other hand, nakikisali din sa party. Ang hindi nakisali si Asuna dahil lumabas lang siya sa glit.
30 seconds.
Nag-near in siya pero wala eh. Ang daming nakaabang talaga eh.
Doable at ayun na!
Oh, yes.
Invincibility!
Oh, hi.
At ito na! Asuna! Hello to you, good sir! Ilis mapapatay! At ito na ba ang oras ni Asa? Katapat nito yung operators kabila! At ayun na! Tumama na rin si Sentinel! Lang sure shot na kailangan nila! 1 HP and the 1 kill they needed! Acend is on match point!
Unti-unti nang nawawala yung question mark sa Sentinel is back.
Okay na.
Dahil 1 HP na lang siya doon ha. Isipin mo, daples lang hangin lang nung bala na dumadaan. Mapapatay si Sentinels doon. But such a good hold from Felix there. Dahil sa panggugulo nung judge play as well. Asuna, he really tried. He had the opportunity to actually clutch it out. Dahil doon sa last 2 remaining members, very low na HP na sila actually.
Yeah. And with that flick, that was a strong flick. That was a strong statement. At muntik na si Aso na mag-hard carry doon. Mahingahan lang niya si Sinet. Yung 1 HP, kahit yung Phantom makakapatay from that range. And he can just go snowball to get that last kill and ace clutch it. Pero hindi. Dinay ni Sinet. At yung doubts nga, yung shakiness, mukhang nag-okay na, nag-straighten up na dito. At mapapa-timeout na lang ang 100 Thieves. It's a 5-round gap.
Tandaan nyo, elimination match to, di ba?
Ito, di ba? Oo, single elimination. Kung mukhang 100 Thieves matatalo dito, sila ay mag-say goodbye sa isang rep ng EMEA. Kita na natin though, panalo ang EU isang beses, panalo ang EU pangalawang beses. Magiging pangatlo ba? Complete EU domination. 3 out of the 4 slots per EMEA. We'll find out kung matapos na to ng Acend, Taylor.
Isang round na lang kailangan nila. Kanina, medyo natagalan sila sa pagka-stuck. Pero hindi pa tayo nakakita ng overtime. Mula sa dalawang teams na to, sa pagkabilis ng kanilang mga plays. Starso is just here playing around this wall. Ang daming walls na nakikita. This is also the guiding light. Mapipilitang umatras saglit ang ibang members ng 100 Thieves. Ultimate goal nila ay makapasok sa A site ng paulit-ulit. Dahil pagpunta nila, pag nag-rotate sila papuntang B, makikita nila na nandun yung Viper's Pit.
Ayun, oy, aso na. Nakikita mo dyan? Wala. Wala akong nakikita. Bakit?
Kasi literal, wala
eh. Wala eh. Laki ng Viper's Pit. Laking harang yan. At si Sinet, ayan na talaga. Mabilisan si Steel ang mapipitas. At big deal to sobra kasi yung maasa ang 100 sa buhay ni Steel at sa kanyang wall. At ngayon, burado na ang smoke sa 100 Thieves. Gill is also looking for the intel. Left, right. Kita na niya ang kalaban. Blade Storm though, ilalabas na ni Nitro. But Asna gets him both on the board. Asna with 2, Steelhead finds 1 as well. At mag-3v2 na to. Spike though has been left behind a little bit in between. Pero Nitro able to equalize. No, actually get the advantage with the kill there onto Sened. Nag-iisa na lang ngayon si Zeke at ang 100 Thieves. Buhay pa ba sila? Kaya pa ba nila mag-stay on dito?
Rinig na ni Hiko. Alam niya na ang posisyon na to. But this is the shock dart na hindi magkoconnect dahil hindi naman dyan nagplant. On the right side, nagplant ng Spike. Hiko, he's moving around the map just waiting. Alam niya na kung saan lalabas. And this is Hiko finishing the shot. And now, there is still another round to live by para sa 100 Thieves. Hindi po sila matatanggal dito, Dax. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. At muli silang babangon. Nakikita mo yung pressure sa itsura ni Asuna. Of course, with a very young player na meron tayo, lalo na yung mga talagang nagsashine ng mga players natin. Bata eh. Batang-bata eh. Alam mo yung hino-hone mo pa yung skills. Kasi pag tinignan mo, kunwari, si Hiko, yung comfortability niya sa LAN, yung comfortability niya into playing tournaments, alam niya na pwede siyang maging relaxed, pwede siyang maging chill. Ito yung pinakailangan niya. Pero aso na, each and every time something happens, he shakes his hand literally.
Alam na, damdam. Alam na nila, they're at the break of elimination. Kanina daw, sabi lang ni Hiko real quick sa counterpart niya, welcome to McDonald's, may I take your order, sir? At bigla na nakita yung kalaban, sir. Nangahan ni Steel ang buhay dito at mukhang masiset up niya para makatake ang 100 Thieves ng A-side. Clean as a whistle. Ethan and Nitro play the end as well. Murado na si Sinet, patay si Zeke, pero at the very least, para sa Acend, as Boltol gets 1. Iko muna sila at Starso. Ba't ka naka-judge, sir?
Player standing.
Okay. Ano ang mapapala ni Starso dito? Ang tanong.
Exit frag?
Kung maka-exit pa
well,
siya.
Pwede naman eh. Dito, mag-aabang kung may lalabas papuntang mid. Ayun, magkakasalubong.
Mukha nga. Pero kung magka-exit dito, si Starso, nako na lang sa 100 Thieves. Yun na lang masasabi ko.
Ayan yan o.
Steel,
bibigay pa ba?
Steel, please. Wag. Steel, please.
Naglalabas pa ng knife. Oh, Steel! Kung ako sa'yo, tigil-tigilan mo na yan! Pag sumilip, patay. Sure. Hello!
Oh my God! Nakuha pa nga niya si Ay, at least hindi
Humihinga pa.
namatay si Steel na maaga. Okay, yun lang naman. At least buhay pa si Steel na maaga. Kasi, you know, big difference pag andan yung Viper. Yung toxic screen, ang laking tulong para sa entry dito ng 100 Thieves. Pwede sila mag-set up ng guy nila sa likod ng wall, pwede sila mag-cleared play, pwede sila mag-dash on in. And it's just such a big factor. If Acend can get rid of that Viper early on, yun na. I think that's where the game gets called.
Humihinga pa ang 100 Thieves dito. Alam nila na elimination, alam nila ito yung isa sa mga pinaka-importanting match na lalaruin. Or actually, pinaka-importanting match na lalaruin nila dito sa Masters Berlin. Dahil ito na yung step towards the direction of getting a spot on Champions as well. Acend is gonna stop that. Is he gonna be able to take one shot out of this operator? Instead, Nitro was able to take that. Nakatawid siya ng kaunti. But the players of Acend, wala na si Kiles dito, hindi magagamit yung Neural Def and also hindi rin magagamit yung mga utilities na yan. Bone Cold is out already. Nitro trying to pinpoint, trying to get the shot in pero hindi pa rin tumama with a double up shot for Sentinels right there. Buhay na buhay pa. Pwede pa makuha ng Acend dahil Sentinels is ready to stop them, overstomp them. Ethan was killed. Now with a blaze also that he can use. Maraming possibilities for Max.
Handang-handa kasi kailangan nila pang clutch pero ang laking araw ng Viper's win. At ito na naman, keep Steel safe and he will keep you alive. Ito na, Spike has been planted. 100 Thieves with a tactical advantage.
Ang tagal niya detect!
Peek lang! Ayan na, Nitro! Kita niya yung kalaban pero di tama. At habang Sentinel, he'll go for the shot. Stars though with guiding line. At Asa, he finds Sentinel there. Hiko on the board as well. At 100 Thieves, isang kill na lang para sa double digits. Starso, asan ka na, good sir? Hiko ang huhuli sa'yo at mukhang kaya pa ng 100 Thieves. Hindi pa to tapos. Mapipilitan ba tayo mag-overtime? Hindi ba tayo matatapos sa series na to? Ito ang tanong natin na ilalagay sa 100 Thieves.
Tingin mo ba si Rere yung mayroong curse o ikaw?
Hindi, okay, listen. Si Rere pa rin yung curse kasi yung length ng game na to affects her. No, it affects
kasi
her.
nag-comment siya eh, no?
Oh, hindi, besides that, kasi 4 o'clock na, kung 4:30 tayo mag-start, mas aabot pa ng later sa umaga si Rere magkakast. So, kahit ano mangyari sa series na to,
si Rere yung lugi.
Pa rin yung curse. Si Rere pa rin yung lugi. Yun talaga yun. At ito yun eh. Acend, kung real talk, Acend came to play. Ang raming nakita sa performance nila sa group stage, medyo duda na. Ang ganda ng 100 Thieves. Ang galing ng play nila sa LAN. Ito na, Hiko and more. But 100 Thieves, sinulang sila sa laban sa Acend because bigla na lang Acend naalanin sila kung sino sila. They found that aggression early on. Sawang-sawa nila kalaban na yung SMB. And from that point on in this series, it has been neck and neck. Sige, natalo sila sa Haven doon sa neck and neck gameplay. Pero sa Acend, komportable sila dito sa Brace. They got off to a really good lead. But 100 Thieves is a veteran team on the land station. They have a young gun, a young prodigy in Asuna. And Acend respects it. They know it. At kita mo eh, parang wala na masyado yung trastukan eh. Mukhang
seryoso
ito na
to.
Focus.
Ito na yung focus. Pinaka-focus sa dalawang teams na meron tayo. Pero kung isipin mo, kung ako magkakaroon ako ng teammates, tapos imaginein mo, si Papa Hiko, si Nitro, itong mga landlords, yung magiging kasama ko sa team, ang dami kong matututunan na as an 18-year-old player.
Diba 18 ka pa lang, Taylor?
Oo. Hindi, 17 pa lang. Pa-18 pa lang ako next month.
Okay. Sige. Happy birthday next
Salamat.
month. Ito na. Woo! Happy birthday galing kay Nitro and still on the board as well. Nako, Acend. Okay, equal nga sila, pero quick kills like this, it's not just a statement, guys, 100 Thieves. It is confidence na kaya manalo ng 100 Thieves sa mga duels na mabilisan and Nitro. Sige nga, pika dito. Oh no, he whiffs. Couldn't get the kill. Pressure konti. Zeke, nakakatakot pala ang mukha na dyan. He's like, sige, huwag mo muna patayin. But still 5v3. And 100 Thieves, mukhang default play na naman papuntang A-side.
They can still manage to pop some shots, maybe even get some kills. Pero feeling ko si Bone Cold, pag lumabas siya dito, patay siya. You know, may Lear out, si Aso na, nagre-ready na rin, papunta na rin yung 100 Thieves. Paglabas si Bone Cold, patay siya. Nandun si Nitro, Starso na lang natitira. Meron, nagsistretching na siya ng leeg niya. Kung nakikita niyo yung camera, actually, nung player cam natin. And even with that stretching, paglabas mo, pagsilip mo, alam na ng 100 Thieves kung nasan ka.
Here we have it. Do or die. Overtime or paasa. Yun talaga yun. Paasa ba ang mangyayari ngayon? Kasi Acend, 1 away from a victory. 100 Thieves, 1 away from the most epic of comebacks and the forced overtime. Makita natin sa scoreline, 7 rounds na nakuha dito ng 100 Thieves. Bawing-bawi talaga yung first half ngayon.
ROI na.
Oo nga eh. Ito na talaga. Pwede mo na you can say kasi nagtuda mo na 100 Thieves. Pero finally, this is it. Gonna be Pansit. Op versus Op. Sentinels versus Nitro. Time to find out.
Oh my God. Sentinels? Ito yung operator. All in na to para sa Acend. Wala nang susunod na round. Or rather, magkakaroon na susunod na round. Either wala nang susunod na round o kaya naman mag-overtime tayo. Ang sinasabi kong walang susunod na round is actually dun sa economy, sa pera nila. Kasi magre-reset yan.
Casual reset lang.
Dami ko sinabi, no?
Okay lang. Taga-summarize ako. Pero ito na, summary says na we go for a push, but joke's on you. Kasi Asna will play it a bit slow kasi nakita niya may utility sa kabila. Low is the cold pressure being applied at bone code. Sige, pika dyan sa gitna. Andyan si Asna nakabantay. Hunter's Fury at tama galing Ihiko. And that's the first kill that they need to go for the A-take yet again. Ito na naman yung wall ni Steel. At si Steel ang makakahuli. Kikilan siya. But Ihiko, why? Tayo makakawin, man! Pero kung natamaan siya ng bala, pero hindi. Nitro wins the succeeded right now with the takedown of the Hiko. And Nitro wins the off duel. It's all up to Star so far. We are gonna go into overtime. Hindi pa tayo tapos.
God!
Aabot tayo talaga ng araw para sa Sentinels. Kasi 100 Thieves at Acend. Walang nagpapatalo dito sa series na to. Comeback complete. Here we go. Overtime time.
Ray curse is real.
Alam mo, Ray.
Ray, nandito pa naman. Kuha mo pa din. 4 a.m. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 7 hours na lang. Sulog ka. Hindi pa kasama yung ligo doon para sa trabaho. Come on, let's go, guys. Let's go.
Let's go. Ay, nako. What a game. What a game, honestly. Mga 100 Thieves. Ang lala. Yung mga 100 Thieves games, dikit na dikit. The most exciting. Nung group stage pa lang, sino makalaman nila? Gambit, di ba? Gambit, di ba? Parang ang lupit pa lang. Tapos ngayon, against Acend, saan ka pa kung hindi dito? But here we have it, Taylor. Gaano katagal ba ang overtime na to? It can be limitless, it can be endless, or it can be a quick 2-0 kung yung momentum ng 100 Thieves matuloy pa rin. Pero operators making noise na nakakabarilan na si Sentinels
my God!
Si Nitro. Pero Nitro and Asuna are on point and in the duty to get the takedown. Skills though, hiding on the side to try and finish dito ang Acend. Ang Sentinels and Zeke make the opening themselves. Mukhang pinipilit na pero Nitro rin ang sasagot. Yung sniper talaga nag-iingay yun. Zeke right now in the middle of the pyramids. And one enemy remains. Oh, Nitro. What a find! And 100 Thieves takes it away. Match point para sa comeback kings ng 100 Thieves.
Match point. Ang 100 Thieves. Comeback is real nga ba? Dahil isang round na lang ang kailangan nila dito. Nakaligtan nila completely yung sitwasyon. Si Asuna, medyo ano na siya dito. Mas relaxed na siya compared dun sa mga recent rounds na nakita natin. And you see, even with Sentinels and Zeke getting those kills in, it's not gonna be enough to actually stop or talagang mapatay yung dumidepensa dun sa site. Sentinels, again, with an operator. Nag-op siya during the side na nag-attacker sila, no?
Yeah, kasi para tupatan si Nitro pero ang ganda pareho ng plays nila but even better. Just build diff and more kills para kay Nitro Chance. Sentinels right now. Kailangan nyo sagutin ng same way to Taylors yung ginawa ni Nitro pero ibahin ngayon ang approach ng 100 Thieves. Ayaw nila pilitin na one site lang kukunin nila. Maybe one pick-off can help them here. At slow play muna para ibahin talaga yung pace ng game.
Oh. Yung momentum nasa side obviously ng 100 Thieves kasi multiple rounds continuously, no? It would take a toll on you knowing na kanina ka pa match point pero isang round na to, hindi mo makuha ng makuha. Paulit-ulit, alam mo yun? Tapos ngayon mag-overtime pa, tapos ngayon yung match point nasa 100 Thieves pa.
Happy talaga. Stealing hearts, stealing the game perhaps. Tingnan natin to pero will they see this? So, tanong. Arso, Bone Cold hiding on the side. Ano ba ang angles na i-take dito? Mukhang may isang wall na mag-drop and Nitro with the push. He's infiltrating, he's isolating! At ito na kagad epic ng 100 Thieves! Mukha talaga! Pagkanakaw sila ng map dito galing sa Acend! Spike has been planted. It's 5v2. All eyes on Sentinels and Zeke. But no, they have been erased. And a flawless win to complete the comeback. 100 Thieves. You never saw that one coming, but they did it anyway. What a win to get back in the game, to get back in the series, and to make it into the semifinals. The Land Kings keep alive the dream. Maiinit nila ang Acend dito sa matchup na ito.
Man, that must be excruciating and sad for the team of Acend. You had it. Nasa kamay mo na. 12 rounds na. Isa na lang yung kailangan mo at that point. Hindi mo pa rin nakuha, na-comeback ka pa din. What a game! What a way to finish this series also. 4 team, 100 teams. Honestly, I am speechless. Yung alam mo, nakaka-tilt na yun eh. The emotions on stage, it's crazy.
You can feel it nung nagseryoso na sila, yung tama na yung trastukan. Like, sige sa dulo, like, yeah, kita nyo ginawa namin sa inyo. But then, there are so many rounds na yung usual ingay ng 100 teams at Acend, di natin nakikita because so tense instead. Overall though, nag-step up na ang Acend to the level that was expected from them. But you know who stepped up even more with the land buff and all? This is their domain. Dito talaga sila ang pwede maging hari ng Valorant scene. 100 Thieves, happy in LAN, happy in Berlin, and they get that win. What a way to end ito para sa series. Ito lang ang confirmation natin, Taylor. So, para sa isang side ng semifinals, it's EMEA versus EMEA. At sa kabila, it's NA versus NA. Sure na may NA versus EU finals tayo.
Man. Pasok na ba yung 100 Thieves sa Champions with their points? I'm not yet sure kasi nire-refresh ko yung Wikipedia pero baka masyado pang maaga kasi kakatapos lang yung match.
I mean, wala ka man. Ikaw yung magaling mag-bat dito sa atin. So,
mamaya, kakalculate ko. The thing is, look at the players of Acend. It's disappointing for them. It's very frustrating to know how close you are into making it to the semifinals. And you got snatched away. Yung championship na yon, yung semifinals na yon, got snatched away from you. At yung team na nag-snatch na yan, pangalan pa is 100 Thieves.
Nanakaw talaga at kinuha talaga nila sa kamay ng Acend. Nandun na. Hawak-hawak nga like you mentioned, but no. What a victory. What experience. And this is what 100 Thieves is all about.
Papa Hino is happy.
Siyempre, there's like, kaya namin yun.
Another land here.
Another land. Ako pa. Years of experience. Years at
Aso na. First biggest league that he has for LAN. And he's going to semifinals.
Okay yung posing niya. Pero masabi ko lang, sabi mo kasi Acend na, diba? Kanina, nag-shake na every little bit ng emotion sumalabas sa kanya. Pero he kept it cool and with an incredible effort galing kay Nitro.
Man.
Parang Nitro plus Asuna was just too much to handle. Nung Nitro time kaya pa ng Acend. Pero nung nakuha na rin ni Asa yung confidence dahil sa pinagkakawa ni Nitro ng Ego and more, it was just so stellar. They knew that they had to keep Steel alive for so many of those runs. Nagawa nila. Na-play nila yung entry well behind the wall and paulit-ulit na lang. Yun yung parang magic trick ng 100 Thieves para manalo. At ito yung update ko para sa'yo, Taylor. So ito mangyayari basically. Ang alam ko, kung matalo ng Sentinels ang NB, it's Sentinels ng 100 Thieves na. Unless, pag champion ng Sentinels, awag champion ng 100 Thieves, di madamay rin yung Team NB sa Champions. So, ganun pa rin. Ganun yung usapan ngayon. Yung tatlong teams na nakapasok ng quarterfinals galing NB, may chance pa rin mag-abot ng Champions no matter what. Kasi kung mga champion mismo ang NA, then lahat sila pasok. Pero 100 Thieves is in the better spot compared to NB right now.
Thank you for the information, Sir Dax. At dyan na nga, nagtapos ang laban ng 100 Thieves and of course ng Acend. Very sadly for Acend, di talaga ako makaget over. Ito yung feeling ng LAN na makikita mo din. Kasi usually pag online nakikita mo yung emotion ng mga winners Kasi sila yung player cam na pinapakita. But this one, on a LAN event like this, you can see how frustrating it is para doon sa mga teams na natatalo din. Lalo na sa mga ganong moments na talagang isang round na lang yung kailanganin mo. But Finally, 100 Thieves. Talaman na natin kung sino yung makakaakyat o susunod para sa ating semifinals. May susunod pang match at ito ang isa sa mga pinaka-inaabangan. Anong match ba to, Dax?
Nako, eto na. NA versus NA. Sentinels versus NB. Pero guys, good night tayo kay Taylor. Kailangan pa niyang pahinga at alam natin yung curse ng umaga. Kailangan mapunta kay Ray Ray. So kami yon. Ako, Dax and Ray Ray coming your way. Thank you, Taylor. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Strada, for everything so far. Pero magbabalik tayo dito sa Masters Berlin in just a bit. So don't go away.
One enemy remaining.
You got anything, guys? Come on!
Scream! Oh my god, how are we really seeing this right now?
One more night together. We got a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business.
One enemy remaining.
Hyper.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where no team has been tested the way 100 Thieves has been every step of the way. But this is a team whose mental cannot be broken, and you cannot count them out until you take the final round. They get it to overtime, they get the map win on Breeze, and they push themselves to a semifinal.
I mean, I feel like everyone thought we knew the answer. There was some way through Breeze, and we were like, oh, cool, okay, EU are going through 100 Thieves. This is kind of sad for them. Like, we were feeling bad for them. There was one round where you're like, yeah, their economy's broken, this is over, and then suddenly it's not over.
That's the round where it turned.
That is. Look, I told you guys they had resilience. I told you they had resilience coming into it. And when the game gets like that, you always can't count 100 Thieves out. On the other side, Acend, unfortunately, that's kind of what they showed throughout the tournament. When things got rough, they were never able to push through. So 100 Thieves with the big difference.
Heartbreak for them, and it's again two duelists up at the top of the table. Asuna taking the spot for the winning side of 100 Thieves. And so great to see him continue in his form here at the tournament. We'll have plenty of highlights from him from this match, but there's another player we got to call out as well, and that's the man right behind him on the scoreboard in Nitro.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we were saying at the beginning of the map, we were like, Nitro is going to be playing on Jet, and as you mentioned, he has played Jet before. It's not the first time he's ever done it, but it's just not what we're used to seeing at the moment. But he did an excellent job.
This was an all-time performance from Nitro. Absolutely all-time. And this is the thing I love about Valorant, right? You can have a set comp for so long. Asuna can be playing Jet, and then you bring in this guy to op on one of the longest maps, and he put up, again, an all-time performance, plus 11. Compared to the last two maps, he was only plus 2 on each. This is ridiculous. This was insane.
It started with that Blade Storm kill over on B. That was that round we were talking about, working on like 5,000 credits across the team. He's able to find it, get the win, and then hitting op shot after op shot from that point forward. We asked him to do it. Going into the second half, we said, who's it about? Hypoc called out Nitro, and you talked about how it needed to be done, Bala. He found the answer. He showed everything he needed to show on that stage. And so, again, it's the experience. It's the experience of that roster, I think, that we have to keep coming back to be able to have that kind of composure on the stage.
I think that if you have such a precipitous challenge in front of you, and it's like this monolith, and you're like, we're about to be out, you need that kind of experience behind you to give you what you need to actually push through that. And that is, like we said, what the difference is between them and Acend.
Look, somebody needs to check on Nadeshot. That man's heart's got to be beating out of control after that Gambit game, the reverse sweeps. Yo,
I would bet my life savings that there's a behind-the-scenes video that will be soon to be released on Twitter of Nadeshot's watch party.
Not only is he smiling ear to ear the entire time for like 10 minutes straight, but he's going to drop a speaker somewhere.
Yeah, 100%, right in the middle of it all. Okay, so we talk about the experience on that team, but we talk about the young gun as well, what that experience is supporting, and it's Asuna once again having a phenomenal tournament.
He looks so comfortable. Literally, when we're watching him on the stage, he looks insanely comfortable. His comms are so clean, and of course, his gameplay is too. He was so important in this match, the way that he was actually pushing up in the front and also enabling Steel to end up lurking down the line through his map control. It was so fun to watch.
I mean, I think for me, this is an example of a...
I thought he was going to hit this. Sorry. I thought he was going to hit this.
It's an example of a Reyna that I like to watch. I can be quite critical of players who pick Reyna a lot, but because he is being facilitated by the rest of his team and the comms are good and they have that kind of leadership and he always knows where he's supposed to be, what he's supposed to be doing, you know that he's going to be living up to the role that he's playing within the team. And I think that's what separates a great Reyna from someone who should probably pick another agent.
And you can see, all right, well, there you go, quick tips. But you see him feeding off of that energy from the other players around him on that squad. Speaking of which, we're going to head over to Yunsu and Nitro for the Verizon post-game interview.
How close do I have to hold this, by the way? Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, Dash. That's right. I'm joined by Nitro right now, the man of the hour. What a series that was. How pleased are you to be able to pull off that comeback?
I mean, you know, since I was on Liquid and we choked a little bit, I think I have the... I got rid of the curse, and now I'm the anti-choke, so all is good right now. They played a very good series, so props to them. I think they're a very good team. I think... obviously, us having like a lot of LAN experience and stuff like that definitely helped in this matter. It helped 2 times already this tournament. I haven't been to LAN in like feels like forever, but I was so hyped. I don't think I've ever been that hyped on LAN before. So it feels great to win.
I'm glad you mentioned the LAN experience thing because everybody's speculating, you know, cumulatively, and not even just cumulatively, you yourself probably have more LAN experience than a lot of these teams put together. How much do you think that is of a help? Is that the difference maker, you think, in games like today?
Yeah, I would say so for sure. I think just in general, us having like, you know, going to like hotels and all over the country and stuff like that, just being accustomed to jet lag and stuff like that. We know how to like be proper with our bodies and stuff like that. Our sports psychologist and stuff like that helps a lot with those things. So shout out to him. But overall, yeah, I would say it definitely helps us a lot. We just get into the routines and things really fast. And obviously, whenever it comes to the stage, we're just ready to play and we're all fired up and stuff like that. There's like not many nerves. Once they got to 12, I'm not sure really what happened. I feel like they got kind of nervous. They stopped playing their game, and I don't know. I'm just so hyped right now.
I can feel your energy radiating next to me. But now I just want to quickly talk about some of the changes you guys made. I think a lot of people have been a little bit critical of the team comps you guys have been running on a few of the maps, but you changed a lot today. So what's the reasoning behind some of those changes?
I think it was kind of like a last-minute discussion that we had. We're just like, well, what if we kind of bring Killjoy back? Because we saw that teams were kind of exploiting the holes in our defense without a Sentinel. I think having a KO in our comp definitely makes teams play differently, and I think that's like the biggest thing that KO brings to a comp. Because like, no one plays KO. Like I was even talking to FNS from Envy, and he's like, yeah, like we practice against all these teams in NA, and no one runs KO, and then we play you guys, and you guys have KO. So it's like just the beauty of the game, bringing different comps to the field and stuff like that. But it was definitely a last-minute change. But Josh on Killjoy is really strong, and I think obviously we had Killjoy before we had KO in our comp, and so we kind of had a good feel for how we're going to play it. But it was definitely a last-minute discussion that we had, and the Ascent map didn't pay off, but the Breeze one was really good for us, I think.
But let's talk about the Jet. Haven't seen it in a while. How are you feeling on it? Because you made a huge impact today.
That was also a last-minute discussion that we had, but I was like, all right, this is my chance, man. I gotta go all the way. No, I'm just kidding. But I was really hyped to play Jet because it's such a fun agent in the game. I feel like Jet just plays a different game than everyone else, and whenever you Jet, you have a lot of pressure on your shoulder to create space and hit off shots like that. So I felt very comfortable doing these things. And just having like past CX experience, I know how to create space for my team, and obviously I often Counter-Strike all the time. So definitely don't lack experience in that field, but I don't know. I'm just out of it.
Yeah, well, two more questions for you before I let you go. First, a lot of people were hyped about CNED. How good is he? How tough was it to play against him?
I mean, you could tell we were just going away from him. We're like, all right, let's find CNED and go the other way.
That's the strat.
Yeah.
That's how you beat them. And lastly, of course, after this game, Sentinels, they're playing Envy, and the winner will face you. Who would you like to play against?
Sentinels, for sure.
And why is that?
Just because they beat us online so much, I feel like we're finally here, not a senior match, we're ready to play and prove that we're here to win and stuff, you know? We're ready.
Thank you very much, Nitro, for that. Go get some rest.
Yeah.
You deserved it.
Thank you.
And that is it from us for now, but we're going to go to a break. Do not go anywhere because that Sentinels versus Envy match is coming right up.
good night. Stop acting like you can't decide. Weak signal, won't you give me a sign? Amplify. I won't give up when you're walking out. So don't give up when I'm calling out. 'Cause this time we'll make it through. Misconnections with you. Around it goes. Just trying to lighten the mood. But around it goes. Turn up the music and the flashing lights. Are you out there in the dark at night? Weak signal, won't you give me a sign? Amplify. Misconnections with you. I won't give up when you're walking out. So don't give up. Just trying to lighten up. 'Cause this time we'll make it through. Weak
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Berlin, Germany. Now, before we dive into the Sentinels versus Envy game, I wanted to catch up with a special guest, someone who's been co-streaming Masters Berlin. Give a warm welcome, everyone, to 100 Thieves, Kaide. Hi, Kaide. Welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Good. How about yourself?
Great. It's finally great to meet you. A longtime fan here, as you guys that know me at home would know. And now you've been doing a lot of watch parties. How has that been? What's that experience been like for you?
No, it's been absolutely amazing. It makes me really want to go to a LAN tournament really bad. Like the stage and just, I don't know, the whole production. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we'd love to have you here next time for the next event. Now, what's been your favorite moment of the tournament so far? I know you've been getting up at like ridiculous hours of the night to watch it.
I think the last game, the 100 Thieves just played. I think that's the most anxious I've ever felt in my entire life over a match. And like, I don't know, I was still shaking. I was watching with the CEO of 100 Thieves, Matt, and it was incredible.
What did you make of their performance? I guess their performance so far in the tournament as well.
Oh, it's been great. I don't know. Acend is such a strong team, so it could have gone either way, honestly, but I'm glad that it went NA's way.
Oh, and speaking of that NA-EU rivalry, a lot of EU teams here, some have been showing up, some, have left the tournament already. What have you made of EU as a region?
I feel like since Iceland, they've definitely improved a lot more. And so I can't wait for Champions. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, maybe EU will get a comeback and get NA again the next time. G2 already took down Sentinels. I had to mention it. And speaking of Sentinels, they're playing next right after this against Envy. How do you think that'll go? What are you expecting?
Sentinels all the way, baby. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
What do you feel like they have to do? Because it feels like in this tournament, everything is going unexpected. A lot of players are stepping up. So what's the secret for Sentinels winning this one? I feel like I know what you're going to say, but I just want to hear it.
Tens. But one of them also being like, I just think both teams are definitely going to show up to the match for sure because they both want it just as bad. Envy has also been playing super well recently, so I think it's just going to be a great match overall.
I think so too. And lastly, one of the best things about this tournament so far is how the smaller regions have performed as well. So I wanted to get your thoughts on them. Anyone that you really liked or been impressed with?
Honestly, I've been impressed with every region, but especially Gambit's performance. Like, I don't really watch all the EU teams that much, but like Nats, he's insane. Like, I have to give a shout out to Nats. He's been like showing up like crazy, and he's been making like absolute impact frags and everything. So it's really cool.
Yeah, Nats has been great. I love that you're recognizing him as well. Thank you so much for your time, Kaide, and looking forward to seeing more content from you too.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is Kaide, everybody. It's always great to speak to her. But now, as she said, she's expecting Tens to show up. Sentinels, they're going to be taking on Envy. And over to you to the desk with Dash.
Thank you very much, Yinsu, and welcome back to Verity Music Hall for our final quarter-final matchup. It's Envy versus Sentinels, and with that previous matchup that just happened, we have guaranteed ourselves that NA versus EMEA final that everybody's kind of had their sights set on. The question remains, which of these two NA teams is going to get the opportunity to challenge 100 Thieves for that spot?
I mean, this one's going to be so difficult, isn't it? Because Sentinels, they've been the favorite, but they've had some struggles over the course of the last couple of games. Meanwhile, Envy have only played 2 games so far and arguably been in the weaker team, in inverted commas. So, big question marks.
Yeah, I mean, the win against Vivo Keyed and then the next one as well. Both of them, I think people were expecting it to be slightly weaker, but I do think they got, a little bit challenged, especially at the beginning. It was slow starts from Envy all the way through, but now they go up, and to my mind, I don't think form matters at all in this matchup because they've done it so many times.
Yeah, 4-0'd their way to the quarterfinals here, so relatively untested when it comes to those series score, arriving in style here late at night in Berlin to the Verity Music Hall, taking on the Titans of Sentinels, which, as we mentioned, have emerged from groups battered and bruised. But when we think about this Envy roster, Gio, who's the person you're picking out? Where are your sights set?
Oh, it has to be Ye. Ye has been a huge topic of conversation for this team, relatively new to the roster when you compare him to some of the other players. And I think he's been a huge center of attention for them. Having seen so many incredible Jet players come out of this tournament too, there's a lot of pressure from that regard. And I mean, let's be honest, Envy in history has been represented by a lot of legends, from Paddy P to XQC, and I think El Diablo can make it that.
I like that all the way. Yes, Ye is the guy that we have to pay attention to. The last time they played against Sentinels on their way here to Berlin, it was the Ye show in that fight, and he showed up big time, even though he was only playing with the team for about 5 days before that. Now, there's been some time, right? So once he gets in that comfort zone, once he realizes, hey, we're just playing Sentinels just on a stage instead of at home, it should be good.
Well, and how timely to have just had that interview with Nitro where he talked about hopping on the Jet and how this agent so different from the rest in what it demands out of the player who's playing it. Buying that space, as he said, so important. So that will be the job of Ye today up against Sentinels, which again, as we say, this is the defending champions from Reykjavik. So we turn our attention to them with a bit of a critical eye, right? Different group stage, I know, and so to some degree that can make it hard to decipher how much we should read into even that map drop against F4Q, for example. But they dropped a whole series to G2. And so, Bala, I feel like Envy is playing with the most information they possibly could about how to attack this squad.
Yeah, I think they are for sure, but I don't know if that blueprint that G2 gave them is actually applicable to them, right? They don't necessarily have that same type of style where Nuki will attack you in specific scenarios, and I think also the map pool that they're playing slightly shifts a little bit since the last time. Like, they were seeing that Haven battle consistently, and we didn't necessarily see that for G2. I think that this roster is, no matter what we saw, no matter whether they're battered and bruised, they're playing Envy, and Envy they know.
Yeah, that's definitely true. They've played them throughout the NA VCT. They're definitely well acquainted, and I suppose it depends on how many new things are going to come out. There has been that question about have Sentinels been making the effort in the last 2 games that they played to sort of withhold some of that information that they could have given away. Now it's about what have they got specifically prepared against Envy that Envy haven't come up against in NA.
Well, I want to talk about the guy who was towing the line there in that walk into the venue. It's sick. I mean, again, earlier today, you just mentioned Haven. And we've seen Haven examples where we've been critical of Phoenix play outside of Six, saying this is the guy who's defining the way that agent gets played on that map.
Yeah, I mean, if we get to see Haven, that'll be a perfect way for the audience to get educated on how to go through that. But he's been phenomenal even on the different agents that he plays. And that's one of the things that is so phenomenal about Sick, is he's the flex player for Sentinels. He plays so many different agents, from Sage to Phoenix to more. He's unstoppable when it comes to his Phoenix play, and I think that's what people keep in their mind when it comes to Haven.
All right, well, so all eyes on Sick as he steps onto the stage. For plays like this, we're going to watch it again. Oh my goodness, I've never seen 3 kills picked up in that kind of a fashion. Clearing out, creating that space on a pick like Phoenix. You mentioned funneling ult orbs into him on Haven so that he can use that run it back to clear sites just like this. So again, that's all if Haven is even played, but we're going to keep this momentum rolling by stepping onto stage. It's a battle between NA, Envy, Sentinels. Let's get to it. Two teams that are all too familiar with each other, but they stare each other down for the first time here at Masters of Berlin. Gotta love as well, Dapper. Always the funny guy out there on stage playing a little ball and socket while everyone's going with the fist bumps as they make their way on. I am pumped. I am just pumped.
I have to say, I feel like being at the desk, we've definitely been spoiled this entire week of what we can hear the players yelling at each other. I bet right now this is going to have some of the best trash talk of all the teams that we've seen so far.
I think you can count on it.
It'll be like siblings fighting.
Yeah, I think, well, no, I disagree. Ascend had some fire to them.
They did.
Ascend had fire to them.
did.
You also note that neither of these teams actually have a coach right now with them. Envy, unfortunately, Mike's HD couldn't join him here in Berlin. So, yeah, it's all these two teams just right without.
All right, I tell you what, they don't have coaches here with them. Okay. Let's go ahead and play coach for them then with map select discussion.
Ooh.
We've talked about the importance of Haven already and whether or not that's going to come through. We know that Sentinels is happy to play that, but what else? What else is jumping to top of mind right now when it comes to either of these squads and what they might want to secure?
Well, so far, both of these teams have banned the same map every single time that we've been here in Berlin. For Envy, that's been Breeze. For Sentinels, that's been Ascent. To be honest with you, I can't see Envy deviating from the Breeze ban purely because we've seen what Tens can do, the devastation he can cause on that map. Every single team who's gone into that part, yeah, there we go.
Don't tempt fate,
Not
and they won't.
surprised.
And they won't.
And Sentinels is a team that never changes what they're doing anyways, like, except for maybe at one point at Reykjavik they were banning Bind, and they're like, hold on, let's let New Turn play it against us. We're fine with that.
Right.
But I don't, okay, there, Ascent ban, so yeah, not the case at all.
Well, they'll stay the same as just mentioned with Ascent off the table. And so between the other four maps, Haven will be the first pick, but it's Envy actually who jumps for it.
Yeah, that's an interesting one because so far Envy's picks in the event have been Ascent, which obviously not available, but the other one has been Bind. And that's a map that they really like to play on. I'm actually a big fan of their playstyle on Bind, but this time they've decided to go for something different. I think part of that is because of the way that Sentinels play Bind and the fact they haven't seen them play it yet.
I also think that this is very much a comfortable place for Envy to be playing against Sentinels because they've done it a number of times, and one of those times they actually were able to take them down after Sentinels, I think, was undefeated at that point in time back in Challengers 1. I'm taking you back into history.
All right. Well, that's what you got to do every time you're looking at a team taking on Sentinels. You got to reach pretty far back into that playbook or history to find an example of where they have fallen down. Map number 2 will be split by Sentinel's choice, which leaves us a choice between Bind and Icebox for the third and final.
It's gonna be. I would love to see them pick Bind, partly because I'm just salty that I haven't seen Sentinels play it yet. But I do really like the way that Envy picked Bind. Icebox is not a map that they're a fan of. They have not played it very often at all. They did play it against Crew and Vivo Keyed, but neither of them were because of Envy's choice. And they were. I mean, one of them was an overtime game.
Oh.
Gio wants it. She'll get it.
I was actually going to disagree there. I thought that Envy really likes Icebox against Sentinels in specific, and Krashi specifically, who is a guy that we have to look out for, is so good on that map that I kind of expected it. But it will be Bind anyways.
All right, so Bind, if we make it all the way there. The last series delivered us a map 3 and an overtime at that. We'll see if Sentinels and Envy can do the same. But first, we kick things off on Haven. Think to some degree, we know what to expect when it comes to Sentinels on Haven. So I'd first like to put a focus on Envy.
Yeah, I think there is a big question with Envy right now is whether or not they're going to stick with the idea of Victor playing Sky on this map instead of the Phoenix that he historically has done. I mean, we're talking now 3 maps in a row or something like that they've gone with him on Sky, and it has looked pretty good, but you're kind of missing that, I don't know, that oomph that you get from these NA Phoenixes.
I mean, it's been actually the last 5 maps in a row, one of which was their game against Sentinels in the upper semi-finals in the NA playoffs. But I mean, I like Victor on Sky. I'm a really big fan. I think he's a very aggressive Sky, but it's about whether or not that can match up to what Sentinels bring. And you can't forget, of course, that this is the composition that Envy did beat 100 Thieves and Acend onto.
Well, it won't be long until we have our answer as we're into Prime Gaming Agent Select for the first map of this best of 3 quarterfinal.
I think Crashies, while I said he's an X Factor, you never are going to see him on anything else besides Sova because he's just so good on that. And the reason for it is because he controls A long so well on that defensive side, and obviously the drone and the post-plant utility that you can have, plus obviously the dart to initiate, is so crucial when you're attacking the other sides.
X Factor in the play, not in the pick.
Yeah, I think someone else who also gets a little bit understated is FNS. You know, when he's playing on the Killjoy, he can hold down a site really well and usually bring 3 people down with him at the same time. So you might see him over in the C site, for example, and if Sentinels try and flank around and get over there, he's going to be the guy to deal with it.
No more surprises, I think, that we're going to get out. Both of these guys should be playing Astra. So one thing I want to note is keys to success for Envy when you're playing up against Sentinels is to do kind of what 100 Thieves did in the last half of that Breeze game previously, which is keep the rounds very, very clean, right? Have that economy rolling for you so that there can never be the opportunity where there's, you know, hero rifle or something like that.
Well, there you have it. Final match of the evening, and we kick it off on Haven. Envy and Sentinels ready to do battle here for the first time at Masters of Berlin. We're right back up to the casters polling double duty.
Hello guys, what's up? So it's already 4:55 a.m. in the morning and nandito pa lang tayo sa last series. For today, it's going to be Sentinels versus Envy. At yan na nga mga kaabang-abang na kanina pa kinong-complain ng mga tao since 7 p.m. Ate Rere, Kuya Dax, anong oras si Envy at Sentinels? Well, here it is. Magsasama-sama tayo hanggang 8 a.m. St. Peter is waving.
Ray! Ang late mo sobra dumating. 5 o'clock makakaaraw na. Tapos na yung buong gabi. Ngayon ka lang nagpakita sa stream. Pero ito na. Envy versus Sentinels. Rematch of the NA Challengers. At NA versus NA. Kasi ang mananalo dito, tatatapan pa rin. NA, 100 Thieves ang kalaban nila. So Haven is gonna be the map pick. Expected compositions para sa Envy at sa Sentinels. Real talk muna tayo real quick. Ito yung composition lalaro palagi na Envy at si Tens! Huli niya si Crash dyan, but Victor with the answer. Mahirap mag-control dito ang Envy, especially with that Killjoy as a combination double initiator. At last time, sila nagkita dito sa map na to, Ray. 13-11 ang score. Malakas dito ang Envy. Malakas dito ang Sentinels. At ang tanong, sino ang mananagi? But here we have it right now. Finesse with the kill onto Shazam. Dapper does get the answer. And onto A site we go. Dapper, umaasa sa sewers. Pero mukhang kontrolado na kagad ng Envy yung site kayo, Ray.
And ito na nga yung inaabangan natin na double initiator. Pero Zombs, stay down kami sa credit go. Diba 1v1 pero tumalon lang sa harapan niya. Sabi nga ng shoutcaster kanina. And he takes out one. And Sentinels will be leading in the pistol round lang naman against Envy. Wala pa namang super big. Pero nga lang, let's give it to Zombs.
Yung huling kill eh. Yung third kill talaga yung malala. Tingnan mo to. Tingnan mo to. First shot, second shot, accurate. Umasa siya sa jump peaks. And he's just like, yo, you take those. Kalawang Sentinels yan. Saan ka pa? At ba't may loading bar sa... Ba't may loading? Ray?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Narinig ba ako?
Loading?
Hello?
Oo, Ray.
Hello?
Ayun, nawala. Nawala si Loading.
Okay.
Nawala.
Si Loading Cakes.
Loading. Ay, pani mo talaga. Alam mo, wala kang excuse ngayon. Sige, 5 o'clock.
Fine.
Pero first cast mo pa lang to.
Sorry. Ito na, isa at bukas. Ngayon at bukas na lang yung kasal. Isang series, ayan. So kung mamilis nyo kami, well, ayun, yun na nga sinasabi ko na right click. Tagantihan nila ngayon si Dapper. And finally, ito po yung maging oras that Envy might be winning this. But at their sick, gets the move. He gets out the EA. Hep. Tapos, apat na lang natitira sa Envy. Pero don't tell me it's gonna be an eco round. Those right clicks are really working. Classic lang pala magiging buff ng Envy versus against Sentinels.
Nakapulit sila barrel dito. Pero sasabihin ka sana muna as Marv hides here, tries to go for the angle. Finesse! Huli niya si Shazam dyan. At mukhang yung abracadabra, mukhang sasabog sa mukha ng open natin. First spike planted. And Six just gets destroyed there by Victor. Ito na kagad si Tins nasa loob ng smoke. Ang asa tayo si Tins. Diba dapat na back to ng jowa niya? Our boyfriend will fall there and 1-1 na ngayon. Ito ang tanong. nakita na natin yung taga Nice One Baby sa kanya on-screen kanina. Makatulong kaya kay Thieves yun, but Envy, the control on the map and the amount of space that they got there, Ray gave them that win.
Alam mo, Dax, dapat talaga, mahirap mag-cheer sa'yo yung girlfriend mo on-screen kasi natatalo ka talaga pag...
Ano yung practice?
Experience.
Sini-cheer mo.
Hello, parang Shira naman to.
Mga race player ba? Yung mga cheer natin, boss.
Basta ako, auto ng jet ay iwasan. And speaking of, yan ang kailangang iwasan dahil si Yay, ma-jet malalim. Si Tens this time around. At ito na lang kagad natitira from Sentinels. But you know what? Maintindihan mo lang din naman kasi ito dahil it's just a pistol round for Sentinels. They didn't poured out their hearts into buying a lot of utilities plus risking those pistol buys or maybe yung mga half armor tapos SMGs. So that's it. Tatlo na lang kagad natitira sa kanila. Nagkaltas lang ang Envy sa may Silong, but Shazam sees the head of Finesse at mag-move na ngayon ang Envy towards A side.
Yeah, they lose one. Okay lang, sige. A-side na lang tayo. And Envy right now, kita nga natin, they have those control options, especially built against Sentinels. Ilang beses natin nakikita, diba? Sa map na to, si Six yung gumagalaw, si Tens rin nakakahanap ng paraan. But if they find that separation, gamit nung Astra at nung Killjoy, ilam naman natin na okay talaga to. First spikes planted and Sentinels, here they come. Hasn't been the best foundation to Ray, ha? Parang last 2 matches nila, nagmukhang mortal dito ang Sentinels at kung kaya mong Envy makakuha ng map dito, they will put themselves in a position to just dethrone the kings of NA right now. Pero mukhang Sentinels ngayon, pistol lang, so it's time for the same, and it's time for you to make kwento naman what you've been up to kasi syempre kanina pa hinahabol ng mga tao kung ano ginagawa mo as we get to dark on. Wait lang, actually game happening, but never mind.
At least Shazam will be getting one. That's good. Coming from their Thrifty, and that's it. Envy leads by 1, and usually, when you see Sentinels on their defending here in Haven, comparing sa kanilang attacking talaga, they start slow. So, that's what I usually observe sa kanila, but maybe they're just taking their time into getting those necessary adjustments. But then, alam naman natin that gun round din sa Envy yung time na yon. So, it's gonna be favoring them a lot. Kapag hindi pa kasi nanalo yung Envy doon, that's really drastic on their part. Imagine Sentinels will be winning a thrifty round out of them and sobrang magiging crucial yon sa side nila. But right now, I think it's looking perfect for them. Having the double initiator talaga on that attacking side will definitely put a lot sa kamay ng Envy in a way na magiging advantage nila. Pero may sumasakto. Ang dami talagang nakuha doon. Pero that prevented them from being so aggressive. And finally, Sentinels getting a good information as to where they are stacking.
Ganda nung sa kagad doon yung Zombs. Huli kagad sila sa may lobby. And now, Sentinels buying themselves that space and time para maka-rotate per Envy. Ako, itingin natin to. Kasi, tingnan ko yung history kanina eh. Humitingin ako match results. Parang hirap naman nun, diba, Ray? So, the spot ko na in this current incarnation ng Envy at Sentinels, wala pa nakakuha ang Envy. Pero dati, with some previous players, natalo na nila ang Sentinels sa stage 1 ng Challengers. Ang tagal na daw na nangyayari yun. At ang tagal na ng history ng Envy at Sentinels sa NA scene. So, it's just another chapter. Palagi na lang nagkikita sa tipong, dito ka na naman. At ang tanong, sino ang magiging kasama ng Sentinels sa VALORANT Champions? Envy and 100 Thieves were mukhang distracted doon. Si Tens masyado sa repolyo. At habang kinakaroon niya yung salad na yan, ayun na kagad si A ang makakapitas sa kanya. 5v4, salad for Envy. And not only that, may rotation at may lurk Shazam! Huli na kagad at Sentinels. Basang-basa lang ngayon ng Envy.
Ano na naman, open book na naman ng Sentinels this time around. And hello, Tens? Question mark? A lot? And Shazam? What? Usually, you'll expect them kahit makabawas sila ng isa sa A-side, pero walang nabawasan at all sa side ng Envy. But now, they will be able to plant the spike right now. Pero nga lang may mga trades na pangyayari. And we only have 6. There is this gonna be the 6th time we're all gonna be looking forward to. Especially na right now is 14, where he'll be able to heal himself. At let's see, hinahantay niya itong mag-aasim sa kanya mga miyembro ng Envy. But I think it's just gonna save this. Ayaw mo nang i-risk ang mga bagay-bagay. Minsan kasi kapag nag-risk ka, ikaw pa yung masasaktan. At
Nako! Ayun na, the first hugot. So, pag nag-risk ka, ikaw masasaktan. Bakit, Ray? Bakit?
Ang hirap sumugal minsan eh. Sa pag-ibig. Yan, sa pag-ibig. Guys, sa pag-ibig.
Okay, so ano yung experience mo doon? Kwento mo nga.
Bakit tayo biglang naging sad? Naging podcast na naman na experience. Basta, kung sumugal ka sa pag-ibig, ganun talaga, kapag nasaktan ka, part naman ng love yun. Mahal mo yung tao Pero pag hindi ka na mahal, edi wag mo nang panghawakan pa. Pinagpalit ka na nga sa Jetmine
Dam-dam! Ang dam-dam na yun! Pero tingnan mo yun. So, Sentinels, honestly making some fundamental mistakes. Kung seryoso tingnan natin. Just peeking at the right throw moments. Too busy with the Seekers. And after everything is said and done, yung game plan dito ng Sentinels medyo wasak-wasak Si Zombs lang ang may ultimate ngayon. Si Sik ang inaasahan nila makakuha ng running back ng mabilisan. At yung sinasabi ko talaga pag may Phoenix ka sa composition mo, you want to get that ult as fast as possible. Whether use the orbs or para lang makapatay ka, kailangan mo talaga makuha yun. Kasi ikaw yung taga-tempo dito. Ikaw yung biglang magiging ace in the hole. And Sik, ilang beses natin na siya nakita magpapos sa Haven. But Envy, a team that is so good against a team that they know, yung nabasa nila, na-research na nila, ito talaga yung advantage nila ngayon against Sentinels so far.
And plus, I think this is definitely, even if it's mataas yung win rate ng Sentinels, we haven't seen much of Envy in Haven, and it's gonna be the better pick as we're gonna be seeing. Pero this time around, Sentinels, they're just doing yung default na ginagawa nila sa kanilang defending side, and we're expecting talaga sa second half sila bumabawi usually dahil nga alam nila that's gonna be crazy sa side ni Sik. But then, you don't want to give up a lot of rounds sa side ng Envy, syempre, dahil unti-unti na nakakuha ng hype itong team na ito. Kitang-kita mo just by aim dueling against Sentinels, sila pa rin nakakuha ng pick-off. And right now, naglabas na nga din kaagad si Shazam na kanyang Hunter's Fury. Will he be able to eliminate at least one now that he created open space for Zombs to actually pick and one? At si Pines bumagsak na nga sa kanyang kamay. Dappers is the head of Marv. Crashes will be able to enter the site. Tatlo na lang sila kagad, but one is actually 10 HP. Pero kayo nag-aabangan pa. Shock to that. And yun na nga sinasabi ko, na 350 pa sila ng Sentinels.
Did you not notice that? I think that was one bullet for 2 kills.
Yeah, yun nga collateral, nagtatuhog. Natuhog.
Wala lang sa yung kulat. Okay yun, naririnig
sorry.
standards mo.
Sorry. Hindi ko naman sa iba perspective.
Walang kulat. Sige. Okay.
Ay, sorry akin. Akala ko kasi akala ko 2 beses siya nag-sheriff. Sorry akin.
Guys. Narinig niyo na yung top 1 world team. Not good enough para kay Ray. Standards. Okay ka, Ray.
Sorry. Sorry, natuhog pala yon. Nagkaroon pala ng kikiam tsaka fishball. Yun pala nangyari. Adi, very good. Buti naman.
Huli ka
Sorry.
Okay lang. Nandito, ako happy ako nandito. Kasi feel ko talaga mag-pick up tong matchup natin. Ngayon, Sentinels, hindi pa sila nakaka-wake up call, pero mukhang na yun na yung alarm bells. Kustens, huli na si Victor kagad dyan. Attacking Killjoy daw, go for the lockdown. At kung naghahanap ng konting control dito ang Envy sa gitna. At tanong daw, saan pa sila pupunta dito? Are they gonna go B? Are they gonna go C? Or are they just making space for themselves? Kasi ito na, Crashies. Tago lang muna sa A-long. Mukhang Spike papunta ng B-side versus Zombs. Handa na para dito, Ray. Back of sight, tambay lang sa bahay at nag-iintay na paraan at panahon. Pakita ng isa at si FNS. Si Fines, mukhang matatapa dyan. Yado with the kill at Brainstorm bigla galing sa Envy.
Oh no! Yay! Gumagawa na nga ng miraculous moves right now. But then si Tez behind the box sees Marv right now. And crashes na lang at sige kagad. Biglang naganda na ng potential ng Envy ng kanilang setup. But malaki lang yung dinay na binibigay sa kanila. But oh no, crashes. Hindi ba pala tapos to sa side ng Envy? Dahil si Tez at si crashes na maglalaro ngayon na 1v1 with the Great One. Ayan na CQC. Naidapakan natin. Oh, and he sees the head of Tez. And we only have Shazam coming in. Pero dinanay niya lang si Yay. With that one, it's gonna be a Somatif as Crashes will be able to pin him down. And leading na naman ang Envy by 2 against Sentinels.
Tapos Envy finding it yet again, and already we see Ye getting taken that he needs as per usual. Mga ito talaga dito para sa side ng Envy. Itong operator, Bladestorm, handang-handa para sa kahit anong laban. And not only that, kasi nakakuha ng control si Crashes down sa may A side. He's just starting sa house and gets the kills for the team. He can come in clutch para sa Envy. Alam na nila yon. And you can see it there. Settles like, guys, yung mga basic play natin, nababasa na ngayon. Kailangan na natin mag-whip up ng something different. Or ito, Ray. Biglang atin.
Let's see.
Nalabas dito ang Sentinels.
Baka biglang, ano lang sila, parang Gambit. Ang tagal mag-start. Di mo alam kung ba. Slow pa. Parang ako, ang tagal. Ang tagal.
Ito na ba? Yung motor? Gagawin natin.
Diesel pa
Sige,
lang to. Oh, diesel.
Ano ba yung sound ng engine mo rin? Ito na nga, run it back na nga, finally. So we see Sentinels looking to make a play with that Phoenix at painting na kagad sa dito. Pa si Finesse, ulit niya kagad ng isa. At kahit may Gravity sa backline, hindi pa rin sapat yan para sa Sentinels. 4 for the 4, but 10 and 6 now. Geeking the takedowns that they need. Please turn patama sa dalawa. At si Ye makakatay na naman dyan. At si Crash isa lang ang natitira dito. Kaya pa ba ng Sova makaklatch kanina? Kinaya niya. Ngayon hindi. It's Ten's time. Nice one, baby, on the big screen. At ito na, 4-3. Sentinels mahabol.
Pumapapel ka, Dax. Ikaw, boyfriend.
Oh, our boyfriend.
Our boyfriend. Oh,
diba?
My boyfriend.
Your boyfriend, my boyfriend,
Our
Kylie's boyfriend, our boyfriend. Lahat tayo equal sa pagjowa kay Tenzo.
Ay na nga eh. Pero looking at that, na-thrifty na naman nila to be honest itong Envy, and they always win those thrifty rounds. Actually, kapag nanalo ka ng thrifty, medyo nakaka-tilt yun sa side ng kalaban mo. And but it's still Envy. They still managed to get up a good hold of that. Pero this time around, sila naman ngayon ang magiging bibili. And just some Vandal coming from Crashies. May heroic buy pa rin siya right now. Pero si Sick, he wants to pick right now in Garage. He's been the one controlling it. But right now, nakita na nga nila na merong isa that's going to be Finesse himself. Pero instead of committing sa A-set na nandun si Dapper together with Shazam, they might be going up ahead here on where Sick is in Garage. And speaking of, meron na ding magagaling coming in from Silong.
Nakanda si Tenchi, kasama niya ang aso niya na si Zombs. And here we go right now, stepping up the Gakuan into the backline. Nakasakper, hindi pa rin sapat ang ating push dahil kay Victor per si Crashies. Mukhang mahuwipe pa nila yung defenders ng Steel Time. Per Sick, tago-tago, smoke criminal, pero nabasa na yun ni Crashies. At si Shazam makakuhuli ng isa, Shocker to. Hindi mag-bounce ng tama at buhay pa dito si Ye. Goodbye, friend. Wala tayo may rinig sa kabila, per Cyber Cage plus the Content Fury. Ito na naman yung combo ng Sentinels, push and pull, and here they come. But Shazam, he will get one. Marvdo holds the line, and it's 1v1. There's a peek from the Wolf. Sneaky peeky line, pero masyado nag-facton si Shazam. Masyado nag-cross at dito sa threshold na to, hindi niya kinaya. Envy still staying away. Galing sa Sentinels, Ray, they've been keeping this 2-round lead because every single time na natalo sila, nag-bounce back sila at nakahabol sila at nakahanap ng paraan na i-shut down yung defense ng Sentinels sa site mismo.
Plus, let's give it to Envy na para na naman sila naglatag ng cards dito. Naglatag ng +4 sa Uno cards itong Sentinels. May +8 yung Envy. Ganun naman ang nangyayari this time around. And kitang-kita mo naman, they still have the upper hand. And plus that round earlier, it was just a round full of marshals plus hero by pa nga coming in from Envy, and they still managed to get up. Pero this time around, dalawa na nga ang pinagmana na ng Seaside dahil ayaw na na-elevate out. Oh, pero take off! 6 to the defense! Get some good heads! Pero nga lang Finesse, biglang naging agresibo din. He takes off 3K! What? What are you doing, Finesse? Mag-aano siya nga din ng lockdown. ECQ na nga ngayon sa Seaside, ngayon sa Hayden. At ngayon, Shazam, will he actually risk this out? Yep! Sabi niya, mas maganda. I risk our reward plays for us, but Finesse gets a good deny. And is this gonna be an ace? Tignan natin, dahil Dapper. Or it's going to be a Dapper time. Meron na lang siya ngayong cage, and tignan natin if it's gonna be working.
Ito na, Ray. Kumaklatch na Dapper. Kumamatay siya sa kamay ni Finesse. Pangalan na niya ay Dark, according to our chat. Okay, diba? Galing mag-spelling. Good job, guys. Alatang-alatang. Nagpupuyat kayo. Pero ito na. Dapper, can he play the clutch there? Finesse gonna be hiding into the cubby. Makukuha ba niya yung ace? Yun yung tanong. There we go with the gravity wall. Try to suck him through. But no, the bunny hop to get on away. Takas ang ating Cypher. Pero he still wants more. Gusto pa makipaglaban. There's the peak. But there we have it. Fake right now to go for the top. Isa pa. Si Finesse. Naglalagay ng turret. Maglalapag. At mukhang mag-peak na dito ang Envy. Peekaboo. Nakita yung season. But Dapper with a shutdown on the ace. Pero Marv pa rin ang magwawagi sa dulo. And NB, they're still going on. They're wiping out the opposition. At kahit yung mga galawan ng Sentinels, nagkaka-good start sila, nakakuha ng pintas. Look at this! FNS just with Finesse. Parang tea time pa sa kanya at madali lang makakuha ng 4.
Piruin mo yung killjoy nyo, ganyan. Alam nyo, Sentinel diff. Hindi, joke lang.
Sentinel, alam mo, Sentinel diff kasi naging dark si Dapper. Unfortunate. Okay na sana eh. Muntik na clutch pero at least, hindi siya napais.
Pero, basaya naman ata si Darp. Only one. Yan, Dapper para sa Senado. Pero dito na nga tayo kagad. Victor wants to push ahead right here in Garage. Alam mo, this is a good way of Envy sa kanilang execution. When they get a good hold sa silong at hindi na-punish nila yung Anchor plus nakapag-control din sila na binibigyan ng Sentinels ang Garage, it's gonna perfectly well work for them. And speaking of, they dominated over B side already. They were just thinking, Sentinels were thinking na okay, maybe these guys will be coming at C side. Pero wala talaga. Instead, pupunta sila sa A side pero mukhang naka-nostra na din si Dapper na okay, these guys will be coming in from here pero Finesse naghintay lang kagad together with Teds. Masyado ka nagmamadali. Dapat marunong ka maghintay sa tamang panahon. And dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira. Once again, nakakuha pa ng isang kill si Sick right now. Pero this is a drift. This is actually an eco round na naman sa side ng Sentinels.
Nako, patatanong na ba natin yung questions? Sentinels? Ano na? Ano na ang gagawin nyo sa NB? Because NB right now playing it oh so well. Natuto talaga sila sa matchup nila sa Sentinels sa challengers mismo and nag-step up sila dito sa attacking side nila. Sentinels right now have no answer. They're down by 4. At kahit ano gawin nga Sentinels ngayon, nakahanap pa rin ng paraan ng NB whether maka-clutch time sila gamit sa duels or makahanap sila ng paraan makakuha ng control courtesy of Marv as well as Victor and Crashy. So it just goes to show right now na ang NB gusto nila talunin talaga ang Sentinels. This is gonna be their big payday. This is gonna be the big one if they can actually dethrone the top one in the world, the top one in NA, and actually fight off against 100 Thieves instead in the semifinals. Isipin mo, from champion to top 8 lang? Yun ba mangyayari dito? Yun ba yung magiging timeline natin, Ray? Kasi NB ngayon, sobrang secure at sobra talagang preparation kalaban sa Sentinels.
Plus, alam naman natin na itong Sentinels, they really have a big weakness. It's going to be in split map. So maybe talaga marami na ginawang homework na naman ng NB. And speaking of, Sick na naman na pick off kagad sa Garage, but he takes out that curveball just to eliminate this guys na baka sakasakaling hahabulin siya. And speaking of, at least nakaalis siya this time around. But all of them are taking over Garage na naman as we have Finesse, very aggressive. Hindi mo talaga, pupuntahan niya talaga. Pero pag sumilip ka, mamamain ka talaga dyan ni Sick.
Oh, so guys, clip nyo na yun. Na-clip nyo na yun, tapos pag sad kayo, play nyo para malala nyo na si Ray nagsabi sa inyo nun.
Talongin mo daw ka ng math. Ay guys, hindi talaga ako nag-math course.
Hindi. Huwag ka umasa. Sige, mamaya guys. Bigyan ko si Ray na math question, pero huwag kayo umasa ng sagot kasing ganda nung kay Taylor kanina. But you know, Hunter's Fury ang sagot dito. At ito na kagad, Crashes may mga kulay sa but Sick, it's time for him to shine. At mukhang more mainit than hot, but no mukhang andyan na si Ye to pull him off instead. NB right now making it 3v2. Shazam gonna get zone out alongside Dapper. At pahihirapan sila dahil sa dalawan dito ni FNS. Mukhang yun talaga Killjoy versus Cypher. Utility usage being prime by Finesse, but Finesse and Crashes clean it up at NB! Sige nga, Ray, gaano kalaki ang lead ng NB sa Sentinels?
5.
Good job.
Good job.
Basic.
Guys, sabi ni ko, nung college algebra ko, 3 lang ako at feel ko pumasa lang ako dun kasi nagre-recite ako kahit wala akong alam. So, that's the winning in life. But then, win na sana yun coming in from Sick. Pero it's really low on HP. Hindi na rin niya nagamit ng kanyang utilities to be able to heal himself. And that itself, notice na nga na si Shazam and Dapper coming in from Garage. And Envy will be leading by 5 against Sentinels. And this is actually pretty big. Dahil don't wanna get that to a 9-3. And most probably, it can happen dahil napanish siya naman kaagad si Tens this time around.
Ito na. Mukhang lalaki na yung sungay nito ni Ye. Is it time for the El Diablo moments from our Jet? Kasi Crashes rin. Naghihintay siya kung may mag-pick kaya dito. Dapper nakatambay. Shazam nakapwesto rin dyan. This is NB right now. Finding Sick as well. Wala na si Tens. Wala na si Sick. As ng mga playmakers mo, Sentinels, usually yung support line talaga ang tagatulong dito. For now, they have to step on up. At mukhang si Zoms ang aasa ngayon. Pero wala yung asa niya ay magiging asa pa because si Zoms ay mahulog sa kamay ni Victor. It's 5v2. But Ray, Grabe talaga ginagawa ng Envy. Sobrang commanding sa game na ito.
Wala talagang masabi sa Envy. They really impressed a lot to us right now. And they're just dominating all over sa first half against Sentinels. And I really do think, maybe, na makuha na talaga ito ng Envy against them. And speaking of, Marvs, he's dead of Dapper. Shazam na lang kagad, going up against 4. Tapos lahat ng postman, ay nahanap na lang siya this time around. Naglabas pa ngayon, ang lumilipad na CCTV niya. Will be denying him. And Envy, imagine at 9-3 sa first half. This is so big.
This is huge. This is commanding. At ito na ba, change of the guard sa NA. Iibahin na ba natin ang power rankings ng Valorant World kasi ito na ang Envy sinasagot ang Sentinels. Diba ilang beses ko na sinasabi sa inyo guys itong Envy, magaling talaga sila pag alam nila kalaban nila. Nahirapan sila sa group stage nila kasi hindi kasing gaano research and experience sila against their opponents. But when they go and get stuff, they figure things out. But here, Sentinels. Alam naman natin lahat binabasa yung galawan ng Sentinels. Inaaraw yung galawan ng Sentinels. And what we're seeing here is Envy. Alam nila yung comp nila nagana sa playstyle ng Sentinels. Alam nila yung mga galawan sa pupesto yung Sentinels ngayon. And it's really just been anti-strategic counterplay and effectively answering back before Sentinels can even ask the question, Ray Ray.
Plus, ito yung maganda about the double initiator that they have. Imagine, when you have yung double initiator mo, hindi makapagsisikat ulit. Kanina mo pa napapansin, if they're winning a lot sa C-site, sisik parati yung punterya ng Envy. And parating nabibigay, punterya. Meaning, siya yung focus. Yes.
Focus.
Wow.
Wow.
Focus sa isang goal. Iwan.
Bakit hindi na focus gamitin mo? Ba't mo pa linalalim yung ano?
Para hindi mo maintindihan.
Kapal. Kapal the face.
Kapal
okay
the
ka.
face.
Okay ka.
Pero totoo. Once na nakapag-hold na talaga sila nag-garage as what we're seeing all over again, Envy gets that. Na-clear nila kagad yung C-side. Hindi din makapag-anchor na mabuti si Dapper sa C-side. That's what we need to see out from him usually. Coming from his cover-up plus his cyber cage. And unfortunately nga, hindi talaga niya magawa iyon. Hindi ma-execute masyado ng Sentinels. And it's been a cold start sa kanila in this first half. First map pa lang to What more can we expect coming in from Sentinels now that Envy is slowly eating them alive?
Yun talaga kain na kain. It just seems like kahit gumagawa na plays si Sick at si Tens, wala They can't actually follow through all the way. Yung tipong, andyan na, nakausap mo na. Kunti na lang, pupunta na kayo, mag-date na kayo, tapos biglang magkaka-cold feet ka, biglang hindi mo natutuloy, Ray. Yun talaga yun At yun yung nangyayari ngayon sa Sentinels. Wala silang natutuloy, wala silang napapala. Kasi yung mga plays nila, half-baked and half-done, unfortunately. They really need to change things up because itong indie squad na to, it really looks like nag-prepare sila specifically for Sentinels right now.
Plus, ito pa yung medyo nakakagulat sa Sentinels. May gusto silang i-execute, but once na underman sila, biglang nagpa-fall short off na lahat. Hindi yung nagko-connect usually yung mga utilities nila. But this time around, let's give it to them. Na nasa attacking side sila, they're more comfortable with it. Plus, they know how to make a way kung sakasakaling isang nakakaltas or dalawa sa side ng Sentinels. But remember, Envy, you're gonna go up against your comrades here in the NAC. Even if wala pang naipanalo ang Envy so far sa Sentinels, pero sa historically meron. Pero recently, tagal na nun Ngayon, ibang-iba talaga ang Envy versus Sentinels. This is something you don't expect. Kasi alam mo naman, pag it's gonna be Envy or Sentinels, Sentinels talaga yung pabor Pero ngayon talaga, Envy is really on fire ngayon. They're really popping off also. At saka, no words para sa kanila. But then, no words kaya sa Sentinels kapag nakabawi sila.
Another thing is, ito nga map pick nila for good reason. Isipin mo, nakita mo yung laro ng Sentinels sa Haven, sa group stage. Tapos pipiliin mo. They were the closest to beat them on the map in the first place. Ito na, malapitan kay Victor. Jumping right click rin para makakuha ng dalawa sa dulo. Sick and Tense. Ito na naman, mukhang sila ay sakit dito. May epidemic sa ating dulis. Kasi bigla na lang sila namamatay sa kamay ng Envy. Grabs the well for the zone. Finesse with 2. Surgical. Linis. Get the broom! Get the walis ting-ting kasi bigla na lang nasi-sweep away ang Sentinels na naman dito, Ray.
And ito na-feel ko, Dax. Ginagawa ng Sentinels to para magkasiriri ng Game 3. Ganun yun.
Alam mo, Ray, yung stats mo daw, basta ano lang sila yung tipong sa sobrang tagal na ng win nung Envy sa Sentinels. Stage 1 pa yun. At iba pa yung naglalaro sa Sentinels. Yun lang naman, 10-3 scoreline. Envy right now, thing is, they have the gun advantage. They're 3 rounds away from winning this game. At ang Sentinels ngayon, ano ba ang magiging sagot nila? Lahat ng entries ni Sig at Tins,
wala.
Nahuli, nababasa, walang napapala. What else can they do? Maghanap pa sila ng lurk? Maghanap pa sila ng shock dart lineup? Can they actually play a gravity wall setup? Lalagay Soms! Because more often than not, it's always Envy having that range in the utility para sagutin dito ang Sentinels. Ito na, with the tops, but he almost loses. Backs on the way. Dapper, muntik na padapa rin dyan. Shazam solo on the HP as well. Pero ito na, Spectre in hand, Ray crashes is ready and has the intel na may tao dito sa ilong.
And this is it. Once he gets that intel, kita mo naman na kagad yung speedy rotation coming in from Envy just to prevent this guys. Pero they just feel kinda here in meron silang konting ingay, pero will they bail out of this? Kita mo naman, they will be bailing out of A site already. Konting ingay, and now they will be rushing through C-site. May naghihintay lang din sa kanila na isa. And speak of, naglilipatan na nga ng mga miyembro natin as Shazam makes a good opener together with their duelist. But Marv, just having that good angle hold, will he be able to take some edge? Pero lahat nakambubugbog sa kanila and na-punish din kagad si Finesse. Tatlo na lang kagad ang natitira and we have Dapper lurking behind them. Pero nga lang, Victor sees him. Is going to the 3v3. Nakapulot na rin kagad ng isang Spectre si Tess. Is this gonna be a heroic game coming in from Sentinels? But there are just some trades happening. But behind their backs, we have your gain. Spray down lang din sila most likely dahil low on HP, dalawang miyembro na Sentinels. And speaking of, we have Ye getting the head of Shazam as we only have 6. He takes out 1, but Victor denies that and Envy still wins this. 11-3 na nga ang ating score and now they're down to 2 before they can finally win against Sentinels.
Sipin mo, talo ka sa guy na pangalan niya in-game. Okay yun ah. Victor! Victory! Yun talaga yun. And it just goes to show right now, Envy, sabi nila, amin na tong map na to. 11-3 lang. Isipin mo, ganito makikita mong scoreline against Sentinels. Envy, pasado sila. May tipong may Valorant 101, may Valorant Masters Berlin elective. E+ sila dito, Ray. Mas mataas pa yung G1 ng Envy kesa sa G1 ko. Buong university career ko.
Grabe naman. Parang sinasabi mo na itong mga casters na nandito ngayon. May pagka,
out of charge. Ay, wala ko Oy,
joke lang.
Hindi ko sinabi yun.
Ako hindi naman sa pagmamayabang, pero consistent din sir. Dapat loudy ako, pero hindi chip kasi ako. So, flex lang.
So, ano rank mo sa Valorant ulit? As Crashes gets that kill?
Diamond 1 po tayo ngayon. Ikaw.
Hindi ko pa nga nalalaro Fracture. Busy tayo eh. Ang gagawin natin.
Hindi ko pa nga nalalaro Fracture. Yung Diamond 1 na yan, gawa-gawa lang yan ng Illuminati.
Diba? Radiant unrated.
Radiant unrated. KO plus Yoru.
Unray-rated. Diba? Unray-rated. Okay, diba? Pero mas okay to, tema Envy. Look at this map. Laki ng map, diba? Ray. Isipin mo, makukuha mo lahat to. Hindi eh. Kasi may backstab na papunta. Pangalan niya ay Finesse, pero Shazam! Finally with the third round play para mapatay yan. Crash is nasa itaas dito. Watching out from the tower. Pero si Marv ang sasagot si Shazam dyan. At mukhang magiging 2v2 na naman. Nakaklatch kanina ang Envy. Nagawa ba nito? Malik. Pero ang bonus time ng Envy okay na. Sentinels. Dalawa na lang sila Ray. At yung pag-aspa dito, manalo ang Envy. Marv will get a peek and see Zoms, but Zoms reacting quicker. And now Zoms can get one more. Yes, he does! Kaya pa ng Sentinels. Buhay pa sila dito, pero Envy, pinapahirap talaga nila yung buhay ng Sentinels ngayon.
Pero mo, dalawa na lang. Di ka ba talaga magbibigay ng malaking pressure sa Sentinels? Tapos meron pang 7 rounds. Yes, I'm doing the math, guys. I'm counting with my hands. And Sentinels, kailangan pa nalang mabal lang 7. And sa tingin mo ba sa 7 yun, lahat magiging perfect? Kailangan sobra perfect ng Sentinels para talagang gusto nila maging top-notcher sa bar exams. Ganun ang kailangan nilang gawin ngayon. And they can actually get it. Dahil nga kitang-kita mo naman, half buys, mga martial buys lang coming in from Envy, but still that long holds that we have on the defending side is gonna be so accurate. Plus, you have that martial. Pero tignan natin kung magagawan nga ng paraan ng Envy ito.
Basta ako, hindi ako maniniwala. Minamat mo yan na manual eh. May calculator ka, no? Sa kamay mo. Pero ito, kamay ni Marv makes miracles and just kills them so quickly. Envy ngayon. Kahit natalo sila, sige, Marshall muna. Try to go for the pickup. Finesse, he just gets overrun. Ito na, Sentinels coming in full force. G-side has been seen. And they will be the only one to try and defend. Pero si Sick, ang sasagot sa kanya, ang papatay sa kanya dito. Papush na kagad naman ang Sentinels. At kailangan nila yung momentum na to, Ray. Kailangan nila makuha yung mga rounds back-to-back at the very least. Doon na talaga magising ang Sentinels. Pero hindi pa tapos ang Tapper! Ginagawa mo dyan, sir! Victor naman ang may victorious play there. But the guy like Victor again! Mukha talaga magtatanggol siya dito for defense. Pagkatalo. At mukhang si Tyson nga ang mananalo dyan. 2 kills, 4 tens, 2 rounds in a row. That's the best Sentinels has had so far.
Buti naman! Buti naman, Sentinels, sa gagawin niya na paraan. Pero could have been crucial if the Marshall may natuhog na naman yung Envy. Alam mo na, dahil isa na lang before finally Envy will be getting this map. But so far, 6 pa para Sentinels, and every round match, they need to make it perfect talaga. Kailangan talaga walang mistakes na sa side ng Sentinels. You need to have good entries coming from Tens and Sick. But right now, that Sick has that run it back. Let's see. Usually kapag meron siya niyan, nakakapita siya ng isa, then maka-open na kagad isang site na gusto i-commit ng Sentinels. And let's see how will they actually get this. And speaking of, Sick already gets his run it back. Pupunta na kagad sa may garage, pero na-deny lang coming from that Seekers. Kukuha lang siguro ng information. And speaking of, Victor, alam niya na may dalawang naka-crossfire na ngayon sa side ni Sick, pero tignan natin, mag-rotate na sila papuntang A.
Run it back pa dyan, Ray, parang ano yun eh, crawl on back eh. Biglang, ang bagal. Na-slow ka agad siya eh, and he just couldn't even make it through on the other side quickly na para makakuha ng isa. Pero ito na kagad ang ating mga smokes. Gravity well na naman. And on point palagi dito si Marv eh. How many times nakikita na natin na control lang niya yung base side dahil sa gravity wells niya. But finesse with the backstab ang ating Killjoy talaga. Nag-play para sa naisig niya at nanira ng mga formation dito ng Sentinels. Cosmic Divide daw ang call ngayon ni Zoms. Itong Sentinels sa kabila, but there's a better answer. Finesse, nag-rotate na. Lockdown is there at mukhang ginamind games talaga ngayon ng Envy ang Sentinels kasi kanina iniisip nila mag-backstab yung Killjoy. Ngayon, it's a full force retake from Envy.
Mapapali siya lang
gravity well.
Sakto lahat. This is perfect coming in from the retake of Envy. Pero may tatong nakatingin. Easy Dapper. And Marv right now is just gonna be defusing. Crashes all over. Hindi binibitawan ngayon ni Marv. That is gonna be a win. Oh, actually, hindi. Tens is actually one na natakal. Pero di pa tapos. Tingnan natin if it's gonna get it. Oh,
he made it! He made it! 4-14! Na-stall niya ng enough! And Tens with a clutch at the very end! Pero masasabi ko na lang, alam mo yung Sentinels na yan, ABS doesn't stand for Sentinels. Sloppy. Ray, latlo silang gipit dun sa corner, ipit na ipit. Pero one by one sila nagpakita. Just goes to show right now, Envy yung galawan nila sa map na to. Isipin mo yung Killjoy, mag-go for luck. But look at this, Crashies. Okay, 1v1 versus Dapper. Thank you very much. 1v1 versus Zoms as well. Tens though. At least nasira niya yung taga-use ng spike. Yung classic rin. Mali ngayon naftamaan niya dun eh. Pero naubusan lang talaga ng oras because of that first kill. But Sentinels knows. They just got that one out of their battery rate. Yung sobrang tipong nagtiwala na lang kanila kay Tens. And sige, nakuha nila yung round. Pero hindi pa rin to, hindi pa to yung form na kailangan ng Sentinels para manalo sa map na ito.
Pero dehado pa rin, Dax. 5 pa yan. 5 pang kailangan nilang kunin. Pero they can just capitalize on this one. But remember, it was also crucial dahil kahit thrifty yung Envy, naging 2v2 nga yung sitwasyon natin kanina on the third round of this half. Pero nga lang, biglang magpapaka-aggressive na sila dahil we have Tens. Pero na-deny lang coming in from that setup of Finesse. And speaking of, nakapusi, gets ahead of Sick. Ito na naman, deny na naman ang Sentinels ngayon, pero Dapper gets a good move. He denies also Yay at bukas na bukas na kagad ng B-side, pero nga lang Shazam behind their backs with his spot at squad wala. Pero nga lang Dapper, ano nangyayari? Oh!
Ba't mo gagawin yung Dapper? Victor, nag-360 flash, Ray. Nagsa-style points pa ang ating Victor dito. Shazam, mag-ingat ka. Mainit ang kamay ni Victor na naman. See 32 HP and a 3. Shazam sees the head, gets him dead. Pero it's still a chance dito for Envy. This is just an eco round, Ray. Nakakapitas pa dito ang Envy. Pero ito na talaga. Sentinels, now you can say that pwede na. Magka-comeback closer to the momentum at mukhang na-confidence sa Sentinels. Bumabalik sa kanila kanina. Unconvincing but they took the win. Now, it's a little bit better. Pero hindi pa rin ito tapos. Marv, 1v3 Ray per 10 seconds. When losing like this, mukhang naghanap siya para gamitin yung plate at yung Consilio hindi tumama pero yung baril ni Sobs ang makakatapos. 7-11, convenient enough for Sentinels to go for more. Pero kaya pa rin ng Envy. Dalawa na lang kinakailangan nila para sa panalong ito. It's either they clutch it or it's Sentinels coming on back.
Remember, Dax, that round 17 was a huge step up for Sentinels to just be smiling about it, that they are actually barely surviving against Envy. Kitang-kita mo, solid pa rin ang defending side ng Envy. Pero nga lang, alam mo, one round is gonna be enough for your team to have a good comeback. And there's no denying that Sentinels may have that magic. Pero nga lang, this magic, will it be possible? Sumasakto kagad, pero wala pa naman. Pero that opener coming from Cassius, will he be able to pin down one? Wala pa naman ata natin punish kagad. And hindi tumama si Yay at ngayon lulusubin na siya most likely. Those smokes criminal coming in. Pero wala pa rin talaga siyang nabawasan at all sa side ng Sentinels.
Sentinels right now, nakakuha nila yung survival instincts nila dito na buhay pa sila, outlast, outwit at mukhang ito na ang ating hot hands galing Isik. CA, sige, El Diablo ang nickname niya pero kulang pa rin para sa fire resistance yung pagka-demonyo niya dito. So Spike right now being tossed around, baka papunta sila ng C-site. Ang raming utilities though, pero kung mapitas ni Dapper tong si Finesse, ang raming masya-shutdown Ray. Isang alt F4 real quick, isang blue screen of death para kay Finesse dito. Dapper though, when will he peak? Mukhang tatangkihin muna ng Sentinels utilities dyan. Dapper still waiting on the other side. At sige, makukuha nga ng Sentinels ang C-side. At the same time, they had to clear out utilities. Now they have to deal with the Hunter's Fury. At si Shazam, naghahanap ng paraan ng panahon. At si Dapper, naman si Finesse Marv though with the counter kill. 4v4 ngayon. For Sentinels, handa na sa post-plant.
This is gonna be the crucial round once again. Envy, how will you actually retake this? Lahat sila, tignan mo, they have that Avengers firing squad, but Victor gets ahead of this up. Wala na rin available, pero Sick, will he get out of that? Pero nga lang, wala pa nag-damage back, pero nga it's not gonna be working for them. It's only Sick himself. He denies one, he denies nothing, and so far Crash is getting sent, and it's gonna be a match point of Envy. Lahat galang nanggaling sa side ng garage pero walang natamaan yung Sentinels doon.
Talaga, sabi ko na sa'yo you can't spell victory without Victor. Ilang beses na nag-come up big ang ating Sky at yung full camp collected, sige tamaan ka ng Hunter's Fury, wala siyang pake, papatayin pa rin niya yung Cypher dyan, but Victor, that's the 1, that's the 2, that's the 3, there's the shutdown as well with some help from Crashies, at ito na, matatalo na ba ang Sentinels sa map number 1? Huwag natin kalimutan though, Envy, pick this map. Pinili nila to for good reason. At kitang-kita yung galawan nila at setup sila. Anti-Sentinels talaga. The homework, it has been fast and flying colors. Kita natin nga, diba? Sabi A+. Ang record dito ng Envy right now versus Sentinels. Pero kaya ba nila tapusin ang huling kabanata na ito? One more round that they need. Sentinels to pupunta ng A site. Pero tingnan mo sino nakatambay doon. Ray, ang ating star of the show na si Victor at hindi kompleto ang vice dito ng Sentinels.
And speaking of yung mga half-buys na nga lang, pero alam na kagad ni Victor na lahat ng Sentinels nasa A-side. All of them are gonna be rotating already. Pero they still haven't planted the spike. They will be planting out here in this corner. And tignan natin, will how this be a good retake na naman coming in from Envy dahil nakita natin yan kanina.
Or rather, pero Envy, na naman sila mag-go for the retake. Shocked in the line-on up na kagad sa number 10. Nung una makakita dito, Victor! Naku, na-tag siya! At nahulog lang siya sa kanyang kamatayan. 10's gonna get 3, 10's gonna get 4! And it's 10's time right now as the ticking time bomb ng scoreline na ito ay nagbibigay ng pressure sa Sentinels. Flawless victory dun sa round na yun. Tingnan mo, Jet versus Jet. 18 kills per si Victor, may 18 rin. Kita natin talaga ang marami nag-step up dito sa game na ito pero kailangan niya ng Sentinels and 10's. He's not done. Huwag mo kalimutan talaga tong player na ito. Makalimutan mo lang, papatayin ka na kagad. Ang bilis, basta makakuha siya ng reset time, Ray, patay ang kalaban niya sa harapan.
Kailangan lang siguro ng hinga at itong Sentinels so that they can actually get that momentum, that mental reset, that reform that they have going up against Envy. And this time around, Sick, he wants to be aggressive pero he's already been tagged right now. Pero we have that follow-up coming from Tens. They're gonna be getting kung sino man yung nasa backside and kailangan nila gawin yan. Speaking of, nakita na nga kagad nila si Finesse. They're gonna go with the smokes. Pero right now, dominating all over B-side na sila dahil hindi na nga nila yung nasan yung mga flanks ng Envy. They finally know where they're gonna be coming from and we only have Hep Hooray na sasayaw ngayon with his Marshall against Sentinels. Pero ngayon, marunong maghabol ng mga Sentinels and speaking of, he's gonna go. Oh, si Tens. Kala ko di pa makakuha yon. That already says hi kay Tens. And 3 na lang para sa side ng Sentinels if it's gonna be a bye-bye for the first map or still, they want to have an overtime.
Ano ba, sabi ni Tens, papatayin mo ba yan? Sige na nga, ako na nga papatay dyan. And flawless na naman. Galing dito sa Sentinels this time though. Alam naman nila naka-eco dito ang Envy. In-expect nila yung aggression para na mabilis yung round. And in this case, naglinis lang sila para manalo dun sa matchup na iyon. Pero di pa tayo tapos. Chances pa dito ang Envy tapusin itong laban na ito. If they lose this, they have to go eco. Tapos makakabay sila sa 12-11 scoreline if ever. Pero manalo lang sila sa Ray. Tapos na ang laban na ito at ito na. Big gamble para kay A. You have that A-long hold with the operator. Alam na naman natin gaano ka-effective to. Kung makatulong pa si Marv as well gamit ng mga stars, it's gonna be even better para sa Envy. Pero ito na si Sick, ito na si Tens. Pero si Finesse, natalo siya ni Tens at mukhang naiiba na ang Esports dito ng Sentinels kanina. Turog kagad si Sick at si Tens. Ngayon, yung momentum ang nasa kanila. At ito ang experience, ito ang firepower ng Sentinels. At kita natin dito sila bumabawi, Ray.
What is happening? Biglang nagkaroon na bigla na siya ng shift sa Sentinels. Alam mo yun, nag-upgrade na sila. Kanina, medyo na wala pa pero naglabas na ng chakra kagad tsaka Rasengan. And ito na nga yung isa sa mga forms ng Sentinels. May fire breathing form to. Ito yung number 4. Ginamit to ni... may fire breathing.
Fire breathing.
Okay. Sorry, Kimetsu no Yaiba. I kinda disappoint you. Water breathing na lang pala kay Giyu.
Parang isipin mo, ginama yung Demon Slayer at Naruto sabay.
Oo nga.
Technically naman. Yung Kimetsu is the Naruto of the new generation.
Yep.
Based on yung gaano ka popular.
Ano ka ba? Lovers si...
Ano? What? Okay. Controversial takes pero hindi controversial ang exit siya ni Ye. Kita pa rin. Oh, he could have said it. Hindi, okay lang yun. That's a good call. That's a really good call sa Sentinels. Kasi win streak sila. Ang rami lang pera itapon na pwede lang habulin yung off na yon. At tama lang. Kasi kung buhay pa si Ye, hawak yung off na yun, delikado talaga yung vice ng Sentinels sa mga rifles nila. Pero nakuha na rin nila yung garage tank na hinahanap nila. Just win out the dudes very quickly. Si Finesse pinabayaan, dumaan si Sick. Pero alam naman ni Tens na mangyayari yun, manggagaling siya at mapapatime out tayo dito. Kasi Envy, isa na lang kailangan nila pero parang kanina pa yan yung isang na yan.
Oo nga alam mo yun, one more chance pero wala pa rin nangyayari. What is happening right now sa side ng Envy? But then, maybe they're just taking their time. Marami pa naman silang advantages, di ba? Hindi naman porket biglang nananalo na all over yung Sentinels, it's over for the side of Envy dahil nga OT pa yung magiging last solution na meron sila. But as this timeout is actually perfect, they need to shut down yung momentum at init ng Sentinels and this gonna be a time also to just change a lot sa kanilang side dahil hindi na natatakot ngayon si Sick and Tens at all sa mga entries nila sa may garage or if sometimes nga sa gustong site na i-commit nila. Wala talagang if si Sick na pipick off, Tens is ready to take off.
Seems like ito na yun. Kanina, sasabi ko nga, kailangan mag-step up ng Sentinels because their plays, they just don't work. Natalo lang sila, naanggulan sila, at nahaharangan sila. But finally, after all those gritty rounds, after all those sloppy wins, eventually, nakita na natin yung final form ng Sentinels, which just dominates the fights in the first place. Sige lang, happy sila makipag-duel kasi alam nila sila ang mananalo doon. And after everything is said and done, ganun sila kahabol. Just not confident to win, convincing fashion para makapatay. At ito na naman, para sa Sentinels, could be 12-11 scoreline unless si Victor talaga ang mag-play ng hero dito. May Spectre siyang hawak-hawak. Pero the thing is right now, Ray, ang pinamagandang pwede gawin ng NB is to get those ults. Makapitas si Victor ng konti, mamatay si Vanessa, si Crashies with 1 kill para may hunter experience. Down. Si Yay, gusto pa niya manalo. Si Zik makakatay siya, pero baka si Tens makakatatlo, makakahapak! At ito talaga ang ating jowa ng mundo. Tens with the ace, and of course, it's him to do it there para sa Sentinels. 12-11. Isa na lang, mag-overtime pa tayo. Pero simple lang yan para sa Sentinels. Tens, go kill.
And right now, this is so smooth. Biruin mo, he had that confidence na naman. Biglang nagkaroon na Super Saiyan mode si Tens. Imagine, he's not afraid at all. He's just getting those duels advantage para sa kanya. And that's the big risk that it's already been doing, and that's what we're gonna be expecting sa Sentinels. But sa side ng Envy, denied na naman ito. But this is it. OT or 13-11 ang kailangan nating abangan. Paano nga ba tatapusin ang Envy this time around? Maybe this is the last hope that they have.
Ray, curse ka talaga. Yun ang masasabi ko. Bago tayo mag-umpisa sa round na to, may konting silence dahil doon sa Cosmic Divide. But a good hold galing sa Envy. Para lang ma-shutdown doon si Sick. Here we have it though. Bladestorm nasa kamay na kagad ni Tens. Ang bilis eh. Ang bilis mo. But one day. Ang ganda ng lurk. Walang magagawa si Ye dito. And that's the perfect pick-off against the Starjet on the other side. Pero na. Oh? Ayun na Ray. Sentinels grouping on up for the long angle. Kaya ba nila to? Maklatch. Parang na-smoke. At ang NB palapit na sa side mismo. They have seen the spike. There's the recon right now. Capital muna at mukhang ito na tinatataran na ng colors of purple and green. Bladestorm right now looking for a target. Here comes this, the first upslap. Going for that first to go for the spike. At si Crashing mahulog dyan. Sentinels mukhang comeback complete. And we are going into overtime sa game number 1. It's Envy and Sentinels all tied up 12-12. At mukhang totoo talaga, hindi lang joke time. Ang Ray curse, it is actually a real thing.
A real thing, but the real thing talaga that we're gonna be talking about is Sentinels on that part. Alam mo yun, nagtapo na lang sila ng lahat-lahat na meron sila on that post plant talaga. And Lens actually get that boost already. Nag-up-drop na nga siya. He's gonna be taking all over with his Bladestorm. And that's it. That's a big momentum shifter that we have for the side of Sentinels. But Envy. Si Dapper.
Tingnan mo yun, no? Tingnan mo yun, no?
He's doing that, no? The execution po sa kabilang bangka.
Wala. Choker is. Pero, honestly, ang hina ng sagot ng NB. Like, alam namin, okay? Alam namin na dapat nanalo kami kanina pa, but no, Sentinels. By sheer force of will talaga. Kanina, 100 Thieves. Ngayon, Sentinels. Hello, NA. Comeback country. Yun talaga yun eh. Yun yung nakikita natin ngayon, Ray. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos. Envy ngayon on the attacking side para sa umpisa ng overtime natin. At mukhang all rifles ang laro na. Pero shock tag muna para makaharang. Victor gonna get back and yay! Mukhang nag-dash ka lang para makitatan muli. Lightning strike twice and Shadam. He does it there. Back away kagad ang Envy kasi alam na kagad ng Envy dito na handa na Sentinels dun sa A-site.
But then, Zombs, hindi man lang siya nag-rotate. He wants to just tackle this sa may piece. And hindi sila tumitingin sa corners at all. And speaking of, Zombs gets ahead of Grace. And just some trades by trades happening. But now, dalawa na lang kagad na natitira sa side na Envy. Crashes and Marv. They still have a lot. May recon bolt pa talaga to identify where they are. But imagine, you have that crossfire plus. May hawak-hawak pa naman ng spike. Pero pag umalis ka dyan, ikaw pa ang mapipick off. So it's a now or never game for Envy. Dahil currently sandwich talaga sila. It's gonna be so draining. And speaking of the Zom gets one head. Isa na lang kagad natitira si Marv. Will he actually get this? Dahil tatakbo na siya papuntang seaside. Lahat alam na kung siya magagana.
no!
Always check! Always check what is happening right now sa side ng Envy. Oh, the setups coming in from Dapper is so kicking well. Pero, may kita ba niya na meron sa kaliwa niya? May kita ba niya na meron nasa platform? Dapper sees him and that's it! Sentinels isa na lang and they actually can win this haven map against Envy.
Match point.
Parang bagay lang. Bagay lang, Envy. Kung manalo dito ang Sentinels, for sure, Envy. Envious. Tipong, ay, natin yun. Dapat talaga, pero hindi. Sentinels. Ito ang in-expect ng mga tao sa kanila. The Domination Nation. Paulit-ulit lang. Destroy the opposition. Sirain lang ang mga setup nila. Sirain ang mga mukha nila. And call it a day. Tapos Tapos bato talaga ang Sentinels sa magwawagi o mag-overtime pa tayo muli. Yay already. Gambling with his life. Gambling with the operator. So wala siyang armor. Wala rin siyang updraft dito. Isang asa sa Cloudburst. Isang asa sa dash on away with the tailwind. Tingnan natin ngayon. Pero Marv, ang ganda ng angle niya. Kalaban si Sick. Sick to. Maka-triple kill lang siya dito. Ray. Well, nakaka-run it back na siya. Pero itayin natin kasi Sentinels nag-iisip pa paano makapasok dito sa B-side.
Mahirap i-contest din yung B-side kasi tignan mo, marami nang nakapag-rotate coming in from Envy. Maraming good holds lang ang meron sila on that spray down. Pero this is it. Is this gonna be a big win? Identify na already because of that alarm bot pero hindi masyadong inasim this time around ng Sentinels. They want to play in a passive way on where they need to execute this so smartly because they want to finish this. Syempre, and speaking of, they're gonna be starting sa B-side. Lahat kaliwat ka ng tinatapon ng kanila but that good old coming from Marv. Yun yung sinabi ko, nakapitas na kakagit sa isa. Pero nga lang, equals pa natin. Asipin mo pa songs. Yan ang sinasabi ko this time around. 38 seconds on the clock. Then will he be got this time? Let's see if he'll be able to take a one. But oh, Marv! Denied! Second OT na nga na meron tayo. This is the real curse. But no, it's not like that. This is the NA curse we're all talking about.
Ganun pala. May ganun pala. Dinedeflect mo pa sa NA to? Sila pa sinisisi mo, Ray. Ano ka? Hindi talaga eh. Ray Kristo, pero Marvelous Adventures of Marv playing it clutch. Ayun no, sabi lang, kaya po. Ay. You know what it is, bro? Yun na lang eh. Yun na lang masasabi mo doon. But ang ganda talaga ng pwesto ni Marv. Not only may sightlines siya from the links, but also he basically can control that B-side gamit ng smokes niya if need be. Balik na tayo sa ating pinapanood, NB Sentinels. Game number 1 pa lang, guys. At ito, tanong, saan natin nakabot ng 9 o'clock? Gagawa ba tayo ng records dito? Pero mukhang ito na kagad recorded on that first blood. Yay! Ay, kagad si Sick dito. At masasabi ko na lang, 9-3, 9-3 ang dalawang halves natin. 1-1 sa overtime. Ganito kadikit ang labanan na ito for NB. Iwan nila yung B-take na hinahanap nila, Ray.
But then, how will Sentinels get this? Okay, we're gonna see the setups. Behind the scenes, we already have those lurks coming in from Tens. Pero nga lang na-deny ni Dapper. Pero dalawa, huling-huli. Pero nga lang skill. Si Dapper nakuha ng shot ngayon together with Shazam. Time is ticking. Pero may post-plant right now si Crashies. Pero nag-take lang, but time is ticking. Zombie's gonna be confusing. Okay, those lineups also together with Barb. Medyo hirap na hirap sa pag-retake ito. Sentinels nalagatan ng hold ng Sentinels this time around. But then, because at one, but Crashies still wins the game. And then, Pisa na lang. The sudden shift. Ang ganda talaga ng post-plant hold. Tapos wala pa ganang tinapon na utilities kagad si Crashies doon. And still, NP, sila na ang nag-change naman ng tides this time around.
Last player standing.
Clutch talaga ng NB dito. Pero masasabi ko pa rin, Marv, step up. Sobrang step up niya dito sa overtime na to. Etong Astra natin, this time, playing the utilities well, pakatulong talaga alongside Crashies. At ang problema kasi ni Crashies kanina, ang alam ko, isa lang yung shock dart na hawak-hawak niya. So hindi siya makakapatay ng isang volley ng kalaban na nag-defuse. So with that control, with all that smokes and more, with all the ways na hinarangan nila yung defuse ng spike, nanalo pa sila from that post-plant window situation. So grabe talaga ang NB dito. Kita talaga eh. Kita talaga yung mga strats nila pangontra sa galawan ng Sentinels. Yung mga takes nila, pero bigla lang nag-turn on at turn up ang Sentinels doon, especially si Tens. Parang to make it into overtime. But after everything is said and done, nakikita na naman natin ang galawan ng NB. Counter the Sentinels playbook. Study them well. Notice mo yung mga trends at yung mga tendencies nila. Hindi pa tayo tapos. Second overtime pa lang to. Kung manalo ang Sentinels, mag-third OT pa tayo. Pero grabe talaga. NB right now putting up such a masterclass. Here we go though, Ray. Isa pa! Sentinels on the attack. They need this to get another overtime going on Haven.
Wala pa talaga nagbibigay na Haven map so far for these teams. But then, kanina, nagtataka lang ako why si Sik yung nasa mid. But you know what? He was risking it. If he risked that kasi it's gonna be the chance for Sentinels. Alam mo naman, the higher risk, high reward plays. But unfortunately nga, hindi naging high reward sa side ng Sentinels. But right now, going on the attacking side, medyo hirap na naman ang Sentinels ngayon unless if you have that full confidence coming in from Tens together with Sik na walang kahesitant ang ginagawa nila. Maybe this is gonna be that time. Speaking of, nalokit nga kung nasaan si Sik, expected nila that there's some of the guys coming from the sewers pero they will be bailing out. They still want to contest this. But ito si Sik, naging confident na nga siya. He gets one hit. Nagtapo na nga kagad siya. But na-shotgun lang siya ni Crashies. And Crashies gets a 2K siya sound denied. And currently down yung lunchbox. What is happening, Sentinels?
What a big play from Crashies. Kasi kung mapatay siya ni Sik, si Crashies ang pumapatay dito. At ang homestead dreams ng Sentinels mukhang dash away lang Envy ngayon. In second overtime, Envy will take it. They took that lead by storm. They weathered the storm of Sentinels in response. At mukhang kinaya nila talunin ngayon ang Sentinels sa kabila. Mukhang ito na delikado dito ang Sentinels, mga kaibigan, kasi Envy, the anti-strats, the homework, and the clutch plays from Marv and Crashies. Instrumental doon para sa victory niya. Pero masasabi ko lang talaga, Ray, grabe yung play doon ni Crashies sa pinakadulo. Tenso, an absolute monster all over the game. Pero isipin mo, si Sik, napatay yung isa, napatay si Crashies at nakuha yung orb. Wala, we go into another overtime kasi may run it pa kagad siya doon. But at the end, Envy, all of them stepping on up. And yung mga Victor sa early game, finish rin, yay from time to time. And then yun nga, yung taga-utility, yung taga-support sa backline, ultimate clutch factor sa overtime, sa OT, Ray. Grabe yung Envy ngayon. Everyone firing on all cylinders. Lahat, yung buong team, step up talaga.
This is a good matchup. Even if dalawang OT, even if nanalo yung Envy, tapos sobrang start slow talaga yung Sentinels, sobrang ganda na naging matchup. Nakita mo that all of them has that individuality, all of them has that clutch potential. Pero on the last 2 rounds that the Envy has before they can finally win this, si Crashies talaga. We need to give the trophy to Crashies for being able to hold that post plant plus nga yung control sa may A-long on that last round. And congratulations na nga sa side ng Envy. No words how good of a matchup this is. Plus, sabi ko nga sa inyo, Envy, hindi pa sila nananalo ng series yet out of Sentinels, and maybe this is gonna be the time bago nila makuha ito. Although, mahigit 1 oras nang nakalipas na nagkakastay nito, meron pa tayo susunod na game. And it's going to be split.
Hindi pa tapos. Ray, umaasa ka pa. Pero masasabi ka na lang rin, from Crashies to Clutchies really quick. Pero guys, break muna tayo. Alam naman natin, tatagal pa tong series na to. 1-0 in favor of Envy. Dax and Ray will be back in just a bit.
Ripping in the streets, and I'm saying on dub. Run through the blocks, and they join me love. Run through the blocks, run through the blocks, run through the blocks, run through the blocks. Run through
your music up. It's the best shit ever. You can't even hear your car. You just hear all music.
Get hyper.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where map 1 goes the distance and then some, with Envy finding a way to bring it home in the end. It was a hard-fought battle, to say the least, but Gio, from where I sit, all I can ask for is 2 more. Just 2 more of those, please.
I would love that. I really want this to go all the way. And if that map is anything to judge by, we've got to assume that it's going to, right?
Oh, please, Doug, please.
Well, there were just so many like clutch moments, and those don't always reflect in the stats, right? But there were so many instances where a couple of players in particular stepped up in big ways, right? You've got Crashies particularly on the side of Envy, Tens on the side of Sentinels. They just continue to step it up.
I like the call out on Crashies because, well, yes, it is Ye sporting the most kills and the highest combat score on the side of Envy. Gio, Crashies with the clutch in overtime to bring it home.
I mean, come on, Crashies won the game, pretty much, or won the map, I should say. We're not quite at the end of the game. He is just got such a way of playing. He's always in the right place. And there were a couple of times where I wondered if maybe he was playing very close to Victor for a lot of the game, and I think there were times that meant that there wasn't sufficient support for Ye when he wanted to play a little bit riskier, which was something that Envy got into, but especially towards the end of the game, Crashies he was just always there.
Those final 2 rounds, it was all about Crashies, but we also have to talk about how we even got there to begin with. It was halftime that Coach Gio stepped in. She said, Tens, I need a 4K. Assistant Coach Dash said, how about an ace? Tens delivered both in our Verizon high-speed moment, Doug. He had a 4K in the first half, follows it up with another and an ace on the back half to bring us into overtime. This man's feeling himself.
And the thing is, I alluded to Crashies earlier, but Tens did the same thing, right? 9 of the last 10 rounds in regulation went in favor of Sentinels, and Tens had multi-kills in those instances, like the definition of a gamer through and through. Sentinels needed somebody to put them back into it, and it was Tens all the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because there was a quote that Pansy said on the first half of the game, which was, Tens has had very little impact. And I feel like even though they didn't end up taking the map, he did hear that.
And he took that personally.
He very much did. And so he got to the second half of the game, and suddenly he's having a ton of impact, which is what we would expect from Tens. It was out of character for it to be the opposite of that on that first half.
Monster performance out of him, but in the end, it does go the way of Envy. And we've actually got Bala standing by at the LED wall to help us break down that first map victory.
I guess it's just the day of all-time performances because we just got one from Crashies, but also, honestly, on the other side, Tens too. I've got 2 plays to break down, 2 executes from the first half by Team Envy, one that doesn't go their way and one that does, and I wanted to show kind of how different situations can unfold way differently to come with different outcomes. So first off, it's right off the bat for Envy. You could see in spawn, you actually have Crashies. He's throwing a dart right off the bat, and then all lined up outside of C, we're gonna have everybody. So what happens in this round? We obviously have the Sky down at the bottom. That's we're gonna see Victor just dog right up, and everybody's gonna follow up with that. So let's go ahead and roll the mini map and just kind of show it all. I also want to pause for a second and pay attention to the setup for Sentinels on this round. It's actually a thrifty round for them, and Dapper's playing kind of off-site. You have the 2 cages and the 2 tripwires, and that's going to come in huge. Then you also have Sick inside of the garage. That's going to be kind of a linchpin to this round where they come through and are able to retake it, and then everybody else playing over towards A. Nothing too much to say about that except the rotation time is fairly long, so that's why these C hits can be very difficult to deal with. So we have Crashies throws a dart, they ult, then everybody follows up the drone. We have FNS throwing a couple of different things as well, flash in the back of sight, but you can't get there because Dapper's popped both of his cages, and it freezes for Envy there. So let's look at some of the actual things that's happening. Why does he throw that dart at the beginning, and why does he ult from this position? You can see on the mini-map the lineup that he has. We're actually going to zoom in over there, and I want to bring up an arrow. Now that's the default button. Here's the arrow. Look at the lane that he's pushing through, right? That's straight up in through garage. That's possibly where Sick is playing, and also up at the log. So clearing that entire area out, and the timing for Ye is also critical. He's coming in through there. Then Crashies is gonna ult up through garage window, and then once over towards B. So let's look at it. He doesn't actually get anything because there's nothing in the sight, but this third shot is very interesting because he's actually checking for info here. Are they pushing B once this execute is happening? If they found that, he could play a little differently. He could play here in spawn. But either way, it's just a nice little thing that you could do with the Sova ults if you're definitely not finding anything in the first place. FNS with a couple of nice mollies through and through to start things off. And that's how you know it's a full execute from the start. Mauling close garage and mauling over towards logs as well. That's to help out Ye the entire time. But they don't get backside. And this is the problem for them. Because Sentinels played for the 5v5 retake, literally right now, with 10 seconds on the spike being planted, they're not going for it yet at all. He does get a kill with the alarm bot into garage, but this is when things turn because Tens is in the back of sight. And we talk about all-time performances, it's stuff like this that come to fruition. That first jump, he doesn't spend too much in the air. If he did, his team's not there to trade him. So he wants to just get info to peek his head out, and that's also to buy time for Sick, who's ulting out of garage and trying to find himself a kill. So he's baiting the rest of the team. Next thing, he comes out and actually trades Log's position, and then the entire time you have the rest of his team swinging on the back of sight, and because they could not get out of sight, that because of the cages that Dapper spent, that's easy for them to really trade that out. Okay, so once this round wraps up, there's one more, and we're going to speed through it as fast as I can because it is a very similar execute this entire time. They're going to have the Sova ult again to try to do the same thing, but this time they go for a garage split, and when you recall, they didn't do that at all. So they had garage control. You had Sick coming back through garage at the beginning of the round. They dog FNS up through window, and that is so key for him to stay in that entire position the entire time, and then they come back for the execute. That changes everything, the dynamic in the back of sight. Here's the dart and the flash and everything. Ye is also coming through garage, and they also know that Sick is instantly ulting with his run it back, and Ye is going to try to hunt him down as fast as he can. He's going to dash into the smoke and make sure he can take out Sick, even though he gets 2 kills on the site. This time, though, not much is available for Sentinels to really clap back in because Envy took so much more space on the site. This is that moment, right? He knows Sick is about to run out of his ult, so he goes up into the smoke, knows where Sick is going to ult from, and takes him out. That's the type of research that I really like to see from Envy, and honestly, one of the reasons why they're so good at fighting against Sentinels on this map and why it's always such a good match to watch. This is also the lurk from FNS down the end. Really solidified the round when he got that shot through garage window, but the round is wrapped up at that point. We got ourselves another map. This is going to be a really, really good series, and I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about the next map coming up.
Thank you so much, Ball. Love seeing those little micro adjustments because we talk so much about how good Sentinels is at that kind of stuff, and it was Envy who had to make similar adjustments there to ultimately wrap up map 1. But now we turn our attention to Split, map number 2. It's Sentinels' choice. You heard Hypox say it. The map choice itself is a talking point because of the success that Sentinels has found on it in the past.
Well, it's a bit of a mixed bag, right? Because think about this. From June 1st until today, Sentinels rock a 4-3 record on Split. And you look at that and you go, 4-3, okay, good, not great. 2 of those 3 losses have come here on this stage, right? So it's just like a really interesting. Sentinels, clearly they feel good about it. It was their pick, as you mentioned, but I mean, it's been a mixed bag.
They like it in the face of struggles.
That's definitely true. One of the big things for me is the fact that both of these teams have played it against 100 Thieves in recent history. If you look to Envy, it was a 5-13 loss to them in the most recent NA VCT. That's the only time they played it in the last 2 months. If you look on the side of Sentinels, they've beat 100 Thieves twice in the last 2 months, 13-2 and 13-5. So those are very different sides of that coin.
So that's maybe more what it is. You take a look at Envy's performance on it, and that's where Sentinels gains the confidence. But we're straight into Prime Gaming Agent Select here to see what the teams will equip themselves with. 5 agents across the board, and only time will tell.
Yeah, there is one interesting thing as we think about Envy and their reps on this map. Gio, you mentioned they'd only played it once in the last 2 months. If you feed back a little bit further, they have 2 reps on it, and the only reason I bring that up is because in the 2 times they've played this map, the composition's different.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know that they even have like a comfortable composition that they feel good about playing on this map, at least with live reps.
The only core that they like is the Sky Viper, and those are so far the only 2 agents that have been locked in. Okay, so FNS going onto the Cypher, that is more akin to their more recent composition, where they also brought an Astra and Arena.
Yeah, they've got Crashies and Finesse swapping out the Cypher and the Viper, but take a look at Sentinels. 6 on the Sky as opposed to the Sage, which you've seen him on most recently.
I think there's a lot there. I like 10s on the Raze. I love that pick, and we've talked so much about how effective Raze is on this map in particular because of the tight angles, the ability to work your way around those corners and blow things up. When you've got 10s with the performance that he had on map 1, of course, you want to be able to unlock him, right? Give him more space to work, and that's what that Raze pick is designed to do.
I mean, as well, Dapper swapping to the Viper off of the Cypher, so 3 changes here for Sentinels from their most recent composition, as well as the ones we've talked about for Envy. Makes this anyone's game when I think about it, but I also wonder, as Hypoc and Pansy get ready for the call, their thoughts on the tools these teams have come into map 2 with.
On ba?
Ay.
Naku, okay, sige, discuss muna tayo sino mag-open kasi nandito na tayo sa split to open things up. Can Sentinels tie it up 1-1? Or can Envy make it 2-0? Nagbabalik tayo dito sa Masters Berlin, guys. What a match we've had so far. Pero ito na, naglabas na tayo ng mga kakaibang agents para sa iba't ibang side. Envy, not too comfortable with this map in all honesty. Tingnan natin recent records nila, and it hasn't really been the best. Rarely nila lalaro to, hindi na masyadong napipili. And in the last time they ran this, they played this map, natalo sila ng 100 Thieves. On the flip side though, ang Sentinels, sige, natalo sila ng F4Q at G2, pero na naman sila eh. At nanalo rin sila sa 100 Thieves before that, pero something to take note dito, Ray. Linabas na rin ang Tens Raze. At ang history dito, Ray, kung alam mo ba yung history ng Raze at Tens?
Ano yan?
So basically, ito yung one of the agents na ayaw talaga laruin ni Tens na in terms of comfort eh. Yung kung ito ay lumang strategy ng Sentinels, hindi pang Tens. Yun lang yun, hindi pang Tens. Pero now, willing sila na ilabas yung Raze, ibigay kay Tens. Mukhang naganda na sila para dito sa flexibility na to. Not only that, they're running the double controller as well, I believe. At mukhang may Sky rin sila sa lineup nito. Siyempre, ang Sentinels, nasabi nga natin, nung matchup nila sa F4Q, paulit-ulit nilang ginagawa nila, di ito na iibahin na natin. On the flip side though, Envy, sila rin medyo palipat-lipat talaga yung comp na nilalaro nila. And this time, they have Ye on that jet. So he wants to play that comp, double control, may Cypher at may Sky rin. May split map tayo, Ray, pero walang magsisage eh. At ito na tayo, Sentinels on the attack side. Tingnan nga natin paano mag-pages ang mga-flights ang ating boy na si Tens.
Tignan natin because this is what we're looking forward eh. Kasi nga, gaya nga na sinabi mo, sobrang default lang yung ginagawa ng Sentinels yesterday, kaya they lost this map against F4Q. And nakita nga natin that may ayaw silang ipakita eh. Merong hesitancy coming from Sentinels, and right now, this is the surprise about it. Tens with that Raze. And gaya nga na nakikita natin, Raze is really effective in this split map. And speaking of, will that be denied by Envy? Yes, pero nga lang, that became an opener for Sick and Zombs to actually get those frags. They finally dominated all over A-side at hindi man lang tumama si Finesse on that part. Pero yay, together right now with the Crashies, we want to retake this. But then we only have Yay with 94 HP and armor. Pero he gets one head.